I'm Russ Mabley, founder of Total Karting Zero. We're really proud to be announcing that we are once again sponsoring the British Indoor Karting Championship for the second year in a row. Well done to all of you drivers who've already qualified, and we're really looking forward to seeing the winners who are going to join us in the 2023 Total Karting Zero Championship.
Experience even more awesome at TeamSport Indoor Karting in Leicester. Stimulate all your senses and explore a virtual world with a fully immersive 4D VR experience brought to you by Rome Dome. Challenge your mates to e-darts with multiple game formats or take a swing at Putt Club, our exciting motorsport-themed crazy golf. Then hit the track and feel the thrill of our 500-metre multi-level indoor go-karting circuit. Leave TeamSport Leicester feeling like a champion. Book now at team-sports.co.uk. Experience even more awesome at TeamSport Indoor Karting in Leicester. Stimulate all your senses and explore a virtual world with a fully immersive 4D VR experience brought to you by Rome Dome. Challenge your mates to e-darts with multiple game formats or take a swing at Putt Club, our exciting motorsport-themed crazy golf. Then hit the track and feel the thrill of our 500-metre multi-level indoor go-karting circuit. Leave TeamSport Leicester feeling like a champion. Book now at team-sport.co.uk.
It's all good. After nearly 4,500 drivers, we're here now for the 154 that remain in the Cadets and Junior finals. You've been out and about throughout the whole of this, mingling with these drivers, what's it been like? Tell us, to explain what it's been like for them as well.
interesting watching the karting and the driving. It's nice to see the fact that I'm not racing with them, so I can see how they're preparing for the BIKC. There's a lot of practice I've been seeing them do, the drivers. I was at the Cardiff local finals, watching all them get nervous and get going, and then I was at the Cardiff and Coventry regionals, which was interesting. The Cardiff regionals went really, really well. It was nice to see people like Bradley Philpott and all that driving around, and the cadets did really, really well that day as well.
Any standout drivers from then that are here today that you can tell us more about?
There was a driver that won the Cardiff one. It was Edward David Jones. He was really, really, really good. He won both of his heats, and then he won the final overall. Good driver he was.
Excellent. So you had to go to the track yesterday. First time she'd done it. We do have a laugh from Jen, but we'll play that in a bit. Tell us how you found it for the first time at Warrington. As many people know, it's quite a tough one.
Yeah, it was very painful. The Dunlop Bridge, taking the wrong line through that really, really hurt. I can't. It was interesting.
Yeah. So obviously, it's a long track. What fastest lap did you get yesterday?
60.3, which I know is not on pace for these drivers, but at least I was putting in some times.
The guys, Joel will be very upset at that. Apparently he can do it quicker. Anyway, Cadets is coming up at 10 o'clock. If you're involved in this, if you've got any drivers racing that you want to shout out to, do get in touch on our socials at BIKC Official, and we'll shout them out. We'll get as many as we can in. In terms of you, Jen, membership manager at Cardiff.
Yes.
How long have you been doing that? And tell us more about that.
A year and 3 months as of 2 days ago. Nice. So I'm a membership manager at Cardiff. I came in just the beginning of August. I was a member a year prior to getting my contract. On the day I got my contract, TeamSport was the day I became a member. So it's nice. I knew the community there, and I built on what I knew and what I loved as racing myself. And it's been great. I love members. I love members across the company.
So what race is it? Hello, come in, Dom, come in. He hasn't got a mic, but give him a wave. This is Dom Gaynor, TeamSport CEO. There's a mic on the floor behind me.
Morning.
Is it that BIKC one there? Get that one. Grab us that. Give it to. Yeah, there we go. Is it on, Joel?
Thank you. Am I now on?
Is he on? He's just turning it on. We'll get as soon as you get someone to turn your mic on, we will have a little chat with you.
I'll come back.
Come back in a second, yeah. So what other racing have you've competed in other stuff?
Yeah.
Tell us a quick one about that.
So firstly, I raced in BIKC 2020.
Yes.
I qualified from Cardiff to Dunstable's regional finals. I'd only been karting for 4 months at that point, so I didn't make it to nationals that year, and then obviously became member at employee at TeamSport, so I couldn't race in it. But I've been through the TeamSport journey in 2021 with all the members, and into 2022 now as well.
Awesome. It's exciting stuff. Juniors later on as well. Anyone standing out for you in that one?
Danny May Reid.
Yeah.
Really, really good driver. She's only been karting for 4 months, and she qualified first in Cardiff, put it on pole, won the two heats, and she won a semi-final and came finished third overall, but she qualified second in the grand final at Cardiff. So.
Sure. And again, if there's anyone that you're watching today and supporting, get in touch on the socials at BIKC Official, and we'll give them a shout out. Try and find them on the stream. I should have a microphone that works now, I think, and we'll try and get Dom back. Cadets will be starting at 10 o'clock, so not long to go till we get some track action. We've got Paul. Why do I keep calling him Paul Gibson? I know why, because I have a friend called Paul Gibson. Tom Gibson. This is from me, innit? Anyway, Tom Gibson and Russ Mabley will be doing the commentary as a pair. Did you watch it last year?
Yes, watched all of
it. Them two together. If you don't even know who they are, it doesn't matter. You're gonna some funny commentary on the way from those guys.
Amazing commentary.
Tomorrow as well, we're live from 9:35 with the heavyweights, middleweights, and lightweights tomorrow. That's going to be quite exciting.
Yes, there's a lot of really good drivers racing this year.
Some names stand out for me already. But for you, who would they be?
So in lightweights we got Luke Evans.
1 second.
Ooh.
Go ahead.
Yeah. In lightweights we've got Luke Evans. We've got Dante Dillon, who's won it 2 years in a row. Obviously featherweight then lightweight.
Dante, yeah.
And then you've got, I haven't got my notes with me, but off the top of my head, I can't remember the third one, but there was a third one in there.
Right. It's quite exciting. We're
Harris
just waiting.
Ahmed, that was it. Harris
the guys,
Ahmed,
there's that. Yeah. You can see them behind us. Give us a wave. Everybody? No, we've tried. We give it a good go.
Confused.
They're getting ready to go out, the cadets. very excited. Get in touch, like I said, at BIKC official on the socials. Give you guys the shout outs and stuff like that. I'm trying to find Dom again. He's ran away.
He's over there.
No, I don't think he's ready for us. It's fine. It's all okay. So yeah, we'll be getting started very shortly. We're going to be giving away some stuff as well later. I think we've got some TKZ hoodies to give away.
Yes, I've seen some interesting stuff.
Yeah. So it should be quite exciting. There's TKZ over there as well. There's all kinds going on. We will be getting started very shortly for the cadets. Looking forward to it. Warrington, some of these guys will never have even raced here before. This is going to be like one of the first times they've ever raced here, and for a young child to be able to do this is massive, isn't it?
I know we've got an 8-year-old racing with us. I think he's only turned 8 months ago, so 8 months of karting. He's in the national final. So we had another 8-year-old qualify, but he's just turned 9. So this kid will be the only 8-year-old.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Because to get started at such a young age, it takes a lot of guts. And some of these kids look even younger than 8.
I know.
Do you know what I mean? But yeah, very exciting times. Waiting for the action to get going, really, and then it'll all be good. This headset is just doing my head. At BAKC official is the one to go to if you want to get in touch and give you guys a shout out is the word. Hello. Tell us more again. This lap you done yesterday.
Yeah.
Have you hurt yourself?
Surprisingly not. No, I did the 3 for 2, so I did 3 sessions.
3 sessions.
Yeah, it was good. My last one, I felt quite winded by the end of it, I'm not gonna lie. It's coming down the ramp and it was like the only chance to breathe, especially that top section as well. The little bump up when it goes left, right then left, it really takes it out of you. But yeah.
What's your favourite bit?
My favourite bit is obviously the flat out bit down the straight, the 2 chicanes down through, and the hairpins as well. I love it. The tarmac section is lovely.
Like we said, we do have a hot lap of Jen. But it's just uploading at the minute, and when we do get it, we'll show you it, and she'll analyse it like pure Formula 1 style.
Yep, might not be perfect, but it's still a lap.
I think it's perfect. Got good camera quality. It's awesome. So yeah, we're live from the fuel bar in Warrington right now, waiting for the cadet heats to start, and it should be around 10 o'clock. Very exciting times, can't wait for it to get going. It's bonfire night. You doing anything tonight for bonfire night?
Nope, sleeping.
We're sleeping here.
Try to anyway.
Yeah, it's not an exciting really going on for us for bonfire night. But there might be some fireworks on track today.
Hopefully.
Tell I'm filling for time, can't you?
I know we have 2 returning cadets this year. We have Rory Hamilton who finished 3rd last year, and Ilya who finished 2nd in cadets last year. The only 2 returning drivers to Warrington this year for cadets.
We do have a champion here today, who isn't racing, I believe.
Lamas.
Is that him?
I think so, yes.
There you go. I'll try and have a chat in a bit, but we'll see. Looking forward to juniors as well. There's some big drivers in there.
Yeah, we got one of our cadets there as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing them race in the nationals. So
we're looking at. Let's have a look. These are your standout people.
Yes.
Tell us more about these.
Okay, so you've got Ilya, who is the 2nd place cadet last year, and it's run the regional final at Farnborough this year to qualify to nationals. You got Rory Hamilton, who finished 3rd last year, who won the Basildon regional final. And then you've got Edward, Ben, Ruben, Callum, Jacob, Zachary, and Luca, who also won all their finals as well. So it'll be interesting to see where they match up with all the other drivers on track today. We should be seeing hopefully a good performance from Rory and Ilya. Hopefully they'll put it on pole and they're in separate groups so we can see sort of where they match up to each other. Obviously if they're all in the same group together, they'll be interesting to see how they qualify with this format.
And juniors as well. Have you got the juniors list there? The juniors.
Grab the juniors
Anyone
list.
in that you look forward to later on as well, because they're coming up after cadets today.
See if I've got any
Thank
good
you, Liz.
notes. So we got Vito Vokes, who has qualified, won their regional final at Liverpool and finished 3rd last year.
He was on the podium. He done a shoey.
Yep.
Done a shoey with the champagne. Did Vito last year?
Yeah, sadly we're
champagne.
not seeing. I remember Tyler Mason Graves got knocked out last year or this year for cadets, but he was a standout driver last year. And then in juniors, you got Charlie Ratford knocked out, so there'll be a new champion this year.
Awesome, can't wait. Anyway, enough from us. We're ready just about for the track action. It's cadets. Hand it over to Russ Mabley and Tom Gibson.
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, it is a very, very warm welcome. It is November the 5th, ladies and gentlemen, and we are here in BIKC 2022. Now, my name is Russ Mabley, and I am joined, as ever, in the commentary box by Mr. Tom Gibson. And to be honest, Tom, on November the 5th, I've got 2 burning questions I want to ask.
Go on, Russ, what are those?
Are there going to be fireworks today? And secondly, how on earth have they let me and you back in the commentary box once again for the 3rd time?
I think the first question's a lot easier to answer. The first answer is definitely. It's BIKC, there's always going to be fireworks. The second question is a little bit more difficult. I really don't know how we got allowed back last year, let alone this year as well. Someone clearly is looking out for us, but looking at this, I think we've got some drivers in karts, so we should be getting ready to go for BIKC 2022. 3rd year we've done this, and honestly, I'd probably say this is one of the best quality fields we've had over the last couple of years.
Well, let's talk about that, because we have seen the BIKC competition grow year in, year out, and I think 2 years ago we started with about 2,500 people, and then last year we hit the about 3,500. How many people do you think, Tom, raced this year in BIKC?
Well, if we were at 3,000 last time, you'd probably say 3,500, maybe a good turnout, but good authority. I'll have it on good authority. It's a lot higher than that.
Tom, 150,000 people this year. No, actually, it felt like that though.
Yeah.
It felt like it. 4,200 people raced, tried to qualify in locals, or got knocked out locals. A lot of them went into regions. A lot of drivers got knocked out there to get through to the nationals. But 4,200, about between 20 and 25% more drivers than what qualified last year. And it's interesting. There's a theme that's running through this weekend, and the theme is that a lot of drivers who have been very, very successful in BIKC in previous years have not made it.
Yeah, it's been quite interesting to watch how this season panned out so far. Trying to keep up with it. Obviously, we've got Cadets on track for their first session of the weekend. 15-minute qualifying currently awaits us. But like I say, I think this season can be measured. The quality of this year will be measured just by the drivers who aren't here, let alone the drivers who are. So both the categories we're going to see today, both of the defending champions at various points of the competition, were knocked out by the drivers that we see out on the track. Now you need to cut the bottom of like 4,500 drivers over all the categories. We're now down to the final 150. That 4,200 drivers, we're now down to just 150 drivers who are going to be taken to the circuit today. And we've got the first 10 of them out there at the moment going for their qualifying session. So, those who don't know, the quality format of the event this year is a little bit different to what we had this time last year. We've replaced one of the heats with a timed qualifying session, so each of the drivers can get 15 minutes to see how fast they can lap this circuit. That qualifying session will then set the grid for 2 10-minute heats. You'll score points in the heats based on where you finish. That'll set your starting position for one of the semi-finals. And those semi-finals will give us the final set of drivers who are going to be contesting our main event and looking to take home a fantastic prize. That prize being a full entry into the Total Karting Zero Summer Series. That's a fantastic little prize. For those wondering what a BIKC driver can do in that sort of championship, Jacob Lammers, who won this prize last year, finished that series 5th overall, 24th for the majority of it, got picked up in the final round. They ended up in a situation where whoever finished higher out of 4th and 5th in that championship would take the position, and Jacob on drop cut scores ended up P5. So it's going to be interesting to see what these drivers can do, and first lap time starting to pop through as drivers go on to their first flying lap of the event.
Okay, now we've got some serious technology going on this weekend, so let's see if this works, right? Can we pick up with, we've just had Arthur go around in 1 minute 8 seconds, .345. That is the fastest time we have so far. In fact, that's just been beaten by
there's gone a little bit quicker.
Can we pick up with kart 27, Jude Puddlefoot, who is out there and currently is the fastest driver on site?
So in terms of lap times we might see with these guys, so last year the current lap record for these cadets is a 106.0. That was set by Riley Riemann last year. in the national finals, as we are looking now at Jude Pudford, who's currently now P2 as we got the first driver into the 107. Ed Spain now goes up into top position, so it's a 107.8 for Ed. Jude there on a 108.1. Arthur Way is currently third on a 108.3 and a 108.5 for Matteo Ehrenfeuchter in kart 35. So these drivers just starting to get their first handful of laps through. As we look at the top section of the circuit, some fantastic angles of this circuit.
Yeah, and Jude making some great lines here. Great racing line, tight in around the apex of the corners. Made a little bit of space there going on to that final hairpin. Then he's underneath the Dunlop bridges. He'll come through. There he is.
So he runs over the line. Let's see if this one was improvement. Was it improvement? He's now into the 107s. However,
second.
Ed in
Good
front.
for second.
Yeah, Ed in front now. He's just 0.024 seconds clear of Jude. Let's see what Ed is able to manage on his next lap as Jude heads under the tunnel section.
So
there.
Ed is driving kart 37. Let's see if we can pick up with kart 37.
So he should be in the first section of the circuit.
107.4.
That's a blistering lap time so far. Still a little bit off of the lap record that these guys have managed so far, as you just see Jude flying through the section of the circuit with that beautiful Michael Schumacher mural, painted I believe in 1999. So that's old. That mural is older than the majority of the drivers we're going to be seeing today as they fire down the bottom section of the circuit under the Monster Energy Bridge, and we'll take a look at the top section. Just see Lewis Prendergast there going through the top section of the track. He's going to be heading over the line in a moment, and Arthur Way now moves up into second place, a 107.6, still 2/10 behind the benchmark that Ed has set. Let's see what Jude's able to manage this time over the line through the final couple of corners. You can just see him hunkering down a little bit behind the wheel to go for those last couple of attempts. Comes over the line. Is that an improvement for Jude? Doesn't look like it. It looks like it was, but it wasn't enough to improve his position. So the running order at the moment is Ed Spain in 37, then you've got Arthur Way in 31, Jude Pudford in 27. Lewis Prendergast is up into P4 as Ed takes that benchmark down again, a 107.4. Ed is absolutely flying around this circuit with around about 9 minutes on the clock left to go. The bottom section of the top six, you've got Lewis Tracy, Warrington driver, there in P6 at the moment, a 108.1. Then you've got Ruben Jenkins from Birmingham. He's had a good run in his regionals. So he had a good run through the competition, second, first and first in the various sections. He's currently P7 on the grid. Then James Devereaux in P8, he's on a 108.9. Ryan Rapini, a returning driver for this season, down from Gosport. He's P9, and Callum is at Kearney, down in P10. I will say at any point, if we do butcher your names, then please let us know in chat so we can make sure we are getting them correct.
Okay, now we're focusing on kart number 37, Ed Spain, who is look at that, the curse of the commentator. We flick to kart 37, Ed Spain, and immediately he gets pipped by Jude Paddleford in kart 27 that we were watching. We were watching Jude, and then we cut away.
And then Ed just absolutely demolished that lap time.
0.066. He goes back into provisionally at the top of the leaderboard. Jude, he held that top spot for literally about 30 seconds. Arthur Way doing really well, 0.3 behind. Then we got Lewis Pendergast, 0.6 behind. Lewis Tracy, really, really close, 0.651. Then we got Matteo, who is there, 0.78. It's very, very tight considering how big this lap is. We got Ruben Jenkins, 0.797 in 7th. We got James Devereaux. We'll talk about James a bit later on, who is driving kart 32, 1.8 seconds. We got Ryan Rapini, 1.845, and we got Callum Kearney bringing up the rear in 10th at the present moment in time. But Ed Spain looks like he is, he's got those tyres warm. He's starting to hit the kind of lap time. So Jude once again pips him, but Ed is just a few seconds behind. There's 37. So will Ed go back into that top spot as he comes round over the line? Is it a good lap? Not quite. 0.08, less than a blink of an eye behind Jude Paddleford, who's currently fastest.
I tell you what, Formula One's got absolutely nothing on this. This is what you call a fight for pole position. we don't need Q1, Q2, Q3. These drivers are pushing straight away. But the gap at the front at the moment is just 0.08 of a second. That's less than the blink of an eye between these two young drivers. But it's currently Jude with the upper hand on a 107.015. Ed Spain second at the moment. It's not a position he's used to in this qualifying session. He's there on a 107.095. Looking if he can try and improve. Look like a good line through the top section of the circuit. You'll notice these cadets quite a lot of the time will take a little bit of a tighter line just because of how wide and big this circuit is. Quite a lot of the time you need to try and shorten these corners as much as possible, and you can get a very good run through the majority of this circuit just by taking that alternative line down the middle of the circuit. So we're looking again on the 37, seeing if they can go a little bit quicker. Jude has gone through the line. They've not improved on that lap, so maybe just backed off a little bit. Let's see if Ed can move himself from second back into provisional pole. Yes, he does. The first driver into the 106s, a 106.999. Immediately bested by Lewis Tracy, a 106.939. Kart 33, great. That is a blistering time.
Let's see if we can focus on kart number 33, Lewis Tracy, who's just gone round in a 106.939. And already you can really see these lap times starting to absolutely tumble as the drivers really start getting their eye in with the whole Warrington circuit, because it is a huge circuit that we have here. It's super fast. We've got some people racing out there. We've got two drivers actually racing. And you don't really want to be doing that, Tom,
no,
I'll be honest. This
really
is about quality.
Yeah.
You just end up slowing each other down. You want a nice, clear track. There goes 33, Lewis Tracy, who currently is the fastest driver on a 106.939. That's the way to do it. Get some nice, clear track. Just focus on yourself. Focus on your kart. Put your foot down, pedal to the metal, and get those lap times, because the key to this competition is you can't wake up slowly here. This is first thing on a Saturday morning, but you can't ease yourself in to this kind of competition. You've got to get out there and you've got to be absolutely on it from the very first lap, because this qualifying, it's important. It will lead to grid positions. It will lead then to race results. It will lead to drivers getting knocked out, and it will lead to whoever is going to win the Cadet BIKC 2022.
Yeah, I will say I really do love indoor. I really do love karting in general as a sport, because this really rewards drivers who can be consistent. Not only have you got to go out and perform in one race, you've got to go out and perform in qualifying. You've got to go out and perform in your heat. You've got to turn up in the semi-finals, and you've got to turn up in the main event. You cannot afford to come out of the block slowly. And if you look at the top three in this session so far, just 700ths of a second between the top three, as again we're looking at Lewis Tracy, currently a pole sitter at the moment with that blistering time of 106.939, and we look to see if anyone is able to live with that sort of pace. Ed Spain, though, still in the 37. He's in second place. Jude Pudford in 27 is still in P3. Lewis Prendergast is up into P4. Lewis goes over the line, 107.1. Not quite an improvement there as we get towards the last couple of minutes in this session. Looking at the clock, I think we've probably got the 2, maybe 3 flyers left for these young drivers. You just see Lewis's visor there steaming up, so not only is he flying fast around this track, in places he may be flying blind as well. Just shows what knowledge can do around this sort of circuit. A lot of these drivers have done quite a lot of laps. I was looking earlier, there's a junior who'd only started racing this track in the middle of October, and he's managed something like 500-600 laps of this track already.
That is amazing.
Yeah, it's just a lot of testing, a lot of time and effort goes into this sort of championship. This may be indoor karting, but it is definitely a big event for these drivers, possibly one of the biggest ones they've contested in their short careers. As Jude goes over the line, 107.1, he's not too improved. Oh yes, he does actually. He wipes the floor with Lewis Tracy's time, 106.840 for your provisional pole.
The floor time, 0.099, but I get the point.
0.099 in karting.
But now
Ed Spain goes even quicker, 106.769. In indoor karting, though, a tenth of a second can be classified as an absolute week. So to be able to just find 3 or 4 tenths out of the back of your pocket, that is something quite impressive to be able to pull out. But back on provisional pole is Ed Spain, as these drivers are starting to wind up for what will be their final laps of the circuit. So just to look at the order at the moment, so it's Ed Spain currently in pole position, Jude Pudford in second, Lewis Tracy in third, Matteo Ehrenfeucht has managed to pit Lewis Prendergast into fourth, Ruben Jenkins in P6, Arthur Way in P7, James Devereaux P8. That's a very apt position for James to be sat in right there. And Ryan Rapidi, P9, Callum Kearney in P10 completing the field. Now, the reason that P8 is quite impressive, quite apt for James Devereaux, he is the youngest driver in the field here. He's the only 8-year-old right at the start of his karting career. He's already managed to beat around 500 drivers in the cadet category to get here. As we're looking at Lewis Prendergast, who's heading through the tunnel section of the circuit. Lewis currently in P5s. Good line up the ramp there in 26. He didn't think it was a good line there. He's not happy with that one as he's going through the top section of the circuit. It's only really one line through here. You've got to try and feed the kart quite nicely as he goes past Michael Schumacher, watching on with a decent gaze at the qualifying session we've got here. A little bit of a bounce at the top section of the ramp as Lewis heads down under the Monster Energy bridge, and then we head into the fast chicane, absolutely flat out in anything that you race. Coming into the final section of hairpins now. He takes a nice tight line on the way in there, a little bit wide on the way out, brings the kart back over to the left-hand side, clips the apex there. He's one corner from home, possibly a little bit wider maybe, required through turn number 3 as he heads through the S's under the Dunlop Bridge towards the Monster Energy finish line. Let's see what Lewis is able to do. That's a decent time, a 107.826, but it's not fast enough to move up.
Not fast enough. We've still got Ed Spain out there. We are now right in the closing stages. We have got 45 seconds to go until checker flag, and this is the last chance. These are the final laps to decide who is quickest in this session. This is a qualifying session. This will make a difference to the grid positions in the heat. So this is crucial stuff. There's no messing about this year. There's no practice. There's no ease yourself in. As I said, this is qualifying. You've got to get out there. You've got to set the lap time. So we've got Ed Spain, who's done 12 laps so far, who is 0.071 seconds quicker than Jude Puddlefoot, with Lewis Tracy. And all these 3 drivers have held the top spot at some point during the course of this practice session. So it is, let's have a look. It's we're looking for checker flag at the moment, and it is
checker flag's out now, so these drivers are completing their final laps as we look at Lewis Prendergast to see if he can move up. He crosses the line. He's not able to improve on that lap there as the drivers now all come over the line. So it looks to me like we do have our first pole sitter for the heats as Ed Spain just comes over the line there, doesn't improve on his final lap, so 106.769. Lewis Tracy comes over the line. Is he able to improve? 107.2 that lap there, so he's not been able to improve on his previous best of a 106.939. So, as the drivers start to file back in towards the pit lane, the results of that qualifying session, Ed Spain is going to be on pole position for group number 1 at 106.769. Jude Pudfoot there in P2, 106.840. The gap at the front, just 7 hundredths of a second. Lewis Tracy, 1.7 tenths further back. Matteo Ehrenfeuchter with a good run in P4. Lewis Prendergast in P5. As we just see the drivers returning. There is James Devereaux live on stream, one of the youngest drivers in BIKC this year. He's going to be starting his heats in P8. Has a little bit of work to do to try and move up the order as the yellow lights are on and the drivers start filing back towards the pit lane. So if that's what qualifying's like, the heats are going to be absolutely manic because these guys are starting to race already, despite the fact they want to try and push on for their fastest laps.
I'm really excited, Tom, but if the rest of the racing is as good as just that one session, because you can just feel it building.
I think we're in for a proper treat this year.
I want to just make a shout out to the live stream. So we do have a live stream, and as we go through this weekend, what you put on that live stream, we will pretty much read out. In fact, we've got a reputation for reading out just about anything that comes on that live stream. Some bits that we should really read out, and some bits that we probably shouldn't.
Yeah, what was it, the shout-out we had last year? Liz Anya to start us
indeed.
off.
We've already got some lovely little nuggets already in there, so I just want to highlight some of them. Bitecast Rach, just like to say a big hi. Basically, she's just said, I'm just here for the commentary. And I can only agree with that. It's obviously we're the highlight. Forget the drivers, forget the 4,200 people that have, forget Warrington, forget the 50 staff that are here to make this thing. No, I appreciate the gesture there. That is Rachel, and so yeah, there's a lot of love for the juniors that are going on. Sorry, the cadets, I should say. There's a lot of banter. There's a lot of Tom is the Martin Brundle of indoor karting. We love Tom, says Anders Ladd and Dad Go Karting. I can only agree, Tom. I can only agree with that.
Oh, that's Phil and Jake Anders, regulars around here. I'll take that as a massive compliment. They're also declaring their support for Lewis Tracy today. Both of them equally fast drivers in their own right. Both of them had a crack at BIKC as well. I believe Phil got through to the regionals at Sheffield, so it's a decent show for him in their first attempt at BIKC. Like I say, there's a lot of drivers who've given this a crack and not been able to get back through. We've also got support coming through for Rory Hamilton as well. Remember, guys, shout out your drivers, and we will give them a quick name drop. We've also got some name drops coming in for the juniors later on. So support being declared there for Lewis Sumner, who's going to be racing later on. Liverpool driver, it's a relatively local lad, and hopefully he should have a decent run here as we look to see the next set of drivers taking their karts and ready to go for
Can I just
Q2.
say, right, Dave Carter said, hey Russ, if that happens again, what are you going to do? Anyway, let's get on with
There's a very good reason the blinds are down on the commentary box to try and...
I don't know.
I'm supposed to babysit you here. This really isn't working.
That's where we get to on Sunday night. What am I going to sing this year? That's the question.
Well,
anyway.
Sweet Caroline, maybe you can try and find something from Catherine Wheel. It would be apt for this time of year. As drivers now finally start heading out onto circuit for Q number 2. 10 more drivers. We are having to run the cadets in 3 grids just to make sure that we do have space to what's the word I'm looking for? Accommodate the 30 drivers that we have in cadets this season. It's the biggest grid of cadets we've had in BIKC history. Usually we only run 2 grids of 12 to give more drivers the opportunity to get here from the local regional finals. We have 3 grids of 10, so we'll take a little bit longer to get through the results, but the race, it means we have more races, more action, and more fun for us as we get through the day.
I just want to have a huge shout out that the cadet sessions really absolutely blow me away, because the age of some of these drivers is incredible. We've got Ben out there who's 9 years old. We've got James Vout who's 9 years old. We've got Jude Pudafort. I've got to say that right, because I've already said it wrong so far. 9 years old. We've got Theo Thomas, who's just turned 9 a few weeks ago, but we've got James Devereaux, who is 8 years old out there. And you can imagine all the pressure on such young shoulders that it's absolutely incredible. It's also incredible that they've got to this point and they've got through the local finals, the regional finals, and are actually racing here in the first place. It's pretty stellar.
It's not an easy feat to be able to get through. If you're wondering why the karts are stopped at the moment, just as a part of procedures here, we have to do lights tests with all drivers. Exactly the same as if you guys decided you wanted to come down and visit your local TeamSport track, which I do implore you to do. We do have some fantastic venues across the country, including our newly refurbed Eastleigh site. For anyone who hasn't seen it, go onto our socials, go down to the circuit. It looks absolutely fantastic. And hopefully we'll be rolling quite a lot of more circuits out like that. We do have one of the Eastleigh karts here as well. It's going to be playing the part of our pace kart. It's beautiful blue and orange livery. But we also have people tuning in from various circuits. So we have Chris Love watching down in Bristol. Hello, Bristol team. Hopefully you guys are going to have a good run. You have Ben Hunt is going to be flying the flag for you over the course of today. And he is currently out on track at the moment in kart number 30. So Ben Hunt is flying the flag for Bristol, and I believe it was 31 sites we've got represented this year. So 31 of the 35. Sadly, no drivers over from Mönchengladbach, who are one of our German sites at the moment. We now have 2 tracks over in Germany. Fantastic to see us going over there. Are we going to see a German version of the circuit, a version of this championship? Are we going to bring some international drivers over, maybe something to look at for the future?
Yeah, we could run the DIKC, but it's a bit early for those kind of jokes at the moment. Right, we've got Chris Love on the chat, who says he's listening. He listed for a place that's so posh, right? It's got a triple-barreled name. So yeah, Chris,
Western Supermare.
Western Supermare. Now I can take the mick out of Western Supermare because I lived there myself for 10 years in Western. So just a big shout out to everybody there in Western Supermare. Make sure you go down to Nick's Bar and have a pint tonight, I would say, and enjoy the fireworks off the pier. So just a big shout out. I love to see Western Supermare pop up on the old live stream. We've got Darren Pauly, who said TeamSport Farnborough showing it live. Well done, everybody. Big shout out to TeamSport Farnborough, to Darren and the team down there. It's going to be pretty intense. Let's have a quick look at what's going on track, though.
Thinking about intense, look at those lap times already. So we've had the first set of flying laps pop through for these drivers, and the benchmark currently being set by Rory Hamilton. He's on a 107.634. Ben Hunt from Bristol in kart 30, he's on a 107.672, and Ed Davies-Jones is on a 107.681. That is 3 drivers within half a tenth on these first flying laps. Then you've got vice champion from last year, Ilya Veliko in P4. Then Luka Batuev in P5, Jacob Milcharski in P6. Theo Thomas, again, one of the young drivers in this category, only turned 9 in October. Again, another driver right at the start of his karting career. Theo Thomas in P7, Joe Mills P8, Zachary Price-Williams in P9. Jacob Parkin currently completes the field in P10. But half a tenth separating the top 3. We thought the last one was close. This one's even closer.
We've got Sahib saying, I'll be cheering on the Reading team, though, and a big heart out there. We've also, I think, been spammed as well on the live stream. There is a dating site that's come up. Not quite what BIKC is all about, but hey, we aim to please, if I'll be absolutely honest. But let's go back to the racing. We've got Rory Hamilton. Great name. That is a great motor racing name, isn't it? If you're not going to do well called Rory Hamilton, then you just, give up. Rory Hamilton is out there, and he is the fastest driver at the moment on a 107.644. We've got Edward Davies-Jones, who is, get this, 0.004 behind. That's less than a blink of an eye. We've got Ben Hunt, who is 0.037. Joe Mills, 0.023. We've got Luca, who's 0.331. And we've got Ilya, who's 0.398. So we've got 6 drivers there that are at the moment, and we're not at the start of this practice quali. We're a little bit into it. We're about a third into it, and we've got 4 drivers that are separate, 6 drivers that are separated by less than 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how close these are. Like I said, the previous session was close. This one's even better as we take a look at Ben Hunt, who's flying through the top section of the track. It's very deep, very good lines you can see through there, through the top section of the circuit. Goes past Michael Schumacher. Nice tight line towards the apex on the top. He's down towards the bottom hairpin. It's quite a tricky one to get right. If you take a bit of an offline through there, the kart will just bounce and lose grip and you slow right down. But now Ben is going to fly down past the Monster Energy Bridge, down the pit straight, as we now see Zachary Price-Williams has managed to get himself up into P2. Still not been able to best the benchmark set by Rory Hamilton. We're watching Ben Hunt in the 30. Let's see if he's able to get through the last couple of corners nice and cleanly. It's a very good line through that final hairpin. He's just got the S's to navigate before he heads under the Monster Energy Bridge and over the start line. Let's see where this can put Ben. Is it improving? Yes, it is. So Ben moves up into P3 at the expense of Edward Davies-Jones, who's now into P4, but Rory Hamilton moving that benchmark for pole position a little bit further away, just getting to the point now of holding the field at arm's length on a 107.3.
Let's see if we can focus on kart 32, Rory Hamilton. See, the great thing about this, right, is that in Formula One, right, they just have to put up with what happens on screen. But we have the power, ladies and gentlemen. We can go kart 32, Rory Hamilton, and as if by magic, there's a crew working, literally smoke coming out their ears in the back, who will find kart 32, and they will plonk kart 32, which is Rory Hamilton, on screen. Rory Hamilton is the fastest driver so far. And very slow lap time last lap. He did it's 107 is quickest, but a 121.2.
And as if by magic, Rory Hamilton is now on our screen.
Look,
I have a feeling by the end of the day, the guys in the gallery are going to be getting quite sick of us saying different kart numbers to try and talk about. But Rory Hamilton just had a bit of a slower lap, so maybe on a bit of a recuperation lap. Before he gets himself ready for what looks to me like could be another push lap that he's on right now. So he's on the top section of the circuit. Again, good line through that hairpin for driver number 32 as he heads down the ramp and towards that bridge. Very, very nice, clean line through that top section of the circuit, and he's just got the back end of the track to navigate at the moment. So Hamilton's still on pole. That's not something we get used to hearing this season. It's definitely something from last year, but Hamilton for a pole position, that's not going to be something we normally hear. However, let's see if Rory Hamilton can change that fact, and let's see if we can get a pole position for Hamilton as he comes over the line. 107.3 was the benchmark. It's a 3.27 that he's done over that lap time. So not only is he fast, he is consistent as well, with 2 laps within 0.003 of a second. That alone is a skill to be able to pump in times that consistently and that close to each other, especially when you're out towards the front of the field.
Now we've got a Hamilton. We don't have a Verstappen racing, but we do have we do have one of our team here who's been nicknamed Max Koskappen.
Yeah, so he's
Who is, at the moment-
his cameraman brother.
And he'd be called that because he's the one that came up with that, and we like it. So
we
he's
do
got that
love
nickname.
fun race. We do love fun race names here at TeamSport, which you can change by downloading the app if you ever decide that you
Ben
want to come race
Hunt
with us.
has gone fastest, 0.168. He's come pretty much, I would say, from nowhere. Rory Hamilton second, Zachary in third, Joe Mills now in fourth, Edward Davis-Jones in fifth, and Luca is in sixth place. We've got
Edward
Ilya
Davis
in
Jones
seventh.
in second. He's just come up from nowhere there. He's gone up from P5 and has just pulled a couple of tenths out of his back pocket and is now within 8 thousandths of the driver that is currently on pole. Rory Hamilton's not able to improve on that lap round, so he's still in third place. Zachary Price-Williams is in the 107.4s. He's in P4. Joe Mills in P5. Luka Batuev in P6. Ilya Veliko's now slipped down to P7. He's got, there's Jakub Milcharski. We're about to mention
First
there.
crash.
He's on the outside of the barrier there. Not sure what's
First
going to
crash.
happen there. But the 35 requiring assistance from one of our lads, Kieran.
There's Kieran.
Yeah, so Kieran just getting him pointing in the right direction again. The guys will be taking a look at what manner of thing occurred there and getting Jacko back on his way. But he's going to have to try and find a little bit of time here. A 108.074 is currently good enough for 8th place. And this is the first yellow during a session of BIKC. Hopefully something we don't have to see for a lot of the races. But the drivers slow right down. And as soon as they're happy, they like to go back to green, and we will get back going with this qualifying session. While we've got the small pause, the running order at the moment is Ben Hunt, Edward Davis-Jones, Rory Hamilton, Zachary Price-Williams, Joe Mills, Luka Batuev, Ilya Veliko, Jakub Milcharski, Theo Thomas, Jacob Parkin, as we go back to green.
Fantastic stuff. So that was kind of the midsection, because that would have just slowed everybody down. The tyres would have just cooled down a little bit. So this is almost like a part two here for the last 4.5 minutes. So each driver's got about 4 laps there to make it count. And once again, we've seen a little bit of this in the first practice, but lots of drivers racing each other, this is all about strategy.
Yes, that's
And
Zachary
race each other
Price-Williams
is
we're looking
really,
at
at the moment, number 27 is just slowing up. Kart number 32, that
So
is
Zachary
Rory Hamilton.
Price-Williams and Rory Hamilton. The irony that Zachary there has Monster Energy branding all over his helmet, and you've got the Hamilton name chasing him down. I think that might be Ilya Veliko just behind him, but these guys are already starting to have a little bit of a fight. The smart money here would be to see if they could maybe try and draft each other and try and pull a little bit of time out of each other's pockets. There's about 3 tenths separating them, and they're currently 3rd and 4th. The other way round, they are on track, but Rory's going to either want to try and clear Zachary. Oh, back on the yellows here.
once again.
So something else has gone on. Looks like it might be towards the tunnel section of the circuit. I believe you can see marshals going that way. Now, the smart move here would be for Rory to try and back off as much as you can to build a bit of a gap. So when we go straight back to green, which it looks like we may be getting under now. Yeah, so back at the green flag running.
And contact there. Slight contact between those two drivers.
They're quite literally
And
pushing each
32
other.
really
Move
wants
to
to
the
go through.
inside.
They're driving this as if they're racing it.
Yeah, and you've got 37 just behind them. That's Ilya Veliko. So there's 3 drivers nose to tail already. Someone really, Veliko's got through. Hamilton's backed out of that one by the looks of it, so he looks like he may be trying to find himself a little bit of space.
And Ben Hunt will be loving this, because Ben Hunt has got the fastest lap time at the moment on 0.085 over Edward James Jones. So at the moment, with just a couple with, less than 3 minutes to go, which is about 2 more fastest laps after this one. The kart 27 bobbling a bit on the exit of that corner, really throwing the karts around here, the cadets are now. The tyres are up to optimum temperature, and now they spread out. Now 27, Zachary has got a nice clear track. You just need a bit of a gap. You don't need to be absolutely on the back of the driver in front. And we're focusing on 27. That is Zachary. He's 4th at the moment, 0.3 away. But let's see if we can focus on the fastest driver so far. Kart number 30, Ben Hunt. We've got another crash.
there's another one there.
31.
That's
That
the
is
31 of Jacob Parkin. So Jacob
Crashed.
Parkin finding our mate Barry R down at the bottom section of the circuit. I believe at Century Sim Corner he's found the wall at. So not sure if he's done that on himself, done that himself, or had a small amount of assistance there. I'd say the hands up probably says that he may have been assisted down that section of the circuit. But the yellow's out again. That's the 3rd yellow in this 15-minute qualifying session. There's only about 1:30 left to go, so as soon as we go green, I have a feeling we may see one last gas for pole. We were saying that this qualifying session is close to Formula 1. Right now, we're in a Q3 moment. Time is running out, and these drivers are probably only going to get one more flying lap. With the lights go back under green, just see Ben Hunt taking a nice wide line, trying to find himself a little bit of space. Really is like qualifying in Monza here. All the drivers are trying to back themselves into space, find a little bit of clear air, and now he's going to put his foot down as they head towards the line, go over the start-finish and start what I believe, looking at the clock, is going to be his final lap in qualifying. So Ben Hunt, we're looking at here, current pole sitter in the 30. He's going to want to try and see if he can improve on that benchmark of a 1:07.1. Remember, it's the top guys in the previous session were down in the 1:06s, so there is a couple of attempts that can be found on this circuit. It looks like Ben has taken a very good line through the top section of the circuit, halfway up the ramp to try and get off it as quickly as possible. Missed the first apex, hit the second one. There's only one real line through this top section of the circuit, past Michael Schumacher, down the ramp into the hairpin. Again, that's a nice line, not too much of a bounce through that section. Double left-hander as they head down the ramp. You look at the timing screen, see if anyone can improve. You can just see Zachary's got his head down, trying to find those last couple of tenths. And now we spot the 33. That is Edward Davies-Jones. That is the second place driver. But Ben Hunt heading through the first corner. It's going to be Zachary, then Ben, then Edward over the line here. So let's see what the times are as the checker flag comes out. The last drivers complete their laps. Let's see if there are any improvements. I don't think there is at the moment from what I can see. So Ben Hunt, all over the line, a 1:07.4. He's not been able to improve. Let's see if anyone else can. A 7.3 for Ed. He stays in second place. Let's see if anyone else has anything left on circuit. A 7.8 there for Zachary Price-Williams, so he's not been able to improve on that lap. As drivers now just file through for the final time. Looked like a 12.3 last time over the line for Joe Mills, so he's going to stay in fifth place. And it looks to me like everyone has completed laps. Ben Hunt is your pole sitter for group number 2. There he is. That Dayglow yellow helmet will be leading the drivers away in the first heat for group number 2. So the second heat that we're going to see today.
I can't help thinking, Tom, there's a little bit of poor strategy going on in that last quali. As Ben Hunt kind of stayed away from everybody, he was able to just put in lap after lap after lap, and that's why that he finishes at the top, whereas a lot of other drivers out there ended up racing each other, even ended up at one point making contact with each other. And in a qualifying session, all you want is that lap time. The only thing that matters is that lap time, and that lap time will serve you well for the rest of the event. So that was the end of quali number 2. Let's go to the live chat. There's a lot of shout outs, a lot of love coming on here. We've got Ethan who's got shouting out to Basildon, and also Ilya. So Jazz, brilliant commentary from much love for Liverpool, thank you very much. We've got Mark Wells saying go Edward DJ Team Dunstable, a lot of love for Dunstable. We've got, get this, Dante Dillon has got on there. Now we'll be seeing Dante tomorrow, I believe.
Double BIKC champion.
He's kind of BIKC royalty is what I would say. With his track record in this competition, it's like, thank you for tuning in. And he says, go Rory. And so Lisa B says, good luck for everyone from Basildon. A lot of love in the room for Basildon. Really, really is. We've got Sam Donald. Good luck to Ebony Racing from Cambuslang today. Yeah, we have loads of drivers racing from Scotland.
Yeah, it's a very well-supported track, Cambuslang, in terms of drivers that have got through. Interestingly, 3 of the tracks we've name-dropped there, Basildon, Dunstable and Cambuslang, are 3 of the best-supported circuits over the course of the Nationals. So Basildon and Dunstable tied on 9 drivers apiece. Cambuslang and Sheffield tied on 8 drivers apiece, and like I say, 31 sites have at least one driver entered, with quite a lot of them having 3 or more. Even the other 2 Scottish tracks, Dundee and Clydebank. Dundee with 4 and Clydebank with 3. As the drivers now get ready to take to their karts for the third and final qualifying session.
Now, hang on, Tom, right? We're getting a bit technical on the live stream now. It's just Bradley Philpott, who also we'll be seeing later on in the weekend.
A driver with a very good racing resume, Brad Philpott.
Really good point. Interesting to see how the cadets use short lines, because the extra distance of a full racing line would be wasteful in these less powerful karts. You are absolutely right, Brad.
We notice when drivers come down here testing from other circuits that their lines are quite different, and we do have we do have here videos of older lap records around here to show drivers where they need to be put in the karts. And you find that taking a tighter line, despite it being counterintuitive from a racing point of view, because these karts are smaller and this track is so wide compared to a normal indoor circuit, the lines of a cadet are very, very different.
Absolutely.
What that does mean is when cadets from Warrington normally take the step up to juniors, it takes them a little bit longer to try and adapt to the lines, because they've effectively got to go from running a tighter line to being able to run what we'd consider a traditional karting line. But you do find that they do pick it up relatively quickly, and quite a lot of our juniors already running very, very, very competitive times as drivers head out onto circuit for the third and final of these 15-minute qualifying sessions. And yeah, we get ready to see where the final grid's going to lie for heat number 3 today.
Indeed, this is fascinating stuff at the present moment in time. I would also add just how the standard has increased this year. We actually, the winner of last year's whole competition did not make it through the qualifying rounds.
Yeah, it's the same for both cadets and juniors. So Jacob Lamas, he is here today supporting the cadets and seeing who the worthy recipient of his title is going to be. And he's also had a decent run in TKZ, as we alluded to earlier, finishing their season in 5th. That is going to be the prize that these young drivers will take away, a full season in the TKZ Summer Championship.
What a prize.
That is it's a very, very big prize.
This is not like a test session or experience
no, it's
something,
a full season
or
of racing.
A day with an F1 team. This is a season of racing.
Yeah. Quite a lot, a few of our local drivers, they went to a test day at Hooton Park, and I only heard praise from the drivers coming back of how much fun the karts were, how fast the karts were. Bear in mind, Total Karting Zero, the Zero is the zero emissions. They are electric karts, so it is a bit of a different driving experience compared to what most drivers are used to. But for the setup they've got there, I've only heard praise from those who've driven the karts and had a good laugh with them. But it's not just the champion who's going to be going racing with Total Karting Zero. Second place is going to get an entry into their winter series. Off the top of my head, that's normally about 3 or 4 rounds, so that's a good amount of racing. And third place will get an entry into a single round of Total Karting Zero. So no matter where you finish inside the top 3, you will be able to bolt yourself into a fully fledged race car with the engineering mind of Rob Smedley sat behind it.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, we've got Rob Smedley, who obviously runs for Total Karting, which means that these cadets, when they do move on to these seasons of racing, they've got the right backing, they've got the right people that are looking at them, coaching them, advising them, in order so hopefully that they can make further steps beyond Total Karting and maybe even, goodness me, actually have a career in motorsport. Stranger things have happened.
Yes, stranger things have happened. Thinking about moving further on into motorsport, looking, obviously I like to do my research on drivers, find out what I can about them. Quite a few of the juniors that we'll see, a couple of the juniors we'll see later on have been doing various different things. But junior champion Charlie Ratford not long ago was out in Italy racing in the Easy Kart World Finals thanks to racing with Daniel Ricciardo Series, a prize that he initially won in the first year of BIKC. He went out, has been racing in the DRS Series over the last couple of years. He went out to Italy and finished 7th overall in the World Finals for the category against drivers from all over the world. So if that's not a good indicator of not only the calibre of Charlie, but also the calibre of the field that we've got this year, who've been able to beat a driver like that already, I think that says a lot for some of the young lads and lasses that we've got out there today. But the first set of flying laps coming over the line right now. Currently the benchmark sits at a 107.969. We do expect that lap time to fall a little bit further, but Daniel Clancy is the driver who currently has pole position. Carter Skip Clarkson, I'm going to trip over that name a couple of times today. He's about 2/10 further back. Then Samadi Daliwal is there in 3rd place, and then Abdul Rahman Sheikh is there in 4th place. Again, another driver who's done a lot of racing around here, and you just see the smart move there. Drivers letting them through. So that's Carter and Skip Clarkson we're looking at the moment in 29. Quite a distinctive helmet there with the bright orange on the back of it. Again, it's a very nice line he's taking through there. A driver who has done quite a lot of time around here. in the last couple of weeks. Heads down the middle section of the ramp. He's going to be going through under the Monster Energy Bridge. Just tucks his head under the steering wheel to try and get those last couple of tenths, which, as we've already seen, tenths and hundredths really do matter over the course of this race. Good line down the main straight, just effectively running to the left-hand side of those grid slots. Nice clip of the apex there as we go into the final hairpin. Let's see what this time is going to be. The benchmark is already down to 107.774. Let's see what Carter can manage. He comes over the line. It's a 7.8, so he stays in second place, but it's going to be a tenth off Daniel Clancy, who's been over the line, and he's gone into the 107.7s. Looking at Samardeep, he's down. He's still in third place, not been able to improve so far. Then Abdul Rahman in P4. James Vought's moved up into P5. He's on a 108.5 exactly, so 108.5 seconds with 6 thousandths in hand over Ollie Peters, who's there in P6. Cadet lap record holder for BIKC, Riley Riemann, is there in P7. He's on a 109.359, so he's got a little bit of time to find. Then Matthew Prinku Wright and Stephen Harvey Jr. compete the 9 drivers that are in this one, so 29 drivers total that we're going to see over the course of the next few hours, all fighting out for that fantastic prize that we alluded to earlier.
Okay, let's change drivers. Let's go. James Vout has just gone top of the leaderboard with a 107.489. That's kart 33. Can we pick up with kart 33?
That's a very quick time for James Vout there.
Pick up with kart 33. And but that
Say
is a
and you shall
fabulous
receive,
lap
Russ.
time.
Say and you shall receive. See James is looking over his shoulder there to try and make sure he is clear as he heads up onto the top section of the mares. Kart 33, very distinctive Dayglow yellow helmet for James there. We did see throughout the course of the locals, his dad Tom was also involved in BIKC. And that's one thing you will notice over the course of the next couple of days. BIKC not only is for young drivers, it's also a bit of a family affair. The fact that we've got various weight classes, it means drivers from 8 to 88 can get involved in this one. And we do have some families that are qualified in the course of proceedings today. We'll see, I believe it's Callum Eve later on today in the junior category. Then we'll see his brother Kieran Eve competing in lightweights first thing tomorrow morning. And then you've got Harrison and Jason Kirkham, dad and lad, who are both competing in the races tomorrow. But James goes over the line. He goes even faster there, a 107.347. That benchmark is starting to come down a little bit more. Daniel Clancy's in P2. Abdul Rahman Sheikh is there in P3 on a 7.8. So that's the top 4 drivers, with Carter and Skip Clarkson now in the 7s as well. He's about half a second off. Comes over the line, goes a 107.880 to complete the top 4.
And the key here is, right, driver number 33, James Vout, barely moving the steering wheel. As he goes around the track, he is so smooth. He is so slick. That is why he's in the below 107s. Absolutely brilliant. And at the moment, he's almost 3 tenths faster than Daniel Clancy in second. And 3 tenths around here, the other drivers really have to find some speed from somewhere, because already in this early stages, James Vout absolutely taking this qualifying session by the scruff of its neck and really performing. But look at the steering wheel. You get very, very tiny movements, absolutely clipping every single apex.
And he's just
totally on it.
And he has just put himself in a completely different postcode to the rest of the field at the moment. James Vout, 106.
And we saw it, Tom.
3.6. He went over the line there. He's currently got, get this, 8 tenths over the rest of the field here. We've seen thousandths of a second separating drivers so far. Right now, this is a completely different continent that James is on in terms of karting. Daniel Clancy is going to be coming over the line shortly to see if he can try and improve. Looks like he may have been having a little bit of a rest recuperation lap on a 13.9 last time over the line. 31 Abdul Rahman there in third place. He's just gone over the line on a 107.7. So that is a personal best there. However, James Vout, that is a blistering lap time he's just produced through there, and it looks like he's on yet another push lap again. You can just see him looking over his shoulder there to try and see if he has anything behind him. I don't think he really needs to worry about that if he's pumping lap times out like this. So 6.8 is currently the best that he's managed so far. He comes over the line this time. Can he go any quicker? Yes, he can. A 6.7. And I think that's getting towards the point of being quicker than what we've seen in the first qualifying session. Second one didn't quite get into the 6s, but the first one, definitely did. I will need to go back and double check my results in a moment, but he's still about 7 tenths off the cadet lap record, which is held by Riley Riemann of a 106.0 from last year's finals. Riley currently sat in P7, ahead of Stephen Harvey Jr. and Matty Prinkley-Wright, but a lot of work to be done for these young drivers to try and catch up to James Vout, who is quite literally in a different league right now.
And flies past the back marker. I was interested to see what he was going to do
that
there.
was Matty Prinkley-Wright who's just come past there.
Matty literally, and for Matty, it's probably good to let him go because you really might learn a few techniques. If you can follow him for a few corners, and 33, James Vout looking behind him there just to see exactly where Matty was, but Matty is already a couple of seconds behind. And what I like about James Vout, look, there's no missing him on track, is there? You can't look at the track and think, where's James? He's got absolutely fluorescent helmet, he's got fluorescent strips on his race suit. Very easy for us to pick him out, Tom.
Yeah.
So hats off to him is what I would say. And he's racing kart 33 at the moment. That's done a lot of winning this year.
Yeah, number 33 is a pretty fast number in racing terms, but you could just see the difference in line when James overtook Matty there. Matty taking a very... Oh, was the kart spun there under the bottom of the bridge. We'll try and get an ID on that one. I'm not 100% sure
under yellows.
who that is. We're back under yellow flag conditions, just after the start-finish line, that one. That is a very strange place to go off there, so I would assume that he will have had a small amount of assistance there. If that is the case, then our marshals and VAR officials will be taking a look at it, because we have the technology.
I can't believe we haven't mentioned VAR.
I know, we've got a whole 40 minutes and not mentioned it. But that was Samardi Daliwal that was there in the 27. He found our man Barry R towards the start of the lap. And I believe we're now back under green flag racing. So these drivers, again, now just have to wind these karts back up for the final 4 minutes. It's like Q3 all over again. We're in a final shootout for pole position now.
Fantastic stuff. So 33, James Vout, is 0.8 seconds ahead at the moment, but the battle then for second, third and fourth is really tight. We've got Daniel Clancy, who has gone around 1.07.6. We've got Abder on a 108.0, and we got Carter there on a 108.1. And on the group chat, there's a lot of people wanting inside information. Any inside information on the rebuild of Preston? Preston is being rebuilt at the moment.
Yeah,
it's odd we would talk about this on bonfire night, if I'd be absolutely honest,
man.
Tom. But will it be electric? Yes, it will be electric karts. And as well as this, the latest electric karts, I drove them down in Brighton a few weeks ago, and they are absolutely awesome. They actually have a push to pass button, effectively like a DRS button.
It's a 4-second boost that you can use over the course of a lap.
And
we have one of those karts here, so I may need to try and find my way into it later on.
And you really notice the difference. It is, and then it becomes very strategical, because where do you press that button? Because you can only use it once per lap. So that's all for Preston for the moment. I'm sure I might allude to some more tracks as we go through the weekend.
Yeah,
but
I can't wait for Preston to come
is
back.
Probably talking February, March next year, and it will be back, and it will be absolutely awesome.
Yeah, I really can't wait to see Preston back. That layout was absolutely fantastic, and one of my favourite parts is when you come down down the ramp onto the bottom section into the left-hander. When you start to lose grip, you could just get the kart turned in. It was a real test of skill. So maybe we'll see some skillful drivers coming out of Preston towards the end of the year. However, we do have some very, very skillful drivers out on track at the moment as we get towards the back end of qualifying. It's about 2 laps left in it for these young drivers, as we just see 31 Abdulrahman Sheikh is there in 31 to 26. That is Stephen Harvey Jr. He's currently in P8 at the moment, as these drivers now start taking their final couple of laps. You just see that Abdul's going to be want to try and get past Stephen here if he can as quickly as possible. Last thing you want to do in a qualifying session is start fighting. Save that for the Heat boys as they head down to the Monster Energy Bridge. Just see the difference in lines between the two of them. Abdul's got a very smooth and consistent line versus Stephen's moving around in the corner. He's trying to turn it in a couple of times. So smooth is fast here around this sort of circuit. You can see these drivers are already starting to fight, and we'll see if
more
this
racing.
Push. Yeah, we'll see if this push can maybe start to get Stephen a little bit further up the order. He's P8 at the moment, comes over the line. His best is a 9.8. He comes over the line. That looked like a 9.4, so that was a small improvement there for Stephen Harvey Jr. He's just now ahead of Matty Prinkley-Wright and Riley Riemann just in front of him. Abdul Rahman there still in P4 as these drivers now are going on to their final laps.
But you just think if Abdul could get by,
you can clearly see he's being held up right now.
Much faster.
You can quite
really
clearly
costing
see
him potentially getting into a top 3 spot here. Don't think he's going to get as fast as James Vout, who is absolutely in a league of his own in this particular quali, but could easily go up a couple of places. These are important times. And we are in the last lap. This is most likely to be the final lap of this qualifying session. And car number 31, eventually he's still not going to go through.
It almost looked like he was trying to let him go, but didn't quite have the space. The checker flag comes out. So these drivers now are going to be heading over the line for the final time. 35, that's Matti Prinku Wright. Can he improve on his final lap? He's not able to this time, as these drivers now start filing through. That 2-kart fight. It's now becoming a 3-kart fight, as Stephen Harvey Jr. looking to use the power of a couple of these Biz Evo 3s as they come over the line. It's not an improvement there, a 10-0 for him. So it looks like James Vout with that blistering time of 106.753. I believe that is the quickest time we've seen in qualifying. I will need to go double check my facts in a moment. Daniel Clancy in P2, 8/10 behind. Carter Inskip Clarkson is just about half a tenth behind him on a 7.6 as well. Abdul Rahman Sheikh in P4 on a 7.7. And then Samardeep Dhaliwal completes your top 5 there on a 7.8. So your top 5 drivers in the 1 minute 7 second mark. However, now we're about to get down to the fun part, because that was qualifying. Now we're going racing.
Yeah, it's fabulous stuff. That was exciting stuff as it is. But it all goes up a level. We're going to look back on the group chat. Let me have a look. So yeah, a lot of talk still about Preston. Perhaps I shouldn't have talked so much about Preston so soon. But it's for layout changing, says Bytecast Rach. If you want, Rach, if you design us a layout, we'll do it. Okay? So send it in, whatever you want, not a problem. Where are we? So in fact, I was going to say that the layout is not going to be changed, but it will be in its international state permanently, I believe. So the international track in Preston
I'm very happy about that.
Absolutely, it is awesome, isn't it?
It's fantastic. That layout where you come from the bottom section, it's like a helter-skelter but in reverse. You do a full 360 as you head up the top section.
I'd love to do BIKC finals at Preston. I know it's not quite set up with all the stuff that we've got here, but the track itself is legendary.
I think we could probably find a way of squeaking it into a regional somewhere. We'll get it a regional there, but we'll keep the nationals for the racetrack, I'd say. But there's a lot of support coming through, and a lot of drivers that are racing tomorrow, by the looks of it, trying to see what the score is at the moment. We've got Ben Sproat sat in chat. Ben Sproat last year would have been racing today in the junior category. He's making his step up into the lightweights for 2022. Another driver who made the step up and hasn't been able to get through. He alluded to the fact that Charlie Ratford didn't get through. Another driver, his sparring partner from last year, Matthew Bolton, moved up into the lightweight category. He didn't get through either. Wow. So there's a lot of quality drivers that haven't made it back through. And like I said, this field can be measured not only just by the quality of the drivers we've got here, but by those that are absent from it for various different reasons. It just means that I'm quite looking forward to all the racing, which we are getting ready to go for now. So for those who haven't maybe seen BIKC before, first off, where have you been? Why haven't you been watching BIKC before? Because you've missed 2 years of absolutely amazing racing. But all the starts here are going to be rolling starts. For the cadets, it'll be single file. You can just see one kart that looks a little bit different to the others, just sat to the left-hand side of your screen. That is our fantastic pace kart. They're one of the beautiful ones that we have from our Eastleigh circuit, the latest spec electric.
And a shout out to Zach Bradley, who says, can we get the Cheeky Girls to do the opening of Preston? Already booked, Zach. Already booked. Not only that, they're not just doing the opening, like they're going to be doing the race directing for the first week. Okay? So in the first week, you really want to get down and get stuck into the
cheeky race, maybe.
But yeah, we'll see what we can do with the Cheeky Girls. Yeah. So here we go. We're going to start racing, and we have a grid, and it will be kart number 35, Ed Spain, who will be lead. Now this is going to be just to talk everybody through the whole start procedure. So it's absolutely I've got a really flash kart, haven't we, for a pace car. That's one of our electric karts, I believe. But here we go. We've got
the latest spec EcoVolt GTs.
It looks mean.
Like I say, I may need to try and find my way into the driving seat of that either later on today or tomorrow, because that thing looks like really good fun.
But we're going to have a single file rolling start. So what's happening is they're released onto the grid. There's going to be a little bit of movement while they just position the drivers, unless they've already done it. It looks like pretty solid, but there usually is a little bit of repositioning, I think. Yes, here we go.
The main reason for that is we run a kart rotation system, so it would be easy for us to just put the drivers in grid order and send them out for the pit lane straight away. However, to make sure that it is completely fair over the course of the competition, there is a rule stating that no driver will drive a kart twice. So the guys have a list of karts, a list of drivers, and they literally have a spreadsheet of which ones they've been in. If a driver's number pops up twice, they are given something different. The idea being that if there, let's say if there is a kart that may be a little bit further off, a little bit closer, these guys have been doing hours and hours of testing. They were in, I believe, at about half 4 or something like that this morning, getting these karts ready to make sure that they are all correct and as close as can be. But the idea being there that you will never drive the same kart twice. So if you do see a driver that's had it in qualifying, so for example James Vout, who was in 33 at the start of qualifying, he won't have that during the course of the heat. So he's already had that car, he will get something different.
Indeed.
And you can just see them starting to put the grid together. Thing about the grid, we have a grid on our screen. So
can I also say Cleo the fluffy dog, what a great name,
that's very good
just
name.
come in with, did any girls get through? No girls racing in the cadets. However, when we get to juniors, we have got Bree and we got Danny, who will be racing later on today in the junior. That's aged 12 to 15 years old. And then in the lightweights, we got Sophie. So we do have a fair number of girls racing in BIKC.
Yeah,
this year,
I think it's great
fantastic.
I think it's great to see more, especially at the local and the regional level. We also ran our annual Girls on Grid event at Reading, and from what I've seen in all the stuff that's been put out recently, it's quite a successful event. So they not only got to go racing, they also had it was also a bit of a networking event with experienced racing, first-time racers out there. They also had a bit of a warm-up session with the Naked Warrior, who's been partnered with Girls on Grid and BIKC over the course of the last couple of years.
Was she naked?
She's definitely a warrior.
Right,
Definitely a warrior. I believe she had a good crack at BIKC last year as well. Got through to regional stage, if I'm not mistaken. I possibly am. But hopefully we'll see, as the competition evolves, we'll hopefully see more girls getting themselves on the grid. Thinking about the grid, we do have the grid order up in front of us. So just to remind you, this is group number 1. So it's Ed Spain that leads them away ahead of Jude Pudfoot, Lewis Tracy, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, Lewis Prendergast, Arthur Way, Ruben Jenkins, James Devereux, Ryan Rapini and Callum Kearney are the drivers that will all be out there for this first race.
And we're almost ready, Tom. I think I can see that we got some karts all lined up.
James is up there now,
who is the clerk of the course. He takes the overall responsibility for all the decisions that are made.
Just giving a final briefing there to Ed, just reminding him to keep the pace nice and slow, stay nice and tight towards the pace cart. The way this will work is the pace cart will get towards the Dunlop Bridge. It will then accelerate away by use of its electric power, and then we'll be under starters orders and ready to go. So, thinking about ready to go, we are off and rolling for the first time in BIKC 2022. We've got a total of 6 heats before we get into the semi-finals. They should be coming up off the top of my head around about 12:40 today. So don't go anywhere. We've got some amazing action for you. It's a very, very close formation for these drivers. So it's Adam Beale who leads them away in the pace cart, aptly numbered cart number 1. It's one of the fastest carts we've got around the circuit at the moment, but they're all under starters orders and the drivers waiting to go racing for BIKC 2022. The name of the game here, guys, finish as far ahead as you can and score points to set your grid position for the semi-finals. So we get ready to go racing here. The drivers go under the bridge, the lights go green. We are racing for BIKC 2022 as the drivers now file through the top section of the bottom section of the circuit. It's all line astern at the moment, some side-by-side action under the mez, but it is currently Ed Spain who leads the way here at TeamSport Warrington. They head up onto the mez for the first time. 26 Jude Pudfoot and Lewis Tracy in 3rd place. They've got a little bit of a gap over 4th place. I think that may have been 34 Matteo Ehrenfeuchter still in 4th place. It was a bit of side-by-side action. It's 30 there in P number 5. So Arthur Way has already got himself up one position, I believe, at the expense of Lewis Prendergast from what I can see. This driver's now come under the Monster Energy Bridge for the first time. It is 35 Ed Spain that leads, 26 Jude Pudfoot, 32 Lewis Tracy. Ed is already starting to build a little bit of a gap towards the top section. Circuit towards the inside goes Lewis Tracy, but Jude chops him down, shuts the door on him. If you're gonna find a way past there, Sunshine, you're gonna have to look a little bit harder. It's not gonna be that easy for you.
No
you
doubt.
can already see that little move and that little bit of slowing up has brought Matteo Ehrenfeuchter straight back into that fight in 34.
No doubt that 26 Jude Pudfoot has got a job just to keep Lewis behind him, because Lewis has got more speed, and this is dangerous for Lewis.
Mateo's the inside, a little bit of a touch there,
lots of contact.
Bit of a touch from the back as well with the 30. I think that's half away getting into the back. That was all started by Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, just showing a nose to Lewis Tracy, and Lewis just taking his line and shutting the door on him. But these now 5-6 drivers are all no scale, because it's brought Lewis Prendergast and Ruben Jenkins straight back into this fight. What it has done is it's given Ed Spain a massive amount of breathing room. So what he's got to do now is just keep his head clean and just file through the circuit. You can see the gap he's got already. It was 1.3 over the line that time. Over the previous time, I have a feeling it may be a little bit bigger.
Now, Ed Spain is in the lead. We need to focus on what is going on behind, because Jude is very defensive. Everybody is falling over the back of themselves to get through. Now, this is really risky stuff for Lewis, because Lewis originally had the speed. He's got to do something about Jude straight away. He's got to get past this driver, because otherwise he's at severe risk that Matteo or Arthur are going to go through and take that position. Now, we saw lots of contact on the last lap here on this part of the circuit where it all gets tight, it all gets twisty. And number 32 there, Lewis
30
right
to the inside.
to the back
Arthur
bumper.
Way's got through. He's made a little bit of contact with Ehrenfeuchter. I think that allowed Prendergast to take both of them there. So they come down. Ehrenfeuchter still on the inside. Maybe a small tap from the pair of them there. They're 2 by 2 up the bridge, but that has now given Pudfoot and Tracy a little bit of breathing room themselves. You've seen already how quickly these gaps can change. Last time those drivers went through there, they were all absolutely nose to tail. That was the top 7. That was 6 of the top 7 that were all together. And now they're coming down the ramp, and they've got miles of breathing room between each other. That is how big a small touch around here can be, and how big of a difference it can make.
He's got to try it here.
Tracy's looking really racy here. He really doesn't want to be sat behind Jude any longer than he has to be.
He is making minor contact with number 26. He's doing everything he can to put him off. He's got a slightly different line. He's going to try tucking into the inside, but no, still number 32, Lewis Tracy, cannot get past. And once again, we go into the twisty section that's been recently resurfaced even in the last few days. And let's see what's going to happen here. So 26 again, very, very defensive. 32, Lewis, absolutely ahead, but behind him, 34 is looking. That's Matteo and Lewis are right there. Lewis Pendergrass. We've got two Lewis Tracy and Lewis Pendergrass in 3rd and 5th position.
Ruben Jenkins
and
the inside.
All Jude's doing is just looking behind him.
Yeah, Ruben Jenkins looked like he was going to try go down the inside of Prendergast up the ramp. He's not been able to make that stick at the moment. Arthur Way's been the big loser in that one. He was fighting up in 5th place. He's now on the back of that pack, and you can just start to see that these drivers are starting to pull the likes of James Devereaux, Ryan Rapini and Callum Kearney back into this fight. They're losing about 2 or 3 seconds a lap to Ed Spain, who's out in front, and it's just pulling those back 3. You can just see them in the back of picture now. They're pulling them straight back on. Tracy's now lost the position at 2.
34's
so 34 on 32.
Matteo.
And now Prendergast goes down the inside as
Here
well.
we go,
Tracy's
33
been
on the inside.
mugged there. So in the space
Ruben
of 2 and 3.
Jenkins flying
past.
Oh,
Here we go. Over the line.
It's all gone wrong. It's going to be yellows. It might even be a red.
Yeah, we've seen before that that there's only really one line through that section of the circuit. Call back to 2020, the cadets between Mason Chahal and Vito Vokes. There was quite a sizable instance over the line there, and it looked like a case of 2 into 1 didn't quite go. So we're under yellow flag conditions, and that is the 33 of Ruben Jenkins,
who was doing so well. He had a great move there, a few corners back. He was ultimately, in that instant, the loser, because now he's fallen back. He's a long way behind. And Ed Spain, where all this is happening, he's got a lead of 6.8 seconds. He is so far in the lead. All he has to do is just keep it on track and he's going to go through with a very, very respectable win at the end of the first heat. He's just got a little shot there, James Hislop. He's making some calls there, and we are racing once again, are we?
We're back to green flag racing here, and Jude is going to remain firm in his defence, but you've got to really feel for Ruben in the 33. That's something we may have to take a look back at later. We do have the technology for that. We'll allude to that later on. But Lewis Tracy's immediately getting back on the offensive with Lewis Prendergast right behind him,
and
just
still
in front
more
of him.
contact
Arthur
through that section.
Arthur Way's now up into 4th place. He's really profited out of all of that. So the current running order at the moment, fastest lap does go to Ed Spain. He's on a 107.0. That's not really surprising, given the 6.8 second gap that he has. Jude Pudfoot is putting up an amazing defence against the rest of the drivers that are sat behind him. The order they sit in as it sits at Matteo Ehrenfreund to Arthur Way, Lewis Tracy, Lewis Prendergast, James Devereaux, Ryan Rapini, Callum Kearney, as close as that as they went over the line last time. Just see they're all nose to tail. It's been alluded to in chat already. This must be the most frustrating point for Matteo Ehrenfreund of the entire competition. You've got someone in front of you that you know you're a little bit quicker than, but there is absolutely nothing you can do about it. Because every time you look to attack, you've got to start defending. So you can see Arthur Way is just sat on the rear bumper of Matteo. You can see how big of a gap that Ed Spain's got at the moment, as we are now in the closing stages of this race. I reckon they've probably got about 2 laps left to go. Way towards the outside. Is he going to be able to get the nice run? He goes for a switchback, potentially, but he's not able to get the pace on Matteo as they go over the line. Let's see what the gap at the front is. 8.5 seconds. That's not a small gap. That is a massive gap. You're going to be measuring that gap with a calendar if it gets any further away.
Can I just say that the drive that Jude is putting in, he doesn't seem to have the pace, but boy, we are seeing a masterclass of defensive driving, because everybody behind has got the pace. They're all falling
Tracy's
over
back
themselves.
through. Tracy's got back through. Lewis Prendergast also got through on Matteo Ehrenfreund. It was just out of the corner of the shot, but it looked like Tracy went straight down the inside, so that may be something that the stewards need to take a look at with the use of our beautiful VAR technology. We have a very good shot of that part of the circuit. You can quite clearly see everything that goes on through there, but what that has done is given the drivers in front a little bit of breathing room. So,
and look at 26 Jude looking right behind him. Yeah, they're all still there, Jude. They're all still there once again. And look at the tight line. And because these cadet karts, they will hit a limit. And when they hit their limit, that is it. They won't go any faster. And their contact there for number 30, Arthur Way. Little bit of a push there, saying, I want to come through. This is surely going to be the final lap of the race, and he's pointing.
You can just see
pointing
Lewis
behind.
He's tapping his helmet. He's there like, come on, let's work together. Let's try and pull this gap back. You'll see in karting every now and again, you will start to form temporary alliances. But now Matteo has had his shot at trying to get through. Lewis Prendergast looks down the inside of Lewis Tracy. He's not quite able to make that move stick. I was just saying there that Matteo Ehrenfreund has already had a crack at the back of Jude Pudfoot. Now it's Arthur Way's turn to see if he can get anything done on what I believe is going to be the final lap of this race. It may have squeezed just one more in. Looking at the clock, but it's through the top section of the circuit. Ed Spain, 10 seconds is the gap at the moment. He's absolutely dominated this race. He's there at the top section of
Look at
the circuit.
That's
not
the
even
biggest
funny.
gap I think I've ever seen in a BIKC race.
That's getting there if it isn't. But you can just see Jude has put a fantastic drive through there as the checker flag flies the background.
Can he hold on? Jude's got a few corners to hold on to what would be an absolutely brilliant second place, and they're queuing up to go past him, but they're not going to do it. And number 26, Jude, goes through. Jude Pudfoot goes through, and he punches the air. That is a great second place.
You can see what that means to these young drivers. That is a fantastic performance from Jude Pudfoot. He literally held about 8 drivers at arm's length, and at times it looked like they may have just had the best of him, but it proves that even if you don't have to be the fastest driver out on circuit, you've just got to make sure you're putting the kart in exactly the right place every single lap. You can see how happy he is with that one. I would be, and still managed a 1:08.4, but 11 seconds behind Ed Spain, 1:06.8. That is a blistering lap time there.
Has to be said that surely the driver who is going to be so disappointed is the driver in last place. 33, Ruben Jenkins, was absolutely up there with the top drivers, battling out for second and third, and then it all went wrong going underneath the Dunlop bridges. So very, very unfortunate, very unlucky. But Ed Spain, has to be said, it is a fantastic win, 11.8 seconds. Jude, what a brilliant display of defensive driving. Just looking at the pit lane there, we can see Sophia in the pits there, just with the Bactress. Anyway, Arthur's third, Lewis came home fourth, Lewis Pendergrass was fifth, we've got Matteo in sixth, we've got Ryan Rapini in seventh, Callum came home in eighth, James Devereaux, who we have already mentioned, James, because he is only 8 years old, ladies and gentlemen, and mixing it up and competing with the absolute finest drivers in the BIKC 2022. So let's have a little see what's happening on the group chat. A lot of talk about defensive driving, and I would concur with all the comments that are in there that defensive driving, that's racing, that is part of it. And I think he realized early on that he didn't quite have the pace the drivers behind, so he kind of switched to a plan B, and the plan B was, let's drive a brilliant defensive race. That is exactly what Jude did, and second place in the first of the heats is a brilliant result. It's an absolutely brilliant result, and it sets him up for the second heat, and really has increased his chances of moving forwards to that grand final.
Yeah, it's quite easy to forget, having watched that race and seeing how hard these drivers compete against each other, that a lot of these guys and girls are right at the start of their karting career. So, for example, let's take Lewis Tracy. He's a local lad. He's one of our drivers. He only really started racing with us in April. So he started right midpoint of this year, a couple of months before BIKC started. And as with a couple of drivers,
natural talent, that is, Tom.
As with a couple of drivers, though, I believe, off the top of my head, they were umming and ahhing about whether they gave BIKC a go this year or if they went for it next year after a little bit of testing. And I gave them the now infamous line of, "You might as well give it a go. You never know, you might surprise yourself."
That's
and
natural
now they're
talent.
here in the BIKC finals.
And mum and dad forking out a lot of money.
Yeah, so some fantastic family stories throughout the course of this, and I know for a fact that Lewis Tracy is not the only driver in that position, but it's quite easy to forget when you see how well these drivers race and how mature, I would say, their driving style is, that at most these guys will have been racing 3 or 4 years.
On the live stream, Jude is being compared to Fernando Alonso.
Yes. That was a very Alonso-esque drive in the sense of he literally knew exactly where the field were, and he held them at arm's length the entirety of it. That looked like a case of, lads, you are only coming past me if I let you past. And he really, really wanted to hold on to that second place throughout the course of that one.
Here we go. So we're just warming up for the second of the heats. It has to be said, a big shout out to all the mums and dads, because the amount of support that all these drivers have had from their mums and dads. They obviously, this is their sport, this is their hobby, but to get to this point in the championship, the amount of practice laps that they would have done in order to set themselves up to be this quick. Oh, and we've got a time penalty, so we've got the first time penalty, so we've got Liam Pendergrass has been given a 5-second penalty. Now, let me see. We can't see where that actually puts him. Unfortunately, we got lots of technology, but we haven't quite got that level of technology, because we have the heat number 2 that has arrived on our screens. So, but there is a 5-second penalty for Pendergrass. He will drop down the order. In fact, no, we do have some technology. I'm just looking at the right technology.
Yeah, so my assumption initially, we do have a race control chat that Russ is currently sat ignoring, that is probably going to allude to the reason that Lewis got that penalty. My guess is it's most likely going to be for his part in the incident we saw on stream, which resulted in Ruben Jenkins facing
also,
the wrong
Matteo,
direction.
contact 3 seconds.
So a penalty for Matteo Ehrenfreud. That is also going to be for, potentially, again, his part in that instance we saw over the line. That may be something that we need to take a look at up in the studio later on. And yes, we do have the technology for that. You can just see the drivers now filing onto the dummy grid for the second heat. So this is going to be based off the results of qualifying 2. So just to remind you, the order that these guys are going to line up. It's going to be Ben Hunt, Edward Davies-Jones, Rory Hamilton, Zachary Price-Williams, Joe Mills, Luka Batuev, Ilya Veliko, vice champion of last year, Jakub Milcharski in P8, Theo Thomas, again one of the young drivers in this category, only turned 9 a couple of weeks ago, and then Jacob Parkin is going to complete the field. Now looking through that list there, and having seen a few of these drivers tested, some of the guys towards the back end of the field here, these really do have a lot of work to do to try and get through. However, having watched Ilya Veliko from the previous iteration of BIKC, they're definitely a driver that can overtake. And Jakub Milcharski as well is also a driver that's been putting in the legwork on our race academy night, and he's been pulling off some pretty good moves throughout the course of the field. So expect those two in 7th and 8th to move forward. However, it's a pretty close heat, this one, in terms of qualifying.
It is, and we're just doing the final prep there and just moving the drivers into the correct positions. The other thing I want to talk about is tyre temperature, because these karts have now been in the pit lane and they have just been sat around doing nothing, or forward, moving very slowly, I should say, for the last 2 or 3 minutes or so, while it takes us that amount of time just to set everything up. And the tyres, even in that small amount of time, they will just go very slightly off the boil. And it does mean that those first couple of corners, even though they are the pace kart corners, it is definitely an opportunity for the drivers just to really find out what they've got underneath them. Because when the green lights go on and they go charging down to that first corner, they've got to make a prediction really of how much grip they have got for that first corner. I think after that first corner they understand exactly what's there, and then they can race with it. But the first corner of any BIKC race is particularly, I think, on the edge due to the whole tyre temperature. How much grip do I really have? The other thing is, on that first corner, it's been resurfaced, Tom. It's a very slightly different grip level around there anyway.
Yeah, a brand new surface down at the bottom section of the course. It is effectively turn 1, the section between turn 1, 2 and 3 off the start. What that means is even the regulars are still trying to learn how to handle this circuit. Being the sort of person I am on my Friday nights, instead of doing something productive, I was sat watching the live timing at home to see what sort of time's being pulled out. And I saw the adults back into the 58-second range already, so expect to maybe see that record fall later on, as we now see our beautiful busy Covolt GT leading the field away for Heat 1 for these young drivers. Second heat that we'll see over for these. It's Ben Hunt, Edward Davies-Jones, Rory Hamilton, Zachary Price-Williams, Joe Mills, Luka Batuev, Ilya Veliko, Jakub Milcharski, Theo Thomas, Jacob Parkin is the way that these 10 drivers line up, and you can already see the focus in the eyes of young Ben Hunt and Ed Davies-Jones as they come through. The S's, they're going to go under the Dunlop Bridge. The pace cars accelerate away. We watch the lights. The lights go green. They immediately fan out. Hamilton here is feeling racy as they head down to the bottom end of the circuit. But it looks like they're all line astern at the moment. The 29 versus the 32. Are we going to see an early move for the lead here? Doesn't look like they're able to do it as they all file through under the tunnel section for the first time. We get ready to head up onto the ramp. But it is Ben Hunt who leads. Edwards Davies-Jones in second. Rory Hamilton in third. Zachary Price-Williams in that Dayglow yellow helmet is still there in fourth place. Up past the Ferrari wall with the mural of Michael Schumacher and Damon Hill just off to your left-hand side as these young drivers now file through the top section of the circuit. Again, some very nice clean lines for these young drivers. They're going to come down under the Monster Energy Bridge for the first time of Askin. You can just see a small gap starting to develop between second and third place. And you've got Rory Hamilton leading that second group. Defensive immediately for Ben Hunt. You see quite a lot of drivers just taking that inside line to try and make sure they don't get a dive down the inside of the first couple of corners.
And no doubt 32 is much quicker. Much quicker here. He's got a good run.
Ooh, it's a small little touch there.
There's just not enough space there for a cadet car. We see a lot of overtaking there in the adult karts, but 32, this is not going to be a race like the first one that we had, where the leader goes and disappears into the distance, because we've got Edward, who has got a definite pace advantage over kart 29, Ben Hunt. And you're just thinking, Ben Hunt has got a lot of defending to do here, because that pace advantage looks pretty significant at this moment in the race. Rory Hamilton, would you believe, has dropped off the back of Edward. So Edward is almost pushing Ben along at the moment. It's a 2-horse race with a slight gap between Edward and Rory, with Zachary in fourth place.
That being said, it looks like Hamilton's already starting to close back onto the tail of the top two. You just saw that little bit of a back out that they had to take through the top section of the track. Just cost them a little bit of time. It's brought Hamilton straight back into this fight. Zachary Price-Williams going defensive against Joe Mills. You could battle with Ilya Veliko, Jacob Milcharski, Theo Thomas and Jacob Parkin are your complete running order, but it's still the 29 of Ben Hunt who leads that Dago yellow helmet. He's going to be getting a lot of clear footage here of this Warrington circuit as they go over the line. The first flying laps come through, and it's a 107.6 is the benchmark for Ben Hunt, fastest lap of the race. The guys behind are within the same couple of tenths of him, but 32 of Edward Davies-Jones. You start getting the feeling they really don't want to be sat there for much longer if they can get away with it. So out of the tunnel, this is normally a decent overtaking point at the top of the ramp. You maybe try and move down the inside and get a good move into that right-hander. Up here, again, there really is only one line, but you start to see Ben Hunt is using that line to good effect, and he's pulled right away from Ed Davies-Jones. It maybe seems that's where Ed is lacking a little bit of pace. You can see where Rory's close right up onto the back of him. Doesn't look like the gap between Rory and Ben Hunt has gone any bigger, but that gap from down to Edward Davies-Jones has gone a little bit smaller, so maybe that's where Ed's losing a little bit of time.
But Rory has suddenly found pace. On the last lap, he was about 6/10 of a second behind the driver in second, and now he's absolutely on the rear bumper, and it's just swung around because Edward, who had all that pace in the early laps, he had pace to spare. Suddenly he can't keep up with Ben Hunt, and suddenly Rory is absolutely all over the back of it. It's all about where are these drivers going to pick their point? Where are they going to make their move? They all seem to be doing it coming out the last hairpin, but then the track gets very narrow. I'm not sure that is the right place to do it. I'll be thinking about more the up ramp. I'll be thinking more about the end of that long main straight as you go past the pit lane. But as it is at the moment, Ben Hunt is leading. Edward is absolutely right on his tail. They come round here to go on down that final hairpin. They got one more hairpin, and then they start the absolute titanic plunge, followed by a switch left, a switch right, and then they're on absolutely the fastest part of the circuit, and surely he's going to make a move. He's literally,
he's looking.
Look.
Oh, he's just shut the door on him there, Ben Hunt. Maybe a little bit cheeky, but there was a little bit of a space on the inside. Remember the old Fernando Alonso line, all the time you have to leave at the space, but these top three are currently flying away from the drivers behind. They now have about 1.2 seconds in hand over Zachary Price-Williams, and what you'll start to notice, especially in cadet racing, you'll just see packs of karts start to develop. That's where drivers are all running together, getting a little bit of a draft off each other as they now head through the top section of the circuit. But this is what cadet racing is at its finest. It's close, it's hard fought, it's clean, and that is exactly what we want to see through BIKC as the drivers head up onto the top section of the circuit. Still Zachary Price-Williams holding on to fourth place. Fastest lap does belong to Rory Hamilton, a 107.1. That's about 2 or 3 tenths quicker than the drivers in front of him, so it's no wonder that he's close right onto the back of Davies-Jones and Hunt, who are at the front. Hunt at the front, that could be something we get used to it during the course of this. But the 29 of Ben Hunt is just readying the kart through the fastest part of the circuit. Again, he slams that door on the inside of the corner. He just invites Ed Davies-Jones in there. Maybe he's be like, nope, if you're going to go past me, you're going to have to do it somewhere else. This third hairpin, though, it really does invite a challenge down the inside because it's really wide on the way in and narrows back down. You can get 2 karts wide through the S's, but you have to really trust the drivers that you are racing with. But Ben Hunt still at the moment just holding Ed Davies-Jones back for the moment, just pushing him away through the couple of corners. It looks like Jacob Milcharski may be falling behind Theo Thomas there through the top section, through the back section of the circuit. I'll speak English in a moment as these drivers now head up onto the top section of the track.
Okay, brilliant stuff. And you've just noticed that the strategy for all these drivers at the end of that long main straight is to go absolutely as tight as you possibly can. If we were racing adult karts here, if we were in the races we were running tomorrow, then a person who took that racing line would absolutely be toast on the end of it. But the way that these cadets are thinking and driving, the grip level that they've got from their cadet engines that are 120cc, that they just can't risk going too wide. The tighter the better. It's better just to make sure that nobody can drive down that inside and take that position. I think we're in the kind of boundaries here, but who is going to make a mistake? Because you just think about how large this track is. You just think about how intense the pressure is at this particular moment in time. If any of these top 3 drivers make a mistake, then they could easily fall down, and not just one position. But the racing pack is not all that far behind. We've got Zachary in 4th place, we've got Joe, we've got Luca, 4th, 5th and 6th. And they're not a million miles away behind, because driver number 29, Ben Hunt, still out there, still leading, has been leading for the last 6 laps. He does look like he's it's not like it was in the previous race, but he's got one eye on defence and one eye on attack. And he's just trying to keep it on the track here to make sure he can bring that win home.
Well, you can just see now Ed Davies-Jones is did close up a little bit there. So these top 3 are absolutely nose to tail. There's another pack of 3 just behind in the form of Zachary Price-Williams. Joe Mills looks towards the outside. He's going to try and get a good run down the main straight and maybe try and make a move into the first corner. Jack Milcharski is also looking down the inside of Ilya Veliko, vice champion of last year. It's 3x3x3. It's like Noah's carts here as they go down the bottom section of the track to complete yet another lap. I reckon they've probably got 1, maybe 2 laps left in the book here as they go over the timing line once again. Fastest lap now in the hands of Joe Mills, a 107.1. So again, very, very quick times coming through here as you look at the 26, the 33 and the 27 of Price, Williams, Mills and Batuev as they head through the top section of this circuit. They go up the ramp for what we believe may be the final time of asking here. The 29 still leads the 32, the 31. They are that close. Half a second covers the top 3. 0.4 of a second cover 4th to 6th. And about the same covers 7th to 9th as we now have a pack of as we now have 3 packs of karts fighting as they go now under the Monster Energy Bridge once again for what we think may be the final time during this heat.
This is it. Final few corners surely. Ben Hunt, who has driven superbly all the way through this, he's just got to bring it home. He's just got the final few corners. He's still in the lead there. We're looking for a checker flag. Surely it's going to happen. Coming round those final hairpins.
Oh, little bit of a last minute dive.
32, Edward Davis really having a go there. But
that was an opportunistic move.
And there is a checker flag, and Ben has won. Hunt at the front.
Yeah, it's a very, very measured drive there from Ben Hunt. It's a pretty quick drive as well. A 7.3, the fastest lap. He was just 0.02 of a second slower, actually, than Edward Davies-Jones there. But you just saw that last second move down the inside to potentially try and take that lead. It looked like if he committed to that move, that would have been contact and a bit of a spin. However, Ed Davies-Jones used his experience, backed out of that one and thought, you know what, discretion is the better part of valor here. I won't make a move, I'll just bank the points, and then we'll take the battle on into heat number 2. But another fantastic race there from these young drivers. We said qualify was close.
There was no controversial instance in that race, but let me tell you, there were in the previous race. And we have got Jen with her Gen pad, and she is going to review all the controversial instances. We like a bit of controversy, don't we?
It makes our job a little bit easier.
But we will be reviewing all of the instances on the Gen pad, and basically she'll be able to take us through and actually talk about why we made decisions as we did, and explain everything. And I can see Jen actually behind me. Just give me a bit of a thumbs up. You ready with the Gen pad, Jen? The Gen pad is ready to go, right? But it will be in the break before we run the semi-finals.
Yes, we've got one more group to go out for their first heat, and then we have a series of heats for the second set. So the last set, the drivers now will just get ready to start taking their karts. Remember, we do run a kart rotation system, so the guys will all be assigned karts based on what they've had previously, as we just see drivers filing in. You can just see the Dayglow yellow helmet. That is James Vout, who's going to be our pole sitter. Remember, he was a while away in the first heat. In the first qualifying session, it was a good 6 or 7 tenths he had over the rest of the field. And you just see our CLOs just having a bit of a chat with some of the drivers, just making sure that everything is all good and dealing with any issues that they may have. And you can just see that all these well-supported crews that we have throughout the course of...
and a hug there going on, a lot of tuition, a lot of love going on with
It's a very tough competition here, and sometimes you do have to take the good with the bad.
Only race one, though. Only race one. There's a lot of racing to come.
Yeah, I would argue here. Sometimes the parents do have a bit of a hard job trying to manage these young drivers. Not only when you move into running your own, you're mechanic, team boss, driver coach, performance manager, and you're trying to do the best for these very young drivers.
I just want to say, it's like very corny to say everyone's a winner. But everybody here, they've all won. They've all got through local finals. They've all got through regional finals. Just to get through local finals, you are the fastest driver at your home track that will have 400 or 500 members. Then to go to regionals and compete with other tracks and get through, you really are. By the time you get to this particular forum, you are the best of the best. This is Top Gun of indoor go-karting. There's no question about that. And any driver who's racing it today has done so phenomenally well to make it to this part of the competition.
So to give you an idea of how tough and brutal this competition can be, we started off with about 4,500 drivers. After qualifying, we were down to 1,380 drivers who completed in the local finals. That 1,300 drivers then plummeted down to about 500 drivers to complete the regionals, and now we're down to 150. So out of the 4,500 drivers we had enter, just 150 remain. Right now we've got 30 of them fighting it out at the moment. We do also still have a lot of spectators throughout here as well. It's great to see how well supported this championship is. And not only just looking through the bridge, we also have drivers that we're going to see tomorrow who are going to be racing. They're down a day early to take a look at what the drivers maybe from their other sites doing, see how the racing is, see how the officiating is, maybe see where lines in the sand are drawn, and hopefully use all that experience when they go racing later on in the weekend. But you can just see the drivers forming up on the grid. Just to remind you how they line up for this 10-minute heat. It's James Vout who's going to line up on pole position, Daniel Clancy in second place, Carter and Skip Clarkson in P3, Abdul Rahman Sheikh in P4, Samadip Dhaliwal in P5, Ollie Peters P6, Riley Riemann in P7, Stephen Harvey Jr. in P8, and Matty Prinku Wright will complete your 9-car field. You just see James Hislop having a bit of a brief there with James Vout just to tell him exactly what we want to see when we head towards the start of this race. And I do believe that's a different pace kart driver this time.
Well, the old pace kart driver was rubbish, to be honest. That was Adam Beale. He only lasted 2. So now we've got a fresh talent driving the pace kart. And I do believe it's Dave. It looks like Dave McGregor, if I'll be honest. If it is, goodness me, what have we let ourselves in for? But these look good. I'm going to send them off here at the start of this particular heat. We got 32 James Vout and we got 31 Daniel Clancy, and we're looking for a green light. I need a catchphrase for this. Like Crofty's got a catchphrase, isn't he, in F1? I'm going to build. If anyone wants me to do a catchphrase, let me know because I will do it. We're racing. We're off. Here we go. BIKC Cadet. We have got number 32 James Vout, who's made a very, very good start. Daniel Clancy is behind, and he's got some serious. He's got Carter really, and there's contact there. There's definitely contact pushing there from driver number 27, Carter. Little bit of nudging there because he knows he's got to get on with it. He knows that lap 1 really is for time where you've got to make the moves, because that's the position, as we saw in the previous race, where everybody's a bit unsure of their grip levels. That's a point where suddenly drivers have pace, then suddenly drivers don't have pace. It's because the drivers who didn't have pace couldn't quite work out exactly where the grip level was. Then they get accustomed to it, and then they start flying. And driver number 32, James Vout, has already got accustomed to the grip level because he's absolutely flying at the moment.
Yeah, James, a very, very skilled driver around this circuit, and you can just see Daniel Clancy is now starting to give a bit of a defensive lesson to Carter and Skip Clarkson and Abdul Rahman Sheikh, who are there in third and fourth. Are we going to see? Well, I say third and fourth. Abdul's going to go down the inside of Carter. Are they going to make contact through here? Proof you can get too wide through the Dunlop S's as we head now towards Century Sim Corner. Carter still does hold on for third place, but you can see that Abdul and Ollie Peters now are right into this fight. So 3 karts, nose to tail over third place. That's given Daniel Clancy a little bit of breathing room. James Vout off the line. He's straight into the 1:08.0s. So you can see that this is going to be a very, very fast race.
He hits a barrier.
Clips a barrier there.
And that slowed him up. We got 27 is now defending, and I tell you what, that would have been a right clobber. He would have noticed that one, Tom, because he went into that barrier really, really hard.
Yeah, maybe looked like Abdul just showed a nose down the inside and just maybe gave Carter either a little bit of a touch or maybe just spooked him a little bit and popped him into the barrier. But again, VAR will take a look at that one and we'll deal with it accordingly, because it does look like Carter has lost out a position to Abdul Rahman Shaking. He has lost a little bit of time as well. So your top three as it sits, James Vowd, who we look at now in the 32, is flying through the top section of the circuit. We'll see what his lap time is this time and see how big that gap is. 8/10 it was over the line to Daniel Clancy in the 31. It does look like that gap may have actually come down a touch. I'm telling a lie, it's gone up to 1.07 seconds as they head through Century Sim corner once again. You've got the 32, the 31, the 30, all nose to tail. Looks like Matty Prinku Wright's found a position on Stephen Harvey at the back of the field. So he's now up into 8th place from the back of the grid.
And there's a lot of love for my catchphrase, although Cleo the fluffy dog has said, yes, cat grease. Not sure that's quite what I'm after, if I'll be absolutely honest. I'll give it a go on the next race, okay? I'll try your cat grease, but I'll see how it goes. I'll see how it goes.
I'm not sure that one's going to work.
And they're all spreading out. It's the first race where we've got everybody that's kind of spread out. We've got 1 second for the lead, 1.8 seconds for third, 2.7 for fourth, and we got 3.8 and then 5 for fifth and sixth. So the first race that we've seen where this is actually spread out, and we're looking for somebody here to really bring that gap down. It's looking like number 30's doing it. So Abdur is really pushing. He was 1.8 seconds behind the leader and about 0.7 seconds behind the driver in second place, but that will surely come down. He's looking like he is right behind, and is he shaping up for a move here? Going under the measure, he's right there, literally an inch between himself and the driver car number 31, Daniel Clancy. But he's got to, you can get close, but you've got to get past. You've got to find a different section of the track to use. You've got to overtake, inside, outside, you've got to find a way through. But number 30, definitely the driver on the move at the moment in this heat.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race last time round for Abdul Rahman there, so he's on a 106.931, faster than race leader James Vowd by a couple of tenths as well, so they are definitely feeling quite racy at the moment. Just see them again tucking a little bit under the steering wheel just to try and make sure that they're getting every single last tenth out of this Biz Evo 3 cadet car. It's only the second time we've used this style of cadet for BIKC. First year we were on the Evo 2s, the slightly smaller engine. This time round we're on the 160s, and that little bit of extra power is propelling Abdul Rahman around this circuit. 1 minute 6.931 seconds. Over the line, that gap for the lead is now down to 8/10. So these two pushing together, they are starting to claw in James Vowd once again. So he's not going to be running away from this one. Carter and Skip Clarkson is there just 2 seconds back. Raymond's the inside.
That was tight.
Maybe tried to look down the inside, but just wasn't the space for it, as Clancy just shut the door on him down the inside. I don't think he was halfway alongside anyway, so that would have been a case of backing out of that one. Just be careful, guys. We're only halfway through this race. You don't want to be picking up any silly penalties at this point of the competition, because it can absolutely ruin your chances of getting into the semis and the main event later on today. Down the ramp under the Monster Bridge once again. And it is the 32 that leads to 31. It'll be interesting to see what that gap is this time, as it does look like that may have come down once again. You can see Carter starting to drag onto the back of this battle again. So in a lap or two's time, it may be 4 for the lead. You can just see behind Riley Riemann in P5. He's moved up a little bit. Ollie Peters in P6. Samadip Dhaliwal is down in 7th place, so they're going to be looking to try and get a bit of that time back. Matty Prinku Wright is in 8th. Stephen Harvey in P9. As the drivers now file over the start line, it is 1.9 seconds that covers the top 4, and 1 second between Abdul Rahman and Carter and Skip Clarkson. This race is not over just yet.
Indeed, it's a great race for first, second and third here, because they are not letting it. Did look at one point like James Vowd was just moving off into the distance, but that has not happened. The gap has come back down again, and Abdur has really pushed hard to get right on the back of the bumper of driver number 31, Daniel Clancy. So it has to be said that it's a very, very good race indeed. We're starting to enter into the closing stages. We have about 3 laps to go, but nobody's quite close enough to make a move here. In cadet racing, you've really got to be absolutely on the rear bumper. But you can see the racing line there, very different when they're in what I would call clear air in the cadet racing, than rather than they're absolutely tucked up, a line of stream. So We go round for another lap, and it's surely James Vout. All he's got to do here is looking very confident. I actually think he might be driving a little bit within himself. I think he knows he's got that gap, and I think he knows that all he's got to do is just keep it on track, get it round to the finish line, get those maximum points to help his challenge to be the BIKC champion of 2022. There's a move, he's got him! That's a great move, that's the best move! The best move of the morning's racing. Abda, that's the place where it needs to happen. That is a lesson for all the other drivers racing in this competition. That is how it is done. And 31 is fighting back Daniel Clancy, but he's making contact with the back of the drive, which has brought 27 Carter right into play. Here we go, charging down to the fastest part of the track.
Yeah, down into T1. I reckon these guys are going to be starting their final lap this time around. Carter's now right back in this race after a very, very good move from Abdurrahman there in the 30. The 31 of Daniel Clancy is going to be sat there wondering what manner of thing happened there, and now he's got to try and figure out a way of getting back in front of the driver that is in front of him. Over the start-finish line now for what we believe will be the penultimate time here in this race. James Vout now, that gap up to 1.2 seconds. So these drivers, by fighting, have lost about 4/10 to the race leader at the moment. I did see what looked like a very good battle between Samadip Daliwal and Matthew Prinkley-Wright on some of the other cameras.
Now, I really
hope
we get a chance to see that move again on the Gen Pad, because she could talk you through that, and that might be really interesting, because we'll be able to see exactly how that driver set up that overtaking move, because make no doubt that is the first what I would call a pre-planned overtaking move. Everything else has been drive as close as you can to the driver in front and then see what happens when you're applying pressure. Whereas that was, I've got an idea, this is where I'm quick, this is where I'm getting the inside line, and that's where I'm going to gain that position. And it was an absolutely brilliant move. So easily the best move of the day, and hopefully we're going to see loads more there in the next 60 minutes or so.
Yeah, it was a very, very measured and planned move there as the drivers come over the line to take the checker flag. James Vout comes over the line in that last lap. Abdurrahman took half a second out of James Vout. So had that race have had another lap or two, that result may have been very, very different. Daniel Clancy in third, Carter and Skip Parson in fourth place, Riley Raymond in fifth, Ollie Peters P6, Samadip Daliwal in P7, Matthew Prinkley-Wright and Stephen Harvey Jr. complete your runners and riders for this event. Now, I do have a bit of a feeling that that result may not be final. There may be a few things for the stewards to take a look at. Maybe consulting Liam Silkston in VAR, that we can get a confirmation of anything that's going to be going through. But man, that was a drive. That was a drive and a half there from James Vout to lead that race by 8/10. Abdul Rahman Sheikh with a very, very good move at the bottom section of the track to take over second place from Daniel Clancy.
Okay, and we had Carter in fourth place. Riley Riemann came home in fifth. We've got Ollie Peters in sixth. We got Samadip in seventh, and we got Matty in eighth, and Stephen Harvey Jr. Bringing up the rear in ninth place. But that was great racing, it has to be said. I've got in notifications here from Race Control.
Race Control chat is heating up.
Let's
have a look at what we've got.
A little look. We've got one potential penalty, is what I would say. It's under review. We're not actually saying what that penalty is, but we are just assessing what went on in that race.
Like we alluded to, that the result of that heat may not be final just yet. So sadly, that one may end up in the steward's office. However, we do have one more round of heats before we head into the semi-finals.
I want to bring up the live chat, because there's a lot of talk about karts on the live chat. And yes, I can say we have indeed sped the cadet. We have the finest indoor karting talent that we have racing here today. So those cadet karts have been turned up a little bit. And I also want to do a shout out that I should have done about 30 minutes ago when it appeared on the live chat. Just a big shout out to Chrissy, okay, from Chloe the Fluffy Dog. She just want to say well done for all the work that you do. So if you want any shout outs, this is risky after last year with the names that came
risky.
Up. Okay, here we go. I've already got Catherine Wheel. She wants a shout out. Oh no, sorry, November the 5th and all that. There you go. I made that up myself.
Is that something you really want to take credit for? I don't think anyone else would.
Right, so here we go. So that is the end of the first set of heats. So, and you will notice that it's going to go up a level here because drivers who have maybe not had, somebody trips over in the pit lane. Don't hurt yourself. Just climbing in.
I wonder if we're going to get a
drivers who've
postcard
not
from that,
had the best first race. This is the opportunity. You've really got to make it happen here. So there'll be a lot of drivers climbing into those karts thinking, right, here we go. I'm also Chloe, right? Chloe the Fluffy. I'm going to try your catchphrase at the start of the race. I didn't think it would work, for be honest, but you've got to give things a go, don't you, Tom?
Yeah, you've got to give various things a try.
I'll try the catchphrase, okay, and just see if it works. Okay.
Yeah, we've also got shout-outs coming in from Charlie France, one of our cadets, shouting out one of our other cadets. He's out on track at the moment, Lewis Tracy, who's going to be starting this one from P3. And just in front of him, the driver that no one seems to be able to pass at this point in the competition, Jude Pudfoot, is going to be going off second place. It's going to be
we've got loads of shout-outs now.
There we
Everyone's saying we've got loads
Everyone's
to do.
getting into it. Everyone's getting shout-outs in
Jordan Siddle, a shout-out. Fitting for me marshalling of. We're into marshalling shout-outs.
Oh, shouting out marshals. Let's leave that to
Tech Nation Karting, shout me out, please. There you go. You're welcome. Rooster Karting. Yes, as soon as you say shout-outs, everybody wants a shout-out.
Were any penalties given out? Let's have we had anything back from race control yet? Let's take a look. We have the latest technology of
no penalty. Result confirmed.
So no further action. It comes back as so. That is the result of that one. The instant noted. No further action required on that one. So our version of Eduardo Freitas getting involved in all the decisions. That's going to be James Hislop with his two race directors looking after proceedings here. But for the second time for these young drivers, we are getting ready to go racing with the pace car just in front.
Indeed. Chloe the Fluffy Dog says, can you give a shout out to Ollie Peters and Rory Hamilton? Chloe, consider it after that catchphrase. I'll do anything. I'll be absolutely honest. Zach Bradley. Shout out to Sam McNally as the worst climber in team sport. Now, Zach, Sam McNally gets enough shout outs.
And the first driver to get black flagged during staff jumps as well.
I'm going to leave that one there. Thanks for Chrissy. I started to train. Indeed. Tech Nation, I'm a Warrington Cadet 2, by the way.
Ooh,
no problem.
Nation. I'm trying to think.
With the name Tech Nation, we can't see exactly who you are, but fantastic. You are racing in the junior league that we have in TeamSport Warrington. BIKC will run again next year in 2023.
Yeah,
so there is ample opportunity
BIKC.
to get those lap times down and to get those racing moves in.
Yeah, before we go racing for BIKC, we've got BSKC as well. So that, I believe, registration for BSKC, the British Schools Karting Championship, is currently open at the moment with practice sessions and local races happening throughout January and February. If you do want to get yourselves involved, I believe off the top of my head it's for drivers aged 12 to 17 or 18. We do have some former BSKC drivers competing in the juniors later on. So if that sounds like something you want to get involved in and you want to get yourself on one of the most competitive grids in karting, then take a look at the British Schools Karting Championship if you want to give yourself a little bit of a warm-up and a bit of a feel of what the National Championship vibe is all about.
Right, here we go. We are off and we are once again under pace kart conditions. I'm going to try this catchphrase, Chloe the Fluffy Dog. I don't think it's the one, but I don't know. I might be corrected. So let's see how it goes. This is straight from the live stream. And we've got Ed Spain, who is leading the drivers around to start the race. And here we go. We're looking for a green light. And cat grease.
Yeah, I don't think that one works.
Didn't work really, did it?
I'll tell you what did work. That start there for Ed Spain. The 34s managed to get away ahead of Jude Pudfoot. Now let's see what Jude can do. Let's see if they're able to push on or if we're going to get another defensive masterclass from them. just triple checking where they're from, the Basildon drivers. So if anyone wants to learn how to defend extremely well, then maybe get yourself down to Basildon's Cadet Academy. But you can see Jude already, he's not looking defensive. Now he's looking offensive, as he's now pulled a little bit of a gap over Lewis Tracy, who's got Matteo Ehrenfeuchter just behind him. So the top two are breaking away here at the moment. Tracy's going to have to try and find something in that little bag of talent that all drivers have next to them when they go racing, but they do have a small gap over Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, Lewis Prendergast, Arthur Way, and Ruben Jenkins. Look like they're all very close together.
All looking behind. Driver number 34.
Tracy's looking defensive. Tracy's trying to hold him back. But Ehrenfeuchter's going to have to try and go the long way round. Again, just look to the inside, but there's no one home there. No space to be able to go through. As I say, Arthur Way just trying to go around the outside of Lewis Prendergast, but again, he's not able to get the drive down. And driver of car 35, Lewis Prendergast, is able to hang on here as they come over the line for the first time. It's all holding stations for now, but we do have 4 karts fighting here over third place. It's Tracy, Ehrenfeuchter, Prendergast, Way, and Jenkins all nose to sail. I think that may be James Devereux, Ryan Rapini, and Callum Kearney in this one as well. Callum, one of 3 drivers who have made the trip. Oh, moved down the inside. Ehrenfeuchter's got through on Tracy. He's managed to get through. Is Prendergast going to be able to hold on against Way? He's still on the inside there. There's been side-by-side for about 3 or 4 corners. But Prendergast just gets him out of the way. Down the inside goes the 32 of Ruben Jenkins.
32 contact there. 32 and 29. They're absolutely bumping front, but
nobody's
giving off. Nobody's backing off here.
All side-by-side down the ramp here, guys. You're going to have to be careful. And just managed to get back in a straight line before the track straightens out, but loads of action there in the opening couple laps of the cadets. And still Tracy trying to fend off Lewis. It's Lewis versus Lewis. Lewis is on the inside against Lewis and is trying to hold Lewis behind him.
Here we go, and that overtaking move in the previous heat has really set things off for titanic struggles, I think, because Ed Spain is currently leading by just under 1 second, but Jude, who did such a fantastic defensive drive in the first session, he's out there and he's in second place. Matteo with that great move in the last lap is into third place. Lewis Tracy is fourth. Lewis Pendergrass is in fifth. Arthur Way is in sixth position. And I also want to go to the back because we missed it. We were looking at the front, but Callum Kearney did a great move on Ryan right at the back of the field to pick up another position at the end of that first lap. But at the moment, it is looking like Ed Spain who's got it. And there's 2 drivers here really, really tight. Really, really up. So it is 31 and 35.
Yes,
so got
that's
the
2 Lewises.
For 2 Lewises, and they're going to be bumper to bumper when they get down at the end of the main straight.
So it's
35, is he going to make a move? He's not quite close enough. I don't think any of them are quite close enough at this point unless they try something different. And once again, they're all hugging the right-hand side of that course to make sure that nobody, just to guarantee that nobody come through. But that's compromised. 25 on the inside. Absolutely, but it's not going to, it's very difficult, tricky to get through, but 35 new there. Lewis Pendergrass, he was a little bit let off the hook there, I would say, in those last few corners.
Yeah, looks like Arthur Way does have a bit of a Max Verstappen inspired helmet. He was trying to channel his inner Max Verstappen with that overtake there, but didn't quite manage to pull it off. Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, though, sets the fastest lap of the event so far, a 106.717 for them. It looks like a little bit of a touch there from behind on. Is that Arthur Way's lost out? Way's fallen wide back out of that one. What manner of thing has occurred there? Because it's now, looks like Ruben Jenkins right under the rear bumper of Lewis Prendergast there. So Way has fallen right down in the back section of the lap there. As Ed Spain still leads at the moment. He's 1.3 seconds clear in this second heat. Jude Putford doesn't have to worry about defending at the moment. He's got a bit of a gap over Matteo.
And look at the different racing lines there, Tom. Look at these racing lines. The first 3. These drivers absolutely hugging the inside because they are defending for their lives. They can't leave an inch. There's a little bit of contact there. And this driver's trying to set themselves up once again for this run through the Dunlop S's. But that is so tricky to get through because it's very, very tight through there. The best place is surely end of the main straight, going onto that up ramp. That's where we've seen the overtakes happen so far this morning. And number 31 here, Lewis Tracy, once again, absolutely defending. And Jude, who did all that great defending in this first heat, well, he doesn't need to do much defending here.
Oh, Prendergast to the inside.
2.1 seconds behind, but he's holding it.
Prendergast has gone to the inside of Lewis Tracy. That's caused him to lose 2 places, as it looks like Ruben Jenkins has been the big profiteer from that one. Looked to me, for what I could see, the move looked relatively clean, but that'll be something that the VAR officials will be double checking to make sure that that is the case. But now it is Ehrenfeuchter in third. He currently holds the fastest fastest lap of the event. He's gone even quicker on a 106.4. Then it is Prendergast, then it's Ruben Jenkins, then it's Lewis Tracy. This the fight over second place. You can see how quickly Aaron Foyt has caught back onto the back of Jude Pudford as we head into the final 4 minutes of this race. Jude is going to have to get his defensive head back on once again. 2 and a bit seconds is the gap over the line. Now 3 and a bit seconds between Spain and Pudford. Aaron Foyt has the bit between his teeth, and he's going to try and see how quickly he can get past. And maybe you think, with the pace advantage he's shown at the moment, it's about 3 or 4 tenths over the guys in front. Maybe he's going to try and close in on the driver in front. It's Ed Spain out in front. Aaron Foyt just looks towards the outside. He's going to focus on getting a good run up the ramp. But Pudford, again, is just putting the car in exactly the right place. Just showing that training down at TeamSport Basildon is paying dividends right now as they head up on the top section of the circuit. As they came over the line, Prendergast is 4th, Jenkins 5th, Tracy now down to 6th, Arthur Way is in 7th, and young James Devereaux is in P8.
And it might be the commentator's curse again, because I said that Jude did not have to do any defending, and suddenly, within 30 seconds, he's suddenly got to defend because he's got Matteo absolutely behind him, and he's trying a different line there.
Right here.
He really is trying a different line. He's going to tuck it inside, but he won't do it. He hasn't got, unless he can swing to the inside. But it's so tight in the cadet karts. That is, in adult karts, that is such an overtaking position because you've got a bit more extra power, a bit more extra grunt to get you alongside. But this, oh, that looked better. That looked better, and he's pushed him offline. 37 there goes offline there, which will mean that 33 will be quicker, but again, it gets negated a little bit. And once again, Jude lives in second place.
So something has kicked off around the circuit. We go back to green there. I believe that'll have been why Aaron Foyt backed out of that move, just to make sure that he didn't get done for overtaking on a yellow. But you can just see how much quicker they are compared to Jude at the front. Aaron Foyt's fastest lap is the best one of the race, a 106.4. Pudford by comparison is a 107.1. So quite a difference in terms of outright pace between these two drivers. But Pudford, again, is not putting a foot wrong throughout the course of this heat. So Prendergast still in 4th, Jenkins in 5th, Tracy 6th, Devereaux in P7. He's managed to pull up a place on the canvas line driver, Callum Kearney, as they now head through the top section of the
this
track.
looks good.
We're watching this fight over second place. Looks like Aaron Foyt may just still, he was fully alongside going into the third one.
He couldn't do anything with it.
I know, he's getting the car in the right place, but again, Pudford's just managing to hold him at arm's length. He's trying it around the outside of Century Sim corner. He's going to go around the outside again. You've really got to trust the driver you're racing with here, but there's nothing that Matteo can do to get past Jude in that 37. This is a proper defensive masterclass once again from Jude Pudford. Normally, Warrington's a track you can overtake on quite readily. However, Jude is making it very, very difficult. Looks like he's driving a kart that's 2 or 3 times wider than the one he actually is.
What happens, Tom, right, if Jude gets in the lead in the final? What happens if he's leading with all that defensive driving he's done all the way through today? It will be epic.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic sight if we do get a drive like that in the finals. 8-9 karts, all nose to tail. But you can just see the difference in line here. Judy's going defensive pretty much everywhere. All Aaron Foyt has got to do is try and make a good run through this top section of the track. He's not close enough to do it. I can just see the checker flag in the hand of our flag marshal down at the back straight. So it looks like Ed Spain is going to take the checker flag and win 2 heats from 2. But we wait to see who's going to come over the line between Pudford and Aaron Foyt. Pudford again just hangs on. Fantastic driving from the Basildon driver, just keeps Aaron Foyt, again another Basildon driver, behind. So both elements of race in attack and defence on show there. Prendergast comes home in 4th, Ruben Jenkins 5th, Lewis Tracy in P6, so he did lose another position. James Devereaux, the young 8-year-old, is in P7. Callum Kearney P8, so he's up 2 at the expense of Arthur Way, with Ryan Rapini completing the grid. And I believe you have a hot scoop from Race Control.
Yeah, so we've got Arthur Way has been given a 1 penalty point for contact. So, and I think there's another penalty that is under review, and we will keep you posted when it comes through. I want to talk about more stuff in the in the live chat. And Cleo the fluffy dog, I know it's auto created, and you've also auto created it maybe Skenthing. I don't know what Skenthing is either, if I'll be absolutely honest, but I'll try saying that in the next one. And also, thank you so much. A shout out to the commentators. We love a bit of love as well, don't we? We love a bit of love. What's not to like? Right, okay.
So,
Sam Gaskell, that was class defending there from Jude. He's put on a very good defensive masterclass. It'd be quite interesting to see what he does when he can get on the offensive. But fastest lap in the cadets so far is a 1:06.485. These young drivers are now starting to close in on Riley Reedman's benchmark from last year on a 1:06.0. Let's see if we can get the mythical 1:05 throughout the course of this one, as I believe we have an update from race control potentially.
okay, nothing of any note, unfortunately.
Nothing just yet.
Jay Paparkin has dropped out, though, of the competition. So won't be racing furthermore, but there will be a blank spot, I believe, on the timing system. I think if anybody gets confused with that. So
yeah, so it's sad to see drivers drop out of the races. However, various things do happen, and sometimes, especially if you've had a very tough run, it can get quite difficult to be able to carry on towards the back end of the field. However, let's see what we can do. The drivers just staying in their carts for the moment, so maybe just something being reviewed quickly while drivers are sat in.
There's a lot of love for kart 33 as well, on the not just for drivers getting love. But there's a lot of people out there who are very, very respectful of kart number 33. Now, kart 33, it's very easy to hurt its feelings a little bit. So the fact that so many people are in the group chat just saying, well done, kart 33 is great, if I'll be absolutely honest. And world-class defending, Sam Gaskell from Jude. And, yeah, we've been talking about all the way through. We've got great drive Lewis Tracy unlucky in the last race from Armol. We've got
Tech Nation's Jasper, one of our quicker lads from.
We know who Tech Nation is.
Yeah, so he's one of our quicker drivers from the Race Academy. I believe he's now defending ace in the Chase the Ace Championship that we run as well. So quite some good things from that young driver. Gave it a crack in the locals, but didn't quite manage to get through. And we also have a shout out for Chris Wadds, the real goat of TeamSport. I will say a massive shout out to the guys who've been working on the technical side of everything. Yep. The work that goes in over the back on the backside of this competition is something that not a lot of people see.
The what side?
The backside of this
competition.
Behave.
Right, okay.
Behave. But generally, the work that goes on behind the scenes is insane. To think that we've got a quite nice cushy job here. We get to talk about some amazing racing, but just to end up in this situation here, we had teams of guys coming from all over, not only to run the event, but also Tuesday, Wednesday to get this circuit in a pristine state. And then you also have to look about getting the karts. They also have brand new tyres on for this event to make sure they are all perfect. They all go through speed testing and fleet testing, and that is not a quick process. I remember doing a fleet test at one point. At one time, we ended up having to do 8 or 9 laps in each kart just to get them within a decent range. I then drove one of them, said it felt like an absolute dog. Turned out it was 8/10 quicker, and I had to start all over again. Indeed. So fleet testing is not an easy job to be able to do, and normally the actual driving is left down to a single driver to make sure that it is all consistent.
We got Mark Fairbrother saying, "What about Bieber? What about Bieber? What about him? Talk to us. Tell us." Bieber is fantastic, by the way. That's Ben Savory, who does a fantastic Justin Bieber impression. And it's such a good impression that he does it literally 24/7, 7 days a week, because he looks exactly like him.
I also have it on good authority. The race directing team. I also have it on good authority. He loves the fact that you remind him about that every time. Every time you see him.
He did a bit on a video for TeamSport where he actually lip synced the words with his sunglasses.
I have a feeling that may be something that has to get pulled out at some point during the stream if we have some downtime, as drivers now just starting to head towards the dummy grid. I think driver 34 just having a quick look over the kart they've got, just racing something with the marshals. I think we're just going to be taking a quick look, making sure that everything is all in order before we get the kart off and running. So before, just like a standard race, they'll all complete a quick brake test, and then we'll get them out on the circuit. And if there are any issues with karts, then the drivers and the drivers and the parents can let us know. We'll take a look through them and make sure they are all exactly on point before we start racing.
Now, Tech Nation or Jasper, unfortunately, he's asked if the karts can stay at 106s. Now, unfortunately, they are going to have to go back to normal, unfortunately, because these are the finest cadets drivers in indoor karting. And we need to cater. We need to make sure we keep all cadet drivers alive, basically, over the course of the 12 months. And having karts that suddenly can go 6 seconds that faster, you very much need the skills to be able to drive them. So unfortunately, but next year, if you get to the national final, then, and you're quick. Tom is nodding and saying you're quick.
Yeah,
they're here for you. They
doable.
are here for you.
It's doable. It's a nice little treat for drivers who get down here. We did it in year one. We had the Daniel Ricciardo series as a partner. We turned the karts up to give them a proper challenge while the drivers were out there, and now we're giving these young drivers a proper treat as they head into potentially a full season of racing with Total Karting Zero. A few people asking when the juniors are coming up. I believe off the top of my running order here, we will be going into the juniors at around about 2:30-ish. Today, and we'll be getting in towards the main event for the finals at about 1:15.
Can I say, just a shout out, Rob Grimm has said, great watch, enjoying it very much. Watching my son Charlie, who won the Brighton Locals at just 8 years old, but didn't quite make it through to the regionals. But fantastic. Please keep racing. Be part of BIKC 2023. You can only get faster. You can only get faster. Hopefully we will see you here next year in BIKC 2023. And so there's a lot of love going on out there. Chloe still wants me to use the catchphrase. She likes it. Chloe likes the cat grease catchphrase. she did come up with it, if I'll be absolutely honest.
Maybe this time you can use go instead, trailing your full Murray Walker, and see what we can see what we're able to do. As you can just see the technical guys just looking over the karts, just making sure they are all good before we do go off and racing. So this is going to be the second heat for these drivers. The final time they'll go racing before we hit the semi-finals. Just to remind you the grid of how they will line up. Ben Hunt will line up on pole position. Edward Davies-Jones will be in second. Rory Hamilton in third place. Zachary Price-Williams in fourth. Joe Mills in P5. Luka Batuev in P6. Ilya Veliko P7. Jakob Milcharski P8. Theo Thomas will complete the grid in P9. Drivers all being given the instructions to put visors down. That means they should be heading out of the pit lane in a moment. And just a quick reminder of what these drivers are fighting for. Not only are they fighting for a trophy that is about the same size as the drivers themselves, it's also a 4-season entry into the Total Karting Zero Summer Championship. To give you an idea of what that will mean for these drivers, they'll be racing around 6 circuits all over the country, some of the best circuits that outdoor karting has to offer, and they'll be trying to see if they can beat Jacob Lamas's P5 in the championship, which he scored this year.
Indeed, also another shout out. Chloe, the fluffy dog, has got lots of shout outs, but I've got to say, the name's not Chloe. It's Cleo. I've been calling it wrong all morning. So I just want to say,
there's a reason I normally have to try and babysit.
Big apologies. I've only said it 55 times so far this morning. It is Cleo. And
it also looks like we have a new pace kart driver. It's a very natty helmet.
I've got another catchphrase. So we've got a Tech Nation, who said, "Go gadget cat grease." That needs saying, Tom. That needs
gadget
saying.
Cat grease. That's a new one.
Somebody said earlier on about why don't just use lights out and away we go. I can't, because I might have the solicitors of David Croft giving me a few phone calls. So that's very much his catchphrase. And David Croft is a brilliant.
Is Mr. Murray Walker.
He's a brilliant commentator, and no, I cannot in any way go near that. He is the legend. He is the ultimate in commentators, and that catchphrase is safe with him.
So
I'm sure he's watching, actually, out there. He's bound to be, if I'll be absolutely honest. So big shout out to Crofty.
The biggest event of the year,
couldn't we? We could do shout outs.
It's the biggest event of the year, so of course the entirety of the Formula One paddock is going to be watching this.
Yeah,
so
pop stars.
They'll be keeping tabs on it. They'll be keeping tabs. We do have our own music stars in the form of our flagman, Aidan Musgrave's part of Urban Architects.
Indeed, Urban Architects
who are a very
up and coming rock band,
up and coming indie band, and be honest, I don't like admitting this in front of him, but they actually have made a couple of good tunes. So maybe take a look on Spotify at some point if you have a free few minutes. However, we don't have a free few minutes. So we've got some.
No, we've got a few seconds though. Because I just want to say hello to Benny watching from across the pond in Australia.
Oh, good day.
G'day.
Mate.
Oh,
welcome to the BIKC National Finals, heat number 2 for
Are you going to
group
do the
number
catchphrase,
2.
Tom?
I think I might have to leave Go Go Gadget Grease Cat. I'll leave the catchphrases down to you as we head down into the hairpin. It's Ben Hunt who leads the field away with Edward Davies-Jones. The pace car drops the throttle. We look to the gantry and see if we get a green light. Lights stay yellow. It's a false start as we do have a kart backwards on the pit straight.
False start.
Kart 32 Joe Mills was facing the wrong direction on the main straight, so the drivers will be going round again. And usually what that means is if it is a false start, the clock does start ticking down. So what this has done is this has robbed these drivers of one of their racing laps as they're now under pace car conditions. You'll see our beautiful pace car will lead the field around and they will get going for a second attempt at this start. This is the first time we've seen a false start for the IKC 2022, and hopefully it's the only one that we do see. It's just to make sure that all drivers are in position and they are ready to go throughout the course of the race, and it is nice and fair. So we're up on the top section of the track, and they're going to go down. They'll probably most likely come to a bit of a stop at the bottom of the ramp just to make sure they are in grid order, and then we'll have another crack at a start.
You've still got time to use the catchphrase, Tom.
I know. Give me a second.
I want you to use the
Is this a hand? Is this the hand of God telling me I have to use the catchphrase
No, you don't.
now? We've gone false start to make sure that it can happen. These drivers have done it deliberately to make sure that it happens. So the grid now just getting back into position. Looks like Joe Mills will be given his 5th place starting position.
Yeah,
back.
that's what happens when you don't say the catchphrase, Tom.
Yeah, there we go.
That's absolutely right.
So therefore, this false start has been laid right in the lap of the commentators. That's what I'm hearing here.
Indeed, we've cursed quite a bit today. If I'll be up to.
Yeah, so hopefully we don't curse any more as the drivers now. Let's give it a second shot at a start. And let's see if we can keep drivers all nose to tail and keep them all, most importantly, pointing in the right direction. Just see 27 Ben Hunt there, Edward Davies-Jones, Rory Hamilton, Zachary Price-Williams, Joe Mills, Luca Batawev, Ilya Veliko, Jakob Milcharski, Theo Thomas. They are your runners and riders. We're going to give this a second shot as we head under the bridge. Pace car drops the throttle. We look for a green light. It's Go Go Gadget Grease Cat as we head through towards Dunlop 2.
He did it!
Russ is extremely happy. Ben Hunt's going to be happy that he's managed to hold on to P1. But it looks like 30. Rory Hamilton's already going for second place. He's not quite close enough to get the move on Edward Davies-Jones. It looks like Zachary Price-Williams, though, is trying to make a move now around the outside of the tunnel section as they all fall back line astern. As they head up the top section, 34, Ilya Veliko is now on the move as well, trying to go down the inside, but they've been done themselves by the looks of by Jakob Milcharski. So the two drivers towards the back end of the field. We look to see how they come through. It is Jakob that's now ahead of Ilya Veliko. So move already as Jakob looks towards the outside, the 34 again towards the inside. It's a very good fight between these young drivers as off and away is Ben Hunt. He's flown away in this opening lap as 31, Edward Davies-Jones has Rory Hamilton, Zachary Price-Williams and Joe Mills for comfort as Jakob Milcharski is now up ahead. I believe he's ahead of Luka Batawev there maybe.
And Ben Hunt after a... Oh, 31's got him! Oh, no, 31 had to defend, but
Hamilton
30
down
on
the inside. Hamilton's got him. So move to
Look
second
at
place.
that.
Zachary Price-Williams is also up the inside as well. So that's 2 places lost, maybe 3 for the 31 of Edward Davies-Jones as Jakob Milcharski has moved up into P6. So as one driver falls 3 places, Jacob's gained 3 places from 9th on the grid. So they're absolutely flying here. We saw a lot of movement we didn't see a lot of movement in the last heat. We've seen a lot in the opening lap of this first one. But Ben Hunt, by virtue of all of that fighting behind him, now has a 2.2 second gap over Rory Hamilton, who's now up into second place. Zachary Price-Williams in third. He's just got the 32 with Joe Mills, who was facing the wrong direction on the first attempt of a start. Now he's up in P4.
I think we're going to be saying the words Hunt at the front quite a lot in this event, because I thought on the first lap there his kart looked a little bit loose. He looked like he was just kind of on the edge there, but there's no doubt he's found the grip, he's found the speed where everybody else out there can't. And everybody else, once again, is in defensive mode. He's out there with a 2.2 second lead and he can just drive any line he wants, while all the others have got to worry about who is behind. But Rory Hamilton, he's kind of so far promised a lot, hasn't really totally absolutely delivered yet. This is his chance. We've got 5 minutes of this race left. He's 1.3 seconds. Can he close down Ben Hunt? and stop us saying Hunt at the front. We've got Zach, who's a 0.7 seconds behind Rory in third place, and then Joe is another 0.7 seconds behind in fourth. That is how it looks at the moment. But Ben Hunt, still leading by, in cadet racing, a pretty high margin. But tell you what, Rory does look quite racy there. Is that gap coming down here? Is that gap coming down between Hamilton and Hunt? It looks less. It really does look a lot less, has to be said. And kart number 33, they got a big shout out all morning. That's coming running in sixth. So if anybody is thinking that it is a fast kart, I think we're just really saying that it just got a bit lucky with the various drivers who were driving it, because it's running in sixth place at the moment. But at the moment, Ben Hunt and Rory Hamilton, that is your top two.
I'll tell you who is fast. Rory Hamilton's absolutely flying here. He's consistently about a second a lap quicker than Ben Hunt there. He's in the 106.7, so pretty similar to what we've seen in the previous heat in terms of outright pace, but he has pulled that gap down extremely quickly. So that gap now 3/10. Hamilton is absolutely flying here.
Where did he find that?
You can almost say it's hammer time for Hamilton down the top at the top section of the circuit. He has got the hammer down, and he's trying to get past Hunt. Two very famous names, in the world of racing. Hunt versus Hamilton, two very different eras, but both names clashing on circuit today, and it's Hunt who has the advantage over Hamilton as they now come down under the Monster Energy Bridge. Once again, you've got to think that Hamilton is not going to be sticking around behind Hunt for much of this race. But Hunt throws it towards the inside. He just chopped the nose off there. If you're going to get past me, you're going to have to do it the long way round. Round the outside they're looking. That's a 30 on the 27. Again, not quite able to make the move. They're going to try and get the cut back through here. Can they get the overspeed? They're not quite close enough to overlap through the S's. And for once again, it's still Hunt at the front. But Zachary Price-Williams is starting to come back into this one. 1.1 seconds the gap now to third place driver.
And Ben Hunt, very shrewd racing there, just left Rory Hamilton out to dry a little bit. He's absolutely entitled to do, just blocking his entrance point a touch. So he got compromised there. But this, probably the number 27 Ben Hunt's got here, he is having to drive quite defensively at certain parts of the course. So just on that up-ramp corner there, he took a very different line to what he has been doing in the previous laps. It was much tighter. It was very much with defending in mind. And he clobbered the barrier there, which really might help Rory Hamilton line him up at the end of the straight. Here we go. Is he going to make a move? Hamilton looks behind him. Hunt still holds the lead.
Yeah, Hamilton knows he's got clear
and look at the line. No way you coming through there.
The issue that these guys have got is you can see the longer these guys fight, you can just see looming in the background. That's the 37, it's Zachary Price-Williams. He is slowly catching up to this fight, and the longer that these guys battle between each other, the smaller that gap gets. Was 1.2 over the line, it's now down to 1.1 as these drivers now are holding each other up by the looks of it. Saying that, they're all in the 106.9s, the top three. Very close in terms of lap times, not quite as quick for Joe Mills on a 107.5, so he's slowly starting to fall away. As you can just see, Hunt is taking a bit of a defensive line towards the inside of the corner, just staying to the right as you go up the ramp. It's quite easy if you go right over on the racing line to the left-hand side of the circuit for someone to pop it down the inside on the ramp, and you've really got no option but to concede the place if that does happen. But the 30 of Rory Hamilton really looking racy here. You can see that he really wants to get this done. He's just hunkering down towards the steering wheel to get those last couple of tenths. As Zachary Price-Williams, again, he looks even closer this time around. So that gap was 1.1 over the line last time. I reckon it's going to be well under a second, as it's now 3 karts for the lead. You can just see in the background, Jakub Milcharski is up in P5, and he's slowly starting to pull in on this gap. The 30 looks to the outside, tries to cut back to the inside, and this time he gets the tiniest of overlaps, but it's not enough to be able to do anything. Checker flag flies there. Ben Hunt takes the win by just a tenth, and I do happen to think if they didn't have that false start at the start of this one, that could have been a very different result. But as with the false starts, the clock does start ticking down when they've crossed the line. So over the line they go. Ben Hunt, who takes the win by just 1/10 of a second. It's got to have been the closest finish we've seen in the entirety of the competition so far. And these guys are still racing. Someone might want to just let Zach Price-Williams know that the race is over. The checker flag's flying. He's come home in 3rd place. Joe Mills has come home in 4th. I said Jakob Milcharski could move forward, and he's done that moved into P5. So that's going to have helped his points tally. Ilya Veliko in P6. Edward Davies-Jones back in P7 in kart 31, Theo Thomas in 35 in P8, and completing your 9 kart field, 16 seconds off the lead, was Luka Batoev.
As we said, another fantastic display of defensive driving this time, and we are once again saying it is Hunt at the front. And so we are, we have one more heat left to go, so there is still a lot of racing, a lot of heat racing, I should say, to be resolved in the next few minutes, so we'll just go into the whole setup of that. But what a great race, and you just saw that Ben Hunt having to drive defensively, Rory Hamilton absolutely all over the back room. That brought Zachary and Joe into, more Zachary has to be said, into play for that 3rd place, and he only ended up finishing less than a second behind Ben Hunt to win the race.
It looks like the race control chat's going off a little bit there, maybe.
Okay, now there is a bit of group chat about why is the race is ending with a minute to go, and I can answer that because it is a technical thing. It's because otherwise the session will run out and not everyone will cross the finish line before it ends, and that does cause us a few issues. So that is why that is going on.
Yes, it's just to make sure that those final lap positions are actually being counted. And just to make sure that the timing system knows that if a move is made on the last lap, that we can make sure that it is accounted for. But yeah, Rory Hamilton in that, a 106.7. Next fastest in that one was Zachary Price-Williams on a 6.947, and Ben Hunt on a 6.995. So in terms of fastest laps, only about 2/10 separating the top 3 in that one. Another quick lap for Jakob Milcharski on a 6.88 as well.
Few more shout-outs.
Very, very close.
Salvador East Racing, really disappointed I didn't get to the finals, but next year I'm determined that I will. But in the meantime, I'm here to support my mate Rory Hinckley.
Yeah, Rory Hinckley Jr. is going to be coming up later. He's a very, very fast driver.
Salvador East Racing, yes, don't be disappointed. There's always next year. There's always time to practice. There's always time to sharpen your skills to make sure that next year you are racing once again, or well, you're racing in the Warrington BIKC National Final.
Yeah, and so I've said it a few times. Sometimes you find drivers like, oh, I'm not quick enough for this. I can't live with these guys. When you end up on a grid of quick drivers and out there with more experienced guys, you do find yourself starting to be pulled along in terms of lap time. So I've said this to a few people, and I'll keep saying it. You never know. With series like this, sometimes you just need to go bite the bullet, get yourself involved in it. You never know. You may just surprise yourself, and in 12 months' time, you could be sat on the grid of a BIKC final and getting ready to fight for a fantastic prize. And I believe you've got some race control updates.
Indeed. You can be the expert here, Tom. So we've got 1 penalty point for kart 34, Ilya Veliko, for loading other drivers ×2.
Okay.
Don't hear that term used a lot.
So the term loading, the idea of loading is effectively sitting on the rear bumper of another driver and pushing them through a corner. You see normally a lot of that on the starts, and that's why when you move into outdoor karting, they've got the dreaded drop-down bumpers. The idea of those, the bumper drops in, if you contact a kart in front, and it's an immediate 5-second penalty these days with no appeal. But the act of loading, it can just push a driver wide into a corner a small amount. So that's what the penalty point's been handed out for. And to remind everyone at home, these drivers throughout the heats, they're scoring points based on where they finish. A penalty point comes off their total points scored. So for example, if a driver finishes in P1 and let's say an arbitrary number, they get 20 points in both heats and they score a total of 40. A penalty point would mean their total would end up being 39.
Okay, just going to do some more shout-outs because there's a lot of love coming out in the live stream. We got Sam Gassel just said, get in there. Rooster Karting, great defence, and Ben Hunt out there. Twitch Ollie, well done, Jacob. Ruth said, no, I won't read that one. Ruth.
You see, internal filter, it's working this year.
Cleo has said, go Ollie.
There's a good one there from Chris Brown. Love the commentary, guys. No F1 star here, but I'm a BMMC Marshal and signed up for an elite membership recently. I can attest to that because I myself in my spare time, as well as a couple of the guys around the circuit, we do slum it down at Alton Park every now and again, and we do wave flags and get cars pointing in the right direction for the big stuff. I believe you've got a couple of guys going down doing the British Touring Car Championship later on in the year. It's great to see some of the Orange Army are watching along, and every now and again I do try and get a group of Alton Park Marshals down to TeamSport Warrington to let them sample what it's like on the other side of the barrier, and I can tell you now, some of them are good drivers. Some of them, on the other hand, they maybe need a trip to the clerk's office.
Teddy Cox has said, I love Rory. He is great at Buckmore Park and Brentwood. Yeah, a lot of experience in these drivers. You know, it's not just the BIKC. They're racing a lot of outdoor tracks and a lot of different disciplines. So, yep, we are talking about the finest indoor karters that are racing in the UK at the present moment in time.
Yeah, you do have a lot of drivers who do other stuff as well. And you have a lot of drivers as well who have started karting in a very similar way. What you find out is that some of these drivers have been dragged into this sport by karting for their parties. So quite a lot of drivers will have had like a party at some point, gone out on track, realised, you know what, I quite like this. I quite like being in control of something that can take me around this circuit about 30 odd miles an hour and race wheel to wheel against like-minded drivers of a similar age. And they've been able to go into our race academies, do our race academy race events, and learn how to go racing and compete at this sort of level. The idea of the race academy is to breed the next generation of British Indoor Karting Champion. And I'm going to be honest, I know especially with Warrington, when I've had a hand in running that, we're trying to breed champions. We want to see drivers from from home circuits winning.
Beautifully, Tom, to the prize here, which is full entry into the 2023 Total Karting Zero Summer Championship. Our prize sponsor is Total Karting Zero. They have a wonderful championship that is run by Rob Smedley, who is infamous with Formula One. He has said some of the greatest radio comments that have ever been said.
The old Felipe baby, stay cool, I'm bringing you the white visor.
Who don't know, he is responsible for the infamous saying, Alonso
Fernando is faster.
Fernando
than you.
didn't even get
Please
it right.
Fernando that you understood that message.
Fernando is faster.
Definitely wasn't team orders. That definitely wasn't.
And Felipe Massa was very magnanimous at the end of that, which is another great quote.
Yeah, ironically now, Felipe Massa,
famous.
president of the CIK, that looks after all of the FIA karting series and all the regulations. So not only is his race engineer creating electric karting series, but Felipe himself is up at the forefront of international karting and trying to turn that into a breeding ground for the next generation of Formula One drivers.
And the Total Karting Zero. Where does zero come from? Well, zero comes from the emissions. It's all electric. It's all green energy. It's all the future. Did you know in team sport that every single bit of energy that comes through, I don't know how you quantify energy there, but any single anything to do with energy comes in from green renewable sources. It costs us more money to do that, but it's part of our environmental plan moving forwards. So yeah, we are very much part of that future as well. And we also talked about electric carts earlier.
So to say, we have the electrification of quite a lot of sites. We had Eastleigh come back online not long ago. For anyone who hasn't already either been down to that circuit or seen the various videos that have been put out by the social team, I implore you to go and do it. It looks absolutely amazing. It's got 9-hole putt club as well as a fantastic new 500-meter circuit, the latest generation of EcoVolt GT karts, as well as some fantastic sim racing experiences from Century Sim, where you can drive a car on circuit on a hot lap trial. There's also arcade machines in there as well. If you haven't been down to TeamSport Eastleigh or even any of the other TeamSport sites, then I really implore you to go down and take a look at them.
Indeed. And with the electrification, we are going electric in TeamSport. There's no doubt about that. It is one of our targets for by the end of 2023 that half the tracks that we operate will be electric. And as you can see by the pace kart there, they are very tasty pieces of kit. has to be said.
No, it's the first time I've seen that livery in the flesh, and honestly, I absolutely love it. It looks so much better in reality than it does in the pictures. They just don't do it
I'm even going to call that kart sexy.
Oh, I would probably go that. I would be tending to agree with you. Actually, it's quite a very nice deep blue as well, and I'm a sucker for blue designs as well. But we have some amazing racing. What I believe is the final heat of the cadets. 10 minutes to wait. James Vout leads us over the line. Daniel Clancy in second place. The lights go green, and we are racing as the drivers start to fan out immediately. The 30 of Daniel Clancy's looking to try and make a move straight away, but they are all line astern as they head through the bottom section of the circuits. As the 29 Abdul Rahman Sheikh, he's made some really good moves throughout the course of the race. He's trying to go around the outside of Carter and Skip Clarkson to try and get into third place side by side into the tunnel. Look like a little bit of a touch in the back end, so hopefully they all get through there nicely, but it is still James Vout who's out in front as they go 2 by 2 up the ramp just behind, and he's got Daniel Clancy behind him. Carter, Inskip, Clarkson and Abdul Rahman Sheikh are there in third and fourth. You can just see that big pack has now got a massive gap. I believe that's being led by Samardeep Dhaliwal with Ollie Peters, Riley Riemann, Stephen Harvey Jr. and Matty Prinku right as they head into the Monster Energy Bridge. The top four have broken away here, and I think that is Samardeep that's there in fifth place just behind.
And you just get a feeling this is going to be a really, really tight race because it is almost two races. The first four win one race, and then the last five are in a different race because they are all absolutely bumper to bumper, and it's great driving so far from James Vout, who leads the way in kart 31 and goes across for the end of lap number one. The first time lap goes around in a 108.378. And driver number 30, Daniel Clancy, is all over the back. He really, really does want to go in, and does look, he's got a bit of a pace advantage at the moment. James Vout looks over his shoulder, so he knows exactly where he's there. And again, we're going to see some defensive driving. A little bit of a gap, slight gap between 31 and 30 there, but we are talking about 0.2 of a second. If Daniel wants to get through, he needs that car absolutely on the rear bumper of James Vout if he's going to make that position and go through into lead. They come around the final corner here before they start plunging down the down ramp and through the S's section next to the pit lane, and number 30 is not quite close enough. In fact, he's got to do some defending. Look at 34, Carter is right there, and this might be a move because he's not going defensive. But no, very, very tight all the way around, and it is still James Vout leading.
You could see that Carter was just starting to think about the move there. It wasn't quite close enough to go for it. Decided discretion was the better part of valor there. As they come over the line, though, James Vout has started to break away a little bit from the front two. It is only by about 0.3, though, versus the two that are separating the guys in second and third. Ollie Peters currently leads that second pack in the 27 from the 37 of.
Oh, was there contact there? I thought there was contact.
Looks like a move there from Daniel Clancy to take the lead away from James Vout in the 31. 34, Carter and Skip Clarkson now is going to try and make a look, but the 30 is the first driver to get past James Vout in the course of these heats, and that looks like it may have been a little bit of a messy move.
I think that might be one for the stewards, Tom, if I'll be honest. They're going to take a look at that. There might be one for the Gen Pad as well in the analysis that's coming up straight after this heat. But at the moment,
the time penalty
we have
goes out
a new leader.
Yeah, we've got a time penalty a little bit further down the order. Samardeep Dhaliwal picks up a 2-second penalty. That drops him down into P8, but a new leader in the form of Daniel Clancy, who is now out in front. The Cardiff driver in kart 30 now leads the 31 of James Vout as they now come through the top section of the circuit. Looks like James may be a little bit rattled here. He's got Carter and Skip Clarkson just behind him. What was a 0.3 advantage is now a 4.5 disadvantage as they now fire down through Century Sim corner once again. Looks like Carter may be trying to make a move here. He does have the fastest lap of the race. The pace in this one maybe a little bit slower than the last ones we've seen. A 107.4 is the fastest lap so far during this heat. But Vout now trying to look in front to see what he can do. Abdur Rahman there tries to go down the outside of Inskip Clarkson up the ramp, but has to back out and fall back into line. The top four still are absolutely nose to tail, with Ollie Peters in fifth, Riley Riemann in P6, Matthew Prinku right in P7. Samardeep Dhaliwal, with that penalty applied, is down in 8th place, receiving 8th place.
And look, 31 here, James Vout looks like he's fighting back. He's very, very close to the back of Daniel Clancy, who took that lead off him. He's looking behind, but he's not going to make a move there.
Yeah, he's
but
taking a lap
James Vout
to
is
recharge.
not giving up here. He is only 0.4 seconds behind. In fact, he's virtually bumper to bumper here. He is back on the case of winning this race.
Yeah, he's just taking a lap out just to try and take a look at where Daniel Clancy's fast and where he's placing the car to see, okay, this is where he's going. Let's see what I can do about it. So the 34 and the 29 still nose to tail. Ollie Peters does have a little bit of a gap over Samadi Daliwal, who is leading the pack ahead of Riley Riemann and Matty Prinku Wright for 6th place, but drops to 8th by virtue of that penalty. And it does look like Daniel Clancy now is just, again, holding the field at arm's length. He's not doing anything too rash, as James Vout does now hold the fastest lap of the race. The lap previous time round, a 107.292. As yellow lights come out. I think that's somebody, Daliwal, who's in the wall down there. So he gets some assistance to get him back in the right direction. And that is definitely going to be one for the stewards to take a look at later on. So
will this change the race? Will they bunch up here? There's 32.7 that we're focusing on as they are back racing on track, but we're starting to get into
lights
the
back to green.
We are green.
Looks like Abdul Raymond there had a very good reaction to the lights going back to green. He tried to go around the outside of Carter. Now they're 3 wide into the third hairpin. They've all got to be very careful to get through here. Carter's got a bit of an overlap
he's on the
Vout.
inside.
Oh,
it's going to go wrong. Had to go wrong.
So
you can't get through there.
Look, like it was just a half nose down the inside there, and I don't think James thought Carter was still fully there. He's turned in to take his line, and it's put him over the front of the 34, and it's left James down and out in this one. So that's definitely going to be one for the stewards to take a look at, as Aiden gets the car back in the right direction, and he's now on the back of, I think that's Steve Harvey Jr.
Tom, Jen is going to be very, very busy on her Gen pad in the break. Very busy. We have a lot to get through here.
Yeah, we've had a lot of action over these 6 heats. Now, as we wait for the lights to go back to green, it is still Daniel Clancy who's up at the front. Light to green, and we're racing once again. Abdul Rahman now in second place by benefit of that incident for Inskip Carter and Vout the previous time around. You've got to say, I think Abdul Rahman Shea looks pretty racy here in the 29. He's been pulling some good moves so far over the course of the event. Let's see what he can do, as I think these guys have got maybe 1 or 2 laps left in this heat. They head through the third hairpin now. It's a good line from both of them. 29 gets a good run. The 30 gets an equally good run as they go over the line here. And it's still Clancy that leads. Abdul Rahman Sheikh, Carter and Skip Clarkson. Ollie Peters is now in 4th place. Riley Riemann in 5th. Matty Prinku Wright 6th. Stephen Harvey Jr. 7th, with James Vout just behind him. Let's see if James is able to pick off a couple of places, because he did win that first heat. And the important part of these heats is they're all about banking points. So if he can pull a couple of places, pull back a couple of points, he may still be in a good position come the semi-finals.
So we have a whole different challenge here, because we did have 4 karts bumper to bumper. It is now reduced to kart 30 Daniel and kart 29 Abder, who are neck and neck, and I believe there's going to be 1 more lap after this one. So it is, and absolutely, Abder looks like he is there. He is absolutely right there. Can he do anything? Look how defensive Daniel Clancy goes. He goes right in to the right-hand side, then pulls back out to make a little bit of room for himself. So there's no doubt Daniel Clancy is in full-on defensive mood, which means that 29 Abder, he will be quicker than him. So can he make the move? Can he find a part of the track where he can get alongside and claim that victory? Yeah. It really is. I'm just looking, he's a little bit quicker going through those hairpins. He's there, but he's still not quite absolutely on the bumper. But this is a great corner for overtaking. But number 30, Danny, is all over that. He takes a very defensive line again into the corner, going onto the up ramp. And we are coming round here up the top end of the circuit. We're going to plunge down into a hairpin, a right-hand hairpin, and once again, you won't get through there. That is very, very difficult to overtake on. But coming round onto the down ramp here, this is going to be the final time, and it's going to be the last chance for driver 29, Abder, to find a way past Daniel Clancy. Here we go. He goes right to the inside, and look at Carter in 3rd place is also there. Final few corners coming up. Daniel Clancy is surely going to win this. He's got the defensive lines absolutely sorted, and he comes through. And we have a checkered flag, and Daniel Clancy, winner of the last of the heats. Great racing, Tom.
Yeah, some fantastic racing there. I did think that Shape may have been able to get into that first place. He was looking extremely racy throughout the course of that one, but Inskip Carter comes home in third place, managed to close up to a second with Abdul Rahim Sheikh taking the fastest lap of the race on a 1:07.2, and then Ollie Peters in P4, Matty Prinku-Wright in P5, Riley Riemann in P6. James Vout did manage to get back into 7th place at the expense of Samardeep Dhaliwal, with Stephen Harvey Jr. competing your top 9. There's a lot of action to digest over the course of those 6 heats, and I think we've got the perfect way to be able to get some deep, in-depth analysis on what manner of thing occurred over the course of those heats.
Well, it has to be said that was fantastic racing from everybody. That's just the heats. We've got the semi-finals and, of course, the final left to go. And how many great overtaking incidents? How much controversy have we already had so far, even just during the heats? Now, that is the end of the heats, and we are going to hand over to the studio. And the studio, we have got Jen up there with the Gen pad. We got Lex up there, who doesn't have a Lex pad, unfortunately. But we got Gen pad for all the analysis. We are going back to the studio.
Well, so much to talk about. Where do we start? We'll go through it in a minute. We've got loads of stuff to talk about.
There's loads of stuff to talk about from those racing.
Before we do, though, TKZ have got 2 hoodies that they're giving away. We've got a question for this. You've got to answer it. But look at these hoodies. You can have one of these. The other one's very bright.
Yeah,
so
we like the green
will see
one.
you. There it is. Lovely. If you want to win one of them, all you need to do is answer this question. What year was Total Karting Zero founded by Rob Smedley? That's what you need to answer. Send it to win@bikc.co.uk, and we'll pick a random one out towards the end of Cadets. Anyway, shall we have a look at this?
Yeah,
Talk
yeah.
us through this. We've got loads of stuff to look at.
Yeah, so if we quickly have a little look at the replay for the crash in Heat 1.
Yes.
I'm going to play it all the way through first of all. I don't know if it's coming up on the live stream, is it?
Trying to get it on the screen. There it is now. So this is Heat 1 crash, right?
Yes, so I'm going to play it all the way through first of all, so you guys are reminded of exactly what happened. Obviously, we saw Kart 33 get wiped out by a tour start-finish line. So that was the incident. We saw driver...
We can go back.
I think it was driver...
Is it Ruben?
Ruben, yeah. I think they get a 5-second time penalty for that. So we quickly look back here, and we have a little look at what caused the incident to begin with. So if we look into the hairpin by here, 32 went out a bit wider than we expected, and 33 made a move on 37 as well. Coming down towards the start-finish straight then, that's where the contact was made. So if we quick little look at the contact here.
Yeah.
The 2 drivers coming in behind 33, it was in a situation where the driver on the inside didn't really have the space, but also the driver on the outside could have left more space. It was debated whether the contact was...
Very similar to an incident that happened with Vito Vokes in 2020 as well.
Yeah. So if we have a little look at this again, the contact between 33 then, he just ended up getting wiped out by that, got collected a little bit. But it was a good move to begin with. 33 did make 2 positions from that corner originally.
There's a few more incidents in there as well that we can look at, Jen, right?
Yeah. So we got one more from Heat 4.
I'm going to get it up on the screen now for you. There it is. So talk us through this one.
Okay, so this is the upstairs part of the track by here, the hairpin before we go towards the down ramp on that fast straight down the back. Okay, so if we could play that through first of all.
Ooh.
It was a lovely move to begin with. These 2 left the door open just quite a bit there. Whether they locked up the brakes or they went out a little bit wider into the corner because it took too much speed. That's a question for what happened there. But 29 made a lovely move here. Could have hung around the outside, maybe got more momentum down the straight, but unfortunately put too much steering into that and ended up putting the driver into the barrier, so gained the position under contact instead. That's where the penalty came from, unfortunately, but it was a good move to begin with.
Really, really good action. Some good stuff from the drivers. We've got loads of interviews as well from them coming on and off the track. We're going to show some of them in just a bit. We've got the semi-finals on the way. very shortly. Once again, if you want to win a TKZ hoodie, they're sponsoring the Cadets for this year. You've got to answer a question, which is, what year was TKZ founded by Rob Smedley? Send that to win at bikc.co.uk.
Yep. Little fun fact as well, just before we can move on. The fastest lap in the heats was to Matteo for a 1 minute 06.485. That was the fastest lap set in the heats.
So far. Interesting. Well, should we talk about your lap actually that you done yesterday?
Yeah, we can do. So we finally got the hot lap up that we were meant to discuss earlier.
That you done yesterday. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so I'm going to mostly play it all the way through first of all. It's not a perfect lap. Haven't done the track before. It was my first time yesterday. Coming out quite wide by here and then wide into the next corner. I had full throttle the entire time through this. It's very grippy, so you're easy to put the full throttle down. Full throttle through these sections as well. This is where the line is crucial through here. If you do take the wrong line, you do see a snap of light oversteer there. Coming around this section as well. Hold the steering wheel through here. It's where you get the most momentum. If you keep turning the steering wheel, you're going to lose your speed coming around the corners. Then on the up ramp, nice and late into the corner, up the ramp, and then you want to miss the first apex into the second apex. Hit this one here as well. You want to go quite tight to the wall by here, and then flick it back onto this back straight here, holding the wheel as well. More speed coming through these corners. Little bit of braking straight onto the throttle again, and then we'll head onto the down ramp. Here we go, and then this is full speed the whole way down here. It's lovely, get a little bit of airtime on that down ramp as well. Full speed down here and around the other corner as well. This is where the original start-finish line was, but obviously the start-finish has been moved for this weekend's event.
That's awesome. That's the first time I've seen that. It's really good. Love that. Awesome. I've got to say, we've got some comments here that we've got to get through as well. People said, come on, Lewis Tracy. Yes, go Lewis Tracy. We did an interview with him as well. We'll be putting that out in just a bit. And also we got there Ed and Arthur. Big shout out to Ed and Arthur.
Oh, lovely.
Keep them coming in at BIKC official on the socials is what we want. We're going to go to a quick break and then we'll be back very shortly with the semi-finals of Cadets at BIKC 22.
Hi, I'm Rob Smedley, founder of Total Karting Zero. We're really proud to be announcing that we are once again sponsoring the British Indoor Kart Championship for the second year in a row. Well done to all of you drivers who've already qualified, and we're really looking forward to seeing the winners who are going to join us in the 2023 Total Karting Zero Championship.
Experience even more awesome at TeamSport Indoor Karting in Leicester. Stimulate all your senses and explore a virtual world with a fully immersive 4D VR experience brought to you by Rome Dome. Challenge your mates to e-darts with multiple game formats or take a swing at Pod Club, our exciting motorsport-themed crazy golf. Then hit the track and feel the thrill of our 500-metre multi-level indoor go-karting circuit. Leave TeamSport Leicester feeling like a champion. Book now at team-sports.co.uk.
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to your track commentary team. My name is Russ Mabley. I am joined with Tom Gibson as ever, and we are in a situation we are waiting for the semi-finals to start. There's a few protests that we've got to get through, few analysis. We're looking at VAR from what happened in the heats, so there might be some changes that will happen to the grids. We'll talk about the grids and who goes through to the finals in a short period of time, but as well as the British Indoor Karting Championship, we also run the British Schools Karting Championship, which is run every year and is obviously, as it sounds, open to all schools in the UK. And we ran this, I believe, for the first time this year, and it was incredibly successful. And so there is this success really of the BIKC, and what it has become over the past 3 years has resulted in an extra championship coming off the back of it. And it gets run, I believe, January to March.
So BSKC kicks off in February. It's the first 2 weeks of February run practice sessions. I had the pleasure of Clark in that meeting. So on a slightly different side of the fence, some really, really good racing, some drivers we recognise from BIKC, like so Charlie Ratford was in that. I believe he finished second. It was Jan School who took the victory this time out with, off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure they had a young lad called Callum Sanderson, who I think we'll be seeing either later on today or tomorrow. But just a bit of details about BSKC. Like I say, it kicks off in February. It's run as a schools competition, the idea being that drivers pair up into, drivers form teams which all compete together. So teams consist of 3 drivers. You'll do a couple of race meetings. You'll do a practice, a local final, a regional final, and then the national final. The price for the first couple of stages is £150 per team. That covers your practice and your local final. And then I believe there's, I think it's about £60 fee if you get through to the regionals, and then the nationals is free of charge. And honestly, it was some fantastic racing over the course of the day. We have 14 schools make it through to the national finals of BSKC, which is normally run in June. It's a Friday night in June, so just after schools all kick out for summer. And yeah, it was fantastic to go out and have a laugh with the BSKC guys and see some potentially drivers that we may be able to see in BIKC. But it's also not just aimed at drivers who want to go out and race. There's also STEM applications in it. So if you do have any budding teachers, any teachers who do want to get your schools involved, head over to bskc.co.uk and you'll be able to find all the details as well. There are lesson plans as well, so you can start learning about vehicle dynamics and stuff like that, which will help drivers if they want to go on to a degree in engineering or something like that, which is a route I ended up taking with a mech eng degree. We did that sort of stuff, and honestly, I wish I did BSKC when I was that sort of age. It would have set me right up and had a right good laugh.
No, excellent. So that will run in a few months' time. So if anybody is
entries
interested,
are open at the moment. So if you do want to get yourself involved, head over to bskc.co.uk and you'll be able to sign up. I don't think there's a limit on how many teams schools can enter. So one school can enter a few teams. It's been run at 34 sites around the UK, including here at Warrington. So if you do want to get yourself on grid and do want to have a right good laugh, then get yourself down. It's been a great event.
Indeed. Some action on the live stream. Chris Brown, now forget the racing. All right, yeah, there is a race event going on, Tom. There is a race event going on. But he's put on there are the BIKC water bottles really that big?
Yes,
now,
they are.
They are. They're enormous.
Huge. They are huge. I remember seeing them.
TeamSport, we have bottles made of steel, it has to be said. And we have BIKC ones. I think they are available to buy.
Yeah, $14.99, I believe.
And I think they're like, they hold a litre. They are absolutely massive. So it's not a trick of the camera. Yes, they are absolutely huge.
There is also other merch on there. So I believe there's lanyards. I'm a sucker for lanyards for anyone who knows me. There's also quite a nice T-shirt design on there. So if you want to check out the BIKC merch, it's bikc.co.uk, and you'll be able to find out all the details on that. You'll also be able to find the links for the live stream if you're here at the circuit. And yeah, it should be really, really good. So I know the grids are being built at the moment. The guys are just making sure that we're all happy. And I believe, looking at this, we have a grid.
Let's just first of all talk about
semi-final.
The semis. This is what's going to happen. We're going to have 3 semi-finals. Every driver still racing in the competition will go through and race in the semi-finals. But this is the knockout stage of the competition. So all these grid positions have obviously been determined by how each driver has scored during the heats. Now the magic number, okay, the position that you really need to be in to go through to the final is the top 3. The top 3 from the 3 semi-finals will go through into the grand final. However, there's also an extra place available for the fastest driver who finishes in P4. So the races are 12 minutes long, and so there will be 3 semi-finals that will then go through into 2 finals, an A final. In fact, let's stick to the semi-finals. 3 semi-finals. I'm a bit ahead of myself
just
there.
A little bit.
Let's just focus on the semi-finals. So it's the top 3 that will go through, and that is the target for all drivers, to make sure you are guaranteed a place in the BIKC National Final 2022.
Yeah, so this is where it really starts getting tough. So now we're going to take 29 drivers, and we're going to try and get down to the final 10. So we can start seeing drivers heading towards their carts. Let's go through the runners and riders for this first heat. For this first semi-final, it's going to be Ed Spain starting from pole position. It's going to be Jude Pudford in second place, a position he's occupied for most of the day with his amazing defending. Zachary Price-Williams, Ollie Peters, Jacob Milcharski, Carter Inskip Clarkson, Arthur Way, Ruben Jenkins, Luca Batuev, and Stephen Harvey Jr. is going to be your runners and riders, the 10 drivers that will take place in this first of 3 semi-finals. And you can also see quite a lot of support for these drivers. Just see the sheer number of people that we have at the venue today. Not only people supporting their children out there, but also drivers that we're going to be seeing racing tomorrow that are here. Take a look at the event, supporting drivers from their other tracks. You can see various different banners being shown around the circuit. You've got Team Basildon up on the top section. I believe they've got 9 drivers here this weekend.
Can I just say that Team Basildon has always got the best banners? If there was an award, Basildon, for the best banners at BIKC, you would win it, because they're kind of everywhere, aren't they?
And you can also see, I believe that is Team Farnborough from what I can see from here. They've got one down by the pit lane. I believe that is one of their middleweights, Reece Callow, who we're going to be seeing later on tomorrow in the middleweights, just showing off the banner for everyone to see. So if you do have any around the circuit, then please do bring them down. And don't obviously cover our beautiful Monster Energy branding, as Monster quite kindly partnered with BIKC, along with our prize sponsor. We're going to mention them again, Total Karting Zero. Remember, these guys are all fighting for the chance to go racing for a full season in Total Karting Zero in the Summer Championship. Second place is going to take a full season in the Winter Championship for 2023, and then a full round for a round of Total Karting Zero for the driver who finishes in 3rd place. That's the same for the cadets and the juniors, and as soon as I say that, the cadets now file out onto the circuit. So we alluded to before, 12 minutes this one's going to be a little bit longer than what we've seen, but not quite as long as the 15-minute final that awaits these drivers. And you just see them all now getting into their grid position. It's now Ads who's taken over at the wheel of that Beers EcoVolt GT, and I'll be honest, they were testing it during the break. I was stood down by the pit lane. Man, that thing shifts. It doesn't fly through this circuit. I thought the petrol carts were quick, but that thing takes the biscuit. It's absolutely ridiculous stood down by the pit lane. When we do eventually go electric, I cannot wait to get my hands on one of those. It's going to be so much fun.
And it's got the technology, of course, of the push-to-pass button, so that will give you can only use it once a lap, but it gives you literally an extra boost, and it's the kind of boost. As I said, I drove in Brighton a few weeks ago. I said it earlier on in the commentary, and what a fantastic addition that is to a kart, because suddenly karting gets a lot more strategical. And where you use that push-to-pass button, because once your competitor has used it, they can't use it again for another lap. So there's a lot of strategy to use it on the up ramp, to use it on the end of the main straight, and lots of members with different solutions.
It's
to
TRX
that
Racing, the Tricker guys there.
We got you, TRX.
Drivers.
We got you on camera.
Yeah, so TRX Racing, formed by the Tricker family. They were BIKC competitors themselves. Gave it a crack during the regionals, both Amanda and Liam, I believe, making it through. Not unfortunately making it through to the national finals, but hello to the guys for TRX Racing. They've got 4 drivers off the top of my head during the. They're going to be out there racing over the course of the next 2 days. The last couple of drivers, though, do just file into position. James Hislop, our clerk of the course, is just making sure that he's happy where everyone is based, and then we're going to get down to the fun part here.
Can I just say, shout out, Mickey Letford has said, shout out to Stephen Harpy Jr. for making it to the semi-finals. We are so proud of him. I think there's a lot of people who are very, very proud of what they've seen, their family, their friends that have achieved already this morning in the race meeting, and we are not even at the tasty end of things just yet. So the semi-final looks like we have got it together. They all look like they are nose to tail, and here we go. We have another replacement pace kart driver, and this is where it gets really, really important. So let's take you round. It's going to be Adam Beale there, the pace kart driver. And let's hope he doesn't crash. He's done a lot of crashing in his TeamSport career. That's about the speed that's best for him, I'll be absolutely honest, to be totally honest. And here we go. We're going to go down onto the start-finish line, and we are going to start racing. We're hoping for a green light in the first of the semi-finals. Let's look. Are we going to go green? Are we going to go green? Yes, we are. We are racing. Let's see how to get through the first corner. So, driver car 33, Ed Spain, leads through the first couple of corners, and it all looks pretty okay at the moment. All drivers separated, little bit of a gap between each driver at the moment. Jude in second, Zachary third, Ollie in fourth place. Will we see another defensive drive from Jude? Will Zachary or Ollie be able to get past him? Will Ed Spain be able to pull away and go into the final from first place?
It's going to be quite a tough race for these young drivers. But you can just see Ed, just quick look over his shoulder there, just to spot that Jude is still in his wheel tracks. The top 3 once again look like they've got a bit of a gap, as it looks like Jakob Milcharski's trying to go side by side with Ollie Peters over fourth place. There was side by side through the chicane. They're now going 4 wide into the top hairpin.
Whoa.
The 27's down the inside. I believe that is Arthur Way. I think he's just profited on about 4 places there.
Ollie Peters.
Kip Carson shows in the door just to make sure that he keeps position, but the 37 is just holding position, but massive move from the 27 as these drivers went 4 wide into that top corner. So it's Ed Spain who leads over the line. Jude Pudfoot 8 tenths behind him. Zachary Price-Williams is third. Ollie Peters currently fourth place. Carter and Skip Clarkson after way. Jakob Milcharski, Lusa Batawev, Ruben Jenkins and Stephen Harvey Jr. are your runners and riders, but those top 3 holding the qualifying positions are starting to run away here, and that is not good news for the likes of Ollie Peters, who now is going to have to try and focus on driving as fast as he can to take that last coveted spot in the main event in about 30-40 minutes time.
All I say, that was a great move from Ollie Peters. He went brave, he went wide. There was a lot of drivers on his inside. He got a good drive off that corner and was able to go through and take that 4th place. But he is not, as Tom says, not guaranteed to be in the grand final. But he's got to put some lap times in, and he can't put lap times in because he's got everybody right behind him. He's having to take the most defensive lines. But look at this. Are we going to have a change in position for second? We've got driver 34, Zachary, all over. Driver 35, the defensive expert, that is Jude Pudderfoot, is there going to be a change here? And you just get a feeling that Jude is looking behind him. He knows exactly where Zachary is. Zachary's going to have to come up with something really bold. and really brave in order to get through. So coming round to what I think is a really, really great overtake opportunity. You can see the defensive line there. Jude knows all about that. Goes into the corner in the middle of the track, blocking that off.
Yeah, you can just see as they came over the line, Jude was just tapping his helmet there. He's saying, come on, let's work together. We're in a qualifying position. Let's not do anything daft, and then we'll sort this one out in the final. So those two are absolutely nose to tail behind. There is a massive fight over 4th place. I think Ollie Peters just still hanging on at the moment. You see that hand goes up again. It's like, come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's work together and try and hunt down that Reading driver who's out in front. As you can just see behind them, there is a massive pack of karts that are all fighting over 4th place. But Zachary, well, it looks like Ollie Peters may have just lost out. Not quite. He's got Carter in, Skip Clarkson in there. Arthur Wajak and Milcharski is side by side. Milcharski moves up at the expense of Arthur Ray. That is the fight for 6th place between the pair of them. And he hits the barrier there as Ruben Jenkins goes past as well. Just runs out a little bit of road. These guys are currently fighting over 4th place. What they need to do is they need to try and run away here at the moment, because the driver who finishes in 4th place, the fastest of the 3, and at the moment looking at Ollie Peters' time, he's on a 1:08.8.
If you want to know what's happening at the front, Ed Spain is disappearing into the distance. He's now got a 2.9 second lead, and it looks like Ed has got this absolutely sewn up. But what a titanic battle we have got for 2nd place. Between this goes 33, Ed Spain, he's miles away. We got 35 and 34, Jude and Zachary, that are battling out. And this is another bit of tactics, because what do? In 3rd place, you are guaranteed a place in the final. So do you make a risk? Because if it all goes wrong, you might not end up even driving in the final. Yet, if you hold back, you will have a worse grid position and less chance to become the BIKC Cadet Champion of 2022. So once again, they're tight. They're absolutely bumper to bumper slightly. He's taken a little bit of a different part of the track, is Zachary, trying to get a little bit of clean air, trying to get a little bit of overspeed to try and then pull in on the inside. That was what he was trying. He was trying to get through the inside there to try and make it through. So he is definitely thinking about overtaking. There was a little nudge there, little nudge as well. It's all going on.
Yeah, it's all starting to go off here at TeamSport Warrington. Jude is still trying to make sure that they stay in a qualifying position. You just see him tapping the helmet. He's saying, look, let's just work together. Let's not do anything daft. We're both in a qualifying position. Let's see how much further up we can get here and try and deal with Ed Spain. I will say, though, Ed Spain is flying away. He's currently got the fastest lap of the competition so far, a 1:06.450, as Bryce Williams now looks down the inside, looks towards the outside now on a Puddifoot as they go through into the 2nd hairpin. There is nothing that the 34 can do with the 35. Behind, though, you've still got Ollie Peters in, Skip Carter, Milcharski, Ray, Jenkins, Harvey and Batuev all fighting over the bottom parts of the circuit. But fastest lap once again for Ed Spain, a 1:06.2. Are we going to see a cadet lap? Milcharski's in the wall. Milcharski's out of this one from 6th position. So he's had there's been something gone on there. Looking at where he ended up, I have a feeling he may have been assisted there. Oh, the 25's around as well. That's Ollie Peters was that Ollie Peters there? No, the 29. Stephen Harvey Jr. Oh, he's done so well to move up from the back end of the grid into 8th place, but he's now back around and he's now behind Luka Batuev. So it's meant he's lost 1 position there, as lights are still on yellow. So 2 separate incidents of contact there as we go back to green flag racing once again. And it looks to me like Jude has got a little bit of a gap over Zachary Price-Williams here, compared to the 6.6 second gap to Ed Spain at the front. Ed looks over his shoulder, he sees nothing but clear circuit, and he knows he's quids in for a good position here in the semi-finals.
And Tom, we do have a penalty coming, so there will be a change in the order. I think a little bit further down at the moment, but now let me tell you about Ed's reign in Spain. Because Jude is currently 2nd, a mile back, 4.5 seconds back. So Ed Spain's reign, see what I'm doing there? Just see what I'm doing?
Yeah, we see.
Is absolutely stunning. Zachary is holding on. Those 3 positions are definitely, unless any of them makes a mistake, they are the grand finalists. It's pretty much here all about what happens behind. Ollie Peters has been 4th forever in this race, but it's all about his lap times. He's currently got a 1:08.597. That is his fastest lap time, and that we've got to compare that to what is going to be coming up in semi-final number 2 and semi-final number 3. And at the moment, Ed's got it, but the battle rages for second with 35 and 34. And let's see, he's having a look, but you can't get through there. You won't get through there. This is it, but look how defensive. Look at him, and Zachary goes really, really wide and has got such an overspeed. But Jude, the master of this, is just placing his kart at precisely the right point. And there is nothing Zachary Price-Williams can do to have enough overspeed to get that kart in the position where he needs it. This is interesting through the... We've never seen this go 2 abreast. They get through.
Yeah, that's the fight over 4th place. So Ollie Peters there in the 25. He's the driver that we'll watch and see how fast he can lap this Warrington circuit. Because if he finishes in this position here, it's going to be fastest lap alone that will get him through into the main event. But he's got pressure from Carter and Skip Clarkson just behind. Ruben Jenkins and Arthur Way are still in this one as well. Looks like Jakub Michalski and Luka Batoev were having a good fight as back towards the front of this one. Puddifer and Price-Williams are still nose to tail. These two have been inseparable for the course of this race. And I reckon we've probably got about 2 laps left to go here. They file down under the Monster Energy Bridge. The 35 takes a slightly narrower line. Lead. That is an extreme lead from Ed Spain there. He's literally flying away from the karts that are behind him. Well, that gap was 6 seconds over the line last time. I'm assuming it's probably going to be about 7 or 8 at this point here. That fight, though, for 4th place, there's 4 karts in it. They are absolutely nose to tail. Arthur Way's looking on the outside of Ruben Jenkins, and the time penalty for Arthur Way drops him right out of this one. That will be the penalty we alluded to earlier. I'm assuming that's going to be for his part in Jakub Milcharski, moving right down the order.
What I was also say, Tom, right, this must be giving the other drivers a bit of confidence, because for driving 4th place is having to defend, which means in semi-final number 2 and semi-final number 3, drivers in 4th place will know that that driver had to defend this. They should be technically slow lap times. And if the driver in 4th place in the next 2 semi-finals can really have a clear track and put their foot down, they might find themselves racing in that grand final.
Yeah, so the last couple of laps now, I reckon the leaders will be getting the final lap this time around. Just look over the shoulder from Jude. He's had some very, very good runs in 2nd place throughout the course of this event so far, and he's once again delivering an offensive masterclass to Zachary Price-Williams in the 34. You can just see how tight of a line he's able to take through that first corner. Tom. Yeah, he's almost putting himself in the barrier as he goes down that main straight, but there is absolutely nothing that Zach can do. You can just see the back end of that 34 is quite sideways as he comes through the corners. That's just him trying to get the nose of the kart into the corner, and the back of the kart just saying, nah, I don't quite want to go there. But still, as they're on what we believe will be the final lap of this race, Ed Spain has currently got a 10.7 second advantage to these two that we're watching here. Ed's already up on the flyover, and he's running away at the front of this one. So 35 versus 34 for 2nd place. As we now look at our leader, he's about to head down the ramp as these guys head up. So 33 is flying here at TeamSport Warrington. That's not just a lead. We are going to be measuring this one with a calendar. So Ed Spain is going to be going through the bottom section of the circuit. Again, a bit of a touch there from Zachary Price-Williams. He knows that time is running out.
He's got to be careful he doesn't get a penalty.
He's got to be very careful here.
Because that might rule him out.
We've already seen penalty points handed out for loading during this one. That is a textbook definition of what loading is. It looks like Zachary Price-Williams is now, Ed Spain now is going over the line. He's going to claim the win here in this first semi-final, but we're looking at who's going to finish in 2nd place, as it looks like Jude Pudford, Zachary Price-Williams coming through the 3rd hairpin, and Arthur Way's got himself onto 4th place on track, but it's going to be Ollie Peters in the final result that we need to take a look at as we now go over the start-finish line. And the checker flag is already out, so we have our first 3 qualifiers. Ed Spain, Jude Pudford, Zachary Price-Williams. You guys have just bought your tickets to the main event. Let's see what everyone else can do, as I believe we have a update from Race Control as a 2-second time penalty for Stephen Harvey Jr. comes up on our screens.
Indeed, we do have a few penalties, but at the moment, nothing that would affect the drivers who go through to the grand final. So nothing of any note would do that.
Just taking a note of
that was first semi-final out of the way, and I would say Ed Spain has really put in a performance there
it's quite
to make
himself
the favourite, I think, so far for the grand final.
I think that's the biggest winning margin we've seen in BIKC history. If it's not, it's extremely close to it. 12.384 seconds was the winning margin, and a fastest lap of 106.252. That is literally 2/10 off the fastest time we've ever seen during the BIKC for a cadet, which was held by Riley Riemann, who I believe we're going to be seeing in one of the next semi-finals. So the first of the semis is done, and Ed Spain, Jude Putterfoot, Zach Price Williams have all bought their tickets to the main event, and Ollie Peters in 4th place. That lap time that we need to keep an eye out in the next one is a 108.460. That is the benchmark for these drivers. If they come in home in 4th position, that is the lap time they're going to have to beat.
And I just want to talk a little bit. I've had a few shout-outs on the live stream about the electric karts, and one of those questions are they limited to 15 minutes? And the answer is they are not. And as we go further and we buy more electric karts which have got upgrades, we are finding that the technology is really moving forwards in an incredible way. But we can already run karts, depending they've been charged up for 30 minutes, we can run karts for 30 minutes. So the whole limitations of electric karts with regards to the 15 minutes, that will go at some point out of the window. And another shout out with the electric karts is, can they be turned up to a member's speed? And the answer is, yes, they can, Tom. Yes, they can.
Oh, we can always have more fun with the electric
Indeed,
karts.
which means it gives you so much control over electric as well. We can manually turn them down as they are driving around the circuit. We only really manually turn down Adam Beale when he's driving on the circuit.
It's
so
just
we're
a
always
safety
a little bit worried
precautions for everyone else on circuit.
Indeed, but they are incredible pieces of kit. They are obviously environmentally extremely friendly, and they are the feature of TeamSport, and they're awesome. And my experience of driving in Brighton was they drive so much like a petrol cart. Apart from the fact that you've got that push-to-pass button, it adds a whole dimension to it. And something else to put on, so how do you know when a competitor's used the push-to-pass? There's no light on it. There's nothing to say, but you will notice when they've done it, because they will suddenly have a pretty big turn of speed. And you also have that pretty big turn of speed when you press that button yourselves. So the reality of the electric feature is quite a technologically advanced feature, and it's also a whole load of fun. Yeah, that's the important part.
Fun is the name of the game, and thinking about our immediate future, we do have a grid for the second semi-final. So Abdul Rahman Sheikh is going to start on pole position. Rory Hamilton will start second. Joe Mills in third. Riley Riemann in P4. Lewis Tracy in P5. Lewis Prendergast is going to start sixth. Callum Kearney will start seventh. Samardeep Dhaliwal will start P8. Ryan Rapini in P9. These are 9 runners and riders for this event, and that beautiful electric kart once again is going to lead them away. So the question there, which circuits have the karts been pushed to pass? That, off the top of my head, is just the Eastleigh venue at the moment, but they're coming to a circuit near you soon. And Brighton as well. They've got the slightly different different colours. So Eastleigh have the blue karts, Brighton have the red ones, off the top of my head.
I think so. We'll have to get back to you on that. All I'd say, Tom, this particular semi-final, after what's happened in the heats, looks incredibly tasty, if I'll be honest. We've had some really close racing from Abda. Rory Hamilton has been on it all morning and has been pretty much the centre of attention. He's done enough there to start second. Joe Mills and Riley Riemann have been absolutely in the mix. The battle between the two Lewises that we saw early on in a heat was absolutely ferocious.
It's going to be reignited again.
And they are 5th and 6th on the grid. We've then got Callum Kearney, and we've got Samardeep, and we've got Ryan Rapini, who have all been in the action once again. And
now we're going to get down to action once again. So, drivers all being led towards the start line. Nice controlled pace. Abdul Rahman Sheikh is on pole. Rory Hamilton, Joe Mills, Riley Riemann, Lewis Tracy, Lewis Prendergast, Callum Kearney, Samardeep Dhaliwal, Ryan Rapini. This is semi-final number 2, just halfway through the semi-finals at the end of this one. And then we'll be getting down and getting ready for the main event. So as they head under the Dunlop Bridge, the electric car is going to drop the throttle, release the drivers, and then we'll be looking for a green light. Lights go green, and we're racing here for the semi-finals once again. And it looks like a very solid start. It might look like Ryan Rapini there did get dropped a little bit at the start of that one. But it's Abdul Rahman Sheikh who leads the way here. Rory Hamilton immediately trying to go on the offensive. He looks towards the inside. No, not quite the space there, but you have a feeling that Hamilton is not going to be sat behind for long. He's going to be looking in front. There's a move down the inside by the looks of it. That might have been Lewis on Lewis as they headed up the top section of the circuit. Joe Mills still in third place. Riley Riemann in fourth with 2 Lewis's fifth and sixth. They now fly through the top section of the circuit. Hamilton is pushing already. They're feeling rather racy here, these cadets, as they head down under the Monster Energy Bridge. Top 3 have a bit of a breather. It's 30 there in P4 as it still looks like Lewis Prendergast. I think Lewis Tracy may have lost out on a position to Callum Kearney. So Lewis Tracy down 2 off the start from what I can see there. Maybe another one possibly. Abdul Rahman Sheikh is there in controlling the field. 2 red drivers.
He's gone wide. The leader's gone wide here.
Ooh, tries to move.
He's trying.
The overspeed.
He's long, he's not going to back this off.
No!
It's happened again.
Contact once again.
It's happened again.
Joe
27. Abdul survives. Where is Rory going to finish? He's running third according to the screens. Let's just see if that is backed up once we get visual confirmation. Yeah, but it happened again. You cannot get 2 through there.
So Joe Mills is up in second. Rory Hamilton, I think, is down in third. Yes, he is. He's got that pack beforehand, but this time, Abdul Rahman Sheikh's managed to survive. Lewis Prendergast is there in 5th place from what we can see, and it looks like these young drivers are feeling very, very racy, but there was definite contact to cause that one, and amazingly, all of them kept going, and we didn't need to bring the yellows out. We're still under green flag racing, but Lewis Prendergast in 4th place. He's at the expense of Riley Riemann from what I can see there, so maybe we could see another driver going through here. We're going to have to watch Lewis's lap times. He's got a little bit of clear air before he gets onto the back of Abdul Rahman Sheikh. As you see, just a move towards the inside. The 31 just closes the door a little bit.
See, 34 was the main benefactor there. Lewis Prendergast is up in the 4th position that he could potentially be racing in that grand final. He benefited the most. It's still game on for Abdul, Joe and Rory. They're still in the top 3 positions, but my goodness, how did he hold on to that car? How did that not result in a red light or a yellow light, or just those 2 cars being completely wiped out the race?
How they got away with that, I'm not entirely sure, but we are going to have to keep half an eye on the race control channel just to make sure, just to find out if anything is going to be going on with that. But Lewis Prendergast, here's a real turn of speed. He's right onto the rear bumper of Rory Hamilton. So Joe Mills, Rory Hamilton, Lewis Prendergast. There's 3 drivers in there, only 2 spaces in the final, lads. So you're going to have to try and sort that one out amongst yourselves as they go down the ramp. Joe Mills gets his head down. He's just trying to coax every little ounce of speed out of that 31 car. The 33's looming behind him. He's looking left, he's looking right. Can he go down the inside? Oh, Joe's left the door open there. He's gone straight down the inside. Beautiful move for Rory Hamilton there. Is that going to allow Lewis Prendergast to get into this one? So it's changed for 2nd place, and all that's doing is allowing Abdul Rahman Sheikh, who was the fastest lap of the race on a 107.4, to start running away as drivers come over the line to complete lap number 3 of the field. And it is Lewis Prendergast now who has the fastest lap of the race, a 107.1. That is important because his fastest lap matters here. He's in 4th place as it sits, and if it finishes like this, that would just be enough to get him the last slot in the main event later on today. However, looking at how racy he's looking there, I don't think he's going to try and sit and win this on fastest lap. He wants to do this one on track.
However, it just highlights exactly why all the cadet drivers have been driving so close to the inside of the barrier on that corner.
Yeah, the moment you leave the door open, there's nothing you can do.
The door was open, but take nothing away from Rory Hamilton. He put his car exactly where he needed it. He had the overspeed. He made it stick. And that makes up for what happened round the Dunlop chicane there. In fact, he's now back in 2nd position.
Prendergast to the inside. He's nearly done it again. There was a little bit of a bump. So Joe Mills almost made the same mistake again and just is leaving a cart's width on the inside. And that just invited Lewis Prendergast to show a nose down the inside. I'm not sure if there was a touch there. However, Prendergast has lost right out of here. So if there was any contact, there was definitely no advantage gained. And you could just see the gap that these 4 carts have over 5th place Riley Riemann, who's now about 4 and a bit seconds off the lead and about 2.4 seconds behind the carts that are in front of him. But it's all game on here at the front. It looks like Rory Hamilton versus Abdul Rahman Sheikh, the 27 versus the 33. They're both fighting quite hard here.
And there's a few issues here. First of all, Rory Hamilton is right back where he was, fighting for the win. But Lewis Pendergrass, watch out for him, 4th position. He's gone round in a 107.1. That is significantly quicker to what we saw in the first semi-final. So he's already made his claim to taking that 4th spot and making it through onto the back of the grid for the national final. Right, here we go. There's still a long way to go in this. Look at this, almost side by side at the end of the straight there. But number 27, who's now looking right into the eyes of Rory Hamilton. He's literally looking directly at him. There's going to be a bit of an overspeed, but be careful. You saw what happened last time, Rory Hamilton. You want to make sure you get that kart home in 2nd position and make it to the final.
Yeah, so Raymond Shake just looking over his shoulder. He's just trying to hold Hamilton in his coat trails, but not allow him to get a move down the inside. We've already seen these guys come to blows, and we don't want to see it happen again as we now head towards the top section of the circuit once again. The 33 is not quite close enough to do anything about it. Joe Mills still hanging on in 3rd place, but he's now about 2 seconds behind this fight here. Riley Riemann P5, Callum Kearney P6, so he's moving up the order quite well. The drive from Kamazaying, Samardeep Dhaliwal is up in P7. Lewis Tracy's fallen all the way back to 8th place with Ryan Rapini off the back of the field in number 25, but we're watching the battle between 27 and 33. 33 is a very racy number in the world of Formula 1. Drives towards the outside, but doesn't quite get it done. There's something to be said there for Hamilton to be driving 33. It's a little bit strange, that, isn't it? But just about. But he is trying to coax his inner Max Verstappen out
Here we go.
of
Look
him.
at 34.
It looks like Prendergast is
he
trying to do
wants
the
that
same.
3rd place.
Prendergast wants to do this on track. You can see he feels racy. Joe Mills maybe doesn't have the outright pace here. In terms of best lap, Prendergast is about 3/10 of a second clear in terms of the pace that Joe Mills has been running. They are right bumper to bumper here. This is the fight for the final qualifying position. Even if they finish like this, if the lap time still fall Prendergast's way, he'll still be in the main event. However, you want to be starting that race as far up the order as you can. Hence why Rory Hamilton is throwing absolutely everything he has at the back of Abdul Raymond Sheikh as they now drop through the bottom section of the course. I reckon 4 minutes on the clock. We've probably got 3, maybe 4 laps if we're lucky of this.
And it has to be said that suddenly 27 Abdur is driving very, very defensively. He's now looking over his shoulder much more than what he's looking in front of him. And is it only a matter of time? Look how tight he is. Look how much overspeed that 33 Rory's got. He just can't do anything with it. He's literally hanging it out there for a mistake. He's going for this inside line going in through the Dunlop chicane, but as we've seen before, that is a super risky overtaking maneuver. But will this bring Joe Mills and Lewis Prendergast, who is driving absolutely brilliantly? It's all over the back of Joe Mills trying to go into 3rd place. Will it bring them back into play? They are about 2.2 seconds off the lead, and that if Abdur remains driving super defensive, they might come back in. And now Rory at top of the ramp there. He just had so much time to pick whatever part of the track he wanted. There is so much overspeed here that I think there is a chance at 33 Rory Hamilton. He could make this work here. He could make this work. He's coming around onto the scene of where he did that now famous overtaking maneuver in this heat, charging down the end of the main straight. He looks through the S's. I'm sure Abdur's going to go really, really defensive. He does. He
right
looks.
Down the
oh,
no, he tried it. He just moved towards the outside to try and take the racing line. It looked like it nearly had a space just wide enough for a Biz Evo 3 kart for Rory Hamilton to put his nose down the inside. You can see Hamilton thought about it, but backed right out. He doesn't want to pick up a penalty for making a move like that as they now go on to what we believe will be the penultimate lap here of this semi-final. It's been a fantastic race so far, but it is going to be a case of which of these two young drivers can get the upper hand in these last couple of laps. It's still Prendergast in 4th place. 1:07.1 is the benchmark time for the drivers in that final semi-final to see if they could get onto the back of the main event, but we are still watching this fight for the lead. They are absolutely inseparable, these two young drivers, as they fly off through the top section. It's a double left-hander. They're going to head down the ramp under the Monster Energy bridge. Looking at the clock, I reckon they're going to be getting final lap this time round. The 27 versus the 33 is just holding him again at arm's length. Let's see what happens down here. This seems to be one of the favoured overtaking positions. Abdul Raymond looks down to the inside again, just jinks out over to try and take his line. You can see Hamilton's taken a very wide line on the way in. He's trying to get the undercut into that second part of the corner to try and go maybe down the inside of the second hairpin, but he's not able to get the speed down. Maybe these cars just starting to touch into the limiters, so they're not able to do anything. Does look like, though, that fight between Prendergast and Mills has fizzled out a little bit. Mills does have a little bit of breathing room over Prendergast from what we can see. 5th place is Raymond, Callum Kearney 6, Samadip Dhaliwal P7, Lewis Tracy P8, Ryan Rapini rounds out your runners and riders as they go up the ramp for what we believe will be the final time. 27 versus 33. Hamilton's not close enough, you've got to say, to be able to do anything. Up onto the wall, they're going to go past Michael Schumacher as he casts eyes on the BIKC finals. Down towards the hairpin, double left-hander before they go down the ramp. There's probably only one, maybe 2 overtaking points left in this race.
Now here we go, right, because on the previous lap, he sold him a dummy down here. He literally got to the end and he was looking, and he went wide, and then suddenly he dived. He did this, and then he went, oh, there's a gap there. Was there a gap there? But here we go. This is surely, well, this will be the final lap win. Now, he's gone very wide, though. I tell you what, 27 went very, very wide, but it's all too late. It's going to be a checkered flag. And Abdurrahman Sheikh wins semi-final number 2 and will go through into the grand final. Rory Hamilton will also join him, and he's had a roller coaster of a drive there with what happened earlier on in the race. Joe Mills will go through, and we're going to write that lap time down of 107.112 for Lewis Prendergast, because I think he has got an outstanding chance of making it also into the national final by being the fastest 4th place driver. Then it's Callum Kearney, then it's Riley Riemann, then it's Samad Dwali, then it's Lewis Tracy, and then it's Ryan Rapini bringing up the rear. That was an absolute classic of a BIKC semi-final. We have one more semi-final to go before we will then start talking about final time.
Yes, we're getting closer and closer towards the main event. Just one more 12-minute semi-final before we head into that main event. And I do think that lap time of 107.112 is going to take some beating there. I'm trying to think now what they're going to have to be able to do. It's going to have to be a 106 for a driver in 4th place. That's going to be an incredible feat if you're running that sort of time and only down in P4 to try and get yourself through. But Lewis Prendergast currently holds the box seat and a golden ticket into the final. Other drivers who've punched their ticket is Abdul Rahman Sheikh, Rory Hamilton and Joe Mills. Those 3 will join the 3 that we already have qualified for our main event, which is going to be coming up in probably about 20 or so minutes time. So not too far away from crowning our first BIKC champion. And it'll be the 3rd champion in 3 years for the cadet category.
And I would also say, right, we need the gen pad. We need to steal it.
There's a lot to go through.
We need to steal it off her, right? Because how did that incident happen? How did Rory Hamilton end up in such a perilous position through the Dunlop S's where it really looked like it was going to be over, and suddenly they managed to get through there in one piece and continued in 3rd place, and then, of course, he was able to make that overtaking move and go back into 2nd position, which has to be said was a brilliant 2nd place position. Could have easily have ended up with the win there if it wasn't for Abdurrahman Sheikh doing some absolutely fantastic. Somebody's getting some chips. Doing some fantastic. I'll commentate on that. Right, so Abdur, brilliant win. And he will go through and he will take one of the top spots in the final section. So fantastic stuff, but great stuff from Rory Hamilton. Superb stuff all round, really. And that was the 2nd of the semi-finals. And we head to the last of the semi-finals.
One more 12-minute race, and then we know our runners and riders for the main event. It's getting down to crunch time now. Starting to get down to crunch time. So we've already had the first 6 drivers who are going to be taking part in the main event. Now we need to find out who the last 4 are. Just to remind you, it's the top 3 from each of the semi-finals, as well as the fastest driver who finishes in position number 4. Currently, from the first 2 heats, Ollie Peters finished the first one in P4 with a 108.460. Then Lewis Prendergast, by comparison, blew that time out of the water with a 107.112. So, for the driver in 4th place in this one, that is going to be the time they have to beat. Now, as you see drivers heading to the dummy grid, we do have a grid in front of us. And surprise, surprise, is Ben Hunt who's out in front on this one. Daniel Clancy is going to start P2. James Vout will start in 3rd. Edward Davies-Jones in P4. Matteo Ehrenfeuchter in P5. Matty Prinku-Wright in P6. James Devereux P7. Ilya Veliko P8. And Theo Thomas completes your runners and riders.
Okay, fantastic stuff. So as we get ready for the last of the semi-finals, we just go into the group chat. There's a lot of talk about the chips. It has to be said, for people in the building, that was absolutely caught on camera.
I will say, the chips aren't what people should be talking about. This new menu that we've got is the mac and cheese bites. The mac and cheese bites are
Tom, that was
properly
slick.
Moorish.
That was slick. So
and it'll be just as slick as me going up there to get my hands on a stash of them when we finish this race.
We've got Armol saying, can we see that crash again and see what happened? We will have the
Maybe
Gen
we'll be taking
pad.
a look at that on the Gen pad.
The Gen pad will be in its... it will be used in the break. If we've got time, I'm sure we can get the because how did they get through? Salvador Newman says, I want some chips. Yeah, they look like a decent portion
Sal,
of chips.
get yourself down here, dude, and I'm pretty sure we can rustle a portion up for you, dude.
Indeed. They're cooked by Morgan Stanton, who is our head of F&B. Michelin star, I believe, is, I think.
Michelin star, Dunlop star as well. We've got all sorts of different tyre stars around here.
You could tell by the chips, really, couldn't you? That So let's go back to the. How's it for adult carts? No, adult carts. Yes, they're coming later on. That's with the juniors that will be racing, and the rest of the juniors will kick off very, very soon. Oh, and here we go. Look at this. They're on their pace lap. I was focusing to it's on the live stream. We're coming round for the last of the semi-finals. It is Ben Hunt, who has been at the front for most of this morning. And we got Daniel Clancy second on the grid and James Vout in 3rd. And it is green light and we are racing. And Ben Hunt, will he get through? He's got some very, very good drives behind him who have done really, really well so far. And one of them, James Vout, has been quite unlucky. But he starts the race in a grand final position. And he's got to be happy with that after how unlucky he was earlier on in the event. But he's got 2 stellar drivers in front of him. He's also got Edward Davies-Jones in 4th and Matthew in 5th and Matthew Pinku-Wright in 6th that also want to go through and take that 3rd place and get through to the grand final. But as they come through, there is a slight gap between each driver as they come charging down to the end of the main straight through the S's next to the pit lane, which in itself is really, really high speed. And then down, and what we're going to see defensive-wise, we not really need much defensive driving because Ben Hunt knows he's had a small gap there to make sure that he can stay in the lead of the race.
Yeah, so top 4 now just starting to make a little bit of a breakaway. Looks like Ehrenfeuchter's just behind there in P5. It's just a small gap, and then he's got a big amount of breathing room to Matty Prinku-Wright as far as we can see in the 21 over the line. Ilya Veliko and Theo Thomas are now at positions as well at the expense of James Devereux. But it's Ben Hunt who's out in front here. Daniel Clancy second. James Vauto, your top 3 that are qualifying at the moment. And now up towards the top section of the circuit. Once again, they are top 4 all nose to tail. You just see Edward Davies-Jones is just starting to get into the back of James Vout, giving him a little bit of a hurry up. Just saying, lads, I'm here, let's get going. Now it's down towards the bottom section of the flyover through that hairpin. It looks like a very good line through Daniel Clancy. This is where he's been fast for quite a lot of this event. He's now right on the back of Ben Hunt. Are we going to see a proper challenge here down into the first corner? We've seen quite a few people attempt the move down here. All you've got to do is be able to go quite defensive. Still Cartwright on the inside, but he's not able to do anything about it just yet. So it's Hunt, Clancy, Vout, Davies-Jones are your top 4. Ehrenfeuchter, Prinku-Wright, Veliko, Thomas and Devereux, your runners and riders. But as they come over the line once again, to complete the second lap of Askin here. Looks like the 27. We want to see what their lap time is. The 107.693. If they're going to stay in that position, they've got about half a second worth of lap time to try and find here.
I just think, Tom, that something is brewing here. Those three drivers are absolutely bumper to bumper. And what must be going through their mind, because they know whatever they risk a grand final spot, and they're side by side. 29.
Vout is there as well.
30 almost had him. James Vout almost had him, but he's on the wrong side of the circuit. And Daniel Clancy had track position, and he was able to hold on to that second. But the writing is on the wall here. The writing is on the wall, and also got Edward Davies-Jones in a 107.6. He's going to have to go quicker to make it into the final stages as one of the fastest fourth places. But let's see what happens here. Ben Hunt is at the front. We've got 29, Daniel Clancy, really defensive line at the end of the main straight. And you just think that Ben Hunt might just run away with this now, because he's got the kind of gap that'll give him the confidence to get some lap times in and to pull away. Whereas Daniel Clancy knows he's got James Vout right behind. And James Vout has had such an unlucky race today. He needs some luck. And he's in third place. He's absolutely on the bumper of number 29, Daniel Clancy. He's really looking like he's going to go through.
Yeah, James has done a lot of races in preparation for BIKC this year, so he knows the overtaking points around this circuit. What I will say, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter has got back into this fight. He's in P5 and he's right on the rear bumper of Edward Davies-Jones. If he overtook, it still wouldn't quite be enough to get through into the main event. He'd have to try and find a second car, but Ehrenfeuchter, fastest lap of the race in P5 on a 107.270. It's about a tenth slower than what Prendergast managed in the earlier heat, but it does look like Ben Hunt just has a little bit of breathing room here. A second, third and fourth are all nose to tail once again. There's two spaces for these guys in the main event. They're going to have to try and sort it out amongst themselves. Clancy's going really defensive now. Expect to see Ehrenfeuchter to come back into this one. Maybe we'll see Theo Thomas as well. He's about 5 seconds behind. He may end up coming back into this race if these guys really do start fighting. We've seen crazier things in BIKC, so that would not surprise me.
And I think it's eyes on 27, Edward Davies, because there was a bit of loading going on. We've used that saying a lot this morning, haven't we? But there's no doubt on the previous lap he was just leaning on the driver in front, because he's got nothing to lose. Because with a 10, in fact, well, he's just got one curse to the commentator, 107.019.
And that would be enough to get him into the main event. So if Edward Davies-Jones finishes in fourth place, it's him who's going to be taking over from Lewis Prendergast as the driver starting P10 in the main event. So what Prendergast, who's going to, I'm guessing he's going to be watching this race once, he's going to want Ehrenfeuchter to try and find a way through. If that happens, it then gives the last place back to Prendergast. But the fight at the front, Clancy versus Hunt, that one is not over just yet. Vout is right on the rear bumper as well. So the top three, all occupying qualifying positions, they are all nose to tail once again. That half-second gap is now down to about an inch or two as they drop down into the bottom section of the track, third hairpin, and head towards the line once again. 6 minutes left here at TeamSport Warrington for the semi-final. We're trying to set the grid for the main event, and these drivers are fighting amongst themselves. And Ehrenfeuchter's now on a 107.0 as well.
Ben Hunt has definitely lost a bit of pace here. He was easing away and the battle was behind, and suddenly he looks worried. He suddenly has lost the pace.
I don't think he's lost pace. The other guys have found it. The other guys have really found
there,
it.
but now there's a queue. It's literally a 5-kart battle for the lead of the last semi-final.
Yeah, so 107.4, 107.1, 107.2, 107.0 now for Edward Davies, a 107.019 and a 0.73 for Matteo Ehrenfeuchter as well. But it's still Ben Hunt, Clancy, Vout and Davies-Jones who are the ones going to be punching their tickets to the main event. You can hear the crowd shouting on the bridge as these 5 drivers come through. It's fantastic racing here at TeamSport Warrington in the final of the semi-finals. You'll be forgiven for thinking this is the main event fighting for the championship. No, these guys are just fighting for the chance to race in the main event. God knows what's going to happen.
Here we go, 27's
the inside of Vout. Looked like it was a little bit of a touch. It was a gap, definitely a cart's width there, but they backed out of it at the last moment. Davies-Jones just moved back a little bit to try and make sure that they do get through. I'm not sure right now if they'll know that they're actually in a qualifying position if they stay where they are. That being said, though, they would be starting last in the race. The further forward they get, the further up the grid they're going to be starting. That's why, despite these drivers being in qualifying...
Contact!
Vout in contact with Clancy. I've taken both of them out of this. That's taken
Who is
both of them
left
out of
and
this.
where? It's happened. It's all kicked off in the last semi-final. Who is left in the top 3 positions?
So it
and the
looks to
stewards
me-
are surely going to have to get involved here.
So it looks to me that Hunt is out in front. Looks like that 27 Davies Jones is now in second place.
Mattio's
Aaron
in there.
Foyter is now in third, and the 29 Daniel Clancy is in P4. And that, if the lap time stay as is going to be really good news for Lewis Prendergast, because Clancy's fastest lap is a 107.130. Prendergast's is a 107.112. So as they come over the line, we'll confirm this. We'll confirm the order, and then we'll see what it's done to the grid for the semi-finals. But it's all been turned on its head here at TeamSport Warrington. So over the line, Ben Hunt now leads on a 2.2-second lead from Edward Davies-Jones. Aaron Foyter is in third place. Clancy is in fourth, and confirms what we thought to be true there, as a 107.130 would not be enough to get him through to the final. So having run towards the front of the field, he's now going to have to try and find a way of getting back on terms with Aaron Foyter.
I'm literally looking at the communication that we have between race control, because I think they're going to have to get involved with that, because we have a completely different top 3. And I said about Matthew being in there. He is in there. He is in third place. Edward Davies-Jones jumped from fourth place to second. Ben Hunt at the front remains at the front. Daniel Clancy, 107.130. That will not be enough to see him through into the final stage. And James Vout, what a morning's racing he has had. He's currently running in 5th place, and he did have a place. He had 1 foot in the final stages of the competition, and it hasn't worked out again. But the stewards, I'm sure, are going to have to get involved here. There might be a change.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of talk after this one. I know we'll be heading up to the studio. They'll be able to take a look at it and see what manner of thing did occur there. But it has turned the grid for the final on its head. What looked like a relatively comfortable qualification for Clancy and Vout, it's now put Clancy on the fringes of not being able to make it into the final after that move. That's now put James Vout down in 5th place. So it's Hunt, Davy Jones. Jones now currently has the fastest lap of the race. The first of the drivers in this heat into the 106.9 to 106.979. Aaron Foyter still in third place. He just looks over his shoulder, tries to see the gap that he's got to Daniel Clancy in 4th place. Clancy now needs to look in front and try and get his foot down. It looks to me like they've probably got 1, possibly 2 laps going left here as they head over the line once again. So it's Hunt that's still out in front in this one, but it's Davy Jones that follows. Aaron Foyter in 3rd place. Looking at the clock, I do think we will be going on to the final lap here. So this is the last chance that these drivers are going to have to try and move up Clancy's last time, a 107.234. That's not going to be enough to see him through into the main event. We're looking at the 27 of Davies Jones. They're in 2nd place. They were in a position where they wouldn't be going through now. After all that contact, they found themselves benefit. They're up in 2nd place. Mateo Aaron Foyter in the same boat. He was down in 5th, now up to 3rd. But we're looking down at Clancy as Ilya Veliko sets the fastest lap of the race, a 106.760. A stunning time for the once vice champion. Sadly, if it finishes as it is right now, they won't be taking part in the main event this time around. As they come down the back straight, we're looking at the 25. It's Ben Hunt who's out in front and leads here, with Edward Davies-Jones in 2nd place. Mateo Aaron Foyter, I think I can just see a marshal holding the checker flag at the start-finish line, so it will be checker this time round as Ben Hunt tries to stamp his ticket to the main event here, as we wait to see what Daniel Clancy can do over the line. A 107.112 is the benchmark. Checker flag flies. Hunt's over the line. Davies-Jones 2nd. Mateo Aaron Foyter 3rd. What's his lap time? It's a 107.7. I think, if my math is correct, that Daniel Clancy's missed out there. So it's going to be, again, if my math is correct, and it very normally isn't, it will be a 107.112. We'll see Lewis Prendergast through into the main event.
Apart from, Tom, if there are penalties that might drop the top 3 down, then he could end up still racing in the final. Definitely one for the stewards. Tom, I said it was brewing. I said it was brewing, and boy, did it boil. Did it boil over?
I think we talk about boiling over. It fully kicked off there. That was a very intense race. And Edward Davies-Jones, Mateo Aaron Foyter, the real big benefactors in this one. The race control chat is going absolutely mental right now. So as and when there is an update. There will be something we will let you guys know, but I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to take a look back at all of that action.
Okay,
So
well, I can tell you we've got kart 30. That's James Vout, 5 seconds causing a collision. So we have a penalty all in it, but it will not. If it's just that penalty, it will not affect the final result. He drops to 7th.
Yeah, and I'll be honest. Looking at that incident, I think that's fair. That was a move that wasn't really on.
But
so
again,
5 seconds.
One for the gen pad.
Yeah,
no
that's
doubt
going to be
about
one thing to take a look at. So I think, without further ado, we're going to hand over to Lex and Jen, and they can tell us what manner of thing just occurred.
Time penalties, all kinds going on there. Loads of stuff to talk about. We'll get into that and we'll have a good look at it in just a bit. But right now we're joined by Dom Gaynor, CEO of TeamSport. Thanks for joining us again, as always. 3rd year in a row this has happened now. How do you feel about the talent that you've seen over the last few hours?
It's been absolutely amazing. I mean, yes, 3rd year in a row, but it's got bigger and better every year we've done it. Incredibly close racing. Few racing incidents going on, but I think the better drivers are coming to the front, which is wonderful to see. And it's been incredible. I'm really looking forward to this final coming up next.
Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask you quickly, are you planning on opening any more European tracks in the next couple of years?
Yeah, hopefully. We will be. So we opened our 2nd site in Munich a couple of weeks ago. So that's 2 sites in Germany now. I can't announce it just yet, but we've got another opening we're hoping early next year, and then maybe a couple more as well. So I'm very hopeful that we'll be maybe 5 or 6 sites in Europe by kind of middle of next year. But we're also going to be opening more sites in the UK as well. So I've been working really, really hard to try and build the pipeline of new opening opportunities. That was something we did kind of lose out during COVID, in that we couldn't go ahead with some of the sites we had planned. But we've been rebuilding that and hoping to open 2 sites in the UK as well next year. So lots going on.
Awesome. Well, leading into that then, if you're planning on opening 6 tracks next year, are you planning on bringing any of the mainland Europe tracks into BIKC for next year's competition?
Yeah, it's a good question. We could probably advertise to them to come and race in it, but it's the British Indoor Karting Championships. I mean, we could maybe start to look at maybe a European Championships as we get bigger across Europe. But I think for now we could probably advertise to some of the drivers in our sites in Germany that they could come over and set a lap time and enter here. But no, I think BIKC has to be kind of run on our British tracks.
Awesome. Well, have you driven the German track before, the one in Mönchengladbach?
Yeah, so Mönchengladbach, yeah, that was the first site we opened in February of this year. It's fantastic. Yeah, it's a great driving experience.
What's your fastest lap, Dom?
I can't remember. I forget from lap to lap. I don't know. I'm going to say 46.
Okay, it's very grippy there. It's a very grippy track.
It's very grippy. Yeah, the karts are super quick. Electric. All of our European sites are going to be electric. So the other one that we've just opened, which was an acquisition in Munich, is huge. There's 3 tracks there in one building, and you can actually join them all together, which I haven't raced on that yet, but apparently a good lap time there is 2.5 minutes.
Wow.
That's how big those 3 circuits are. I mean, this is a 1:07, 1:06 they're doing today, and this is our biggest site in the UK, so you can see just how big that circuit is.
Can you talk to us more about the new race academy with TeamSport and how it fits into to cadets and especially new guys who are trying to get into this? Because race academy is obviously something we've started to teach and get it out there a bit more.
Yeah, so we've always had a kind of a driver tuition program, but we relaunched that race academy earlier this year, and it's been really, really successful. We've had lots more cadets and juniors joining and being part of that race academy. And actually, I've spoken to a couple of youngsters today who joined the race academy only in kind of April and May of this year.
Yeah.
Never karted before, came on a family session with their parents, and then took a place in the race academy, went through, did some qualifying times, and they've made it all the way here, which is extraordinary that within 6 months, having never karted before. And it shows that race academy program is really, really effective in terms of giving the skills to youngsters to race competitively and make it all the way through to the final of a national championship.
Yeah, no, absolutely, it's great. While we've got you, do you want to look at some of the action that we've just seen from the semis with us?
Yeah.
And see what we've got here. So we've got this little sky pad thing. If we can get that up on the screen now, Joel, that'd be awesome. Jen's going to go through and we can analyse what happened. Over to you, Jen.
Okay, so this is from the first semi-final, the second semi-final race, I mean. So this is the incident that happened between Abdur and Rory. So they were coming into this corner, and 33 had a better launch out the corner, but accidentally tapped the back end of 27, which caused him to lose a little bit of speed. And the impact happened just before 50%, so that's why the penalty was applied there. It was a good move. The move was on if the contact wasn't made like earlier into the move.
He didn't quite get alongside him, and it narrows there. And to be fair to the driver ahead there, you take the normal racing line through there, and it does just narrow. And you've got to back out of it at that point. If you're not up alongside, you've got to back out of it. He actually was the only driver that was kind of effectively penalised himself because he went from second to third there. So I think that's why it was said fine, racing incident, we'll leave it. Because luckily the driver who was ahead in first place managed to right himself and stay in first. So, but I think that was the fault of driver 33 there.
And you've got another one there, Jen, right?
Yeah, I got one from that previous semi-final that involved Dan Clancy and the driver in, can't see the number there, but the yellow helmet behind him. So if we quickly have a little look at this in full speed. As you can see just behind when the camera moves, we had the driver either lock up the brakes or just, honestly, I'm not sure. The move wasn't quite on there, so end up having Dan Clancy. I think he was turning in a bit too early as well, but from what I can see here, the driver was not 50% alongside, so the move wasn't actually there for him to make.
Did Kart 30 get the penalty there?
I'm pretty sure he did, yeah.
Yeah. He was. I think you're right. He was quite wide and turning in, but the reality was he was nowhere near alongside him. So probably if he did get penalised, but the camera unfortunately just moves across, so you can't quite see it. But I think that was probably a good call. And the clerk of the course and the VAR analysts have done a cracking job so far today. There's not much gets past them.
That's awesome. You're sticking around. You're going to do the presentations, right, for the cadets and the juniors?
Yeah. So I'm here. I'm here all day today. We've got the final coming up next, and I'll go out and do the presentations to the winners there. And good luck to everybody racing in the final. And then I'm around all afternoon for the juniors as well, which gets super competitive. I think that's been one of the most competitive categories. So really looking forward to that as well, Lex.
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks, Dom. We're giving away a Total Karting Zero hoodie, which is down there. Jen, if you want to, have you seen these? Look how bright that
Our
is.
favourite green one again.
Look at that. So we've had a few entries for this. So the question is, all you need to answer, what year was Total Karting Zero founded by Rob Smedley? Send that to win at bikc.co.uk before the end of the final, and we'll draw someone out to win one of them, as displayed by Dom Gaynor himself.
You might not get this one back. If it fits me, I'm having it.
Probably could. We'd definitely see where you were if you were
Lovely
wearing
colour.
that.
Lovely colour.
Anyway, right, it's time for the finals. Let's get this done and hand over to Tom Gibson and Russ Mabley.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got a fact for you, everybody, right? What was the time difference for qualifying for the national final in fourth place? Well, I'll tell you. It was 0.018. That was the difference in lap times between the fourth place, the best two fourth place drivers. We actually have a grid that I can start taking you through. The big one. Are we going to do the shout out? Is it going to be Go Gadget Cat Grease at the start of the grand final? Anybody looking at this back in like 6 months' time are going to go, what on earth were they on about? But let me take it to the serious stuff. We might do it. We might not. Even I'm not quite brave enough to do that. And I'll say just about anything. So let me talk you through the grand final. There is no more races after this in the Cadet Championship. This race will decide who will become the BIKC Cadet Champion of 2022. And in pole position, driving kart 27 will be Ed Spain. Will Ed Spain reign? I've done that one before as well.
Yeah,
so in second place on the grid, it's going to be driving kart 32, Abdur Rehman Sheikh. In third place on the grid, it's going to be Ben Hunt, who is usually at the front. We've got fourth place. We've got Rory Hamilton, who has had such a, as I've already said in the semi-finals, such a roller coaster of an event today. But he lines up in fourth position and can do some real good work from that place on the grid to see if he can get on the podium or even win. In fifth place, driving kart 37, is Edward Davis-Jones. We've got in 6th place, driving kart 29, is Jude Puderfoot. 7th place, we've got Matteo driving kart 25. In 8th place, driving kart 35 is Joe Mills. 9th place on the grid, driving number 30, Zachary Price Williams. And in 10th place, the fastest of the 4th place drivers, who got that, as I said, by 0.018 seconds, it is Lewis Prendergast, who lines up in 10th position. And there is a lot of love going on the live stream. There's a lot of people watching this at home. Kath has said Ed just needs to defend. Yeah, it's going to be a long one though.
Yeah, it's very tough to try and defend for 15 minutes.
It's going to be a lot of defending then. I'm sure that's not what he wants, but you could be absolutely right, if I'd be absolutely honest. And also we've got Jay Wentz saying, "Come on, Ed." We've got Tim Parrott saying, "Go Rory, Team Crawley." Come on, that's great. We got Voltaire saying, "Come on, Mattis." There's a lot of love going on in the live stream. Tom Clark Karting says, "Go on, Ed." Jamie Patterson, "I'm watching it with Leo." We've got, they're flying in. Cleo, the fluffy dog, "Go Raw." It's all happening. So,
and the fun part for me is as well looking at the grid and looking at how the different tracks line up. Is there's quite a few different circuits represented here. So Ed Spain flying the flag for Reading, Abdul Rahman Sheikh flying the flag for Mitcham, Ben Hunt is from Basildon, Rory Hamilton is Crawley, Edward Davies-Jones from Dunstable, Jude Puderfoot and Matteo Ehrenfeuchter both representing Basildon, Joe Mills flying the flags for Leeds, then Zachary Price Williams flying the flag for Sheffield, and Lewis Prendergast flying the flag for Manchester Trafford Park. So lots of different circuits represented here. Out of the 10 drivers, 9 different circuits, with Basildon having 2 drivers. And not surprising, as one of the best represented circuits. 9 drivers overall categories, and it should be quite interesting to see if they can take what will be the 3rd British title for the Basildon circuit.
okay, a few shout-outs. Got to say, a shout-out to Jojo, who has popped a few things onto the live stream there. So Jojo Gaynor, wife of Don Gaynor, CEO and real pioneer, I would say, behind BIKC, is watching the live stream and putting a few bits on the stream there. So shout out to you, Jojo. Thank you for everything you've done for BIKC. And we've got lots. Cleo though is saying, "Go Rory." She said that a lot on the live stream, it has to be said. We've got Joseph Willis saying Ben Hunt is Bristol. Okay, we got that. Kim Davis, go Ben. We've got B Motorsport, "Go Joe, do it for Leeds."
And now we're about to get going for the first time here in the final. 15 minutes to separate these drivers between a national title, and the lights are green for the last time in cadets, and it is Ed Spain who leads the field away. Abdul Rahman Sheikh, Ben Hunt in 3rd place. 15 minutes to decide the champion. Eyes down, lads, anyone's a winner as they go through the tunnel for the first time of asking and up onto the flyover. Looks like they're still all nose to tail, all single file here, and watch to see if anyone can make any inroads into those top 2. They are starting to pull a little bit of a gap. Ed Spain, Abdul Rahman Sheikh have a bit of an advantage over Ben Hunt and Rory Hamilton in 4th place. Edward Davies-Jones, Jude Puderfoot, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, Joe Mills, Zachary Price Williams, Lewis Prendergast are your 10 runners and riders. And from what we can see so far, it looks like Prendergast is actually up into 9th place at the expense of Price Williams. He's already started to move forward there as we now go through the top section of the circuit. Not a defensive line from the first 2. They are right now just focusing on running away as the 31 of Hunt has Rory Hamilton all over the back of the car. The 29 Jude Puderfoot, who's up in 5th place. They're going to want to try and make some moves. We've seen Jude defend. Now we're going to see what they can do in attack over the line for the first time. Ed Spain leads. Abdul Rahman Sheikh in 2nd, Ben Hunt in 3rd, and that's Prendergast. Prendergast is in the wall down at the last corner. So he looked like he made up places at the start of that one, and Prendergast now has all the work left to do once again. As the drivers now head up onto the top section of the circuit, it's Ed Spain, Abdul Rahman Sheikh, Ben Hunt, Rory Hamilton, Jude Puderfoot, Edward Davies-Jones, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, Joe Mills, Zachary Price-Williams and Prendergast completes your top 10 riders, but already action aplenty during this race.
This is going to be this is like an endurance race, Tom. This is going to be a 15-minute race, which is such a long time for cadet drivers to be driving this track at TeamSport Warrington. And Ed Spain is absolutely flying. These two drivers now moving away because behind there's some
Hamilton's
very
to the
defensive
inside.
driving, but you're not going to get through when you're so tight against those barriers. It's so difficult to get through, but still Ed leading. Abder's second.
Oh, there's contact there. 37's gone round. That's Edward Davies-Jones has gone round. Maybe a small assist from Ehrenfeuchter there. We did see them just starting to go in side by side. I thought it was Hamilton who was initially going to have the move. However, that looks like Edward Davies-Jones who's been sent out towards the scenery, but we do have the top two now running away. Just about 3 seconds is the lead that the two have, and Ed Spain is the driver who is in the box seat, a 106.9 in terms of lap time, so he is starting to pull a bit of a gap over Abdul Rahman Sheikh sat in second, and then we're looking at this fight over third place. Remember, whoever finishes third here will take home a round of Total Karting 0 for them to enjoy throughout the course of 2023. And man, that is a prize that is worth fighting for. But there's your top two: the 27 of Ed Spain, the 32 of Abdul Rahman Sheikh. Those two are nose to tail, and these guys fighting over the last podium paying position. There is only one step left on the podium. Now we've got three drivers trying to fit on it. Hamilton looks to the inside, but Hunt just moves it down. A little bit of loading there, so you're picking up the terms nice and quickly there, Russ. We defined it earlier. A little bit of a bump there from Hamilton on Hunt. We've seen these two fighting already, so it looks like Pudfoot's trying to go down the inside to go through the S's, but not quite able to get the run, but still out in front with just 11 minutes on the clock now. Ed Spain still leads. That gap's come down a tiny bit, but it's still half a second that separates the top two. A little bit further down, Ehrenfeuchter is in 6th, Mills is 7th, Price Williams is 8th, Davies-Jones is in 9th, and Prendergast completes your top 10. But we're looking at the top two at the moment. Prendergast actually says the fastest lap of the race, so he may be down the order. He is absolutely flying on the circuit, so 106.7. Maybe he's going to try and take a cadet lap record in BIKC for this year. But it's Ed Spain who leads away. Just a look over the shoulder as they head down the ramp to try and see if there's anything they can do. Just pops the visor open just to get a little bit of fresh air as we see a 10-second time penalty pop up for Matteo Ehrenfeuchter. We did think he may have had a part in the contact down at the bottom as Rory Hamilton again is looking to the inside on Ben Hunt. But that's going to take Ehrenfeuchter right out of the running and drop him right down towards the back of the field, despite him still being there on track in the 25.
Okay, we have literally two races here. We have the battle for the win, and we have the battle for the last place on the podium. And we've got to try and keep eyes on everything here, because the battle for third is Ben Hunt, who is now driving defensively with 34 and 29. Rory Hamilton and Jude, who for once this morning is actually on the attack. Hallelujah! He doesn't have to defend. But Ed Spain is currently out there, and the gap for the win is 0.24 of a second. So it is literally bumper to bumper, and this is now an intense battle of concentration, an intense battle of nerves, and also an intense battle of strategy. Because driver 27, Ed Spain, he's starting to drive a bit defensively, but can Abder, Riemann Sheikh, can he pick a point? Can he make the overtaking manoeuvre, which would be the overtaking manoeuvre of the morning, to go through and win the BIKC? Further back, third place. There's lots of different racing lines going there. We got 34 on the outside, 31 holds him out, and he won't go around there, tries the outside, but boy, is he exposed from the drive behind Jude Pudderfoot, who could easily go through. They're trying to go through
side by side over the line. Side by side over the line between Hamilton and Hunt. There's still a little bit of contact. They're pushing and squeezing each other here. Rory Hamilton now on the side there into third place. So Hamilton now on the podium at the expense of Ben Hunt. So we've seen Hamilton make moves throughout the course of the day, and he's made another one to get himself onto the bottom step of the podium, and now he just has to get his head down. He's got 9 minutes to try and catch the drivers in front. Now we've seen strange things happen, but he's going to have to try and find 6 seconds. That is no mean feat in this race, but now it looks like Ben Hunt is there in 4th. You put it for in P5. This is the gap that Rory Hamilton has to try and pull down to see if he can get on. You can just see them just come onto the MS UK bridge there, and now you see the leaders going through the first first set of hairpins. But Ed Spain still out in front, 106.649. The fastest lap of the race belongs to the Reading driver, who's out in front. It's Mitchum in second place. Thanks to that move, Crawley are now up onto the podium. And now we head down towards the bottom section of the track. Reading never won a BIKC title. This will be the first one for them. Same for Mitchum as well, if they can take home the gold here in the Cadet Championship, the first of our BIKC champions, and these guys are fighting for a full season's racing, but it does look like Ed Spain is just starting to build a bit of a buffer here over Abdul Rahman Sheikh.
Now what a great move from Rory Hamilton. That was a really solid move underneath the mezzanine there. And it's not easy when you've got drivers absolutely all around you. You're trying to get past the driver in front. You've got drivers swarming all over the back of you. And a really, really great move to go through and take that podium position for now. The thing about the grand final, it is a huge race. It is a 15-minute race. We're only halfway through. And the battle at the front is still absolutely raging. And yeah, there's
Look
a
at that
slightly
gap that
bigger gap. I
Hamilton's
tell you
got.
what, Rory's
Look
on
at
it.
the gap that Rory Hamilton's got. He's already said
on
sayonara. He's already said sayonara to the drivers behind. He's got his head down and he's trying to pull up to those top two. So let's see what the gap is over the line. It was about 6 seconds last time they went over the line. What is it this time? 7.3 to try and catch up. Let's see what they can do over the next couple of laps, because they do have about 2 seconds to Ben Hunt behind. Hunt now has Duke Pudfoot behind him. We've seen what he can do defensive. Let's see if Duke can find a way past with Matteo Ehrenfeuchter just behind. The penalty drops him down into P9. Lewis Prendergast is still flying, 106.457. So let's see what his lap time is by the end of it. See if he can try and break that lap record set by Riley Riemann last year of a 106.0. Still out in front though, Ed Spain, Abdul Rahman Sheikh, half a second separating them. We're watching the fight over what is now fourth place as Ben Hunt looks like he's starting to fall away a little bit. Looks like Jude's going to look down the inside of the ramp. He's not quite close enough to go for it. They all file through the main chicane. Jude really is looking racy here. We've seen him defend. Now we've seen him on the attack as it looks like the top two are back nose to tail once again, as Ed Spain still trying to hold them at arm's length.
If anything happens to the front two, Rory Hamilton is there. He's pulled away so much from the drivers that were behind him that he did that great move to pass. If anything happens to 27 or 32, Ed or Abda, he's surely going to be able to go through and take the lead and take the win. And there's still time. There is just under 6 minutes of racing left in. Just to remind everybody, this is the final. It all comes down to this. All-time record broken by Lewis Prendergast, 106.250. He's flying back there in ninth place.
That's the
too
fastest
far
lap.
off the pace.
Yeah, so he's now up into P9, benefit of that penalty from Matteo Ehrenfeuchter. He's the fastest driver in this category, but I'm sure he would have wanted to be a little bit further up the order. These two, though, are flying at the front. They can afford to start fighting a little bit. We have seen previously, if you do start battling, you do start defending, that those gaps do start to come down, but they do still have a bit of a cushion over Rory Hamilton, who isn't making the inroads that we thought he may have done over the last couple laps. The lap time difference is only about a couple of tenths, but the 31 of Ben Hunt is holding on for dear life here. He's doing everything he can to make sure that he stays in fourth place.
They're going side by side to side by side, but they come out onto the Dunlop curves, and there's just not enough space to go through. But now there are 6 karts battling over third place, with driver number 31 fourth place. So we have Ben Hunt really having to defend. It's not the position he wants to be in. He would much rather be, he's been at the front all the way through, he would much rather be further up. But Rory Hamilton now, the top 3 are pulling away from fourth position, but he's not really making many inroads on the top 2. He's matching their pace, but not doing anything really to close the gap at this particular moment in time. It is all about Ed Spain and Abdur Rahman Sheikh at the moment, because the gap has come down now to 0.4. It was 0.6. That means it is even less of a tiny, tiny gap between the top 2 as we start heading into the closing stages of the race.
Yeah, Mike Matt puts this at about 3 laps left to go here, as these drivers now start fighting over the British Championship. To run you down where these drivers are racing from: Ed Spain's racing from Reading, Abdul Rahman Sheikh is racing from Mitcham, Rory Hamilton's from Crawley, and then it's Bristol in P4. P5 is the first of the Basildon drivers. So these guys have come quite a long way to be able to race here today, and for one of them at least, they're going to go down in the history books, the 2022 British Indoor Cadet Champion. As we now head on to the top section, looks like Ed Spain is still just about holding Abdul Rahman Sheikh at arm's length as they go through the top section of the track. Very good line through the flyover as they come down onto the ramp, but you've got to start thinking now. These drivers have done a lot of racing today. They're going to start feeling it, especially around this track in their hands. This is quite a physical circuit, and to hang on for the last 3 minutes of this race, so probably about 2 or 3 laps at the pace these guys are going, is no mean feat. You can see that Rory Hamilton still has a nice gap over Ben Hunt in P4. That fight is still extremely close between Hunt, Pudderfoot, Price Williams, Mills, David Jones. Prendergast is still setting a blistering pace at the back of the field, and I'd love to have seen what he could have done towards the front of the field, and I hope he comes back next year.
But Tom, the gap is getting bigger. It's now or never for Abdul Rahman Sheikh, because the gap has gone up to just under 1 second, and I think we've got one more lap after this one, possibly.
Yeah, so I reckon this will be, when the leaders come over the line, I reckon they're going to be taking final lap here. So there's possibly only 3 or 4 good overtaking points left on this circuit. But you've got to say that Ed Spain has just found another gear. He's clicked the kart into top gear, and now he's starting to pull away from Abdul Rahman Sheikh. Sheikh's lap times have dropped off by about 2.5 tenths of a second, and that is what that distance looks like over the course of the race. So 8 tenths was the margin last time around. They still had about 7 seconds in hand over Rory Hamilton. You can just see him going under the Monster Energy Bridge at the moment. But to come round and start what we believe is going to be the final lap of the BIKC Cadet Championship for 2022, Ed Spain is still out in front. You can just see Ben Hunt has a little bit more breathing room as Jude Pudfoot is now starting to defend once again. So he's delivering some cadet defending masterclassery to the drivers that are behind him, and once again it's Zachary Price Williams who's in the box seat for that one. But over the line to start what we believe is going to be the final lap of this encounter, it is still Ed Spain that leads, Abdul Rahman Sheikh in second, Rory Hamilton in third. So that's Reddin, Mitcham and Crawley, your top 3 at the moment. We're watching the fight over 4th place as Prendergast again goes faster, 106.159. Prendergast is absolutely flying as lights are on yellow here. What manner of thing has occurred around this part of the track?
This might help. This might change things.
Who is that? I can just see a helmet there. Is that the 35? Is that Joe Mills? I don't think it is.
I thought that might be Lewis. Let's have a look.
I thought I saw a 5 in there. 29. That's Jude Pudfoot's out of this one. So Pudfoot's been spun around. But
this
now,
is it.
This
Final
is
few corners. And Ed Spain has just got to get this kart round to the finish line. The last 2 corners. We are going to crown a new BIKC champion. And it is Ed Spain who goes through and wins. And I told you there'd be fireworks. And here we go. We have a new BIKC champion of 2022. Ed Spain has gone and won it.
Yeah, Ed Spain, you know what the old saying goes, remember the 5th, remember this one's going to live long in his memory. Abdul Rahman Sheikh comes home 7 tenths behind to take the vice champion position. Rory Hamilton from Crawley will take home P3. So, your champion, driver number 27, all the way from TeamSport Reading. It's the first time that Reading have won a BIKC champion. As they come down the ramp, let's have a round of applause for your brand new champion as they come onto the grid to take their positions. First place for Ed Spain, your new British Indoor Karting Champion. And man, that was some fantastic racing over the course of it. Abdul Rahman Sheikh will take up second place, as well as Rory Hamilton taking home P3 as the rest of the drivers file into the pit lane.
And ladies and gentlemen, everybody in the building, a huge round of applause for all these drivers. What an incredible, absolutely incredible grand final, and what a superb race meeting, full stop. We have seen some driving of the absolute highest quality here. The finest indoor karters for cadet division in the UK, battling out all morning. Absolutely fantastic. But we do have a winner, and we will now be setting up the presentation.
I think before we get down to that, we're going to have a quick chat with the drivers. So it's down onto the grid. Over to you, Will.
Oh, well done, lads. Want to make your way over? We'll get these interviews underway. First of all, can I have the third place driver? That is going to be Rory Hamilton. Big round of applause for Rory. Rory doing absolutely fantastic, getting up to that third place there. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions, Rory, okay? I'll let you take your helmet off. First of all, how are you feeling about that third place?
Great. Absolutely great.
You feeling great, yeah? You got any more emotions?
No.
You're just feeling absolutely great, okay? So I'm just going to ask you another one as well. What do you think you've done very, very well here today that got you into your third place? So what did you do today that other drivers didn't that you got your third place for?
I thought I was quite good at making moves.
I don't think anyone could be more happy than you here today. So thank you very much. A big round of applause for Rory there, getting third place. And in second place, you want to come down, Abda? Get yourself down, mate. Well done. Absolutely fantastic racing here today. How are you feeling about that second place?
I'm so excited right now.
You're so excited. Honestly, your racing today has been absolutely fantastic. Obviously, you did win the second semi-final. Same question as Rory. What do you think you did really good here today that made you get that second place?
I put pressure on the people in front of me, and then I set some good lap times as well.
Well, I see you again next year. What was that? Was that a maybe, was it?
Well, I'm not sure if I'm entering next year, that's why.
Why are you not entering next year for?
Because I'm going to be like outdoors.
Or you're going to go straight in the outdoor, so you're going to absolutely boss the outdoor competition because you've got second here. Well, that's absolutely fantastic, mate. Give us a fist bump. Well done. Big round of applause, guys, for Abda. And here we are. The crowding moment. The big winner. We've got Mr. Ed Spain. First of all, how can you sum up your emotions at all?
I feel so great, and I've just got every emotion, to be honest.
Every emotion, happy, excited, everything. Same question for them as well. What have you done today that has made you the best karter here today?
I think it was my qualifying, to be honest. Qualified pole, then all I needed to do was just sit there and defend.
You did defend very, very well. Just to let you know as well, I don't want to rub salt with everything else, but you won your heat, you won your second heat, you won your semi-final, and you won the grand final. You won your second heat, I think it was first or second, with 8.5 seconds of a gap, and that is absolutely outrageous. So, big round of applause to Mr. Ed Spain. Well, that is big interviews. Just for parents as well, just please do remember before you leave here today, please buy your race again vouchers from the bar before you leave. They are £17.50 Monday to Friday. You can get Sunday ones, £22.50. Get a bit of market in there for TeamSport. Well, thank you very much, guys. I've been Will. I thought, oh, are you going straight to Russ? I'm handing it to the wonderful, good-looking Russ Mabley.
Okay, then, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just checking we are ready. Okay, first of all, everybody gather around. What a fantastic morning of racing. Skill of the highest quality. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for every single driver who took part this morning. Stunning, stunning stuff. Now, we have got some pretty big trophies to hand over here. And we are going to do that in a couple of minutes. But first of all, I'm going to hand you over once again to Dom Gaynor, CEO of TeamSport.
Hey there, good afternoon everybody and welcome to TeamSport Warrington. My job here today is really easy. I've got to say a few thank yous to everybody, and the people I really want to thank first are all the kids who've raced today. They really have done an amazing job. In this category, over 600 entrants. The top 30, that's the top 5% that have raced. So they've done an amazing job, all of them, just to make it through to the finals. So can we give a massive round of applause? They've raced brilliantly. Well done to all the kids that have raced today. So next up,
And probably even more importantly, I really want to thank the parents. I'm sure the kids all want to turn around and cheer and clap and thank you for driving them around the country, investing your time and money, making their dreams come true. It doesn't happen without you. I know as a parent, it's not always easy. So thank you all very, very much for supporting your kids and bringing them along. So next up, I want to make a big thank you to Motorsport UK. This wouldn't be a British Championship without their support, and it's amazing what we've achieved over the first 3 years. This year, it's been the biggest and best we've done yet. Over 5,000 entrants across all of the categories, and we're going to be crowning British champions all weekend this weekend, which is amazing. So big thank you to Motorsport UK. Also, a big thank you to our partners and sponsors. For this category, for the juniors and the cadets, Total Karting Zero by Rob Smedley. Thank you so much for the amazing prizes that you've given as part of this, and also for Club 100, who are sponsoring the events tomorrow. BizKarts, our partner, and Monster Energy as well for their support. All of you have really helped to make this championship happen, so thank you very much. I think it's also really appropriate for everybody to thank the amazing TeamSport crew who've worked through all of the local finals, have done lots of coaching and tuition through the Race Academy program we've got with many of these children, and are here over the regionals and over the final weekend. I think all of the marshals, the clerk of the course, his team, the people doing the VAR, I think you've done an amazing job, guys and girls. Thank you so much. Brilliant work. Well done. Okay, so I think that's now more than enough from me. Let's get these kids the prizes they deserve. So I'm going to hand back over to Russ Mabley.
Thank you very much. Right, we're going to move on to the ultimate end of this morning's racing. We've got 3 drivers here who are the winners of the BIKC Cadet Championship 2022. And in 3rd place, making his way to the podium, it's Rory Hamilton! And a great move in that grand final to be in 3rd place, it has to be said. 2nd place, and this was a real tussle that went on all race, and only really concluded about a lap or so before the checker flag. A brilliant runner-up is Abdurrahman Sheikh. But we have one driver left. The paparazzi is just clicking away in the background there. But we have one driver left, and that driver is our new British Indoor Karting Champion for cadets in 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to absolutely lift the roof of TeamSport Warrington, because it all goes to the one, the only, Mr. Ed Spain, who reigns. No good. Look at the size of that trophy. That's going to wear the mantelpiece down, that one is. Okay, we're just going to have the cameras just do a few more clickety clicks. Awesome stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, one final round of applause for the winners today for cadets, British Indoor Karting Champions. However, we do have some champagne there, don't we? Are we shaking the champagne? We are, says Mr. Brailsford. Okay, are we going to do a champagne spraying? You go for it, guys. You won it. The champagne is just there. There's so much to do, isn't there, in a presentation when you've won it. That's the way. That's it. Thumb over the end. Thumb over the end and shake. That's it. It's not over yet, is it? This is round 2. This is... Ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to say one last congratulations for the podium drivers. And I would also just like to very quickly say thank you to everybody for supporting us through everything in BIKC 2022. But don't worry, don't panic. We will be back next year for BIKC 2023. Thank you to everybody and good afternoon.
Congratulations, Ed Spain, BIKC Cadet Champion 2022. Well done. Also to Abda and Rory. What a final that was.
Some amazing racing there. We saw the gap. Yeah, it was within 7/10 from first to second, and then it was 9 seconds from third.
Unbelievable. Great stuff. Awesome to see it. Right, coming up next, very shortly in fact, is the juniors. We'll talk about that in just a sec, some people to look out for. But in terms of the Total Karting Zero giveaway, there was an opportunity to win a very bright hoodie. The question was, what year was TKZ founded by Rob Smedley? We've had a lot of answers in. This one is now closed. The answer was 2019. 2019, and a lot of people saying 2020. All you have to do is Google it. Winner, picked at totally by random by Google's number random generator, is Tracy Dickinson. Round of applause for Tracy. We're going to reach out to you, Tracy, in a week or so and get you your Total Karting Zero hoodie.
I will show it now. You can either choose between a green or a blue one, but the green one is my favorite.
I think the green one's for the cadets.
Aww.
I think, which is the one she's won. So.
See, the best one.
It's great, really. We're going to give another one away, thanks to Total Karting Zero, for the juniors, which is coming up very, very shortly. So tell us more about the guys on your agenda for juniors.
Okay, so first of all, we have 8 returning juniors from 2021, and we have 3 of which are from 2020. So we have quite a few returning drivers from the last 2 years of BIKC. So watch out, we've got Vito Vokes, who won the regional final at Liverpool and came 3rd last year on the podium, so hopefully another podium this year. And we have Danny May Reid, who has only been karting for 4 months and has made it to the national finals.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Almost came 2nd at the Cardiff Regional, but finished 3rd and made it here. So.
Well, we're going to have to try and catch up with these guys, have a little chat with them as they arrive. They're all starting to arrive now in the fuel bar of Warrington. It's very packed outside, as you can see. Everybody gives a wave. There we go, there they are. It's looking fantastic. As always, get in touch on the socials at BIKC Official, and we'll do some shout-outs in just a bit. Coming up very shortly is the heat for juniors. We'll be joined by another co-host by the name of Davey. He'll be joining us for the rest of that. But for now, we'll go to a quick break, and we'll be back for juniors in just a bit.
Hi, I'm Russ, founder of Total Karting Zero. We're really proud to be announcing that we are once again sponsoring the British Indoor Karting Championship for the second year in a row. Well done to all of you drivers who've already qualified, and we're really looking forward to seeing the winners who are going to join us in the 2023 Total Karting Zero Championship.
Experience even more awesome at TeamSport Indoor Karting in Leicester. Stimulate all your senses and explore a virtual world with a fully immersive 4D VR experience brought to you by Rome Dome. Challenge your mates to e-darts with multiple game formats or take a swing at Putt Club, our exciting motorsport-themed crazy golf. Then hit the track and feel the thrill of our 500-metre multi-level indoor go-karting circuit. Leave TeamSport Leicester feeling like a champion. Book now at team-sports.co.uk. Experience even more awesome at TeamSport Indoor Karting in Leicester. Stimulate all your senses and explore a virtual world with a fully immersive 4D VR experience brought to you by Rome Dome. Challenge your mates to e-darts with multiple game formats or take a swing at Putt Club, our exciting motorsport-themed Crazy Golf. Then hit the track and feel the thrill of our 500-metre multi-level indoor go-karting circuit. Leave TeamSport Leicester feeling like a champion. Book now at team-sports.co.uk.
Welcome back to Warrington. It's the BIKC National Finals, and it's just about juniors time. But we're joined by Davey. He's our third is back. If you remember him from last year, it's good to have you.
Oh, it's better late than never, right?
I guess you have turned up finally.
Well, I ended up trying to get a bunch of beauty sleep last night and failed miserably.
It seems to happen every time we do this. That you either get ill, I get ill, or someone around us gets ill. Because you left last year because you were ill.
I did, yeah, actually. That was Rachel's fault, though. She passed it on to me. She was ill and then passed it on to me, and then I had to leave early.
that time of year, isn't it?
It is, to be honest, yeah. Well, we're going to get started with the juniors very, very, very shortly. Before we do, Jen, take us through your hot lap that you done yesterday. She had a good go at it yesterday herself, for the first time, in fact. And this is it. So if you want to talk us through it, Jen, feel free.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so let me just start it from here. So this is originally where the start-finish line used to be. So the lap starts here from where the track used to be. So we're going to this hairpin nice and
Oh, yeah, we can't see it, actually.
No, we can't
unfortunately.
see it.
It's not coming up. But we'll try and get it on. So we're going to be giving away another hoodie from Total Karting Zero, as well as some free karting, thanks to Dom Gaynor himself. We're going to tell you how you can do that in just a bit. But coming up, juniors, once again, let's have a little chat about the guys you've got your eyes on, Jen.
Of course. So we have 8 returning drivers from last year, with 3 of them from 2020 as well. So we have quite a few experienced drivers coming into Warrington this year. So we got Vito Vokes returning, who came 3rd last year in BIKC, and then also won his Liverpool regional final as well.
Did he done the shoey last year on the podium?
Yeah, we also can see we've got 5th place, Callum Eve from last year as well. So he's returning. He was cadets last year though, so he's just promoted himself into juniors.
Well, that happens, I guess. That's biology for you.
Yep, and then we've got Danny May Reid, who is only been karting for 4 months.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really, really talented driver who was at the Cardiff regional final, finished 3rd overall, and is now here at Warrington. So.
Excellent, it's great stuff. We'll try and have a chat with him in a bit as well. Lewis Tracy, we spoke to a little bit earlier on. We'll try and get to that interview. It's quite good. There's another guy, 11 years old, only karting since April, and he's in BIKC. Joel, are we ready for this or not? He's fixing it for now. Have you been watching this, Davey, in your house before you got here?
I was, yeah. And do you know what I also did as well? So on my way up here, because I was watching this morning, straight away, 9:35, bang on the dot, I was there. And then on my way up in the car, I put YouTube on. Now, I want to say I wasn't watching it while I was driving.
Let's just get that clear.
I just put it on, put the phone on charge, and listened to the commentary. And it's like listening to... It sounds so good. Like, I was driving along and I was listening, I could hear all the excitement and the track noise and everything, even just listening to it without having to actually...
And the radio, for sure.
Watch. It was better. Well, usually it's Radio 1 for me.
Oh, is it?
But today...
You're getting to that age now, though, where you can Radio 3.
I'm starting to move towards Radio 2, I'm not going to lie.
4, maybe?
But, wow, come on now. But, no, I then... yeah, it was all about BIKC radio this morning, pretty much for me. It was. That's what it was, the whole drive down.
Love it.
And I can't remember exactly what happened, but I heard Russ sort of go, oh no, it's... And I was like, what's happened? It was great.
Once again.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have got the hot lap now that Jen done. So, yeah, talk us through it if you can.
So I'll wait for it to pop up on the screen for me.
Should do now.
Yeah.
Any second now. There we go.
There we go. Okay, so this is where the start line used to be. So coming to the first corner here, out wide, back in again, and then out wide again, and then you come around the corner. Little bit of oversteer there, pushing out a little bit wider. Full speed through the entire of this section here, even in that last corner by there, and then we come around under the Dunlop. Here we go, and then make sure you get the line nice and wide, otherwise you get sent completely to the left-hand side, and then we come back around here, and you sort of hold the wheel through to the part where where you get the up ramp. You want to hold it all the way through to get the nice speed and the launch up the ramp. Nice turning in a little bit later for the up ramp and full speed. Come out a little bit wider. You want to miss the first hairpin and hit the second apex, and then around up the mini ramp there. Sends you out a little bit wide on this corner. It's very, very bumpy and aggressive, this track. And then you come down to the hairpin by here. There we go. And then you are on your way to the down ramp, where that is completely flat out and is my favourite section of this track, because you get a little bit of airtime on that ramp as well. So there we go. Full speed down here.
So if you can, just take us back on that, to the bit that you mentioned, you're getting a little bit of air. Explain how that feels.
It's by the up ramp, or down ramp I mean. So let's have a little look. There we go. So you're going full flat out by here.
That's flat
and
through
it
there.
bounces you up. Yeah, the GoPro kind of hides it because of the stabilisation.
Feel that on your spine when you hit the ground again?
Yes,
Yeah?
yes, it's very, very fun. The worst where you get launched out the car is under the Dunlop, though.
Take us to that. Let's take a look at that, just in case anybody hasn't seen it.
Yep, so taking this corner here is definitely the most painful. It sends you, quite a bit of oversteer. If you're turning too much, you will spin out. And then you're into this bit by here, which is pretty famous from last year's middleweight final. But we're coming around to the up ramp now. Yeah, very, very bumpy. As you know, GoPros have stabilization, so seeing the bumpiness from the camera as well, you'll know for a fact that is a very aggressive track.
Take us, just in case nobody's seen it, take us to the area where we had the incident earlier on in the cadet race, just by, just after the Dunlop, where Vito also had the same incident. Just so we can see it from your point of view, how something like that could happen.
Yeah, so if we come back by here, this is originally where the move started, where he made 3 positions. He had the momentum around this corner. So you saw a straight line through here. The contact was made exactly at this point back here. So the contact was made here. So what must have happened was the track closed off a little bit. Obviously, he was pretty much 50 alongside by, I think, the point by here. There we go, just draw the line nice and wide by there. I think that's when he hit 50, but obviously the barrier was there, so it caused the contact, and obviously there was no penalty given due to the fact that it was the drivers at fault, lost the position, and the driver first stayed in front, so it was just deemed as a racing incident back then. But yeah, this was where the incident occurred.
Let's take it through, let's have a look to the end then. I just want to see this one more time, especially because it was your first time doing it as well.
Yes, it was a 60.3, not quite as competitive as these guys.
What was the fastest lap today? Can you remember off the top of your head?
It was a 1 minute 6.2, I'm pretty sure, from the cadet carts, and we'll see a lot of fast lap times from the juniors right now. So.
Of course, yeah. No, awesome. Sounds absolutely great. Well, let's get to it. Juniors are just about ready to go out, so I think now is the time to hand over to the legendary Tom Gibson and Russ Mabley.
Gentlemen, another warm welcome to I almost feel out of breath already, Tom.
I know.
After all the action and all the excitement that we've already had in the cadet event this morning, which we saw an absolutely stellar level of driving, suddenly we are met with what usually turns out to be an even more competitive event, driving the adult 200cc karts and racing, because we will. In the next 3 hours or so, we will crown the BIKC Champion 2022 for juniors.
Yeah, so quite a lot of drivers in this one. I believe there's 31 off the top of my head. So again, a very well supported category is the juniors, and the biggest overall entry of any BIKC category. This one category alone, we said we had 4,500 drivers total. This one category alone had nearly just over 1,000 drivers sign up to race. I know some tracks had 80, 90 drivers just in their junior category. I know here at Warrington, I believe we had, I think it was in the order of 60, and that's what is a relatively big and well supported circuit. But 1,125 drivers, and now we're down to what will be the final 32. That's impressive, just again for these guys just to have got here, and also a few guys we've seen at the Nationals before. So be keeping an eye on, as Jen alluded to, Callum Eve. He's made the jump up from juniors to cadets. He finished 5th overall in cadets last time here. Archie Johnson, he's a 2-time finalist here with the best finish of 12th. He's also been doing some work with JamSport, the mini challenge team, to try and hopefully give him the edge up throughout the course of the event. We've also got the likes of Vito Vokes, 3rd place last year. I was having a quick chat to Vito before he went out for qualifying, as these drivers are starting to now, and he's quietly confident for this one. And then just see at the back of shot as well, Antti Waipich. He's finished 7th here twice in a row in juniors, so he's going to be hoping to have a good run. However, one name absent in this one is defending champion Charlie Ratford. Finished 4th in his regionals at Farnborough, so he takes no further part in the competition.
And Charlie Ratford, a bit of a BIKC legend, not just a champion, Tom, but a double champion.
Yeah.
And I just want to say that we have increased the number of participants in BIKC every single year, and there's been a big increase this year. We're looking at between 20 and 25% more drivers taking part. The whole standard of racing is much, much higher. It's suddenly not easy for anybody to get through local finals, or definitely not regional finals. So we are very much looking at the elite of the elite here. I just want to have a big shout out. We got 2 girls racing this afternoon. We've got Bree Angelis and we've got Danny May Reed, who are both racing and being part of the Girls on Track program that Motorsport UK run. That it is fantastic that we are here in the national final for juniors, and girls are very much represented in what we're doing here.
Yes.
So we're going to see some fantastic racing. Now this is the practice stroke qualification stage. So just to talk you through the format, this is the qualification time where they're getting used to what they're doing, of course, But the key is lap times here. The lap times will decide where they start on the grid during the heats. So the competition starts absolutely now. And we're going to commentate and take you through all of the qualifying sessions. The qualifying sessions are 15 minutes long. And we have also, with the we're partnered here with Revolution Audio, and we have got the kind of technology now that even surpasses what goes on in Formula One. We could even choose who we watch as they're driving around the circuit. Can't we? He says out loud in the back of his...
nudge, wink, wink. That's
So let's see. But the early lap times going down. It's only the first lap. We're down to 102s, but these lap times really first lap. In fact, we're under reds.
Yeah, so these guys just going through the mandatory lights test that all drivers have to go through. You get shown the yellows, make sure they slow to a walking pace, get shown the reds, and come to a complete stop as they go back to green. And now this is where we're going to start seeing some lap times. Currently looking kart 18, Lewis Sumner. He is driving from TeamSport Liverpool. So first in his local finals and third in the regionals is where he's been at the moment, and we're just starting to see lap times start to filter in. The two drivers we alluded to earlier, Bree and Danny May Reid, they're both going to be competing in the second qualifying session, so we'll take a look at those guys when they are out on track. But currently watching the first set of drivers, looks like it's just Ryan Shepherd just in front of Lewis Sumner here. He's normally a very quick driver, but we're going to see the first lap over the line for Lewis. He looks like he's got Alex Wiley just behind him as well. Alex done a lot of testing around here to make sure that he's ready in kart 24. Alex qualified through from, let's find my notes, qualified through from Sheffield, and he's one of a few drivers in a very, very rare position here who could end up doing a clean sweep of all of the stages. So Alex finished first in qualifying at his local track, then finished first at his local final, and then finished first in his regional. There is another driver who's able to do the same sort of feat. That is Mason Chahal, also returning, this time from Edmonton. He's in, I believe, his third attempt now at the BIKC finals, and yeah, he's been putting some good times in around this track in testing.
Fantastic stuff. One more shout out. We're going to mention this a little bit as we go through, but I mentioned Danny May Reid, racing from TeamSport Gosport, and she came third, sixth and third in her previous BIKC performance. And guess what? She only started karting in August of this year.
That is impressive.
And she's racing in the BIKC National Final.
That is one of those moments where if you might as well enter, you never know what might happen.
Yeah.
To put that into perspective, qualifying finished on August 31st. So to have been able to not only qualify within the range of being able to get into the local finals. Oh, we got a car backwards already. That's one of the fastest parts of the track. That is driver number 2. That is Brandon Banda that has had a bit of a spin. He's definitely not happy with that one.
No, he needs to change his underwear at that particular moment.
Yeah, that's not a place that you want to be spinning out. It's a very, very fast part of the track. Once you've got the line right, it is flat. However, what you've got to remember is these karts have now been sat for pretty much the entire day. So while we've been running the cadets, as it looks like a warning goes out there for Brandon, just to give him a little bit of a tuition maybe on where to put the kart out there. But the first lap times are coming through, and out in front is kart number 20. Anthony Wypich has set the pace at the moment on a 60.592, and he's got about 2/10 in hand over Toby Edelston, who's there in second place. Joseph McVeigh currently third. Mason Chahal is in P4. Archie Johnson,
Who should we follow, Tom? Should we follow someone? Should we apply the technology? We got Anthony Whippet, who's...
Let's take a look at Anthony in kart number 20. So he's out in front at the moment on a 60.592. Third-year driver, Anthony, as he appears up on the screens. And, yeah, he's done quite a lot of testing around here as he's going up onto the top section of the circuit now. His previous 2 results he's had so far, he's finished 7th in both of the 2020 and 2021 editions of BIKC. And having spoken to himself and his dad before we got into the finals weekend, they are definitely looking to move a little bit further forward, and at the very least, podium finishing position is what they're targeting for this year.
Can I just say, Tom, we got a tough crowd on the live stream. Okay, tough crowd. Just
very
warning
tough crowd,
you.
have we?
We're going to have to be on top form. Amy Dawkins has already put in there. It wasn't August, it was July. That changes everything.
There we go. Oh,
that changes the world.
It's not impressive anymore, that, is it? Only started karting in July, and you're in the national finals of a championship.
Fantastic.
After 5 months of starting racing competitively, you're in the national finals of the British Indoor Karting Championship. That is very impressive. I'll tell you what is impressive. The lap time has just been pulled out by kart 6, Ryan Shepherd. Him and Toby Edelston are now both in the 59s. And I'll tell you what, there's 56 thousandths of a second separating the pair of them. As they now take a look. Ryan Shepherd goes a little bit quicker there.
Okay,
59.492.
Let's follow kart 6, please. Kart 6, can we follow?
So we now take a look through our various cameras. We try and locate Ryan Shepherd, the Reading driver, who is flying out on circuit at the moment. And it looks like he is... that's Archie Johnson going in towards turn number 1. There's Anthony Whitepish as well. I think he's got Rory Hinckley just in front of him. He's trying to spot that helmet there. There we go. Car number 6 on the bottom section of the circuit. He's just been pipped by Mason Chahal. These guys are extremely close. 59.250 from Toby Edelston in kart 3 is the benchmark at the moment. Let's take a look at Ryan. Let's see if he's able to pull out anything. He's about a 10th off pole position at the moment, but just coming through the top section of the track. He's a very, very quick driver, Ryan Shepherd is. Let's see if he's able to make any inroads. Again, a good line through there. You'll see the adults now taking what you'd consider to be a more traditional racing line compared to what we saw with the cadets as they file down the back section of the circuit through the left-right chicane, keeping it absolutely foot to the floor, and then it's going to be a case of firing it through the last couple of hairpins, keep the back end in check as best as you can. Sometimes you do need a little bit of a slide to get the car pointing in the right direction and come through the final hairpin. This looks like a good lap for Ryan Shepherd. Let's see if he's able to move back onto provisional pole. That time is a pole time, 59.065.
And we saw it, Tom. We saw every single
that
corner
looked
of it.
like a very, very clean lap there from Ryan Shepherd, and that lap time proves it. Not quite into the 58-second mark, which the juniors have been in before. 58.3 is the fastest time we've ever seen from a junior in BIKC, that time coming from Archie Johnson. But just looking a little bit further down the order, the top 14 drivers at the moment covered by just 0.8 of a second. To run down the order, Ryan Shepherd, the driver we're watching now, is in P1. Local lad Rory Hinckley has just popped up into second place. He's about a 10th away from the driver of kart 6. Toby Edelston in P3, Mason Chahal P4, Lewis Sumner P5, Archie Johnson, Caden Welch, Clinton Charlton's having a good run in P8, Anthony Whitepish currently P9, but with about 6 minutes left on the clock, that could all change. Joseph McVeigh completes your top 10 right now.
I also think that Ryan Shepherd can go faster because he's sliding around a bit. He's sliding around a little bit more than I would expect to hit the absolute ultimate lap times. So I think there's even a bit more speed left there in what Ryan Shepherd is doing, but it's very, very tight up there because he's only got a 0.078 seconds. We are talking fractions of a second between him and Rory Hinckley, who is second, with Toby Edelston in third. But this is going to change a lot as the tyres start to warm up, as the karts really start to come to the drivers.
Yeah, so
really, you're going to find these lap times tumbling.
Yeah, so the drivers now going to start getting a little bit more confident as you can start seeing that these drivers are catching up to each other. Looks like that's the 19 of Callum Eve there. So Callum Eve, the cadet driver, his first year in juniors for BIKC. He's now just in front. I think that's Zach Nemo who's just got behind him. And they've got pole sitter Ryan Shepherd just coming up behind. So this could be a good thing for the two in front of them if they can improve. But we're just looking at the time. 58.7 for Ryan Shepherd. He is absolutely flying here.
But now he's stuck behind some traffic. What's he going to do?
Is
he going to fight it? Or is he going to... He's backing off.
He's backing right off.
That is the right strategy. It's like we really haven't seen that this morning with the cadets, but he knows what he needs to do here.
So even though these drivers are quite young, some of them still do have quite a lot of experience in terms of racing. I'm pretty sure it's the third time we've seen Ryan in a British Indoor Karting Championship final. He's just got Lewis Sumner coming up behind him. Sumner is P4 at the moment on a 59.209, but that already is a blistering lap time for Ryan Shepherd, a 58.721. He's the first driver into the 58-second mark. Mason Chahal now up into P2 on a 59.1, exactly 4/10 behind our pole sitter who we're watching at the moment. 28, Rory Hinckley is there in P3. Caden Welch, literally as we're talking, moves up into P4 on a 59.1, 59.2 for Lewis Sumner, 59.2 for Toby Edelston, 59.3 for Archie Johnson, 59.4 for Clinton Charlton, Anthony Whitepitch on a 59.6, Zach Nemo on a 59.6, Joseph McVeigh also on a 59.6. Quite a lot of these drivers, everyone in the top 15 at the moment is in the 59s or under. That around this track, for anyone who's been here on a normal session, a 59 is an extremely quick time around here. However, I expect to see a few more 58s by the time we get towards the end of this qualifying session.
And there is talk on the live stream about people are surprised. MX Flamix said surprised people barely back off behind people in front of them doing quali. Yeah, but it might be one of the reasons why Ryan Shepherd currently has the fastest lap time by 0.373 of a second, which round here, in this level of driving at this stage, is
I tell you what,
good.
we've got some more members
of the 58
As I said, Katie's
just gone in there with a 0.16. But that might be one of the reasons why.
Another driver knocking on the door there of the 58-second clubs, Clinton Charlton. Driver number 4 in P3 at the moment, a 59.0 there as it sits. And Clinton's come through from London Docklands, just a small drive, about 4 hours up to get here to Warrington. Just in front of him, he's got driver number 3, Toby Edelston. Toby is through from Cardiff. So 2 drivers who have a little bit of a trek to have got down here. But Clinton currently P3, just about knocking on the door of the 58-second club. Caden Welch is already inside, a 58.89. Let's see what Clinton can get through here. He has had a bit of traffic. Let's see if he can make his way into the 58. 59.1 at the moment. Just a little bit quicker than what Mason Chahal has managed. But fastest lap for Clinton at the moment. Good enough for P3. And he's very, very quick driver. He's done quite a lot of testing around here as well. I remember one name that I did see doing a lot of testing is a guy called Adam Menny. He's come down from Cambus Lang, so towards the Glasgow region, and he's done about 500 or 600 laps of this circuit since October to try and learn it. And if that's not going to put you in a good stead to get to help you, then I'm not entirely sure what to go into.
Let's see if we can follow something else. We've been following Ryan for a while. So let's go Caden Welch in kart 7. As the Revolution audio behind me groan, as they have to find kart 7 and then lock on.
So I think Caden in his second year of BIKC, his best result so far is P15. However, his 9th second in qualifying local finals and regionals. That set him up quite nicely, as it looks like Mason Charles has now just pipped Clinton Charlton. He's come over the line with the 59.032. A little bit further down the order, looking just outside the top 10, Joseph McVeigh's on a 59.6, Callum Eve in 12th, Alex Wiley P13, then you got the Flying Dutchman, Thomas Hughes is there in 14th place, Adam Menny 15th, Brandon Banda after that spin is currently in P16, but watching Caden Welch in that...
I'll tell you what, his kart, Tom, looks glued, I'll be honest.
It does, looks like it is bouncing a little bit more than some of the others, so maybe it's an overgrip situation.
Up and down, I mean more... sliding out, it's going wherever he points it.
Yeah, he's definitely got that car hooked up. Missed that first apex, got it stuck into the second one. Moving towards the outside of the track. You can just see him fighting the wheel as the kart lands at the top section of the track. Into the hairpin. This is normally where you find a bit of bounce, but there's absolutely zero through there. And now he's going to head down the main straight and towards the Monster Energy Bridge. Let's see if Caden is able to move a little bit further forward. He's on a 58.8 at about 1.6 tenths off pole position. Heads in towards turn number 1 through the second hairpin. He's got the pole sitter sat behind him, and Lewis Sumner as well, not too far behind there on a 59.1. Currently, the top 8 drivers are covered under... are covered by about 8 tenths. The checker flag falls, and Ryan Shepherd comes home in P1. Caden Welch is going to start on the front row alongside him. Then Mason Charles, Lewis Sumner is also going to start on the second row. Row 3 will be Lewis Sumner and Clinton Charlton, Archie Johnson and Toby Edelston on row 4. Anthony Whitepitch and Zach Nemo have a bit of work to do from row 5. Joseph McVeigh, Alex Wiley on row 6. Row 7 will be Callum Eve and Thomas Hughes. And completing the 8 row field will be Adam Menny and Brandon Banda. Now, looking at those times already, this is going to be exceptionally close. The top the top 8 drivers covered by about 0.4 of a second, but a 58.721 is your current pole time.
And we're going to make a little note of that because, just for reference really, because we've got different groups and different groups sometimes have different standards, but that is a cracking lap time set there. And tell you what, yeah, Rory Hinckley 0.083 behind. I just want to have a shout out that I did pronounce a name wrong. It is Breyer analyst, so I do apologise for that, and I will make sure we call her Breyer for the rest of the afternoon's racing. But here we go. We are now at the end of the first quali, and we're going to set things up then for the second qualification run. And but this is important. This is not just practice. This will determine where they start on the grid for the heats. Now that's super important because, as everybody in indoor karting knows, that setting good lap times is one thing, but actually finding your way past the drivers and taking those positions is tough. And we saw some incredible defensive driving this morning in the cadets, and less power in the cadets, and they top out as, at a certain speed when they go onto the main straight. So we are expecting to see all kinds of driving skills. We saw great overtakes onto the up ramp at the end of the straight after the pits, but we also saw fantastic defensive driving and some really, really big crashes, which some big incidents as well that we had to call. We've got Jen in the studio with the Gen pad, and she'll be able to take us through anything that's controversial and literally show it frame by frame, so everybody at home can see precisely what happened and why we came to decisions that we came to. Talking of decisions, we've got VAR again this year. It is back. So any incident that happens out there that is a bit controversial, we have got a separate team that study it and will make sure we make the correct calls. We've also got the best race directing team that TeamSport can possibly offer. There's a lot of track managers out there. There's a lot of pit hosts. There's a lot of people who really do run grid events on a regular basis in order to make sure that the calls that we make are absolutely spot on. But it's motorsport. There's always going to be some controversy, Tom.
There's always going to be various different ways of seeing incidents, and we make sure that we have racers in the positions that are able to see. So that way, if there are any issues, we'll be able to spot them.
Can I also say that Cleo, the fluffy dog, is back. She was around this morning. Now, you know that Crofty in Formula One has a bit of a say. Lights out and away we go. Well, we wanted to try and get another one, really, for BIKC. And believe it or not, this morning, ladies and gentlemen, the best we could come up with was Go-Go Gadget Cat Grease. Now, I can't actually... It'd take way too long to explain exactly how we actually came to that.
I think that's one of those moments that you had to be there.
But there was a lot of texting and auto-correcting that went wrong that enabled that to come about. So we're not racing just yet, Tom, but we might engage but every time we did say go Gadget Cat Grease, we had a good start, didn't we?
Yeah.
And the times that we didn't,
the one time
was when
we
it all went wrong.
was when we had the false start. Now, one thing we won't have a false start in is qualifying, because there is no race start in that. Well, what we do have, however, is drivers filtering out onto the track to try and see how fast they can go. It's one reason I love qualifying. It is quite literally a case of come and have a go if you think you're fast enough. And at the moment, we're following kart number 2. That is one of our 2 lady racers. That's Danny May Reid, who is out on track at the moment. Danny May, Gosport driver, who's come through the regionals, relatively inexperienced in terms of the amount of time they've been racing. However, I will say they have done a lot of laps around this track, and from what we've seen so far, they are there or thereabouts in terms of pace. However, there are some relatively big names in this field. So Vito Vokes out in kart number 1, 3rd place last year. And another driver, kart 19, just firing through shot. Kieran Leadbeater is extremely fast around this track, so expect him to be there or thereabouts. And then we also have a few other drivers from a little bit further down the country. As the first lap times come through over the line was Keogh Derrick with a 60.779. That was immediately bested by Danny May Reid. Kieran Leadbeater straight into the 59s on a 59.4 before we get into the lights test. This driver's now under yellow light conditions. You can just see Tom Johnson was flying through our screen then. He's in kart 4. As it looks like Vito may have boxed for a kart issue, and he's looking to get a mechanic to take a look over it. But driver's on red at the moment. It's just a quick little lights test, and then we go back to green, and this is where we're going to start seeing the fast laps come in.
As we said, Vito Vokes is BIKC champion from the legend. I'll even say, I'm blind, Tom. It's there in front of me. Absolute.
If you wonder what is occurring, we're looking through. We have note sheets here, which have everyone's form guide, and
name.
right at the top of the sheet it says Vito Vokes.
But in 2021, epic battle, and he came home in 3rd place on that day. Made it to the podium of BIKC. So Vito Vokes, yeah, that'll just get us in. We should do a Legends race, shouldn't we? At some point, that would be
Legends racing. That's a different kettle of fish.
But Vito Vokes hoping to go 2 places higher than what he did in 2021.
Yeah, there's a couple of returning drivers here who want to try and do well. Archie Johnson's another one. We saw them in the previous session, and they're on their 2nd attempt at this. Like we said, Kieran Leadbeater, he's currently fastest at the moment. For his best finish in BIKC is 5th place back in 2020. It's his 2nd time here at the national finals, as we now try and see what these drivers can pull out of their little bag of talents that they are carrying while they're out on circuit today. So as the drivers now start coming through the top section of the track, there is Kieran Leadbeater, driver of kart 19. So far, his 59.4 hasn't been beaten. Matas Minkas has gone into P2 with Vito Vokes in P3. Bobby McGurr comes over the line in P4 on a 60.0. Still not quite able to go into 59, but this really is the first real flying laps that we're seeing. Dylan Patel into the 59s, Keo Derrick into the 59s. They are in 4th and 5th. Let's see what anyone else can do. Tom Johnson moves into P10, just behind Ethan Waters. We wait to see what Kieran Leadbeater can do over the line. Ethan Waters goes 4th, 59.1
okay,
is
Tom,
the benchmark.
Let's go, kart 19, Kieran Leadbeater. In fact, we have him. We have him absolutely on the screen. So he's the fastest driver on track at the moment, although he does have traffic. And you kind of think that in this stage,
like Ethan Waters just in front of him there.
Traffic is going to really hurt.
Yeah, it's Ethan Waters there, the Trafford driver, just taking a look over his shoulders, seeing who's there. Probably at this point won't realise that he does have the pole sitter sat behind him. So it may work out for Ethan, who's currently P5, about 7/10 off. I say P5, just as Max Kilby moves up into 5th place. And then Bobby McGurr goes up into 5th place as well. So these lap times are coming thick and fast. And Dylan Patel now goes into P4 on a 59.5. But let's see if anyone can get anywhere near the benchmark that Kieran Leadbeater set. Or let's see if he can move that benchmark a little bit further away from the rest of the drivers. So Ethan Waters is going to come over the line. He's currently in P8. Let's see what this lap does for him. Only P7. And looks like Kieran can't go any quicker on that lap. So 19 is your pole man at the moment. But we do have a lot of drivers trying to best him, but still, 4/10 is the advantage. And in karting terms, 4/10 is an absolute age to be on pole by.
Okay, brilliant stuff. So we got some really, really quick. And driver 19 and Kieran Leadbeater still stuck there behind kart 3. So kart 3 very much slowing them down. There's a lot of love for Mattis, has to be said, on the live chat. In fact, there is literally on my screen, virtually every single message involves the name Mattis. We've got some great shout-outs for the whole catchphrase, Tom. We're not going to be short of catchphrases, right, when we get to that stage of the competition. So thanks to them, we will use them. Okay, we will use them. In fact, through Susan's eyes, I might just drop one word there to make that a bit more efficient. But I like that. In fact, I might just use that forever and ever, if I'll be absolutely honest. Tell me how much you want for it, okay? Good stuff. Right, so back on.
So currently watching on stream, this is Matas Minkas, currently kart 20. He's in P6 at the moment. He's had his last lap time bested by a couple of drivers. 59.5 is where he sits at the moment. He's going to come through the bottom section of the track, and let's see what they're able to pull out of the bag here. So Vito Vokes over the line on a 59.3. Matas goes over the line, moves into 3rd place, a 59.482. Still, though, he's got about 3 and a bit tenths to try and find to get back on terms with Kieran Leadbeater. Leadbeater still setting the pace on a 59.1, and 2nd at the moment is Vito Vokes. Dylan Patel now moves into P3, driver number 21 on a 59.337, just manages to split Vokes and Minkas. Then Bobby McGurr, Ethan Waters, Max Kilby, Keo Derrick, Ruben Armitage, Bria Angelis, Danny May Reed, David Kinney, Liam Martin Bradley, Tom Johnson and Oscar Wilson, as Ethan Waters now moves up into P2 from 6th to 59.2. That's a very good lap.
I'd also say that Kieran Ledbetter is still not quite as fast as Ryan from the...
We have another member of the 58 club. Kieran Ledbetter has just gone over the line of 58.7. So is that quicker than what we had earlier? No, it's
fast
about
enough.
400ths of a second.
Still very good,
Too slow.
and still enough to do what he needs, I think, at this stage of the competition. But Ryan went a fraction faster in the first qualifying run. Right.
So this that we're looking at the moment, this is Ruben Armitage. He's down in P9 at the moment. I say down in P9. He's 8/10 off pole position. In a normal race, that would be there or thereabouts. However, 8/10 in karting is quite a lot. 59.637 is his best at the moment. Looks like a very tidy line through the top section of the track. It comes down into hairpin. Does look like he's probably braking a little bit too much. Maybe has a little bit of time to find there as we now head down into the bottom section of the track. Goes through the left, right at the bottom, throws it into the left-hander of the chicane, through the right-hander, past what we know affectionately as the Wall of Champions, then into the first of 3 hairpins. The key is to try and keep it smooth through here. Goes really far out. There's quite a big bump in the circuit there. You may want to try and avoid. Stays to the left of that small patch as he goes through. Looks like a very tidy lap. Let's see if it's a quick lap. Goes over the line, a 59.622. It's a PB in this session, but it's not quite enough to move him up any further, so he's going to have to try and find another couple of thousandths to see if he can move up the order. But Ruben Armitage is pulling some good times out of the bag here as Bobby McGurr in kart 9 now goes up into P5. That's a 59.366 the Bobby's managed there. Let's see if we can take a look and see where he is on circuit. There we go. So Bobby now flying up on the flyover, probably go a little bit further over to the left-hand side going up the ramp. And he's got a very good, nice, neat and smooth line. See the back bobbling as it goes over that ramp. That second ramp is deceptively steep as you're on the top section. But now he's going to fire down the down ramp under the Monster Energy Bridge once again. Again, it's a very smooth line through there. You've got to place the kart very carefully as you head through to the top section. Brake on the timing line, then comes through the first corner. Through the second one. Again, he misses that bump that Ruben was catching earlier. So let's see if he can do anything. As we talk, Ruben Armitage moves up into P5, immediately bested by Matas Minkas. Max Kilby goes second. Let's see, Bobby McGurr goes P4. So Max Kilby is just on the verge of a 58-second lap. There's a very good lap there from Bobby McGurr. So your running order at the moment, it's still Kieran Ledbetter that leads, about 5 minutes left on this session, and 13 Max Kilby's doing very well. Vito Vokes moves into P5. He's coming about 4/10 off, and just crucially 1/1000th of a second behind 4th place Dylan Patel.
It's so tight, isn't it? A few shout outs. So we've got Dave Rich who wants a shout out to James Rogers today, regional director, who is on bin duty, I'll be absolutely honest. So, yes, nice to see you, Dave. Nice to see you tuning in. I haven't got any vegan jokes up my sleeve at the present in time. I feel like I've come unprepared. But hey-ho, let's go back to the racing and still keep it
just noticed here the difference between 4th, 5th and 6th. Each driver is separated by a single 1,000th of a second. That might change though as Bobby goes over the line. He's not able to improve. 28 Vito Vokes though. He's doing all right at the moment. However, you would sort of expect Vito with a little bit of experience to be a little bit quicker around here. Him and Kieran have similar experience in terms of a BIKC final. However, a 59.238. I know that he's got a little bit more in the back pocket of that Biz Evo 3. And he's coming through the Mech Bay corner now and headed up under the mezzanine once again. Under the tunnel, it's a good smooth line through there. Just see the back again bobbling a little bit. Looks like a good line up the ramp. Stays to the left on the way through. Missed the first apex, hit the second one again. It's a very, very clean lap this from Vito. Let's see when he gets the timing line if this is going to be a fast one. He now comes down into that bottom hairpin, clips the apex, double left-hander as he's now going to fire towards the Monster Energy Bridge. Let's see what he's able to do. It's a very smooth and clean line as he goes through the chicane. It's just 3 corners from home now. Let's see.
Look at Max Kilby in there in second position.
That's a very impressive time from Max.
It's the son of Lee Kilby, who used to be a general manager back in the day at TeamSport Docklands. So a big shout out to both Lee and Max. Max getting really, really stuck in, and he looks quick.
Yeah,
no
Max,
doubt about that.
Definitely looks pretty quick around here. So 59.075. Still, we say 59.0 is very fast around here. However, that still leaves him 3/10 behind our current pole sitter Kieran Leadbeater, which is a big margin. But just watching Max now as he comes through. Again, it's a very smooth line through the chicane. He's exiting out quite a bit earlier than a lot of the other drivers, so maybe that's helping him a little bit as they head down the back stretch towards that first hairpin. Again, quite a smooth line through the third hairpin. Maybe take a little bit more track on the way through. He goes over the timing line. Let's see what this is. It's only a 59.4, so he's not quite improved there. But currently, at the moment, it's still Kieran Leadbeater that's out in front. 58.762 is the benchmark for these drivers as Ruben Armitage just moves out of the way. Armitage is currently in 8th position at the moment.
And we're almost at the end here, Tom. I think there's only about a lap to go, and we're going to see the checker flag. So this really is last gasp to see if any driver out there. And the top 3 or 4 have moved around absolutely all over the place. I think there's drivers out there that are slightly behind where they would want to be at the end of the qualifying session. Vito Vokes, I said the legend, is only 5th at the present moment in time. Matters was way up the leaderboard early on. So was Danny. So there still might be a change on the last lap. But this is last gasp of qualifying to see where they can start on the grid for the first of the heats. And they're going to have, each driver is going to have 2 heats. So there's 4 heats in total. And at the end of that, we'll go through and there will be semi-finals. And then, of course, that will be the knockout stage. Drivers will line up for the grand final. We will once again crown another British Indoor Karting Champion of 2022. Yeah. And we're looking for a checker flag here because we are pretty much there.
Yeah, so I think
and it's
drivers
still Kieran
now
Leadbeater with that lap time that you set quite a while ago. 58.762. Hasn't managed to go
so
quicker.
He's going now what looks like to be his final, what will most likely be his final lap here. So that was a 1:02.6. Just getting himself in the car, potentially prepped, ready for another fast one. It looks like he's starting to push a little bit more now. It's a good line through the tunnel. Gets the kart turning. It's quite hard to get the nose of the kart into there. Just the circuit is a little bit bumpy. Now up towards the top section of the circuit. Good line through that top section. Let's see what he's able to do. Checker flag is coming out now. So drivers starting to see the checkers, so that means they're going to be going on to their they're going to be on their final lap. So we're going to be watching for times coming over the line. Armitage goes over the line, a personal best of 59.281, but he's not able to improve there. Ethan Waters has improved on a 59.1 and is currently in P3. Vito Vokes comes over the line, goes P2 on a 59.054. That's a stunning lap for Vito Vokes. Over the line, that is kart 3. That is Ethan Waters. Can he improve? He's not able to. Looking for any other improvements there as drivers now file over the line. It still looks like Kieran Leadbeater is safe in pole position. I do believe everyone has completed their laps now.
Solidly quicker, I would say, than the rest of the field. Round this track, 0.292 seconds is that is a decent margin. Yeah. To have at the end of the qualifying session. So that is the qualifying session done. There will be no more homing in on race drivers, so the whole audio team breathe a sigh of relief. And we will now move into the heats. So how they've qualified will decide where they start on the grid. And so everything that's happened so far has been absolutely super important. But this is where we start racing, to stay the absolute obvious. What's happened before is just lap times. Lap times is lap times. But over the years, we have seen some staggering overtaking manoeuvres in the junior section of BIKC. And we are really hoping, because it was a bit more power, you have the perfect opportunity to do more behind the kart in order to get through. The cadets this morning were doing some brilliant overtaking manoeuvres, but not quite making it through due to the fact that they just ran out of power. But in these 200cc biz karts, you can make that room, you can make that advantage, and then you've got the power to make it stick and get alongside them. So we are really expecting some world-class, I would say, overtaking manoeuvres. And let's see if we get them, Tom.
Yeah, so juniors is normally one of the closest fought classes of all of them, and usually one of the fastest. It's usually a shootout between them and lightweights to see who is quicker out of the two categories, but we normally expect juniors to be there or thereabouts in terms of pace and action. It's just running through the finish in order from that previous qualifying session while we just get drivers ready. Kieran Ledby, Tavito Vokes is row 1, Max Kilby, Ethan Waters row 2, Dylan Patel, Bobby McGurr in row 3, Matas Minkas lines up alongside Ruben Armitage, Keo Derrick and Bria Angelis, Davey Kinney, Danny May Reid, Liam Martin Bradley, Tom Jones and Oscar Wilson will complete the 15-kart field. Makes it 31 drivers to fight for that British Indoor Karting Championship.
Fantastic. Now, just to talk you through the start procedure, we will obviously first of all seat all drivers in karts. So we'll leave the pit lane. Then there will be a little bit of manoeuvring on the grid while we make sure that everybody is obviously in the correct grid position to start the race. Then we will have a pace kart. And there it goes. It just shot through. Just as I said it. Just I couldn't time that any better. I say
just
pace
shot
kart
through field.
So actually,
you'll never be able to do that again.
It didn't go round because it's electric.
You'll never be able to do that again.
So it went like that, in actual fact. So basically, the pace kart will turn around. Now, in the cadets this morning, they were on single file pace kart. However, we will go 2 abreast, and that changes things completely. It really makes the first corner incredibly interesting. All the karts at the moment sat in the pit lane. Tyres are now cooling down while the pace kart driver gets his eye in. That's the latest BIZ electric kart. They are incredible pieces of kit. We have electric karts at the moment this model of car in 2 of our tracks down in Southampton and Brighton. They're even so advanced, right? They've got push to pass buttons. They've got a button you can press on them, and for I think 4 seconds,
that is so fast through there.
It gives you a significant boost of extra power.
That is
and you can
so
only
fast
use
through
it
there.
for 1 lap, so it becomes very, very strategical. And there's Dave going around. I hope his chest holds up because he's racing quite quickly, if I'll be absolutely honest. So we've had issues with Dave's chest in the past, that's all I'm saying. But it all seems all right at the moment, touch wood. But yes, so that's how we kind of, that's the electric future for TeamSport. The target is to have half the tracks electrified by the end of next year, which we are working towards. But the future is bright. The future is bright blue, in actual fact, and the future is electric, and it's a great future for indoor karting. I drove them myself down in Brighton only a few weeks ago, and I love the push to pass button. It makes it very strategical where you use it. Use it on the up ramp, use it at the end of the main straight, and they drive awesome. So it's a really, really good feature of electric coming to TeamSport. But here we go. We're just in the setup, and then what's going to happen? They're going to go out onto the grid. We're going to have a little bit of moving around. Then it's going to be rolling start 2 abreast. That is why the electric kart driven by the pace driver Dave from Bristol will just wait by there while we manoeuvre everybody. Then let's go racing, Tom.
I'll tell you one thing I noticed about that electric kart there is it just looks so much more planted than anything else. And through the corners, it wasn't a case of where the petrols, some of them they'd sometimes slide, they may bobble around a little bit. That electric, it just looked like it just turned in and went. That EcoVolt GT just looked like it was being steered on the nose. And with the greatest respect in the world, we do have some of the best indoor karting drivers there. And that electric kart looked like it was there or thereabouts in terms of pace. I'd be quite interested to see what the lap times were on that one.
Yeah,
because it looked blisteringly quick. I'll tell you what else was blisteringly quick. The juniors that we've got feeding out the pit lane.
Indeed, and we might get a chance over the course of the weekend to do like a petrol versus electric.
Now
we don't actually have it scheduled, but we'll see if
we've
we
got
can
the
get
kart.
it.
We'll see what we can do. Let's
Because
see what we can
electric,
manage.
it's instant power, isn't it? It's you don't have to wait for engines to get up to speed or clutches to engage. It's foot down, bosh.
Foot down, bosh. That's a good way of describing.
That's my quote for the weekend. Foot down, bosh.
That's a good way of describing the instant torque from an electric motor there. It's a very engineering term. Bosh. That'll do it. So you just see now there's a little bit
the height
of
of my technical knowledge, by the way.
Just see on the circuit now there is a little bit of shuffling around, just getting all drivers into the correct order. You can see 2 drivers there already. That's Caden Welch and Mason Chahal. Rory Hinkley, local Warrington driver, has just moved into his position on the front row. And then Clark of the course, Mr. Hislop, will be looking to try and get Ryan Shepherd up towards the front in kart number 4. Just to remind you how the grid's going to line up. Front row is Ryan Shepherd and Rory Hinckley. In terms of qualifying circuits, that is Reading and Warrington on the front row. Caden Welch from Dunstable and Mason Jahal from, I believe, Edmonton, off the top of my head, will line up on row number 2. Lewis Sumner, that is Liverpool. Clinton Charlton is London Docklands. Archie Johnson from Nottingham will line up alongside Toby Edelston, who is qualified through from Cardiff. Anthony Wypitch, who's through from Birmingham, lines up alongside Zach Nemo, who is, just going through my notes, Zach is from Cambus Lang, so one of the Scottish drivers that's made the trip down. Then Joseph McVeigh, Alex Wiley, Callum Eve, who will see his brother Kieran Eve racing in lightweights later on in the weekend. Tom Hughes in P14, also the Flying Dutchman. He's half Dutch, hence the name. He's absolutely flying out there on track. Then Adam Menny, who is down from Cambus Lang on P15, and then Basildon's Brandon Banda will line up on the last row of the grid. Now you can just see all the drivers getting in position. Dave McGregor patiently sitting there waiting, ready to lead them around. You may notice there is a slightly different start procedure for the juniors. The cadets, we ran them single file. Juniors will be a proper traditional rolling start. 2 by 2 these drivers will go, and the observant amongst you may have spotted a red line towards the start line. That is effectively to say, right guys, this is where you should be. One grid on one side, one grid on the other. When the lights go green, brake, and all hell breaks loose.
Honestly, Tom, I'm looking at the grid, right, it looks like a fashion show, if I'll be absolutely honest. Every single driver in a different colour. There
is quite a lot of colour in this field.
This is our karting catwalk.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of colour, quite a lot of good helmet designs. We've seen some really nice helmet designs over the course of tomorrow, I reckon. I've seen there's a few that I can think of off the top of my head that when drivers have been down, they've come under the lights and they have really just popped and looked fantastic. We'll point them out as we get to them, but if you do see a driver in racing kit that you do like, let us know, and maybe we can have a Best Dressed Driver award throughout the course of the competition.
Okay, Chloe the fluffy dog has just come in with, it's the cat grease catwalk. That's not bad. The cat grease thing is actually starting to gain a bit of momentum. The cat grease catwalk. I'm even going to write that down. That could be our kind of lining up thing.
But yeah, looking down the order as the drivers start heading off. 2 drivers in this have the potential to make a clean sweep of the entire event. They've both won their qualifying, won their local finals, won their regional, and now are on the grid of the national final. That is driver number 8, Mason Chahal, and driver number 21, Alex Wiley. Both of those drivers had a very, very successful run towards the national finals. But for the first time here in juniors, it's Shepherd, Hinckley, Welch, Chahal, Sumner, Clinton, Johnson, Edelston, Wypitch and Nemo as we go green for juniors as the crowd explodes here at TeamSport Warrington. Shepherd straight away is tucked right up behind Rory Hinckley, who's taken the early lead here at TeamSport Warrington, so using his local experience to his benefit. Looks like Ryan Shepherd is second place with Mason Charles in third. Caden Welch has slotted into fourth place. I think that looks like Lewis Sumner and Clinton Charlton. No, Clinton's got passed through, so it's Clinton Charlton there in fifth place with Lewis Sumner behind. So all change at the front at the start of this one, but it's Hinckley that leads, Shepherd second, Chahal and Welch in third and fourth, with Charlton and Sumner rounding out your top 6. They fire under the Monster Energy Bridge for the first time. Looks like that's Archie Johnson tucked up behind them. Just a little look over the shoulder as Hinckley already is going defensive.
Whoa.
Welch looks down the inside of Chahal. Looks like a bit of a push there. Push back from Chahal as Shepherd now gets through back to the lead. Hinckley throws his hand up. He's not happy with that one. Don't worry about what's behind you, mate. Focus on what's in front of you, because right now Ryan Shepherd is roaring away from this one as over the line the top 7 are all covered by 1.8 seconds, but it is Ryan Shepherd, the pole man, who's now back out in front.
And Tom, you can feel the
Hinckley's lost out again, so Hinckley's gone wide. He just looks like he's throwing his hands up in the air. He may have thought he's been pushed there by Mason Chahal, but he's now down to fourth place. The early lead is down to fourth.
In second. 8 has gone through into second. It's absolutely full on here. You can just sense the ferociousness of what's going on. And Ryan Shepherd is in the lead at the moment. He's able to pull away at the moment. That's important because they're battling so hard behind. that gap might do him for the rest of the race. But look at behind, 8 and 6, absolutely bumper to bumper. Mason and Caden at the end of the main straight. Nobody goes defensive. Everybody is attack, attack, attack. And he had a look there. 6 had a look.
Welch thought about it.
Caden had he thought about it. Here we go. 3 on the inside, surely. Surely 3 on the inside.
That's Clinton Charlton on the inside of Rory Hinckley.
Opportunistic overtaker manoeuvre and gets that place.
That was a very good move by Clinton Charlton. Just saw the gap that we weren't looking for, and Hinckley's now down into 5th position, but it is still Shepherd that leads. That gap is 1.5 seconds over Mason Chahal. Caden Welch is 3rd. Clinton Charlton after that move is now up into 4th place with Rory Hinckley in hot pursuit just behind him. Lewis Sumner in 6th. Archie Johnson is 7th. Zach Nimmo in 8th. Joseph McVeigh in P9. Anthony Whitepitch completes your top 10 as they now all file through the top section of the circuit. The entire top 10 is covered by about 4 seconds as they all file down that pit straight, of which 1.5 of those seconds is between 1st and 2nd. Fastest lap of the race, no surprises, Ryan Shepherd, a 59.101 as they now file down into the top section. You just see all the drivers starting to just look over to their right hand shoulder to make sure there isn't someone trying to launch it down the inside, as it looks like Archie Johnson still in front of now Josie McVeigh, who's now got ahead of Zach Nemo as they come over the line once again. Shepherd leads into the 58s as Mason Chahal, Caden Welch, Clinton Charlton, Rory Hinckley, Lewis Sumner, Archie Johnson, Josie McVeigh is up into P8 at the expense of Zach Nimmo, with Anthony Whitepitch still just about completing your top 10.
And Caden Welch there just sliding around a little bit. He just said he had a bit more speed going around the other end of the circuit and just couldn't get the traction to put the car into the position to overtake on. So he ended up having to back off, but he's still there, absolutely on the tail, and he's aiming here for the end of the main straight, and he knows it. Mason knows it. Even look behind him. Maybe slight contact there to come down the hill and go sweeping past the pit lane, charging down to the fastest part of the circuit. There's a bit of overspeed here. Let's have a look.
Chahal's defensive.
Oh, side by side, but he's going to hold this. He's going to hold it, but 6 really.
Archie Johnson's just launched it down the inside there by the looks of it on Lewis was that on Lewis Sumner? Yes, it was. So Archie Johnson's now up into P6. That was just out the corner of the camera shot. It was a very, very good move for Archie Johnson. Hinckley's now looking down the inside of Clinton Charlton. Hinckley's got back through. So Hinckley, after falling down to 5th, is now back on the offensive and up into 4th place at the expense of Clinton Charlton. We're still watching Mason Chahal versus Caden Welch. That's 2nd and 3rd. Looks like Charlton may have got back in front of Hinckley. They're just fighting behind. Yes, they have. So 3's now back in front of 24. They came through Century Sim corner side by side, so that's very good work for Charlton to get back in front. But now all that's done is it's brought Johnson, Sumner, McVeigh, Nimmo and Whitepitch back into this fight over what is 4th position here. Your top 3 are now starting to stretch away from the front. Over the line last time though, it was a 2.2 second lead. I think that gap is either staying the same or it's gone down for the lead between Chahal and Shepherd.
Although I'd say that Rory Hinckley at the moment looks like the driver most likely to make a pass. In fact,
Hinckley's done it again. He's down the inside again. They're both side by side. Be careful here, boys. We've seen it come to grief already. Johnson maybe about to profit here. Side by side, Johnson's got a nose down the inside of Clinton Charlton. This is amazing racing. Both of these two have their elbows out and they are not willing to give each other an inch. This is karting at its very best as they go down into the tunnel section as they get ready to head up the ramp. Looks like Charlton doesn't quite have the legs on Hinckley there, but you can just see the longer this fight goes on, it's getting the grid behind, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Looks like Tom Hughes has now bolted himself onto the back of this one. He's just behind Anthony Whitepitch. Alex Wiley's not too far away, and I think there's only a couple of tenths between Adam Menny and Toby Edelston as well. So this could be about to get very, very interesting for the top 4. McVeigh puts his hand up. He's just saying, just work with us, guys. Let's see what we can do here. The gap now is just starting to edge up. It looks like Lewis Sumner is trying to defend there in P number 9. Over the line though, Ryan Shepherd still leads.
If you don't know where Ryan Shepherd is, he's at the front and he's just setting great lap time after great lap time. He's just done a 58.697, which is the fastest lap of the event so far. He's got a 2.3 second advantage over Mason, who's got his hands absolutely full with driver number 6, Caden Welch. And those are the top 3 positions. And 24 after making that fantastic move. He's still got a few seconds. He's still got 3.2 seconds to make up to try and join the battle for third place. And time is slightly starting to run out. We've probably a couple of laps left here, I think, before the end of this heat. And it looks like it's going to be first blood to Ryan Shepherd.
You can see how big that gap has formed between Caden Welch and Rory Hinckley. Just because of all of that fighting, Hinckley's now got about 4 seconds to try and catch up. Archie Johnson's now in P6. He's managed to get through on Joseph McVeigh, and falling right down the order is Lewis Sumner. He's just lost out to Anthony Wypich from what I can see. So that's Sumner down into P10. So the order at the moment, Shepherd, Chahal and Welch who we're looking at now. Hinckley, Charlton, Johnson, McVeigh, Nimmo, Welch, Sumner, Hughes, Wiley, Menny, Edelson, Even, Banda is your 16 runners and riders. Most of these drivers are in the 59 or 58 second bracket. Both Ryan Shepherd, Mason Chahal, Caden Welch and Rory Hinckley all lapping this circuit in 58 seconds or less as they now fire through the top section of the track. Chahal now just has a little bit of breathing room over Welch at the moment. Looks like Hinckley's also got a bit of breathing room over Clinton Charlton, who's got his hands full of Archie Johnson. There's Ryan Shepherd. He's going through the first hairpin at the top. Then there's a massive gap behind to Mason Chahal, Caden Welch, and then an even bigger gap behind to Rory Hinckley. Clinton Charlton and Archie Johnson are still nose to tail. They've then got a little bit of a breathing room over Joseph McVeigh, Zach Nimmo, Anthony Wypich and Lewis Sumner to complete your top 10.
Okay, and the live stream is going absolutely crazy with lots of comments coming in. People are calling people goats here, the greatest of all time. I've even got Cleo, right, the fluffy dog, saying, who actually came up with goat? Forget that. People are going to be asking, who came up with cat grease? That's the question that everybody's going to be asking. Forget about the goat. Ryan Shepherd still leading 2.5 seconds, and we are surely on the final lap of the race at the moment. So all he's got to do is just keep it on the island, and it is spreading out. Mason is slightly in front now, about 0.7 of a second in front of Caden. And Rory, since that brilliant overtaking manoeuvre, he has pulled away from Clinton, but he will run out of time to do anything about the top three that are significantly ahead. And we are looking now. We think the checker flag is going to come out, and we are going to have our first winner of the afternoon, and it is going to come in the form of Ryan Shepherd, who's going to come through, and there it is. Just see it on the edge of the screen there. That is the checker flag, and that is what I call an incredibly impressive start to the heats. If the heats end up like that, what are the semis and the final going to end up like? It's edge of the seat stuff.
Yes, this is extremely close already, and it's also extremely fast-paced. So fastest lap of the event so far is a 59.697. That's only about 3/10 off the fastest time we've ever seen from a junior in BIKC final competition. So Ryan Shepherd takes the win ahead of Mason Chahal, Caden Welch, Rory Hinckley, Clinton Charlton, Archie Johnson, Joseph McVeigh, Zach Nimmo, Anthony Wypich, Lewis Sumner, Tom Hughes, Alex Wiley, Adam Menny, Toby Edelson, Callum Eve and Brandon Banda complete your field. Now, honestly, looking at that field spread already, just in terms of lap times, this is exceptionally close already. Look at the likes of Clinton Charlton, 59.1, Archie Johnson, 58.9, Joseph McVeigh, 59.2, Zach Nimmo, 59.2, Anthony Wypich, 59.2, then Alex Wiley, 59.1. These are some extremely quick drivers. They're all on track together. Unfortunately, there's only 16 spaces in the main event at the end of the night. So even if we do have some very, very quick field, we're going to have to try and find a way of whittling these 31 drivers down to the final 16.
Indeed. And again, there's a lot of chat on the live stream about weight. And yeah, weight is quite important. Which is why when we get to adults, we actually have 3 weight categories. But it's very difficult for us to do that with the juniors, but it's a great opportunity to get sponsored by Weight Watchers. If I'll be absolutely honest, maybe for next year. I'm just saying, if the marketing team are out there, take my advice.
I thought I was doing well keeping you on a tight lead.
There's money to be made, is what I would say.
I thought I was doing well keeping you on a tight lead. Clearly, I'm not.
I've been on a tight lead, and now I'm fed up with that.
You've escaped.
I want an extendable lead.
Like cat grease. You've used cat grease to escape your tight lead. Oh, right. It's almost easy to forget. We've got some racing to talk about. We've got an actual job to do here as the second set of drivers now start getting into their karts. thought that's on my mind here is that I don't know if can't think of initially any drivers that will be able to best those sort of times, 58.6. That's a blistering lap of this circuit. However,
we are
I do
at ultimate
think
pace, Tom.
Yeah, we're getting there. I think the fastest time we've seen in these karts is a 57.8, and that's with the exact same spec that we've got running tonight, a 57.8. There's only ever been about 7 or 8 drivers to get into that magical 57 bracket. However, I do think if we carry on going like this is only the heat, so you normally find the pace takes a step up in the finals. You never know, we could end up with another member of the 57 club by the end of the day.
Can I just say, Chloe is going to spray paint cat grease onto her helmet. That's stuck.
Yeah.
Chloe, if you... sorry, Cleo, God, get it right,
You'll get it right eventually.
Cleo, if you rock up at BIKC next year with that on your race helmet, that will make my absolute weekend. That's all I'm saying. In fact, send TeamSport a picture of it and they'll send it to me.
Oh, man. You have really started early this year. Normally, we at least get to Sunday before you start going mental. This second heat, though, we are getting ready to send the drivers out. The pace car leaves the pit lane, and we are going to get... Just look at how quick that thing gets out of there. From a standing start, that thing is absolutely mega. And I think off a rolling start as well, it's going to be really good fun when we get to eventually, one day, maybe having an electric karting championship within TeamSport as well.
Oh, that's coming, isn't it?
Oh, it's coming. It's coming. But heading out on circuit right now in these beautiful Biz Petrol 200cc Evo 3 karts are the juniors getting ready for heat number 2. On the front row, it is going to be Kieran Leadbeater and Vito Vokes. Row 2 is Max Kilby and Ethan Waters. Row 5, Dylan Patel, Bobby McGurr. And then row 4, Mattas Minkas and Ruben Armitage. Then Bria Angeles and Keo Derrick is row 5. David Kinney and Danny May Reid on row 6. Row 7, Liam Martin Bradley and Tom Johnson. Then all on his own on row 8 is Oscar Wilson. Now, as this grid starts to form up, we want to try and see how good this racing is going to be. But there's a few good points being made here. That JP Wakefield's just there. The cadet championship that we ran through 2021 and 22. That was run by a man by the name of Rory Hinckley around this track. He is exceptionally quick around here. So to expect him to be near the front, that isn't something to something too out of the ordinary for him. However, the amount of drivers that we've got here that are on pace with him or faster is quite impressive for me. As we now just wait to see the last of the drivers come into formation, and then we'll get down to the business of racing.
And can I just have a big shout out, really? We've got 2 tracks now in Germany, would you believe? We've got Mönchengladbach, and we have got an enormous place in Munich. There's actually got 3 karting tracks in it. If you join those kart tracks together,
makes
then
a 1,500 metre
it's
circuit.
got a lap time of about 3 hours, basically. No, it's got
well, it would be if me and you. It would be a 3-hour lap time if me and you were out there. For these guys, they probably knocked that out in about 44 seconds.
2.5 minutes, I'm told, is round lap record for the 3 tracks joined together. And if you are listening out there,
try to assemble our fastest and see how quickly we can break that one then.
If you are listening out there in Germany, welcome to this championship. I'm sure at some point we will have a European karting championship and we'll raise this to an even higher level.
Now that would be good fun.
Indeed. But hope you're watching. Hope you think this is wunderbar. Not bad. Okay.
Thereabouts.
Indeed.
Thereabouts, that'll do.
But
don't try anymore.
Indeed. So we'll just do some final tweaks for heat number 2. These tweaks do take a little bit of time, simply because of the fact we have big grids. But I think we're done. And Adam Beale, our test kart driver, really, he's the guy that when we build a new barrier, we send him in at 45 miles an hour to see what happens. And so he takes everybody round. That's his usual racing speed, which is why he's doing the pace laps. Anything faster than these ends up upside down. But he goes round, and he is going to peel off, and then we are going to have another absolutely frantic start, and we have got Kieran Leadbetter in pole position, and we got Vito Vokes second, Max Kilby in third, and Ethan Waters in fourth. We're watching out for karts 18 and 28. Will we go green? I do have a catchphrase, actually. Lights green, race on! Come on, that's not bad. And it's 18 on the inside. 28 tries to go around the outside. He might do that. He might do that, and he does. Kart number 18, Kieran Ledbetter, though, still holds on to that lead. It's 28 Vito Vokes held on with Max Kilby. It was trying to overtake him on the outside, but it was no can do. It's stalemate from the grid. It is Kieran Ledbetter leading Vito Vokes, leading Max Kilby, who I believe are just starting to edge away. And if anything's happened between Kart 3, but there is suddenly a bit of gap between Kart 9 and just behind it should be Ethan and Dylan heading up that part of the field as they come down, charging into the fastest part of the course. There's a real gap that's developed between the top three. I wonder if this is going to continue for the whole race, because the top three look immediately like they mean business.
Yeah, I think you fight with Ethan Waters there in third place, but he's opened quite a big gap as it sits over Max Kilby, who's there in P4. Over the line for the first time, Kieran Ledbetter, Vito Vokes, Ethan Waters. That's how close they are. Over the line, it's Bobby McGurr in P5, Dylan Patel P6, then Matas Minkas, Bria Angelis, and Ruben Armitage and Keo Derrick complete your top 10. Now, looking at the start on that one, there was quite a lot of elbows out action towards the back end of the circuit, and quite a lot of drivers losing out on a bit of time. I think that may have been why we've seen that big gap open up of about a second between third and fourth. So but between Waters and Kilby.
Ethan is definitely falling behind into the hands of Max Kilby, who is now just 0.8 seconds behind, and the gap was definitely much, much bigger than that at the end of that one. In fact, it's noticeably different. Max is going to be right with Ethan in probably, I think, another half a lap. He's virtually there now, if I'll be absolutely honest. But Kieran Ledbetter leading Vito Vokes in second place. Ethan has got a real fight in his hands if he's going to hold off Max Kilby for third place. And if Max can get through, can he make any impression on the drivers that are further up the field? Further down, it's Bobby in fifth. It's Dylan
move
Patel
there between Kilby and Waters. So Kilby's now into third place at the expense of Ethan Waters, and it looks like you've still got Bobby McGurr there in P5 looking to pick up the scraps if there are any. But Vito and Kieran Ledbetter have a massive gap of about 2 seconds over the fight that we're watching at the moment over third place. Max Kilby now is in third place with Ethan Waters, just right on his rear bumper. They've got a small gap to Kart 20. Dylan Patel with Matas Minkas, Bria Angelis, Keo Derrick, David Kinney are your top 10 runners at the moment. Ruben Armitage looks like they've moved down. Danny May Reid is in P12 at the moment. Liam Martin Bradley in 13th. Tom Johnson in 14th. Oscar Wilson, completing your top 15.
Bobby McGurr looks quick, Tom.
Yeah, he looks very quick at this point.
Really fast. He's already on the back of number 2, Ethan Waters. And Ethan seems to be going, after a great start, he suddenly seems to be going backwards really, really quickly. And one thing I would say, we are seeing so much more overtaking in this category than what we saw in the juniors. Whereas when I thought you could defend and you could get your kart there and you could hold on to it, this is different. This is, I think, if a driver comes up behind, there's pretty much a strong chance they are going through.
There's a reason why juniors are all action, and we always say it's one of the most competitive grids. These young drivers have zero fear, and they're willing to go for pretty much any overtake. If there's a kart size gap, be sure that they will try and put it down there, and usually they're able to come off without any contact. You'll probably see some of the better overtaking moves that we'll see throughout the majority of the competition, but as you can see, the gap between second and third between Vito Vokes and Max Kilby is absolutely massive at this point in time. Fastest lap of the race does belong to Kieran Ledbetter. He's the only driver at the moment in the 58 bracket, but only by a couple of thousandths of a second. Bobby McGurr has his hands full of Dylan Patel in the 20. The 20 and the 8 are doing battle as they now come over the line. A 58.8 now for Vito Vokes. He's now set the fastest lap of the race. As you can just see these drivers all filing through the newly resurfaced section of the circuit. See, it's rubbing in quite nicely down there. Looks like there was loads of grip. There wasn't on Thursday morning when we started testing it, though.
See, that's what I love about Vito Vokes, because he is getting really stuck in. He was a little bit off the pace in quali, but he's now found that speed. He's gone into the 58s. He found that speed, and he's only 0.7 behind Kieran Ledbetter, who was way ahead of him on lap time in that quali. But he's found it. He understood. He's in second. He's got his head down. He will not give up. We saw this last year in the 2021 competition, and he got rewarded with third place overall, and he's really making it stick already. What a great race. Kieran Ledbetter leading, Vito Vokes second, 0.7 seconds, and at the moment there's another 3 seconds for everybody else.
Yeah, so very, very close race up towards the front. They're both trading fastest laps over the line this time. And now it is advantage still Vito. 58.8 is the benchmark that he's set, and he's slowly starting to reel in Kieran Leadbeater in front. Still Max Kilby there in third place. Ethan Waters, Bobby McGurr, Dylan Patel, Matas Minkas, Bria Angelis, Keo Derrick, Davey Kinney are your top 10. And looking at the timing screen, they are all relatively close, with Max Kilby and Ethan Waters maybe just starting to open up a little bit of a gap over 6th and 7th. You just hear them going through the bottom section of the circuit now. You can see how big the gap is between second and third, between Vokes and Kilby, as the leaders now come down off the flyover for what will be the 6th time of asking. Flat out through the left-right chicane. All these drivers are now focusing on is trying to make sure they get through these stages without picking up any silly penalties, which is the last thing you want to see.
Max could be just lacking a little bit of ultimate pace to really get on the kind of pace that Kieran and Vito is doing. Well, after such a fantastic manoeuvre to go through into that third place. And we got 15 looking over his shoulder here. We've got...
You sure it's 15?
That was actually that. It definitely wasn't 15. Because 15's
19,
not out
do you
there.
mean? Do you mean 19? That's Matas Minkas.
15's in the pits. Right, Kieran Leadbeater leading 0.6 seconds, Vito Vokes, and we're starting to get into the closing stages.
Oh, looks like a little bit of a tussle there between the 20, the 19, the 6, and the 13. So that is Dylan Patel, Matas Minkas, Bria Angelis, and Keo Derrick. They're all absolutely nose to tail. Oh,
1 point deduction.
A penalty point then. So the first of penalty points handed out during this event. It's not a time penalty, so he's still free to race and he'll still classify in his position that he finishes in. However, he is going to lose a point off his total. We're looking there at Bobby McGurr as this field now all threads its way through the back section of the circuit. Looks like number 4, Davey Kinney, in that bright pink suit, is starting to close in on 9th place Keo Derrick by factor of the guys in front fighting, but still out in front. Kieran Leadbeater in the lead. Vito Vokes in P2 as they now file through the top end of the track. There's now Max Kilby, Ethan Waters, Bobby McGurr, Dylan Patel, and Matas Minkas, Bria Angelis, Keo Derrick, and David Kinney are your runners and riders with inside the top 10. You've got to say, looks like that gap at the front has come out a little bit, and the gap between Vokes and Kilby is now sitting at a cool 5 seconds. So these drivers are absolutely flying. Kilby now in a bit of a league of his own, as it looks like Ethan Waters is going to have his hands full of Bobby McGurr in the next lap or so. We look to try and see them come down the ramp. You can see a massive line of drivers heading in towards that first hairpin right now. And it looks like Ethan Waters is just starting to drop back. He's got the 8, the 20, and the 19 all tucked up under the nose. Looks like Matas is trying to make a move on Dylan Patel, but he's not quite close enough to go for it. Those drivers, though, have dropped Bria Angelis as they now head over the start-finish line. All of these guys are running in the 59-second time. Not sure if something's gone on there at the back section, as they look like they've lost around about a second in terms of outright pace, as Matas again is taking a move on Dylan Patel. He's not quite close enough to be able to go for it. Waters now has gone from attack. He's now in a full defence mode, as Bobby McGurr in the 8 car is tucked right under his rear bumper. And the longer this battle goes on, the more karts are going to start getting involved.
Okay, Kieran Leadbeater still leading at the moment. Vito Vokes second. The gap is a second now. So in that battle, which is literally hundredths of a second every single lap, he's just about come on top. That's sheer total consistency. And we are on the last lap. We are going to see a checkered flag fall any second. There it is. And Kieran Leadbeater, and he goes around in 58.608. The fastest lap of the race, just to top it all off, right on the end of that lap. So Vito Vokes second, 1.2 seconds behind Max Kilby. Good result for Max though. Great manoeuvre there to go. Great move to go through into third. Ethan Waters in fourth. Bobby McGurr in fifth. We've got Matters, who's got incredible support on the live stream, in sixth place. We've got Dylan Patel, who will pick up a penalty point, running in seventh position. We've got Brea in 8th, we've got Keo Derrick in 9th, we've got Davey Kinney in 10th, Ruben Armitage in 11th, Danny May Reid only been karting for a matter of minutes in the grand scale of things. We've got Leah Martin Bradley in 13th, Thomas Johnson in 14th, and Oscar Wilson in 15th at the end of that heat. Now that is the end of the first kind of section of the heats. And I think that changes things. It certainly added a lot of spice to what came next in the Cadet Championship this morning, because now drivers are climbing into karts, and they might have had a poor result in their first race, and they know if they're going to progress and make it to the final, they need to pull something out of the bag right here, right now. So if you thought that was intense, well, it's about to go up a whole level when we start the second set of heats, and then goodness knows what's going to happen when we hit semi-final time. But all the drivers climb out of their karts. We've seen some really, really fast lap times, but it is Ryan and Kieran at the moment that will be the happiest out there, as they have managed to end their heats with victory.
Yeah, you can just see the guys up in race control, up in what we know as the God Box. There's a reason it's called the God Box, because it's all-seeing, and that's where most of the VAR decisions will be taking place. It's where our race directors are situated as well, just to make sure they are overseeing, both figuratively and literally, the racing that we have today. So drivers just starting to take their karts once again. You can see Archie Johnson just taking a walk in to the pit lane in the blue helmet in the blue suit with the Union Jack style helmet. Looking through. So I was scrolling through socials the other day and saw he was working with the JamSport guys. TCR UK team run a Fiesta Junior Championship as well. Could be a good destination for some of these drivers if they do want to take a trip up into the higher echelons of motorsport. As will the winner of the championship, who will be taking on a full entry in the Total Karting Zero Summer Series. It's a very, very competitive championship, TKZ, and honestly, it's going to be quite good fun watching them get to grips with the junior electric cars. All brand new they were for this year, and yeah, they seem to have been performing quite well. We're just waiting for the last driver. Looks like it's Joseph McVeigh just taking their car. So it looks like Alex Wiley sat off to the side of the circuit as well, just getting ready to jump in. And we also tonight have test sessions for BIKC drivers, so if anyone is down and wants to see what sort of treats we're in for tomorrow when we see the over 16 categories race, then keep an eye on the live timing for the test sessions. We start to see how these drivers are getting going. So you just see Alex Wiley now just questioning something with the CLOs, and then we'll get them into karts in a moment. The last couple of drivers taking their seats. As remember, this second heat, the grid is the same as qualifying, so effectively we reset the grid from heat number 2. Looks like they may just be missing one last driver before we start getting off and racing. And yeah, juniors always turns up a few.
Certainly does.
A few interesting races. We've already seen 2 very good ones in both of the heats, and now we start getting towards crunch time.
What do you think, Tom? Light screen race on. That worked well, didn't it?
Light screen race on. That's quite a good one. That's quite a good one. I quite like that one.
Yeah, I mean, at least people will know what's going on rather than the cat grease one. Probably.
Yeah, everyone will have a rough idea.
We'll end up saying that at some point tomorrow.
Yeah, some people just asking how fast are these karts in a straight line?
About 150, I would say.
I thought it was about 200 miles an hour. At least
Easy.
It feels that when you sat down that close to the floor. In reality, these Biz Evo 3 karts with the 200cc Honda engine are good for about 40 miles an hour in the right hands. And for those who question, is that the case, or are we just saying
40,
that?
45. It is about that.
Me being an engineer that likes to look at the numbers, and I like hard facts. I took one of the quick laps around here, so mid 59.
Yeah.
Worked out what the average speed was. Anyone can do this with a calculator online, and it works out the average speed on a 59-second lap is 38 miles an hour. Therefore, if the average speed is 38, there must be points you are either doing 40 or going a little bit over it.
More like 60, I'd say then.
Well, it feels like 160 when you sat an inch off the floor. Trust me, especially this for an indoor circuit as well is quite big, wide and open. I've seen quite a lot of people compare this to outdoor circuits that you may go and visit. The main difference here is when it rains, we have a roof, which is nice to have. We try to spice things up every now and again. We did take a line from Bernie X and put sprinklers on each corner just to try and make it interesting.
I'm not sure Joe McCann would agree that we got a roof.
No, the work that does go in behind the scenes on even just running a day-to-day circuit is quite intense. And despite the fact that we're all out there having a bit of fun in front of our guests, there is a whole team looking after everything behind to make sure everything is good and proper. Not just teams looking after the karts, but teams looking after the buildings, building new circuits as well. As Dom said earlier, that we are looking to have 2 new circuits in the UK, as well as hopefully bringing Preston back online early 2023. I'm looking forward to all of that.
It's
great new stuff
on the roofs, because it is absolutely pacing it down outside, and we are.
It's holding up. It's holding up quite well at the moment. So
yeah, we would have, if we were outdoors, we'd have wet weather tyres on by now.
Wet weather tyres and wet weather marshals as well.
That is falling outside. So once again, we are in. So this is heat number 3, which is the second round of heats. Well, as I said before, that is significant, because there will be a lot of drivers sat on that grid who know they have got to get a result out of this one, because if they go into semi-finals and they're languishing down in 12th, 13th, 14th place, it's gonna take a miracle to get through and to win the event. So it's this is the kind of format where it starts hot with the way that you've got to get a good lap time, and then as you go through, it just ramps up in the heats, and then ramps up in the second set of heats, and then it goes even higher in the semis, and then of course in the final it is winner takes all. Yeah. So we're currently still setting up for this particular heat, and yeah, Cleo's back on with the Cat Grease Catwalk Award. I just about said that, if I'll be absolutely honest. Goes to, I don't know, answers on a postcard.
Answers on a postcard, please.
Yeah, Caden Welch in the live stream, and but yeah, there's a lot of money spent on racewear out there. That's what I would.
Does this championship only exist in England? No, it doesn't only exist in England, because it exists in Scotland and Wales too.
It does.
It is a British championship. There are various other indoor championships around the country and around the globe. Yep. However, I will quite argue this is possibly one of the most competitive that we do have out there.
I think, to answer the question, it's for UK. So we do have a track in Cardiff. We do have 3 tracks in Scotland, and the other, where are we? 32 tracks, they are all located in England. But we do have 2 tracks in Germany now, and we have huge plans to expand that, and so hopefully it will change. But here we go, leading away goes the pace car, and once again, Tom, do you want to take this one from the start?
Yeah, so pace car driver leading the field away. Once again, it's Ryan Shepherd, Rory Hinckley, Caden Welch, Mason Chahal, Lewis Sumner, Clinton Charlton, Archie Johnson, Toby Eddleston, Anthony Whitepitch, Zach Nimmo, Joseph McVeigh, Alex Wiley, Thomas Hughes, Adam Menny, Brandon Bander, Kieran Eve are your 16 runners and riders. They come under the Dunlop Bridge. We look towards the gantry. Let's see if we get a green light. We do this time. We are off and racing. Let's see what sort of a start Ryan Shepherd can manage this time. Last time he lost out to Rory Hinckley. This time, though, he stamped his authority on proceedings, and Hinckley is definitely in second place there. So Shepherd leads, Hinckley second. That looks like Chahal is third, Caden Welch is fourth, Lewis Sumner in fifth. I think I can just about see Clinton Charlton's drop way down the order now. He's lost out to Archie Johnson and is trying to hold on from Anthony Whitepitch and Zach Nimmo. But as they go up on the top section of the circuit for the first time, Ryan Shepherd leads ahead of Rory Hinckley, who is now starting to maybe fall away and get right back into the clutches of Mason Chahal and Caden Welch, as they now drop under the Monster Energy Bridge into the chicane. A little bit of a different line taken by Hinckley towards Chahal. Looks like Chahal turns a little bit earlier, maybe to try and hold off the drivers behind him. Looks like Whitepitch was looking to the inside of Clinton Charlton. He's made that move stick, so Anthony Whitepitch gets up into what I believe is going to be 7th position at the expense of Clinton Charlton. Toby Eddleston as well, I think, has already also fallen right down the order. He's showing up down in 11th, so that's not a good start for Toby Eddleston. Josie McVeigh also moved down into 13th. He's now just ahead of Thomas Hughes, as now Ryan Shepherd heads up onto the top section of the circuit.
And sliding around there, going onto the up ramp. So car 3, Ryan Shepherd, he might not be completely happy at the moment because he's been super fast, and at the moment he's got Rory Hinckley right behind him, and looking at the way that he took the corner, a few corners back onto the up ramp, he has some serious sliding issues to deal with. So perhaps the tyres there not quite up to where he needs them. But I think Rory's going to try and make a move here, because you don't get many opportunities here against Ryan Shepherd, and he's definitely the quicker of the two.
Oh, Johnson to the inside on Sumner.
Alongside there in 4th and 5th, he's going to hold that.
Sumner's got back at him. Johnson tries it around the outside.
The switcheroo on the inside, not quite enough momentum to go through. Bit of contact
very good
there,
fight there at the back. It's a very good fight there at the back between Josie McVeigh and Adam Menny as they go over the line there, but it's still Shepherd that leads. Hinkley now is the fastest lap of the race at 58.677. Caden Welch, Mason Chahal, and it is Josie McVeigh who got ahead of Adam Menny there. That was the fight over 12th position. We watch the leaders now as they go up onto the top end of the circuit. Rich Shepherd, Hinkley, Welch, Chahal, Sumner, Johnson, Whitebitch, Charlton, Nemo, Wiley, Edelston, McVeigh, Menny, Hughes, Banda are the drivers that are running out on circuit at the moment as they head into that hairpin there, just a clip of the barrier for Ryan Shepherd. But you've got to say Rory Hinkley does look very racy here in the 21. You get sense that he's not going to want to sit behind here as Caden Welch is up into 3rd place at the expense of Mason Chahal. We didn't see that one, but it looks like Chahal is really struggling here to keep on the back of Caden Welch.
But it's not that Ryan's slow. It's just that Rory Hinkley is exceptionally fast. Like Ryan Shepherd is still going around in the 58s.
Oh, penalty comes up for Clinton Charlton. So it looks like Charlton's been given a 2-second penalty for his part in an incident. We've not seen that on the live stream, but I'm sure Race Control will be able to let us know. Looks like Alex Wiley as well is trying to fight with Zach Nemo further back. I think I just saw the helmets flashing through. But Clinton Charlton on the road at least, is just behind Archie Johnson, who's got Lewis Sumner just in front of him.
Here we go,
and this is starting to build.
This, I think, might even be a problem with Kart 3, because Rory Hinkley is now he's fundamentally faster. Like, he was going around those corners, literally trying really hard not to run straight into the back of him. It's where he can find that particular momentum to try and go through. In fact, surely it can't be anything wrong with the car when Ryan's going around in a 58.943.
If there is something wrong with the car, then that is a very, very quick time to be extracting from it.
Rory
Hinkley, a 58.6. There we go, 58.7, 58.6, 58.6 last time over the line. Caden Welch is also flying as well. In the 58 Mason Chahal, Lewis Sumner now on a 58.7, Archie Johnson on a 58.8. So the top 6 here are absolutely flying as they go through the top end of the circuit once again and onto the flyover. Shepherd just looks over his shoulder, takes a defensive line up the ramp, just stick it to the right-hand side of it. If you go over to the racing line on the left, sometimes it is possible for a driver to hang it down the right-hand side of the ramp and really make a very, very good overtake up there. But Shepherd is not letting Hinkley have an inch on this circuit.
But what is great here, right, is you can just see that Ryan is absolutely flat out, but he's also driving defensively. He's doing them both at the same time.
Yeah, he's just moving enough.
He's enough. He's so fast. But then on the next breath, he's just keeping an eye and tabs on where Rory Hinkley is and just making, on the odd occasion around the circuit, his car wide enough to make sure he stays in the lead.
Yeah, so he's sticking to his lines for the majority of it, because the moment you start defending, a bit like that, you start slowing yourself down as much as possible. The best defense is a very good offense in karting, because the moment you start defending, you'll start hemorrhaging lap time, and all you'll do is just bring more and more karts into that fight. As you can already see, that Caden Welch is now right on the rear bumper of Rory Hinkley. That's the benefit of Ryan Shepherd, starting to defend.
But Caden Welch now 58.638, the fastest lap of the race, and that is an absolutely stunning lap time. And that might help Ryan. It surely will, because Rory has now got two things to think about. He's got to try and attack, but suddenly he's got to watch out for driving out in kart number 4, Caden Welch, as well. Because if he leaves the door open, you bet your life that Caden Welch will be right in there and be taking his second position. And it could all change.
Yeah, so just watching this lead battle start to develop as more and more drivers are starting to enter the party. So it's now 3 for the lead with Mason Chahal, Lewis Sumner and Archie Johnson trying to book their ticket into the lead battle for this race. About 4 minutes left on the clock, so I reckon that's probably going to be about 3 laps as we now watch our leader, kart number 3, leading 21. That's Ryan Shepherd, Rory Hinkley. Caden Welch is still the fastest driver on track and the fastest out of these 3 last time around. Mason Chahal, a 58.7, just took half a second out of these guys, as did Lewis Sumner. So this battle for the three-way fight at the moment very soon is going to have 6 drivers fighting for the lead in the closing stages of this race. Double left-hander now as they head down the ramp. Again, Shepherd is just putting the kart in the right place to make sure he can hold Hinkley at an arm's length. He's not defending too hard just yet. You'll probably see him, he's not even defending into turn 1, he's just focusing on the run down the line, and he's now just focused on his racing line. He's not really defending. This is textbook here. You don't want to defend for as long as you can. If you can simply drive away from the guy in front of, the guy behind you, that's going to be the better way of doing it. 3 minutes to go over the line. As you can see, Ryan Shepherd's really fighting the back end of that kart through there. He may not be 100% happy with how this one feels.
But this is happening because now definitely Rory is looking behind him as much as looking in front. So Ryan is pulling away. It's not 0.3 now. It's slightly more, and a little bit of respite for Ryan Shepherd, who, has to be said, has driven absolutely brilliant. But it's their time. It's their time for one last manoeuvre. They're all close enough. You think the overtaking we had in the first of the heats, we had overtaking on every single corner on the first lap. So there is still time, and surely we might have something happen here on the last lap of the race. This is surely, there's going to be one lap after this. This is not the final lap. There's going to be one more after it, and here we go. The top three absolutely battling out. And I would say even now, Caden Welsh has dropped back, which is quite surprising, as all he's got to do really, he doesn't have to worry about anybody behind him. He's just got to keep up.
Yeah, Caden's in the pound seat here. All he's got to do is focus on the driver in front of him. Hinkley's got the hardest job. Not only has he got to try to attack, he's also got to worry about Caden Welch launching an attack on him. Shepherd, though, just has to try and keep these guys at arm's length for another lap, and he will have a heat win to his name. Up the ramp, staying to the right-hand side, defending
and the reason
nice
is, Tom,
and easily.
right, he's just done a 58.601. Even that's why he's closed up to the back of Ryan Shepherd. Again, that stunning lap time moved him slightly away from Caden, but right on the back of Ryan as we head down to the final few corners.
Yeah, these drivers setting blistering pace here, especially considering they are fighting quite hard for this position. But right now, what you've got to focus on is banking points, because this is the last of the heats, the last chance to try and change your start position for the semi-final. Shepherd goes a bit defensive into turn 2, just takes a look over the shoulder to make sure that he hasn't got a kart throwing it down the inside. He's going to come over the line, takes a checker flag. Ryan Shepherd wins heat number 2 for group number 1. Rory Hinkley comes home in second place. Caden Welch in third, Mason Chahal fourth, Lewis Sumner rounds out your top 5. Over the line comes Clinton Charlton. That is, after his penalties applied, it's going to be 13th position for him. Zach Nimmo, P8, Alex Wiley, P9, Adam Menny in P10, Joseph Maffei, Tom Hughes, then Clinton Charlton after that penalties applied in 13th. Toby Edelston and Brandon Bander rounds out the field.
And for these drivers, Tom, the heats are done. They are over. What's done is done. They have made their bed, and in the semi-finals, they are going to have to lie in it, because the racing for the heats for these drivers is done. And some great racing out there. Brilliant drive, it has to be said, from all top three. Absolutely stunning stuff. Great for Ryan to hold on with such pressure, but still driving so quickly and still defending. Rory Hinkley coming out with that incredible lap time. Just near the end, suddenly out of nowhere, it really looked like he'd fallen back into the clutches of Caden. And suddenly, he was right on the back of Ryan Shepherd, and Caden Wells pushed them all the way to the finish there. And they weren't that far away. There's some great driving out there. There was some really quick drivers, because Mason Chahal, after all that, was only 1.3 seconds behind the eventual winner. So there were stunning lap times. Look at this lap times, in fact, 58s. You know, a lot of 58s from the drivers. We only really get down to the 59s when we're down to drivers who finished in 7th onwards. So just stunning, it has to be said, stunning racing, and it bodes well really for what is coming up in the rest of the heats and the semi-finals. We've got the last race in the heats coming up now, and as I said, this is the last opportunity for some drivers sat in that kart now. It will be, they might have not gone well in the first heat, and it's now or never. If they don't get a good result in this heat, it will put them in a poor grid position for the semi-finals. It's going to make getting on the podium or winning such an uphill task. And so there's a lot of tension here, and yeah, the last of the heat's coming right up.
Yeah, so these drivers now are going to be set in their semi-final position. You can see a couple of them are going to be happy. See, Joseph Maffei there is definitely not happy with that heat. So maybe some work for the stewards potentially to do in the next few minutes. But just going back to those lap times, the top 6 drivers, their fastest lap within 1 and a bit tenths of each other, so 58.7, 58.6, 58.6, 58.7, 58.7, 58.7, and then a little bit further back, a pair of 59 zeros. This field is extremely close.
Now, Tom, I need to interrupt because we've been asked our opinion on something. in the
Oh,
live
that's
stream.
dangerous.
And I'm standing right next to Dom Gaynor. So
That is
I could just
dangerous.
give my opinion, and then Dom can go, oh no. But basically it is.
You can just
that
write
what
up
was
your
asked-
P45
It's a bit
immediately.
further up the stream, actually, Dom. It is on there a little bit higher up. But basically we were asked by Dan Trendle what are our opinions on running more competitions like this throughout the year. We do have the British Schools Karting Championship. So we do another karting championship that takes off around about February time. So we do run a separate championship. But Tom, we'd like to do this every weekend, wouldn't it? We should do it every weekend. That's my personal opinion. But realistically, we want it, in my opinion, we have to keep this as the blue ribband event of indoor karting, and that is where that's where it is, and that's where it very much needs to stay. And any other championships that come in there, we wouldn't want to take anything away from what is the biggest indoor karting championship. Who knows in the world, probably.
Yeah, I think what we've got here with BIKC is something quite special. There's a lot of drivers trying to fight for a place on this grid. In terms of being able to do more racing, there's always opportunities to do various different stuff, not only with TeamSport but also with a couple of other providers. However, with Thursday night events, Monday night 3 for 2, our cadet leagues run for drivers aged 8 to 16. We've got loads and loads of different racing opportunities to be able to get involved in. And don't forget the Race Academy, where if you've never seen a go-kart before, you've never seen 4 wheels and an engine, then we can teach you exactly how to be on this grid in 12 months' time.
So I've got another. See, it's great having Dom stood right next, because
get all the scoops and say, yes, we'll do that.
I didn't want to
not.
put it out to the live stream, because Dom said perhaps we could do something where each team enters like a team, and we have a team national karting competition. So we have
Now
like
this
the,
I like.
the Basildon Bullets or some of the Crawley
Now this
Crusaders.
I like.
And we run a team. So if you think that's a good idea, let us know. Put it in the live chat.
Yeah,
Put it in the live chat with something that we could do.
Yeah, especially if we had a team. Let's say maybe if you've got in your team, you have 1 cadet, 1 junior, 1 adult. Get all the classes involved. I think that could work out quite well, maybe.
Indeed. Joel says yes from Revolution, so you'll get another gig. So he's in for it already, I'd say.
I think he's already trying to work his way into a BSKC stream. Having run that event, having run the 2022 edition of that event, it was absolutely fantastic. So if we can get BSKC out to a few more drivers, then it would be really, really good fun. And then, obviously we get BIKC in the middle of June. For those who don't know what BSKC is, it's pitched right at these drivers who are racing in front of us.
I tell you
so
what,
for drivers 13 to 18.
There's a lot of yeses, a lot of great idea. Cleo was in there first, of course, just with the word yes. No text correction there, thank goodness. So all good. So here we go. So yeah, there is Greasy Glasgow, says Cleo. But yeah, the feeling is on the live chat that I'd like it if they have TeamSport there as well. We could enter a TeamSport team.
Oh, can you imagine?
Oh, we'll be commentating. What we're on about.
I was going to say, if you want to have a staff team in that, then that's definitely a bad idea.
Yeah.
However, having, let's say, Team Basildon, Team Warrington, especially with the setup we've got with this, maybe a tracks championship needs to come around. For 2023.
We've got Rapid Reading.
Rapid Reading, yes, I like that one. There's team names coming in already, so people are already on board with this idea.
24-hour. We'd have to commentate, Tom, for
24-hour indoor karting championship. Well, we do some endurance races. I know in a couple of weeks' time we're working with a group called Kart for Life, and we're going to be doing a 10-hour endurance race around this very circuit. 18 teams, all for a good cause.
Can I just say, Brad Shepherd has already picked his team. So his team was already out there. Dante Dillon, Sam Slater.
Lineup for this year. So they're the BSR drivers for this year. Already signed up is double champion Dante Dillon, double champion Sam Slater, Seb Miller, Tom Kempnick, who was very quick in 2020 when you saw him, Chris Ball, who's not a bad driver in his own right and is extremely quick, and Neil Durant, who finished third place in middleweights last year.
Ludicrous Liverpool we got from Jazz.
Ludicrous Liverpool. That'll just be the case of Liverpool 1. That'll be the headline there.
It's trying to sound something fast that begins with the letter L, I would say. I kind of lightning Liverpool.
Well, I think the way things have been going for Liverpool this season, I think losing Liverpool is quite apt.
You're in the north. You're in the north here. Do not bring football.
I'm
into
from
the
Liverpool.
equation.
It's close enough.
I'm
the sort of person who
With
used to
my
walk through
GMs.
St Helens Rugby Club's training ground in a Wigan shirt. So I think if Warrington mentioned rugby league is even worse. Don't mention rugby league, otherwise then you really won't make it out of Warrington.
Okay, so we got a resounding yes for the team idea. Watch your space. You never know. It's a good idea.
This is the sort of thing. These sort of events, we get a lot of the big and creative minds within team sport together, and every now and again, a good little nugget comes out of it, and every now and again, it does become an idea that materialises itself. So maybe something to watch this space on in the future.
Also, it's an idea that Dom came up with, so by default, it has to be a good
means it's probably
idea,
happening.
You would never really disagree too much with one of Dom's ideas.
Yeah, that's to be fair, Staff Champs qualifying, we ended up giving them 1 lap in the end. Looks like there's a bit of a kart change out on the circuit, so it looks like kart 14 being pulled out of the lineup. So that's going to be giving Kieran Leadbeater something different. So the grid for this one again is qualifying order from the previous session. So Kieran Leadbeater, Vito Vokes is row 1, Max Kilby, Ethan Waters on row 2, Dylan Patel, Bobby McGurr in row 3, row 4, Matas Minkas and Ruben Armitage, Keo Derrick, Bria Angelas, then David Kinney, Danny May Reid on row 6, Liam Martin Bradley and Tom Johnson are row 7. Oscar Wilson completes the grid.
Okay, so here we go. This is the last race in the heats. And just a big shout out, because we haven't really shown it yet, but we do have the Gen Cam. We're going to, at the end of the heats, we're going to go back to the
Gen Pad to go through all the
studio.
To go through all the action, the great overtakes, the incidents that we have seen throughout the course of this junior heats.
Not cam. We don't have a camera just on Gen. We should do, perhaps.
I was going to say that if they're up in the studio, then we do. However, going through
Gen Cam.
what we have cameras on right now is heat number 4.
Let's go racing.
The juniors. So Vito Vokes, Kieran Leadbeater, Max Kilby, Ethan Waters, Dylan Patel, Bobby McGurr, your top 6. Lights go green, and we're racing once again. Final time in the heats for the juniors, and it is Kieran Leadbeater who has a good move and stays in P1. Vito Vokes slots in behind. That's Ethan Waters who's managed to... Oh, contact there! Waters has been spun! Kilby showed a nose down the inside there. Waters has been spun out of this one, so he's going to fall right down the back end of the field, and I have a good feeling that that's going to end up in the steward's office after Kilby showed a nose down the inside there. So there's going to be some talk about that one, but Kilby at the moment running in P5. I think Dylan Patel there is in P4, P4 just behind him. I'm trying to spot who is in P5 at the moment as they all come down. What we do know is first place is Kieran Leadbeater once again. He's flying down. 18 is there. That's 30, so it's Ruben Armitage has got himself into 5th place, so he's had a good run at the moment. He's got Bria Angelas just behind. I think they've both been able to get the best of Matas Minkas as they go through the top section of the circuit. But the big news in that one, Ethan Waters, he's been dumped straight down to the back end of the field.
That's unbelievable. All happening on the first lap. It's so important. If you get the first lap wrong, come on, you've got 10 minutes of complete pain. If you're lucky, you might just catch up and get last place. But hey ho, it's happened. But Kieran let's get it right. Leadbeater, let's get it right. I have pronounced it wrong up until now. Is leading at the moment. We got Vito Vokes currently running in 2nd. This is a complete replay, if I'll be honest, of the first heat that the drivers had. Max Kilby doesn't have to do any sensational overtaking manoeuvres to get into 3rd place because he's already there. But he's got his mirrors absolutely full of drivers because Dylan, Ruben, Brea, Mattis, Bobby, all there, absolutely. And driver number 19, Dylan, is looking really racy here. He might go for a move at the end of the main straight. He thought better of it. He's switching sides again at this stage. It's obvious that he's got a pace advantage. He's going to try the old switcheroo, switching the inside. He's got a bit of overspeed, but it's nowhere near enough to take it through the Dunlop curves down underneath the huge mezzanine, past the section that's been completely resurfaced. So the karts won't bobble quite so much as they have been doing. It's a little bit smoother, takes a little bit out, which is really, really good news. But driver of car 8, Max Kilby, having to defend here. And that means that the two drivers in front, the two protagonists in this heat, Kieran and Vito, are once again battling it out.
Looks like there was a lot of side-by-side behind these two, so Ruben Armitage, Bria Angelas have just both lost out by the looks of it to Matas Minkas. So Matas now I think is up into P6, and what I could see there, they all came up the ramp side by side, but it does look like Matas has been the profiteer from that one. Ruben Armitage is there just behind him, and a big gap to Bria Angelas just behind them, but looks like Dylan Patel looking quite racy here against Max Kilby. Needs to be careful, just make sure any move he does make on Kilby is going to be clean. So I have a feeling after that start line one, I think that one's going to be under review, and Max could find himself on the wrong side of a penalty at the moment. However, it's Kieran Leadbeater that's out in front. 58.8 is his fastest lap at the moment. It's a massive 0.5 of a second quicker than anyone else out on circuit. Vito Vokes in second place has 1.7 seconds of clear track in front of him, and then another 1.5 seconds back to that fight that we were looking at for third place between Max Kilby and Dylan Patel. Matas Minkas P5, Ruben Armitage P6, then Brea Angelis, Bobby McGurr, David Kinney, Martin Bradley, Ethan Waters is up to 11th after being dumped towards the back of the grid. Keogh Derrick, Thomas Johnson, Danny May Reid and Oscar Wilson complete your 15 runners and riders as we get ready to put another lap in the book. Here's that fight over third place. Is now about to be 3 karts as it looks like Matas Minkas is trying to get into this battle, as is Ruben Armitage. Look at the gap that Armitage has now on Brea Angelis. Definitely something's gone on as Patel tries it round the outside. That's brought Minkas straight into this fight.
He's trying everything. He's trying absolutely everything, Tom. He's on the inside then, he was on the outside. He's got so much speed. The worry he's got is the driver directly behind, because he's really been quite imaginative, if I'll be honest, in what he's trying to do to gain that third place. And the thing is, if you get too imaginative, although he had a little run there, but it's not enough. If you do get a bit imaginative, then the driver behind can just take the racing line and go through and take that position due to track position. But we've got Kieran Leadbeater currently leading 58.844, and he is in this race. He is absolutely marching away with it. Vito Vokes cannot hold. He's not in the 58s, Vito Vokes, which is really, really surprising. In fact, there's very few drivers all of a sudden, considering the fact that the last time these drivers went out, of the top 7 were all in the 58s. Very few of them are at the moment, but it's just Kieran Leadbeater that has found that knack and is absolutely charging away. I do get a feeling that Dylan Patel, if he could get past, that he would definitely stake a claim to get into the 58 seconds lap times. And here we go, they're bumper to bumper going underneath the measuring once again. Car 8, Max Kilby with a very, very defensive line. Look at the focus on his face. Absolutely giving it full beans to make sure he protects that third place.
Yeah, he quite literally has his eyes down. He's focused on the circuit in front of him. He's got 3 drivers queuing up to try and have a piece of the action. Dylan Patel, Matas Minkas, Ruben Armitage are the 3 drivers that are sat in the coattails of Max Kilby. Max has about 2.2 seconds ahead of him. So Vito Vokes, who's running in second place. Kieran Leadbeater is another 2.2 seconds clear of them as they now file through one of the fastest parts of the circuit, most likely one of the fastest corners of indoor karting. Kilby goes to the inside, goes defensive on Patel. Is that going to allow Patel around the outside, side by side in towards the second hairpin? No room there. He's going to try it again. He's going through the third hairpin. Can he get the cut back? He's not quite able to get the speed as they head over the line once again. It's still Kilby ahead of Patel. Minkas and Armitage are looking to pick up the scraps should these guys come to grief. Again, a little bit of a defensive line there for the 8 of Kilby as Patel is doing everything they can. Oh, a little bit of a bump there. But is that going to be enough to get him through side by side between Oars contact there? Looks like that may have thrown Patel sideways. Patel has lost out. Minkas has got the pair of them.
Matas goes through from nowhere and picks up multiple places. Goes up, I think, into third position, and it all went wrong. It all went wrong for Max Kilby. He had to do a lot of defending. He noticeably went extra defensive on the previous lap, especially at the end of the main straight there past the pits. Then he had a driver right alongside him, and he, in the form of Dylan, they ended up touching. They slowed each other down. In went Matas, gains 2 positions. Stunning stuff.
That was beautiful opportunistic driving there from Matas Minkas. Right place, right time, but it was the wrong result for the drivers that behind him. So Minkas now moves into third position. Kilby still ahead of Patel after that contact with Armitage a little bit further behind. It's also brought Brea Angelis just into this fight as well. So she's starting to close in on the battle, and let's see if she can play a part in this one.
That is why we need the gen pad. We can review all of that in the break.
Yes, we'll take a look at it later as Patel finally gets down the inside of Kilby. Been trying it for been trying to get past for a while, and now Patel is past Kilby, and it looks like Armitage is going to queue up and try and have their go at the back of that number 8 kart. As out in front, Kieran Leadbeater again sets the fastest lap of the race. He's now 3.3 seconds clear of Vito Vokes. Again, he is one of the only drivers in the 58. Another driver in the 58 club now, Brea Angelis, 58.816. So just 15 thousandths of a second slower than our race leader. No wonder she's closing in to Armitage behind. She's absolutely flying here at the moment. She's a good 2 or 3 tenths quicker than the guys in front of her. Let's see what she can manage in the next couple of laps. Looks like this will be the final lap, actually, for Kieran Leadbeater. Again, he goes fastest, 58.706. He's setting her a blistering pace here with Vito Vokes now 4 seconds behind him, with Minkas in 3rd place, Patel 4th, Kilby 5th, Armitage 6th, Angelis, McGurr, Derek, Waters, Reed, Kinney, Martin Bradley, Johnson, Wilson complete your top 15 runners. As now Kieran Leadbeater, for what we believe is going to be the final time, is going to come through the double left-hander. It's going to be the last of the heats for the juniors. After this, we've got 2 semi-finals and then 15 minutes for the main event to crown our champion through the top section of the circuit into that first hairpin, as he now gets ready to greet the waiting checker flag, we believe. Or he may just squeeze in another lap. We believe this is going to be checker this time around. It's going to be close on the clock. We look to the top corner. Checker flag flies. So that is a 58.716 on that final lap for Kieran Leadbeater. He is going to take some beating over the course of this semi-final. Vito Vokes in second, Matas Minkas after that beautifully opportunistic run finishes in third. Dylan Patel, Max Kilby, Ruben Armitage, Briar Angelis, Bobby McGurr, K.O. Derrick, Ethan Waters, Danny May Reid in 11th, Davey Kinney in P12, Liam Martin Bradley 13th, Tom Johnson in 14th, and Oscar Wilson in P15.
As we said, Tom, move of the race, Matas Minkas overtaking 2 drivers on one corner and getting into 3rd place.
That was a mega move. That was fantastic. And how they managed to pull that.
And now we are going to hand straight back over to the studio before we come back for the semi-finals.
Welcome back. Some great action there that we can look at in just a second. We've got an overtake, a few overtakes, and a spin. Can we get that tally turned down? That would be amazing. So we're going to look at them. We got the spin from Ethan Waters in Kart 5. We'll look at that in just a second. But what have you got there, Jen?
So I've got the Heat 1 overtake, the controversial one for the lead. If we don't cut to the iPad, I will show you now.
Yes, let's get that on the screen. There it is.
So here's the move. Goes out nice and wide. The door is open and he is 50 alongside. No, very, very little contact made.
Beautiful. Can we see that again? That was really good.
Beautiful overtake, I'm not going to lie. So looks like 24 is going to turn in a bit too early, and then number 4 didn't expect him to correct himself, locked his brakes, and then the back end sort of like...
Can we do a slow-mo of that? You've got a slow-mo button there.
Yeah, I'll do a slow-mo.
Let's do a slow-mo.
We'll do it at half speed.
Oh, look at this.
So it goes out a bit too wide. He hesitates to turn in, and then 4 locks the brakes, then reacts. Very good quick reaction times for number 4.
Really good. And we've got another overtake there as well we can have a look at if you...
Yeah. So we'll look at the overtake in the final heat quickly, and then we'll look at the spin.
Yeah, let's go.
So let's look at the overtake in the final heat. I have been trying to figure out what happened exactly.
So this is the spin, right?
No, this is the
overtake. No, this is the overtake.
So 8's on the inside, 18's just behind. Looks like 18 followed 8 through. 8 got pushed to the outside. And the driver with the purple helmet lost 2 positions during this.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
So 19 lost 2 positions, 8 gained 1, and 18 gained 2 in that move, which was a very, very nice switch back there.
There was a spin. I don't know if you saw it on the kit because we didn't do a replay straight away, but this is the opportunity for that. Ethan Waters in Kart 5 did spin. Now, you might have to zoom in a little bit when we bring this up, just so you can see what happened, but let's go through that.
Yeah, so if we quickly look at it in half speed, number 5 has the line.
And sort of
the
see
driver
it in
with
the
the white
background.
helmet, I think thinks the door's open, but it isn't, and takes the
There it
driver
goes.
out. I will zoom in on that one.
Yeah.
Just missed that one there.
It's just your first time getting used to a Sky pad, isn't it?
Mhm.
It's fine.
Here we go. So yeah, that driver with the white helmet sends it down the inside.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Completely spins out 5.
Oh no.
So that was the move. I'll just play it back in full speed real quick as well, just so everyone can see it in full speed.
Yep.
Yeah, you can see it now.
Yeah, there was just definitely not enough space down the inside of that, and obviously with the move coming off, wasn't very well. So
Some great action though. What are people saying about it, Davey?
Yeah, no, we've got amazing comments coming in. Keep them coming in on the YouTube chat, and of course at BIKC official as well. We've got a message here. Go Lewis Sumner from Jazz and Seb So hello to you. Great commentary coming through. Love for the commentary team. That's from Emmanuel. And there's also love for the camera work as well. Amazing cameraman. It's coming in from Cleo, the fluffy dog.
Cleo at Hop. We've even got dogs.
There's loads of people in
Shout
chat.
out to Chase as well. That was another dog that was watching earlier. Got to say hello to Molly Cowper as well. She was presenting with us last year.
Oh, yeah.
This is her replacement.
Yeah.
A lot quieter, but nonetheless still a professional.
I'm used to it, you know.
Yeah. Hope you're doing well, Molly. But yeah, loads of stuff happening still. We're going to do the semi-finals very shortly, but the Total Karting Zero, proudly sponsoring this, have donated hoodies to us that we are giving away on this stream.
And one.
There it is. That's what they look like. Can we just confirm the size of that? Because
what you want me to confirm?
nearly made it before.
Confirm the size?
Yes.
164 centimeters. It doesn't have a size. Like, it's just
14 to
centimeters.
15,
I don't know
I
what
think,
that means.
in years. It's 14 to 15-year-old.
14 to 15-year-old. So you can have that and
That's really nice.
go karting for two, thanks to TeamSport. All you've got to do is answer this question. Are you ready for this? So, Total Karting Zero founder Rob Smedley worked with Felipe Massa for many years during his time at Ferrari and Williams. In what year did Felipe Massa narrowly miss out on the World Championship? What year did Massa narrowly miss out on the championship? What you've got to do is get your answer in to win at bikc.co.uk before the end of the finals of the juniors, and you can win that hoodie and go karting for two. How lovely is that?
Lovely.
I know. Just want to talk about the semis coming up next. You've got some ideas. You've been watching some of these. Can you just expand a bit more on what we're going to expect from the semis?
Well, it was some very, very clean racing out there, that's for sure. Honestly, I'm hoping it stayed clean as well. Obviously, semi-finals is a lot more of a desperate sort of race where you want that top 8 to get into the grand finals. I think the fastest lap we've seen so far is a 58.601.
It is by Rory.
So that was an amazing lap time out there. And then we're seeing, I think it was, I can't remember who was in second, but there's a fight between Shepherd and Lebby as well.
Yeah. It's going to get really interesting, this one. Vito done really well as well. You know, I'm going to be rooting for Vito, but he was struggling a bit in the beginning. Last lap, nailed it second. What can you expect?
It's going to be interesting, though. We're going to have a new junior champion this year, as we lost Charlie Ratford at the regional final. So it'll be a new champion this year.
Absolutely. Let's do it. Let's find out. Let's get back to Tom and Russ in the commentary box.
Okay, right. Now, first of all, I just want to cover off a few things that are going on with live chat. We are investigating at the moment the 2008 T-Mode lock incident. No, we're not. Actually, we are investigating the grid positioning in the last race of Danny. So it is being looked into. We couldn't mention it up until that point because we had our hands full with a race, and as soon as that was over, we had to go back to the studio. But it is very much being investigated. We've got all the video footage, etc., and I'm sure Race Control will make the appropriate decision.
Yeah, that'll be why we've not quite got drivers in karts yet, and from the look of it, we haven't got a semi-final grid just yet. So,
and Amy Dawkins, what the odds? It's not mentioned. I wouldn't put any bets down now. Don't put any bets down now, to be honest. So we are looking into it. We've got all the tech here to really look at just about anything, I think, that happens on track.
Yes.
I'm not saying that you'll all agree with the decisions that we make, because it is motorsport, but we can do our absolute best with VAR and a lot of very experienced race directors dotted all around the circuit to make sure that we get it right as much and as often as we possibly can. So here we go. We are awaiting the start of the semi-finals. And do we know how many go through to the final yet, Tom?
yeah, so it'll be 16 drivers. So if it's anything like what we ran last year, it'll be top 8 drivers in each of the semi-finals. So 8th is the magical position that will see you through into the main event. We can also see, just popped up on the timing screen, a penalty gone out for Keo Derrick by the look of that one. And a 5-second penalty for Max Kilby. Now, I did mention that one at the start. I did say that I'd be quite amazed if Kilby got away with that one. However, it has dropped them down to P7. So Kilby now finishes that one in P7. Keo Derrick finished that previous one in P12. So that's what the penalties do in terms of position. So they're just going through and reviewing everything. So it does take a little bit of time to go through everything. The race directors are quite literally making a list, checking it twice, and then applying penalties where necessary. So as you can see, just flying through shot as well, that we do have a bit of a battle going on between petrol and electric. I think the guys doing some back-to-back testing to see what they've got out there. But just looking through the timing screen, they are so far the only penalties that we've got. As you can see, all straight down the inside goes Adam Beale in the electric car on the petrol. So petrol over the future overtakes the past here at TeamSport Warrington. It's quite a good little fight they look like they're having there as they now head up onto the top section of the track. This is quite literally the future versus the past here. So Adam Beale versus, I'm not entirely sure who that is in the petrol. However, they have got a very nice bright orange helmet. It's quite easy to spot. So the electric ones just looks a lot more planted through the corners. That's probably going to be down to the weight of the batteries either side.
Look at him pull away there.
That is quite a gap it's pulled on the back straight there.
Here we go. That is the power of electric over the power of petrol, and that is the future. That is coming to TeamSport. And I'm not talking about 3 years, 4 years, that kind of thing.
That is happening now. That is coming now.
We've got two tracks out there right now running that spec of car. He's got his push-to-past button on his steering wheel.
Is anything like me, he'll just be spamming it constantly trying to get away.
Yeah, absolutely. But he is, it is quick. There's no question about that. And the whole, he's got brake lights.
I know.
It's like fantastic.
That's got all the mod cons in that sort of thing. It's probably got air conditioning as well.
Indeed.
Zhao flies up the top section of the ramp. I'm just amazed at how planted that thing looks compared to the petrol. And the fact that, if you think about it, obviously electric's always going to be a little bit heavy. You've got the weight of the batteries on the side there versus the petrol car. However, you can quite clearly see that it's definitely got the pace to be able to live with it.
Away out that corner there.
It's down the ramp, and that's where he's really getting amazingly. I'd have thought it'd have been the slow speed stuff where the electric gained a lot of pace. It's actually the top end is where it's stretching away from the petrol. But as you can quite clearly see, little bit of that was an alternate line.
Driver error going on here as well.
No, he's not driver error. He's just playing a game of the Apex's lava through there as he goes over the line once again. But this is what we've got to look forward to. This isn't the future. This is the here and now. And we've got these karts in 2 of our circuits now, in Eastleigh and Brighton, and then soon to be coming to a TeamSport circuit near you. By the end of next year, about half of our circuits are going to be electrified, and I think that fits in quite nicely with this season's prize sponsor for the Cadets and the Juniors. Just to remind you, these drivers that we have racing over the course of today are all fighting for a entry into the Total Karting Zero Summer Championship. Ironically, similar sort of colour scheme to the blue and orange there that is being represented by Adam Beale there in the quite aptly numbered number 1. I'm quite amazed at how much of a gap that electric car is opening in the straights. I would not have thought that would have been where it made all the time. I'd have thought it had been out of the corners. You'll see he's backing off now. It's giving the petrol a chance to try and catch up. A little bit of race respect, as is the moniker from Motorsport UK, one of our partners for running the British Indoor Karting Championship.
He has got his visor though, Tom, so we could still black flag him, technically.
Don't tempt any of the marshals. Don't tempt them. Don't tempt them.
But the future is bright blue, and it is electric, and it is a fantastic karting future. And it will be coming to TeamSport. The target is half the tracks electrified by the end of 2023, and that is a tall ask. We're going to really try and hit that. We have plans to do it. They're difficult to achieve, but we think we can.
And the other little tidbit that goes with it as well is TeamSport a while ago now we've made a commitment to source all of its electricity and all of its power from renewable sources. So despite the additional cost that is involved in that, all of the electricity that powers our circuits and that will power the electric carts will all be from 100% renewable sources. So not only will be no longer burning fossil fuels in the form of petrol, but the energy that's going into these carts will be as clean and green as is possible.
Indeed. Now we've got some great chat going on about who can race who. Yeah, Farnborough seems to be getting new karts very, very soon. Here we go, bike cast race. Putting Adam in it shows how quick it really is.
Oh, that's not fair.
That is a great line. Cleo, the fluffy dog, will they need all the fans to go electric? That's the beauty of it. When we have an electric track, our electric bill goes down significantly because all those massive fans that we've got to keep everybody safe, we don't need. They draw a huge amount of electricity. We don't need them. Saying that, we do have to just keep one fan on in the pit lane just to keep the electric karts themselves cool. I think that goes underneath the pitch. It's all very technical these days. Dave Rich loves all this stuff. He's our technical man, designs all the new tracks that we do, and yeah, he's absolutely in his element, really, isn't he, with all these new tracks. So when you've seen TeamSport Eastleigh with the refit that it's had, it is a proper step forwards for TeamSport. It is an incredible venue, it has to be said. And TeamSport Eastleigh, big shout out down there for anybody's listening in who races at Southampton, or anybody who from the staff down there. You've got to be, all your Christmases have surely come at once, because a site that we were earmarked for investment for such a long period of time has now got it, and it looks absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it just reminds
you. A few people saying that they're not a fan of electric. To try them is all I would say, because once upon a time I was in that same kind of park.
Yeah, I'll agree with you there as well.
I'm not saying that. I am absolutely generally, because when I drove in Brighton, they drive like petrols, but you've got the added thing on top of that you've got to push the pass button, which adds a whole new level to what we are actually doing. Makes it strategically. And I think they're fabulous, and they go backwards.
Yeah, and they have reverse as well. They have reverse as well. So into the shot and out of the shot.
We could do stunt driving. Surely,
I'll agree with you there. I was when I started. I've always been deeply ingrained in petrol-is karting, and I've come from an outdoor world where two-stroke is the one, and you see karts running around revving 20,000 RPM. However, driving an electric car is quite addictive. Yes, you do miss out on the engine noise, and that is quite a big part. That is quite a big part for some people. However, when you bolt yourself into one of them and you actually go out and give them a go, they are really good fun. We've got one of the most fun experiences I've ever had karting was actually down at TeamSport Stoke. Me and nine of the guys from Warrington, we went down there. We decided we were going to have a laugh, race a couple of circuits. We went on to TeamSport Stoke electric karts, and instead of it being the usual 5 or 6 seconds gap there was between all of us, there was about 4 or 5 tenths between all of us, which was really good fun.
This is going to go. I hope this is going to go down well on the live stream. But Danny is going to be awarded 3 bonus points for one singular incorrect race start position, which I think is my personal opinion, probably a little bit biased, but for one position down, 3 extra points is a good decision.
And to say through that as well, they also raced through, if they were a position further down, they also raced through to finish 11th. That's quite a good performance for her straight away, and I'm sure those additional points will hopefully boost them a little bit further up the order. I believe there looks like there's names on the TV screen, so we may be getting closer for the grid.
Yeah, I think with that settled, because that would have been the one that would have taken an awful lot of investigating, is what I would say, because that would have taken a lot of camera angles. That would have taken a lot of camera angles and going through the timing system, which is making sure that, which is just to make sure that it is all correct. However, that has now been hopefully rectified, and hopefully that will make sure that Danny can at least have a very good run in the semi-final and move them a little bit further up the grid. Now, we are still waiting for a semi-final grid. You can still see the drivers are all assembled down by the pit lane and getting ready to go. I think it's a good time at this point to mention the support that all of these drivers get, not only from the guys at the circuit. You see the banner there for TeamSport Basel, and they've got, I believe, 9 drivers in this, and they do have quite a few of the staff have come down to support them in their own time, but also the parents and the loved ones of the drivers who are out there showing them support, not only in the live stream, but have also made the trip up to TeamSport Warrington as well. It's a huge effort, especially for the likes of drivers who've made their way down from Dundee, Clydebank, Cambuslang, and all the way up from Southampton. They are not small trips. Some of these guys will have been down here since Friday, since Thursday, to practice and get themselves ready. It's a huge investment in terms of time as well, and just have to say hats off to all the people supporting our fantastic
fantastic grid of drivers and enabling them to be able to go out and put on this fantastic show for us. I mean, you just see all the drivers now are just glued to the screen. They're all like us. They're waiting for that grid for the semi-final. As soon as they get up there, you're going to see a few happy drivers and possibly a few less than happy drivers.
Indeed, and a big shout out to Rachel. She's put a few things on the live stream, but there's been so much going on. I haven't been able to. She mentioned my cucumber at one point. I was like, crikey, it's like, yeah, I know. Anyway, let's not go down that particular road. And yes, Rach, it would be, if I drove that car, it would just feel like I'm going backwards, if I'd be absolutely honest. Hopefully I wouldn't be technically going backwards. But there's Justin Bieber on your screen for all the viewers at home. There he is.
And as you can see, he's quite happy with you for pointing that out.
He'll do a few numbers at the end of the day, I'm sure. And a bow.
I'm sorry, Ben. I did try to keep him on a tight lead. It's sort of not worked anymore.
We do have Pep Guardiola here somewhere as well, but he's in the kitchen, so we can't actually.
Pep's upstairs the bar. He's in the bar. Everyone in the bar.
He's got glasses now. He doesn't quite look so much like Pep, but yeah, it's just lookalike city, isn't it? So indeed. So there's been a bit of a delay, but I think we're close to actually discovering where everybody starts. So semi-finals, top 8, I believe, is where we are. We are at. I really hope that we might probably have to confirm that, if I'll be honest, because we did alter a few of the rules this morning.
Yeah, I would go down and pinch the ears of one of the clerks and be like, "Is that definitely the case?" However, I do have a feeling they may be a little bit busy at the moment.
So here we go. Everybody's studying the screen.
You just see all the eyes locked on the screen. It's like they're just watching a kart in front of them and trying to find a way past. But actually what they're doing is trying to find out which karts they're going to have to pass.
Can I also just say, right, it's Tracy Shepherd there. My mum's driven all the way up from Somerset today to support Ryan. It's like, that is the support and
it's the nature kind of the support that these drivers have.
That everybody puts in order to make all this happen. You know, not behind our scenes, but behind their scenes, to make sure that we've got all these drivers and they've got the best chance of possibly winning with all the practice and all the tuition that we give at TeamSport to try and get everybody as on the pace as we possibly can. And we got a shootout. He's going to give a shout out to Thomas Hughes. Whatever the result, we support him and are extremely proud. Yeah, it's all that kind of thing that. Oh no, what's Amy put? Last year was hilarious. I'm waiting for the commentators to say no, Amy. All I'm saying, that's more of a Sunday.
That's the last thing Sunday when everyone's already tuned out. We're not going to get taken off the air.
Because all I'm saying, right, is that commentators, they have to commentate for like in F1 they have to do the practice session that'll last for 2 hours. They have to do the race that lasts for 2 hours. You know what I mean? Tom, how long have we got to commentate for over the course of 2 days? So by the time we get to Sunday night, anything in my book anyway, anything
we normally
goes.
And then you normally get to heavyweights, and the heavyweights races are normally they're really hard fought, but they're normally a little bit more, I want to say laid back, but that is the wrong word. Heavyweights are normally one of the most fun categories to commentate on, because you've got some proper characters in that field. And they all like
we
to play
can't mention
the
Weight Watchers at any point in that one.
Oh no, trust me, I'm a super,
where we lock the door.
If it's any consolation, I'm a super heavyweight, so it's all good there.
Here we go. Sing. Yeah, I think last year in the last presentation, I did Sweet Caroline, and but basically brought the house down. If I'll be honest, Tom, if I blow my own trumpet just for 2 seconds, I think people. Joel was really disappointed that he didn't record it and release it as a single that particular moment in time. But yeah, thinking what we can do, but it's going to be tomorrow night, I'm afraid, because I've got to make sure I've got a voice left to do the commentating all day tomorrow. We got 3 events tomorrow. We got the lightweights and the middles, and then of course finishing with the heavyweights.
Lights, middles, and heavies. It's a very big, packed grid. And in terms of racing, we start racing off the top of my head. We start racing at about 10 o'clock in the morning. The last race is due off track at about 9 o'clock at night. And definitely, we're going to be live for the full duration. Lights, middles, and heavies. If you are about tomorrow, you're anywhere near the Warrington area, I do implore you, come down, take a watch. We are more than happy to have spectators down here. While you're here as well, you can also take a look at the various sim racing offerings that we do have. So just outside the commentary box, we do have there's a sim rig set up from Monster Energy. There's also a couple of rigs from Century Sim, and we also have their main centre down here with 6 rigs that you can link together and go out and have a race. So if you're just coming down spectating, you too can get yourself in a race car instead of a cart for just a small amount of cash if you do have a little bit of spare time.
See, I was thinking tomorrow, right? I still can't get off the singing, if I'll be honest, Tom, just for 2 seconds. I was thinking maybe Don't Look Back in Anger by Oasis. That might be what the heavyweights, because most of them probably won't want to look back in anger, because there's only going to be 3 on the podium. So maybe that, I don't know. But I'm open to suggestions. And yes, Amy, last year it was your suggestion.
So you've got until what? We've got until what? 8:30 on Sunday to get some song requests in for Mr. Mabley.
Yeah, no rap, not there.
So people asking what time various categories are due off.
See, they want to tune in for the singing. They don't want to see the racing.
I just so happen to have a running order in front of me for tomorrow. So in terms of tomorrow's action, we're live once again from 9:35 in the AM, and we have qualifying for the lightweights. That is due out at 10 o'clock. And then we move into the middleweights. That is just before 2 o'clock. And then we start racing for the heavyweights just before 6 o'clock. That's 5 to 2 and at about 10 to 5 as well. So if you are about and you do want to tune in, see some fantastic racing, if you are over on Facebook, due to the unique way that Facebook manages its live streams, there are 2 separate streams for each of the categories due to the amount of racing action we do have. But if you're over on YouTube, it should be live and hopefully uninterrupted for you.
Now, Amy, right, we need to have a chat, all right? Okay, the suggestion is Whitney Houston. Like, who on earth do you think I am? Like, yeah, I did say I was pretty good last year, but a Whitney track, not sure I'll be able to pull that quite off.
When is the current semi-final starting? We're just building the grid, going through, dotting the i's, crossing
I could
all
do
the
Smelly
T's,
Cat for
making
friends,
sure that we are getting
do Greasy
ready.
Cat. That's the best I could do on that one, Cleo, if that's any help at all.
I like that. Brad Philpott's got the right idea. Semi-finals are loading. I more think buffering right now. So we're just getting the grids built up, to making sure we've got drivers ready to go. You can see a few of them down there. I think that's Caden Welch. Looks like he's stood just next to the pit lane in his Croc promotion suit. I think just behind him is Rory Hinkley. You can see Ryan Shepherd, Mason Chahal are also down there. They're getting themselves ready to race.
Marvin Gaye? Why, how old do you think I am, Amy? Marvin Gaye was in the 60s. Even I wasn't around in the 60s.
Oh, man. I've been doing well so far to try and keep you on a tight leash. However, I don't think this is working anymore.
Most people around here won't know who Marvin Gaye is.
Well, when we've got me...
Joel, do you know who Marvin Gaye is? Oh, he does. Ah, you're a music connoisseur then, I would say. No, says Joel. He's just packed with information. Knows who Marvin Gaye is. Very good for
he's just packed with the mute button for your microphone that I may be reaching for in a moment.
I'm pretty good at the moment. I haven't gone anywhere dodgy. Yeah, I probably will do. Indeed. So here we go. So yeah, we've still got Rapid Reading coming in. Go Ryan Shepherd. There's still some people who actually want to talk about racing, which is good. Maybe sing a bit of Tiny Tim. Right. Okay. Thank you, Zach Bradley. I'm amazed you haven't said the cheeky girl, Zach Bradley, if I'll be absolutely honest. Zach Bradley comes in half the time into work dressed like a cheeky girl. I'll be absolutely honest. I was going to have a chat to you about that, Zach, but nobody wants me to. Here we go. Shirley Dev says, I know who Marvin Gaye is. I heard it through the grapevine. Look at that. The line of the day. The line of the day. Shirley Dev. I know who Marvin Gaye is. I heard it through the grapevine.
Oh, man.
Come on. That's class. See, that kind of humour, right, just is right up my street.
Anyone in race control? Can we have a grid, please?
Carlos Sainz, smooth operator. I'm pretty sure Carlos Sainz didn't do the original.
However, he did have...
It might be Sade.
However, he did have one of the more famous versions of it. Or you could go full on Lando Norris, because he pretty much sings no matter what he's
like a roller coaster, that was. I've only
perfectly describes our
circuits.
Circuits. Up and down like a roller coaster. I will say, we were at Sheffield for the regional finals, and that track really is like a roller coaster. The amount of times you're going up and down the ramps, it's absolutely amazing in terms of a circuit.
Jazz says, how's the weather in Warrington? Look, Jazz, forget the weather. We're talking about music here, right? We're talking about what song to sing, right? So it must be raining because the forecast was heavy rain all day. But we're indoors. And here we go. Adam Beale has gone out for another. He's had a 20-minute rest, and he's built up enough energy to go for another couple of laps.
Yeah, honestly, I'm quite impressed with how well this electric kart's getting around here. And there's questions: is BIKC going to be electric for next year? Who knows? We honestly don't know. I'm assuming it will probably stay petrol. However, with the claim of we're trying to make half of our tracks electric by the end of 2023, then we're not sure. However, a little bit of style there from Mr. Beale. He gets the kart pointing in the wrong direction now and heads back towards the pit lane. As I'm assuming,
Amy again, Tracy Chapman remix. Got it.
What laps the electric's doing?
I want to drive it anywhere. You got this. Thank you. That'll be tough to do, I'll be honest. I'm no expert on this stuff.
That is a very good question, Dan. I'd quite like to know what lap times the electric karts are doing. I believe it has a transponder on it, so at some point I might sneak my way into the pit lane pod when it's a little bit less busy down there and try and find out, because that quite interests me as well. In terms of miles an hour, it's there or thereabouts with the electric car, with the petrol karts. I'd assume it's about 40 miles an hour. Again, however, we maybe need to stick a GPS on that at some point. But as we've already seen, that the top end on the electric compared to the petrol is quite impressive. I really thought it would have been out of the corner that it would have gained most of its time. However, on the lap where we had the petrol and electric out together, looked like it was towards the end of the straight and down the ramp it was pulling the time. Maybe it's the higher weight going down the ramp. It's really pulling that kart down using the force of gravity. However, it was still gaining on the bottom of the straight as well. So
indeed, Tom. However, Kim Gillam says, Boy George, Karma Chameleon. Like, what do you think I look like, Kim? I'll be honest. Right? Boy George. I know Boy George is going into a certain TV show that's on Starts to Throw and I did. It's quite popular, allegedly.
No,
we should host.
No one's going to be watching that tomorrow night because they're all going to be watching us run the heavyweights. It's going to have 0 viewers. Everyone's going to be more focused on running this instead.
Okay, right. So we are in the longest ever prep time for a semi-final. Just one of the records that we wanted to break this weekend at BIKC. We are well into breaking that. But everybody is still absolutely staring. Oh, we've got a bit of movement now. We've got some other tannoids trying to compete with us.
Yeah, so it looks like we may be getting a grid ready to go in a moment. You just see drivers are kitted up. It looks like Alex Wiley, who's sat off to the side of the circuit, who's maybe just getting ready to jump into a car, waiting for something to pop up on our TV screens.
If everything's electric with a push the button, need Mario helmet covers and overalls to be a killer seller. Yeah,
well, we do have helmet
perhaps
covers.
That's the song as well. She's electric.
Oh God!
So an electric angle to the. I don't know. I'm getting carried away.
I think at about 8 o'clock on Sunday
here we go.
night,
Charlie
we're going to have to pull out
on.
your...
There's a bit of love for Charlie Ratford on the group chat because a few people have already commented to say how unlucky you were. And I can only say, Charlie, right after how you've driven in previous years, you must have been really unlucky not to have made it through and be here actually racing
yes, I think
at the BIKC. A lot of love here because you have been absolutely awesome. Double champion Charlie Ratford joining the group chat.
Yeah, to be fair, when I saw that Ratford's name was missing off the list here, I was amazed because quite a lot of what he's done this year has been extremely successful. So start of the year he was racing at the Buckmore 24 Hours, beat the Sidemen and Jimmy Broadbent off the top of my head there. Then he spent a bit of time out in Italy doing the Easy Kart World Finals, something he was able to do alongside the Daniel Ricciardo series. Another driver who was part of that, who we'll see tomorrow, is a gentleman by the name James McGing, who finished 17th in the senior category. Charlie, though, finished 7th overall, so that was a fantastic drive
in
to be able to do that.
In the Daniel Ricciardo series, Tom, does everybody have to start from the back?
No, unfortunately, they all have a grip on their kart and they're able to drive it properly. Unfortunately, if everyone started at the back, then that wouldn't really work. It's a fantastic series, the Daniel Ricciardo series. So somewhere to move on. But however, these drivers who are racing today will all be competing for the opportunity to race in Total Karting Zero for 2023, taking an entry. The winner taking an entry in their summer championship. Second place will get a full season in their winter championship, and third place will get an entry into a single round of their choice. As now on the TV screen, we waited long enough for it. I see a grid.
Before that, right, you've been mentioned. Somebody's worried about you having chips.
Are you going to get some chips? I've already had Salvador. I've already had some, so that's all good, lad. You can leave them all to yourself if you want.
Take us through the grid, Tom. I think
so. Out on the grid that we can see in front of us, we have one Kieran Leadbeater on the front row alongside Vito Vokes, Caden Welch, and Matas Minkas on row 2. Dylan Patel, Archie Johnson, Lewis Sumner, Ruben Armitage, Anthony Whitepitch, Joseph McVeigh, Alex Wiley, Davey Kinney, Adam Menny, Toby Edelston, and Oscar Wilson. So they're the first 15 drivers who are going to be taken to the circuit, and we are now going to be getting them into karts. You can just see the first drivers are all stood down by the pit wall, as it looks like drivers are being ushered into their karts by our man Harvey's, just checking helmets, and then we'll start getting them into karts, and we will once again get racing here.
Tom Avery said,
Warrington.
go back to the studio with Jen, it's better. I'm not going to disagree with that comment.
Oh, no.
Honest.
No, I definitely think that's
I'm not going to disagree one little bit.
That's definitely better. However, I do think that we are in for a proper treat now. We've got these drivers getting into kart. You see Caden Welch there having a chat with, I think that's Sam McNally, one of our competitor liaison officers. He's just dealing with any issues that drivers do have. You see, I think that's Archie Johnson making a run towards the spectator area. Maybe he's just forgotten something there. Anthony Whitepitch waiting to take his kart as well. I think that's Matas Minkas has got himself straight into kart 21, which will be his steed for this semi-final.
I'm going to say something sensible, Tom.
That's a first.
Are you ready for it?
Go on, enlighten me.
I think we've got an extra factor in this now, because these karts have now been sitting stationary for about 20 minutes. I even think that they're going to be hitting that first corner, and they are going to have nowhere near the grip that they had.
Yeah, this is going to be
a big element.
Quite interesting now to see how it all works. Brad Philpott would like to see the finals at Leeds. I'll be honest. I've got 2 tracks that are like 1 and 2 in my rankings of team sport circuits, because we're all sad enough to have those. Number 1 is where we are right now, TeamSport Warrington. I'm a touch biased. Number 2, and a very, very close number 2, is TeamSport Leeds. Leeds is a fantastic circuit to drive. It's all tarmac. It's got some very tricky sections.
Boy, is it fast.
And man, is it fast. There's a section it's a left, right, under their bridge, but it also drops away in the middle of it, so it's a proper roller coaster ride. So Leeds, definitely one of my favourite circuits out there in Team Sport land. Let us know if you guys have a favourite. Like I say, I'm a little bit biased to the one that we're at right now. It's been my home for getting on for 6 years now, and I originally started racing here when I was about 12 years old personally. So,
and we've got movement, Tom, in the pit lane. Before I get it, just a big shout out from Amy for Come On, Joe McVeigh. What a shout out, there it is. We aim to please. It's a big shout out for Joe from Amy, who can surely hear you at some point in the building, because there's not much moving, but we do have action, kind of action in the way. We've got the pace kart moving with Adam Beale sat at the end of the grid. But that in itself is a very good sign that we are going racing very, very soon.
So pace kart is in position, and hopefully we're going to have drivers forming up behind it in a moment. Looks like we have one of our guys just waiting to go. The thumbs up is given, so it looks like we're going to get ready to release the drivers onto the dummy grid. And after what felt like about 5 hours, we're going to get into the semi-finals here. So only about 25 minutes worth of racing to separate these drivers from our 15-minute main event. Now, the aim of the game here is to try and finish inside the top 8, because we're going to take 16 drivers through into the main event. Those drivers first through 8 will all qualify, and that will decide which row of the grid they are on. Then it's going to be down to their fastest lap times to decide which side of the grid they're on. So if you finish the race in P7, you're going to start on row number 7, leaves you 13th or 14th. If you end up up finishing second, you'll start on row 2, and so on.
Cleo, I can answer your questions. Got some questions. Are you going to do the catchphrase? You will do one catchphrase. You're going to have to wait and see, I'm afraid. And are you going to give the Catwalk Award? Unfortunately, that's not really an official award that we've actually advertised before going into this competition. In fact, when we do give out the prizes on the podium, I think it's a little awkward that after we present the main prize, we then have a fashion show.
Yeah,
about
I will say though, there are some very well turned out drivers. So just looking through the grid there, it's likes of Joe McVeigh. He's got a very nice carbon helmet there, and custom suit looks really good. Anthony Whitepitch as well. He's got the Hamilton inspired lid, as does Dylan Patel. Some very, very well turned out drivers. Alex Wiley as well as another design that sticks out in my head. It's got some very detailed airbrush work that I only really noticed. I've seen him on track a few times, like, oh, that looks pretty good. And then you see the detailed airbrush work that's in the helmets, the amount of time and effort that goes into painting those sort of things, especially when they're custom. They look so good under the lights, and there's some really good ones coming up tomorrow in the middleweights especially.
Indeed. Now we are looking like we are almost there. I just want to mention it again, that I just generally think first corner, cold tyres, this is going to be fascinating. This is going to be a battle of who really has the feel of the kart, I would say.
This first lap is going to be a test of skill.
If you go too fast and you're on cold tyres, there might be a chance that people end up in the barrier on the first corner, because drivers just might be asking the kart to do a little bit too much and what it can physically do. And I can see a few drivers, they're driving second place there, just touching the tyres there. Yeah, they know about this. It's all the race
an idea of what sort
there.
of temps they may have, as that's Vito Vokes now pulling into his front row start, with Matas just behind him and Archie Johnson just behind them as well. Looks like the last couple of drivers are getting into the grid. There's Alex Wiley taking up his grid slot, so that'll be P11, and looking for Davey Kinney, who is in the all pink. He's just popping into P12. It's Adam Menny in the all red and white. And then we have Toby Edelston.
The driver with the hottest tyres, Tom, at the moment is Adam in the pace car.
Yeah, he's been out warming them up.
He's done some laps.
Yeah, he's been out there warming them up while the petrol carts have all been sat in the pit lane. It's probably so he can make sure that he's got a good getaway from the start and is able to build a gap between the petrol and between the petrol carts that are going to be chasing him.
I think we are good to go here. James Hislop, the clerk of the course, is here we go. He's just having a final check of who is where and making sure that we are good to go. So some final checks. Here we go. Surely he's looking. I know the way James Hislop steps backwards, and that's a confident step backwards. And here we go. So we got Adam Beale leading away the drivers in the first of the semi-finals. We've got Kieran Ledbeatty, who basically will be on pole position. We got Vito Vokes second. We got Caden Welsh third. We got Mattis Malikas in fourth. We got Dylan Patel in fifth. We got Archie Johnson sixth. Lewis, and let's see if we get a clean start here, because in a second Adam is going to put his foot down, and in a second we will have. Will we get it? Will we get it? Light screen, race on. Here we go.
Lebeatty's
and
got
let's
a
have a
good
look at that first
start.
corner. There's a lot of drivers going wide. There is a lot of drivers going wide through there. But they all make it through, and it's 13 Kieran Ledbeater who leads.
Yeah, Kieran Ledbeater, Vito Vokes, but Caden Welch, Matas Minkas, top four are nose to tail as they started, but Lewis Sumner's got himself into P5 at the expense of Dylan Patel and Archie Johnson, so Sumner's had a very good start at the start of this one, but now as they file through the top section of the circuit, looks like Archie Johnson's fallen right down behind Anthony Whitepitch, so that could be on the tail end of the top 10, but as we've seen so many times before, it's Kieran Ledbeater that leads the field here. Vito Vokes is sat in second place, and Caden Welch has his rear bumper has got glued to his rear bumper. Matas Minkas, Lewis Sumner, Dylan Patel, from what we can see through the top section of the circuit. Looks like a good move at the back between Davey Kinney and Adam Menny, I think that is, as they now come over the start-finish line to put the first lap in the books. They come over the timing line for the first time. Kieran Ledbeater leads, Vito Vokes second, Caden Welch, Matas Minkas, Lewis Sumner is into P5. Dylan Patel, Anthony Whitepitch, Archie Johnson down to 8. So it's a terrible start for Archie Johnson, but he currently holds the final place in the semi-finals. Ruben Armitage just on the outside, Josie McVeigh, Alex Wiley, Adam Menny, Davey Kinney, Toby Edelson, Oscar Wilson is your field at the moment. But in the danger zone, it is Archie Johnson trying to fight back from a very poor start as they now fall through the top section of the circuit. Leadbeater started to pull away.
Slight mistake from Kieran there, and he clobbered the barrier as he went onto the up ramp. So they are struggling for grip here a little bit compared to what they have been, and this will suit some of the drivers. With Vito Vokes 0.7 behind, I thought for a minute that Kieran was going to pull away here, but that mistake shows that there is a little bit. The karts will slide around this course due to a little bit of lack of tyre temperature. Let's see as they come through what the first racing lap time is as we go over. We're in the 59s. We're in the 59s at the present moment in time.
Top 5 drivers all in the 59-second bracket. So that's everyone down to Lewis Sumner. And we can just see that fight of the third, fourth and fifth drivers. So that is Welch, Minkas and Sumner that are all fighting together. Just behind them is Patel and Whitepitch. Johnson still holding the box seat as you are going up onto the top section. Looks like Leadbeater though has opened up a bit more of a gap. Looks like a bit of a push there from Matas Minkas on Caden Welch. This fight I feel is going to go down to the absolute wire between these guys. 9 minutes 30 on the clock, so just into the opening stages. And now Welch just a little bit of a look over the shoulders, takes a defensive line. Matas trying to go around the outside. There's no one home, not able to go for it. Sumner though trying to push his way past, not able to get there as well. Looks like Patel, Whitepitch, Johnson are all still nose to tail. Let's see what order they're going to come through. Looks like Johnson's managed to get past Anthony Whitepitch. It's over the line. It's Leadbeater still leads. Vokes in second. That gap now out to 1.3 seconds. Kieran Leadbeater has just slotted his kart into a different gear and he's running away at the front of the field. 58.712, the fastest lap. Vito Vokes still in second place while we watch this fight for third between Welch, Minkas, Sumner, Patel and Johnson aren't too far away from this one as well, so watch for them getting involved in this one.
Okay, it's great racing at the moment, and 1.3 is the gap for the lead. So once again, Vito Vokes cannot at this stage quite find the pace of the ultimate pace, I should say, of Kieran, who is in the lead, but behind him, absolute chaos. Number 24, Caden Welch, is leading a whole stream of drivers. This has got to change. Look at the way, and he's just taking a slight defensive line. He's not really coming to the inside. It's just a car's width.
Sumner on Patel. Patel's trying to get round the outside. Sumner's still holding him arm's length, but that has just brought Johnson, Whitepitch, and I think McVeigh into this one as well. So McVeigh's not too far behind. He's got Alex Wiley for company there as they go over the line. Whitepitch is currently 8th, and he's holding the final seat in the main event tonight. But Josie McVeigh, I have a feeling, is going to want to try and get his hands on it as they head through the top end of the circuit. Welch just has a little bit of breathing room. Minkas on the 21 is still right there. Sumner in the 9 is going to be trying to look to get past him. Remember, where these drivers finish is going to decide which row of the grid they are going to be lining up on. So for each position you gain, you're moving forward a row on the grid, and we've already seen that can make a massive difference when you come towards the end of the event.
Yeah, fantastic. And I would say that the first two drivers have just checked out. It's a 1.6 lead for first and second, but also Vito Vokes has got an even bigger lead over third place. So the action, I think generally Kieran and Vito just got to keep it on the track in order to make sure they make it into the final. And Kieran Leadbeater goes round in 58.579. So even though he's at the front, he is not lifting off. He's not taking it easy. He's not thinking, I've done it, I'm in the final. He's not. He's got pedal to the metal. He's really putting in some lap times. But Caden Welch is now 5 seconds behind the leader. Now I know he's driving a bit defensively here because he's got Matas all over him, but got to remember, all these drivers at the top we're talking about will make it through to the final, but the big thing is the grid position, because all these drivers want to win the entire event. That is what it is all about. So here we go, we've got some race control stuff going on. We've got no, that's fine. We're looking into a few things on the live stream at the present moment in time, but nothing really to worry ourselves at the moment. But Caden still holding on to third place, 0.2 of a second ahead of Matas, with Lewis a further fraction of a second behind. So this is the battle, really. And all these drivers, even though they're bumper to bumper, they all know they're going to make it to the final. So it's about risk and reward it's about wanting to go for that position, but then knowing you can't make too much risk, because if you make a mistake and you end up, heaven forbid, in a barrier, then you won't make the grand final at all.
Yeah.
So it is quite strategical. But fortunately for us, it looks like they're all just going for it, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah, it's a very fine balancing act between risk and reward, like you say. However, these young drivers just see one thing in front of them. They just see a rival and they want to try and get past. And each time they move forward, like I said before, they're moving forward a row on the grid. But you can see Kieran Leadbeater is moving further and further away from the drivers behind him. He's currently on a 58.4. That is the fastest time we've seen in BIKC this season. And it could potentially, if you can find another tenth and a bit, take over the BIKC lap record from Archie Johnson.
Bit of
Johnson,
contact there, Tom, from car 18.
Yes, as I say, Dylan Patel is trying to get onto the back of is that Matas Minkas? Yes. So Matas and Caden Welch. This fight, Patel to the inside. That's a big dive. You can get that one to work. He's round the outside for the next corner. Minkas just holds him at an arm's length, but that's going to slow him down through the next corner. Again, Patel's in the rear bumper. He's just pushing him along. He's saying, come on, go a little bit quicker. I want to try and get past here. Patel, though, is doing everything he can, but Matas is again just holding him at arm's length. What that has done, though, is put Lewis Sumner, who's already pretty close, right onto the rear bumper, and Dylan Patel enter the chat. Anthony Whitepitch is in this fight as well. So this is now 5 karts fighting over P3. As it sits, if these guys all finish where they started, and they all finish where they are now, they'll all make it through to the main event. One driver who has lost out now is Archie Johnson. He's now out of a qualifying position at the expense of Josie McVeigh. You can just see him at the back end of the pitch. Alex Wiley's next in line to try and take a shot at Archie Johnson's track space. But it looks like Patel again, he's taken a nice tight line into the third hairpin, trying to get the move, but he's just backing out of it before there's any contact. But you can see that gap has opened up between himself and Sumner. Sumner now throws it down the inside. Is he going to be able to do the same? It looks like it's going to be side by side between Sumner and Patel. They come back out. Patel is still inside. Sumner's now trying to look down the inside. He's got the place round the outside. No, Patel's still on the inside, so this may still come to place. Whitepitch takes the place on Lewis Sumner. So in trying to get past one driver, Sumner's actually lost a position. It's all changed there. So Lewis Sumner down to 7th place as he tried to get past 5th place Dylan Patel. Instead of gaining, he's lost out here. But the big winner at the moment is still Kieran Leadbeater, 3.5 seconds clear at the front.
That is stunning racing, and that's the risk and reward that we talk about, because at that position they are around grand final positions, but if they get that wrong, they've got drivers only a couple of places behind, like Archie Johnson, like Alex Wiley, who will take those positions and go through into the grand final. So we're getting to the closing stages now. We've got, I think, this lap, in fact there'll be 2 laps to go, I believe. That is where we are. 24 still massive. He's making that kart so wide. You see the line that he had to take. We've got a 2-second penalty for Many. Adam Many gets a 2-second time penalty. He's racing down in 12th at the present moment in time. But 13 we cut back to the lead, who's now got a 4.2 second lead at the front. He's got a 58.4 2-second lap time. Again, the fastest lap of the event so far. Clearly in the lead. Vito Vokes clearly in second position. Those drivers will surely go through and make it in those top 2 positions, but behind it is still chaos.
Yeah, Vito's not quite got the pace to live with Kieran at the front. However, these drivers behind are tearing chunks out of each other. Someone may want to tell them that they need to just qualify here and worry about getting through, because you've got 7 drivers all nose to tail here. So that is everyone from Caden Welch at the front of this pack down to Alex Wiley, who's in 10th place. There's only a handful of these drivers going to actually be going through, so they need to be really careful. P8 is the box seat that's being occupied by Joseph McVeigh, and there's 2 other drivers that want to try and get themselves into the finals, but looks like Caden Welch is just again driving a little bit defensively, just maybe backing off a little bit. 59.4 is his current lap time compared to his fastest lap of the race of 59.1. So he's about 3/10 away from his outright pace in this race so far, and he's now got an entire pack of karts coming up behind him. I think he's also got Adam Many coming right into that, but the 2-second penalty drops him down the order a little bit, just behind, I believe, Ruben Armitage.
Surely I think it's going to be Kieran Leadbeater who is going to go across and take. Oh, we might have another one. I think we might have another lap. Fantastic, why not?
Oh, and he's just gone fastest of all again, a 58.325. I consult my my chart, and that is the fastest lap by a junior in BIKC history. So in the history of the finals here at TeamSport Warrington, that is the fastest a junior has ever been around this circuit. Kieran Leadbeater is out in front and flying in this field, as they now drop through the hairpin. If they haven't seen the checker that time, then they definitely will be seeing it this time. So it looks like all the drivers are filing back down. So this will be checker flag this time. Just the marshal now getting ready with his flag. As we now drop into the top section of the circuit, Kieran Leadbeater is on fire here on Bonfire Night. He's coming through the second hairpin, through the third one, and going to get ready to take the checker flag after absolutely dominating this race. If you want to send a message in the finals, that is the way to do it. Vito Vokes is going to come home in second place. The gap at the line is a massive
58.325 seconds for Kieran.
6.3 seconds at the line. Caden Welch comes home third, Matas Minkas in fourth, Dylan Patel fifth, Anthony Whitepitch sixth, Lewis Sumner in seventh, and just squeaking his way into finals, Joseph McVeigh in P number 8. But let's just reflect on that lap time from Kieran Leadbeater, 58.325. That's only about 0.3 slower than the outright BIKC records being held by, that is held by a lad called Zach Venn in the lightweight category. Unfortunately, Zach's not got back through this season, but 58.024 is the fastest time we've seen on the clock.
And Zach Venn, you mentioned, is another driver who you would usually, you put your money on will be racing in the national final with this history on BIKC, but did not make it through the regionals. But what a great first semi-final. Stunning racing, but outstanding performances from Kieran Leadbeater and Vito Vokes, who both went away and won that race and came second, but clearly way ahead of the rest of the field. It sets us up, Tom. It's setting up for an absolute classic grand final.
Yeah, and remember now, where these drivers finish, they are the rows that they started. They are the rows, sorry, they are going to start on for the main event. So, providing that result becomes official, that'll be Kieran Leadbeater starting on row 1, Vito Vokes on row 2, Caden Welch on row 3, Matas Minkas on row 4, Dylan Patel on row 5, Anthony Whitepitch on row 6, Lewis Sumner on row 7, and Joseph McVeigh on row 8. As the drivers are now all back in the pit lane, and we've had one semi-final, we're going to get ready to do it again with the other 15 drivers that we've got out on circuit. However, I'm struggling now to think of a name that could potentially live with that 58.325. Like I say, it's the fastest lap we've seen in BIKC Juniors.
Okay, fantastic stuff. So I'm just looking to see if there's any penalties in that race, and no, nothing going through yet, because there were a lot of battles there, especially obviously for third place, and lots of changes in position further down. But yeah, we have our first top 8 that we'll be going through into the national final, and we also have another semi-final that will start very soon indeed. We're just setting things up in the pit lane at the moment. All drivers have come in from their race, and I would actually say that the next drivers have got probably very slightly easier, and at least they are going to be starting the race on tyres that have got a little bit of temperature. In fact, a lot of temperature, especially whoever drives Kieran's, because it's gone around in 58.325 seconds.
I think if anyone is sat there by the pit lane and sees kart 13 next to their name, they're really happy. In fact, anything Kieran's been in so far has been ridiculously quick. Another ridiculously quick driver is going to be starting on pole position for the second of the semi-finals. And Russ, do you want to do the honours of going through the grid for that second one?
Yeah, no problem. So, in pole position, we have got Ryan Shepherd. Even just the mouth-watering prospect of Ryan Shepherd racing in the grand final with what we've just seen in the last semi-final. It's but he starts in pole position. We've got Rory Hinckley second on the grid. We've got Mason Chahal is third on the grid. We've got Max Kilby, who's driven really well today. He's starting in fourth position. We've got Bobby McGurr in fifth. We've got Ethan Waters in sixth on the grid. We've got Brea Anglis is seventh on the grid. We've got Zach Nimmo starting in 8th. We've got Clinton Charlton 9th. We've got Danny, who is starting in a few extra points, obviously coming from the heat, starts in 10th position on the grid. Let's see what she can do from there. We've got Keo Derrick in 11th. We've got Thomas Hughes in 12th. We've got Liam Martin Bradley in 13th. We have Thomas Johnson in 14th, and we've got Brandon Banda. Currently, will be starting the race from 15th position. And that is a pretty tasty, that's a pretty tasty grid, it has to be said. Ryan has literally has just driven faultlessly, really, all the way through so far, fully and absolutely, of course, fully deserves to start that race in pole position. I think I see this. It's probably going to be a neck-and-neck battle for the lead here, but also an equally big battle for third place when we get to the actual national, when we get to the grand final, is what I would say.
Yeah, so it's just one race now separates us from the main event. We know 8 of the drivers who are going to be taking part. We now need to find out who the other 8 are going to be. So let's get down to business. We see the pace car is getting ready to head out on circuit. And you just see the spectators on the balcony and on the bridge are just starting to get themselves ready to go.
Okay, I've got big news actually. We've got a penalty in the previous race for Kart 7 Joseph McVeigh for contact. And the big news is it puts him out of the grand final. Big decisions being made from race control. But that is the latest, that Joseph McVeigh, breaking news, will not be racing. And Archie Johnson has been promoted into the grand final.
That is a very big decision. That's a big call there.
Beneficiary.
So Archie Johnson now gets his place in the main event, and we're now going to try and find out who the other 8 drivers are that are going to be joining him. So as a reminder, it's going to be Ryan Shepherd and Rory Hinckley on the front row. So that's Reading and Warrington on the front row there. Mason Chahal and Max Kilby in second and in third and fourth. So that is Edmonton and TeamSport Mitcham. Then Bobby McGurr and Ethan Waters lining up on row 3. Bobby McGurr is Basildon, and then you've got Ethan Waters, I believe, is Trafford off the top of my head. And then you've got Brea Angela, Zach Nimmo, Clinton Charlton, Danny May Reid in P10 as Ko Derrick, Tom Hughes, Liam Martin Bradley, Thomas Johnson, and Brandon Banda are going to complete the grid as the drivers make their way towards the dummy grid, and we get ready to go racing. Hinckley's already in his grid slot. We wait to see Ryan Shepherd move up into his grid slot.
Can I just say that? Sorry, and we can't answer that just at this moment in time. How come Rory's starting second when Caden's starting third with the same points and the faster lap time? So we can see if we can get that information.
You see Dave McGregor playing up towards the cameras there, just comes forward, gives us a little wave and backs off, while Russ peppers the heads of our clerks of the course and the race directors to find out what is going on there. So Ryan Shepherd, Rory Hinckley, your front row, Mason Chahal, Max Kilby on row 2. Mason's already in position there. And you see Clinton Charlton taking up his grid slot alongside Danny May Reid. So that is row 5 of the grid. And then we start pulling drivers forward a little bit further back.
Okay, that request is in. So the race director team will look at that, and we will be back to you in a
my only guess is going to be that
we might actually, sorry, Tom, MX Flumix might have actually answered it. Oh no, sorry, we'd still talk about Joseph McVeigh. Yeah, post-race penalty, dropping him out of the grand final. Yes,
so my only guess with that one is going to be when they work out, when the points are all worked out, is dependent on how the drivers go into the different heats. If they're tied on points, and if it's ended up that Hinckley and Welch are both tied on points, but one is effectively 5th in the list and one is 6th in the list, then one will end up on row 2 of the grid, and then one will end up on row 3. So that may be how that one's worked out.
They're asking about why talk about lap times I hear on the live stream, but we'll get back to you with what we can. Safety car driver is a legend, of course. And Adam Beale is a legend.
It's David McGregor in this time. He came forward, gave us a good wave, and then reversed
back. There's no
back.
doubt of the legendary status of Adam Beale in in TeamSport. He's not very happy these days, really, is he? But he's still a certified legend.
When he watches this back and sees what you've been saying about him, I definitely don't think he'll be happy with it, but I'll let you deal with that one later.
Oh, hang on. We may have a...
Also, we have a ping from race control, maybe.
Okay, we're saying that Max got a penalty in the heats, and so he lost points. So the second row is correct. So that's what's come back from race control. There were points deducted at some point.
So sometimes what will happen in BIKC I've seen before is if drivers get penalty points, if they've had, they will take in heat points, penalty points, and then fastest lap to split drivers off the top of my head. Just adjusting the grid. So Bobby McGurr taking his grid slot on row number 3 alongside Ethan Waters. As we now have the grid complete by the look of it. Hislop does his final check, make sure that we are all in good order, and then we will get down to the fun part. And remember, just 12 minutes now separate 8 of these drivers between the main event, where they'll be competing for the opportunity to race in the Total Karting Zero Summer Championship. It looks like one of the drivers, or I think that is that driver last in the grid, is just been moved onto the other side of the grid, maybe on the wrong side by the looks of it. As we now, Hislop is happy, and it looks like we're going to get ready to go.
On this one, he's just gone backwards again. I would so love it if he had it in the wrong gear and it started off.
Now that would be funny. That would be funny.
It would be a moment.
And off we go. Pace kart starts rolling, as does the field. Looks like it's going to be 14 karts. They're going to take us round the lap here at TeamSport Warrington. And they're being led by that Biz EcoVolt GT. And then it will roar away, and we will get race underway. So it's Shepherd, Hinkley, Jahal, Kilby, McGurr, Waters, Angeles, Nimmo, Charlton, Reed, Derek, Hughes, Martin Bradley and Johnson. They're going to be the 14 drivers that contest this race. We look for the lights to go green. They stay yellow, so we've gone false start. So the drivers are going to have to come back around, and what this is going to mean with a false start, the race, the numbers start ticking down.
It's happened again.
Yeah, so no catchphrase, no race start by the look of it here. However, the starter's not happy either with the pace or the formation, so they are
Cleo's
going
all
to
over this straight away. Knows exactly what should have happened. It should have been cat grease.
So yeah, you can just see the false start flag being waved there by our flagman, and the drivers now will be brought back around in single file, and we will get the drivers back in the correct order, and then we will go racing once again. It's a bit of a shame there for Mason Chahal. He's just he had a very good start, managed to get past Rory Hinkley there, so he's going to have to drop back behind Rory, drop behind Ryan Shepherd, and then we will go running once again. It looked like Bobby McGurr had a very good start and got past Max Kilby as well, so a couple of drivers now are going to get put back in position thanks to the false start. Now that's most likely either going to be they're not happy with the formation, they're not happy with how the drivers are placed, they could have been going too fast. There's various different reasons that a race could go false start. However, Hislop now is going to let the drivers know and hopefully rectify any issues.
He's saying what happened there, I think. There's a few discussions going on as to, because Poleman, you have a responsibility here. James will be probably laying down the law a bit here, in actual fact, of what is expected. They obviously weren't alongside, I think, when going around that part of the track, and they have to be. It's just as simple as that. They have to be bunched up. If they're too far ahead, if they're not alongside each other, then it really does mean that it hurts the drivers behind so badly. So
yeah, it's doing a quick double check of the grid to make sure the drivers have come back in the correct order. And now Clark of the course is happy, gives the command, and we are going to give this a second opportunity.
Tom, because I'm gonna pull out the ultimate card to make sure that this goes well. Okay, so we are absolutely bumper to bumper. Will they get it right this time? And it is the pace kart driver taking them round. We're going to come round onto the back straight, and let's see what happens. Will we get a start? It is Go Go Gadget Cat Grease, and it works.
It's a very good start. Chahal's again got a good start at the expense of Hinkley there, now up into second place. Looks like Max Kilby this time though has managed to stay ahead of Oh, Chahal's trying to go down the inside. Kilby's now on the inside of Hinkley as they go. Hinkley's lost a load of positions there. He's lost out to Bobby McGurr. Brea Angelis is also in there as well. Clinton Charlton's trying to go down the inside of Angelis as they go up onto the top section. Mason Chahal, though, once again got a good start, but this time he's now got Max Kilby behind him as they now head down the back stretch of the circuit. Get ready to head down the main straight. It's Ryan Shepherd out in front once again as they now file through, and he's already got a massive gap for an opening lap here at TeamSport Warrington. Remember, this race now only 9 minutes to go, as when the false start goes out, the clock does start ticking. So these drivers have effectively lost a lap and a bit of this race. Bobby down the inside. Fantastic move. That was a great move from Bobby McGurr there. So Bobby now moves into third place at the expense of Max Kilby. Hinkley from the front row is down in fifth place with Clinton Charlton behind him. Brea Angelis is currently occupying a final position. Zach Nimmo in P8, Ethan Waters in P9. Tom Hughes, Liam Marty Bradley, Danny May Reid is currently in 12th, so she's gone down the order a little bit from the start. Tom Johnson and Ko Derrick are the drivers that complete the field. But out in front, it's these two drivers, Ryan Shepherd and Mason Chahal. They are absolutely nose to tail as they head through the double left-hander. Get ready to head down the back straight. A little bit of a look over the shoulder from Ryan Shepherd. He's just seeing what he's got behind him, and he's going to see that number 6 cart of Mason Chahal right in his view. He goes a little bit defensive. Chahal's not going to be able to go past there straight away. He's going to try it around the outside of the second hairpin. Slots back in behind. He's not able to go for the move, but Bobby McGurr, fantastic move to take over third place at the expense of Max Kilby as they come over the line for the first real racing lap. It's a 59.2, the fastest lap from Chahal. Bobby McGurr a 59.0. So these drivers are already on the pace here at TeamSport Warrington. Chahal is looking racy here. He's going to try a look down the inside into the tunnel. It's a big move. You can make it stick. He backs right out of it. Maybe try the inside of the ramp, but Shepherd's got him covered.
Look how much that driver number 4, Bobby McGurr, who I did call Bobby Gurr a few seconds ago, I do apologise for that, has caught right up with the leaders, and it was all about that split set, well, that 2 seconds when the leaders were battling absolutely wheel to wheel, and he was able just to cruise up, and now he is part of this battle, no question about it. The gap that you see on the screen is going to be very, very different when they look at the defensive line. And when drivers make that level of defensive, they are worried. And number 2 is there. It's Ryan Shepherd. He's hopping in the car. He's jumping up and down. He's not happy. He's not happy with his speed, and he's not happy that Mason Chahal is right there, and Bobby McGurr is right behind, and suddenly Ryan Shepherd, who's driven faultlessly all the way through, and
that's
drive number 8.
That's 8th place, Zach Nimmo. He's had a spin around. He's been spun around there. Not sure if he's done that himself or if he had a little bit of assistance. But lights are still green as it looks like Clinton Charlton's making a move on, I think that looked like Brea Angelis trying to hang on, but we've got 5 carts nose to tail here. It's Shepherd, Chahal, McGurr, Kilby, Hinkley. They're all nose to tail. Charlton, Angelis, and now Ethan Waters are in a final paying position. But look at these cars. Look how close these drivers are now. They head down the back stretch of the circuit. I don't think Shepherd's bonding with that kart too much, but you can definitely see that Chahal is in tune with kart number 6. He's really happy. Shepherd to the inside again.
Drive. Look at that line. I've never seen anything so quite aggressive so far today to defend the position.
He's not closing the door. He's slamming it in the face. Charles down the inside. He's done it again. Straight down the inside. A very good race.
Can he hold it?
It looks like he's still on the inside line.
He can't.
Oh, fantastic attempt there by Bobby McGurr, but Chahal just able to hang on by the skin of his teeth. What has done,
move, though.
That has given Ryan Shepherd a small amount of breathing room, but you've got to feel that they're going to be right on the tail of that. Off the Reading driver in about a lap or two's time. Looks like Ethan Waters has his handful of Tom Hughes just behind him in the bright neon orange. That is going to be over the final paying position place. But Brea Angelis is 7th. She just has to focus on the kart in front of her. She doesn't have to worry about what's behind her. So look out for her potentially going forward at the expense of Clinton Charlton. Look over the shoulder from Max Kilby. He knows that he's got 2 karts behind him. He's still in a podium paying position. This time Shepherd doesn't go defensive. Doesn't feel like he needs to, but you still got the Chahal in there trying to make a move. Now this is where you really have to think about the risk versus reward theory to try and make sure you still get through, because at this point what you're trying to do is get on the grid for the final. If you want to make a do or die move, maybe save it for the race.
And Tom, we've only just had a driver go into the 58s. That is how It's number 6. It is Mason Chahal, who has made a bit of contact there at the back of Ryan Shepherd. No doubt about
Much
that.
quicker.
The race director will be watching. Again, it's such a defensive line, and the more defensive that number 2 Ryan Shepherd chooses to drive on this circuit, the more he's going to have more and more drivers falling over the back of him, trying to go through and take that position. So it is, but he's still leading. He's still got that box seat. And if he can just stay there, he will still start the grand final on the front row. So there is everything to play for Ryan Shepherd. He's got to hang on to this by the absolute skin of his teeth, which is why he's taken that defensive line. He's making Mason go, right, do you want to go around the outside? Because you won't make it there. You want to get to the inside? No, I've already covered it off. And that in turn is giving number 4, Bobby McGurr. He's just looking, right, where do I go? Where do I choose? Where do I do it? Because he's right there, he's got something right behind, but it really is there for the taking. And number 2 and number 6 there, again, absolutely side by side going through, and a bit of contact. They're side by side, there was contact though,
Jahal's
a little
done it.
bit.
Mason Chahal takes over the lead here, but Shepherd's
through!
right
He's
back
coming
at
back!
him. Fantastic move by Shepherd to hold on there. Chahal was in the lead for about half a second before Shepherd went, you know what, I fancy that place back. It doesn't look too good with your name on it. But Shepherd back into the lead of this one. Chahal, though, knows that he can get past Shepherd. Shepherd is fallible.
I think Mason Chahal let him go because he knew there was contact with going on, and if you lose 2-3 seconds on a time penalty at this race, it will put you from 2nd down to 6th or 7th.
Maybe about to lose a position to Bobby McGurr there. He went very wide around the outside of the first hairpin, nearly left himself wide open to an attack from Bobby McGurr in 3rd place. Looks over his shoulder, he knows he's safe at the moment, but still a massive pack of 4 karts here nose to tail. Rory Hinckley is breaking away a little bit from Max Kilby. Looks like there's about a second between 4th and 5th, and still Ethan Waters is holding the final paying position, with Tom Hughes just behind him. There's less than a tenth or so in that fight, but we're watching the fight at the front. Ryan Shepherd still holding on with everything that he's got to that front row position for the main event. We've probably got this lap and maybe one more as they head through the bottom section of the flyover, double left-handed to the fastest corner in indoor karting, as they now go under the Monster Energy Bridge once again. And it looks like Shepherd just again looked over his shoulder. He's a little bit defensive on the way in here. Is he going to make that massive dive to the inside? Yes, he is. He makes it early. Chahal goes around the outside. There's no way
he
around
tried
there.
to make that stick. But this is surely going to be the last lap here.
To the inside.
Oh, we've got to move again for the inside. He's done it again. Can he hold it? No, he can't. Bobby McGurr, he's tried that move and he just cannot quite make it stick. He just needs a little bit more speed. Over driver number 6, Mason Chahal, who currently has the fastest lap of 58.782. These are the final few corners, I should say, of the semi-finals. And are we going to see a change right at the end? Because it has to be said, Ryan Shepherd, he hasn't been comfortable out there.
Oh,
we got a crash! We're going to be on the yellows.
Charlton just went into the wall
Driver
there on
5,
the outside.
Clinton Charlton
Lights
in
go
the
red
barrier
here.
on the last lap.
So the lights go red here, and
He's
it looks
gutted.
like
Because that is a grand final position. He knows he's just potentially ended his opportunity to race in the grand final. You can tell he is really disappointed. We're going to push him back. We're going to get him running. Once again, that is an awkward position to crash into for the marshal. There's no doubt about that one.
Yeah, that was just saw the back end of it there. Looked like he may
don't
have
go
been
back
left,
in.
It looked like he may have been just left on the outside there, but glad to see that Clinton is all right.
He's gutted with what's happened. He knows it. That I think we'll have to wait and see, because a lot of karts went past him. But there is a real chance here that would have destroyed his opportunity to get into the grand final. We're going to have to wait and see. I think there is a little bit of pain there. He's moving around a little bit in a very uncomfortable way.
That's going to have stung, but fair play to him for him being able to carry on.
But these indoor karters are made of very stern stuff.
Yes, you do need to be made of very stern stuff, especially on a circuit a little bit like this one. It's quite a physical challenge to be able to contest on this circuit. And these young drivers, they have been through quite a lot of racing today. So they've had 35 minutes of heats and another 10 minutes of semi-final to go through. And we're taking a look at
nothing yet on the race control live chat. They are obviously having a good look at what happened. They might even would they reposition the grid on the on the last lap if something happened, if he ended up in the barrier?
Head, what we did last year is when the circuit went red, it was a rolling restart. Now, if we have if we have a rolling restart with a count back lap, so it effectively goes back to the order that we see on our screens here, if they do that this time, we are literally going to end up in an Abu Dhabi situation here, and we're going to have one lap to decide who is going to be going through. Now,
if Steve Evans is watching, right, we definitely won't let him go to hospital. It won't be a riddle. That's all I'm saying. That'll please Steve, let me tell you. Right, okay.
Clock is still paused, so the drivers are now just coming down, and we're going to watch the pit marshals to see where they put all of the drivers. We are now getting ready to go.
Here we go. And
drivers all being instructed to stay nice and slow.
Yeah.
As we now wait to see. Yes, so we are going to go for a rolling restart as the drivers now all come into position behind the pace cart. So, unlike a race start, this is going to be, if you were watching the cadet race earlier, what you're about to see is going to be pretty similar to what we saw earlier on. It's going to be a single file start, count back a lap, and then that will be where we take it. So
we got one lap then, Tom. It should be a one-lap sprint shootout.
One lap. This should be one, possibly 2 laps if we're lucky, to decide who's going to be going.
And we get a chance to do yet another catchprise as they start the race.
If you want to take your catchphrase,
Cleo's like going, hang on, guys. There's another.
Oh,
in fact, it's already in the live chat.
Oh no.
This is going to be something like when we head back to the studio, we've got Jen with a Gen pad, and we're going to be replaying that instant and just seeing. We're going to get to the bottom of it. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, so from what we can see here, they are back lined up in the order we can see on our screen. So it's Ryan Shepherd, Mason Chahal, Bobby McGurr, Rory Hinckley, Max Kilby, Brian Angelis, Clinton Charlton. Looks like they are back in position. Just trying to see if Clinton is in that lineup. Yes, he is. So Clinton's going to regain his position from 7th place. Ethan Waters is there, and I reckon this is going to be a one-lap dash to the flag.
Joel has said, Michael, no Michael. Any F1 aficionados out there will know exactly what Joel was talking about.
Anyone into Formula 1 will know exactly what manner of thing is occurring there.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna do it again. Here we go. Will we go through? It's gonna be single file. Surely this will work. It's gonna be one lap. It's gonna be one lap. The pace car goes, and here we go. And it is go cat grease again for one lap sprint. And Ryan Shepherd goes to the inside defensively immediately. Will it change? Will it change what's happened? Because they've all got to get straight back in the groove just for around 60 seconds in order to get round, in order to book their places in the ground floor. Look how defensive that Ryan went, absolutely on the inside. Everybody's going to be all over the back of him.
Looked like Ko Derrick was trying to make a move on Danny May Reid at the bottom of the ramp, but it's still Ryan Shepherd in the box seat here as they go down into the last hairpin on the flyover. There's a double left-hander. There's probably only really one, maybe 2 overtaking points left. Rory Hinckley's looking pretty racy here. He's right on the rear bumper of Bobby McGurr as they now go into the top section of the track. Shepherd's put up a massive fight so far to hold on to this win. Mason Chahal is going to throw everything they've got at the back of that car. Chahal looks like they're trying to go around the outside, but they are all line astern here as they head through under the Dunlop Bridge and towards what I believe is going to be the checker flag. Checker flag flies. Ryan Shepherd takes the win over the line. There's 2 or 3 wide there. Let's have a look. Brian Angelis made up a place on that last one at the expense of Max Kilby. So your 8 drivers from this one that are all qualified: Ryan Shepherd, Mason Charles, Bobby McGurr, Rory Hinckley, Brian Angelis, Max Kilby,
Clinton Charlton. He was a driver in the barriers. He's been positioned in 7th.
So Ethan Waters comes home in P8.
Makes the final.
Good to see that Clinton's been able to make it through to the finals. The checker flag flies. But I've got to say, I take my hat off there to Ryan Shepherd. He put up with so much pressure throughout the course of that race. And if that wasn't enough, he then had to deal with a full rolling restart, which put all 14 carts right on his rear bumper. Yep. And he still came out for a win. So well done, Ryan Shepherd. And this sets up a fantastic
grid for the final.
Can't wait. We've got one race to go. That is all. It is the grand final. It's going to be 15 minutes long. And, of course, it's going to have the absolute finest drivers in indoor go-karting fighting it out. And we've got some drivers here. I'm not sure who's going to win. I'll be absolutely honest. It is really too tight to call.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where you could quite literally look down the entry list and there's about 10 or 12 drivers, so you could possibly put a name on that I'm going to
go with Ryan
trophy.
Even though he's just had a nightmare but still won it, I'm going to put my neck out there, Tom, and I'm going to say Ryan Shepherd for the win. What do you think?
That's very brave, putting your name out on a drop, putting your name out.
Oh, we
don't
always do it, but we sometimes do it.
We sometimes do it. We do sometimes. I'm trying to think here. I've got to back hometown hero Rory Hinckley. I've got to go with one of our drivers. I've got to back him for the final. He's had a decent run so far, but from the fourth row of the grid, he does have a lot of work to do. Yasin Chat is going with Vito Vokes. That is a very, very good call. Vito's a very experienced driver. He's been in this position before, fighting at the front for a British Championship. I'm pretty.
Can I also say, Tom, Brea Anglis, girls on track in
starting on row 5.
The grand final. Absolutely fantastic.
There's a lot of drivers agreeing with you here. Ryan for the win. Go Ryan. Ryan for the win. So seems like a fan favourite at the moment is Ryan Shepherd, who's going to be starting on the front row. However, it is going to take quite a lot to beat Kieran Leadbeater. After the pace he's been running in that previous semi-final, to get a position over on Kieran Leadbeater is going to be quite difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go. We are all in suspense here with the. We're just resetting things. So I think there might be a bit of adjudication going on from the last race. I don't think that was an easy kind of that one off and forget about it.
So while the officials go through their adjudication, we're going to take a look at the action from the semi-finals up in the studio.
Wow, some major action going on there, guys. Some of the closest racing we've seen so far. This is Will from TKZ. We're going to have a chat with him in just a second. But I just want to have a look at that incident with Clinton in Kart 5. Absolutely gutted for him. You could see he had his head in his hands as he came in there. We're just going to try and find that on the pad for you now and bring it up on the screen. Have a little look at that. The camera does cut out at the end, but you do see what happened to him if you didn't see it the first time. Let's bring it up. Explain what's going on, Jim.
So we can see that he's on the outside of him in the corner. I feel like the driver thought the move was going to be done before the door closed on him on the outside of him.
Yeah. So it does cut off, but you can see there it is.
Yeah, I feel like the move was committed on the driver in orange, but the move was not there on the driver in the white helmet. It's a very risky place to overtake, especially because you don't go out that wide on the right-hand side of the ramp, so there's not a lot of space for another kart to get in.
True. Felt really was gutted, absolutely gutted for him. There was some great overtaking, though, from Bobby in Kart 4. We'll get that up in just a second as well. Talk us through this one, if you can.
Oh, that's definitely by far the best overtake of the day. So we're going to play it quickly for you guys now. Just absolutely seamlessly down the inside. Yeah, so the move was made by Bobby McGeer on Kart 7, Max Kilby. So that was the move. It was just perfectly down the inside of him. Door was open completely and had the drive on the inside line then.
Could be overtake of the day, that one, to be honest. Nice Definitely. And smooth. Absolute respect given to both drivers. It was great to watch. As you may know, Total Karting Zero are the proud sponsors of the Cadet and Junior Championships at BIKC. This is Will from Total Karting Zero. Thank you so much for being here. Tell us a bit more about TKZ. For anyone who's never been into karting or is getting into it just now, explain what you guys are contributing to the karting world.
Right. So Total Karting Zero, we are on a mission to make motorsport faster, fairer, cheaper and cleaner and more accessible for everyone, really.
So it was founded by Rob Smedley as well?
Yep.
Yeah, that's quite exciting. Yeah, that's quite good. So if, for example, I might be stealing your question here, but
that's all good.
The main differences between something like this, indoor karting, obviously it's petrol, we're all aiming to the same goal, going to electric. What do you think these guys are going to find is the biggest difference?
So I guess the biggest difference is probably going to be the big step up in performance and the way that the power is delivered for the electric powertrain versus the petrol. This is probably going to be some of the first time that drivers have seen open circuit racing, so it's way different. And the inclusion of things like wet weather and racing on wet tyres is definitely going to be the next challenge for hopefully a good few of these drivers who want to take their next step.
So so obviously you're sponsoring it, which is fantastic. So the drivers, when they get to the podium today, what are they taking away from you?
So first place is taking away a full summer Arrive and Drive championship. Second place is going to be a full Arrive and Drive winter championship. So that's a 2-day event, 1-day event. And third place is taking away a weekend round. So it's all to play for, really. Yeah.
Awesome. So what does the season for Total Car Zero look like then? How many tracks do you visit, and where is it based? Where are you located?
So the winter championship is coming up, starting in December. And what they're taking away is 5 rounds up and down England, going to many different tracks, some of the favourites really. And so we're all based actually in Banbury, Oxfordshire. So we're very proud of that.
Awesome.
That's awesome. So you've kindly provided hoodies for us to give away on the stream as well. This comes along with Go Karting for Two. Thanks for TeamSport. So you've got to get this in before the end of the end of the final, which is up next for the juniors, and you can win that. The question: do you want to ask the question to the viewers, and they can enter the competition?
I don't know the question.
There it is.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so TKZ founder Rob Smedley worked with Felipe Massa for many years during his time at Ferrari and Williams. In what year did Felipe Massa narrowly miss out on the World Championship?
Send that to win at bikc.co.uk before the end of the junior finals, and we'll reveal a winner just before we leave the stream today. And you can win a hoodie, which is over there.
A lovely blue one, ages 4 to 15 in size.
Just to get that clear before someone bites me head off again. And thanks to TeamSport Go Karting for Two as well. Enjoyed yourself today? Have you found it? The action's been great, right?
I think the standard of driving has been really high. And it's great to see some familiar names from the TKZ Championship on the leaderboard,
Such
especially
as
in such a high place.
You've got Vito Vokes as well as one of your guys.
Driver.
You've rooted for Vito?
I think so. I think I could be. Yeah. Max Kilvey as well on the board. He's a really good driver. He's shown himself in the TKZ Championship to be very capable. So I'm very impressed actually with the standard of driving from both the cadet and the junior drivers. It's really good.
Awesome. We had earlier today, even the cadet championship was insane. Ed Spain now champion. He's been karting since January. Do you know what I mean? He's been karting since January. He's 11 years old. So he's going to expect some cool stuff now with you guys.
I think so.
And also as well, Aber he's only 11 years old, and he started karting in Mitcham.
He'll be in a junior before you know it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Try and get your answers in for the competition to win the Total Karting Zero hoodie and Go Karting for Two. TKZ founder Rob Smedley worked with Felipe Massa for many years, but what year did Felipe narrowly miss out on that championship? Send it to win at bikc.co.uk before the end of the finals for the juniors. We've got some people, obviously, we're live here in Warrington. We've got people saying hi. If you're in Warrington, come and say hello. We've got, tomorrow is the
lightweights, the middleweights, and the heavyweights.
That's right, yeah. You looking forward to that?
Yeah, some amazing drivers out there. I'm not going to lie. We have Luke Evans from Cardiff representing for us for the lightweights as well, so look forward to that one.
Getting that one in there, yeah. I'm trying to think who's on for us, because I'm representing the north, you're representing a little bit.
I'm the southern region.
Yeah, it's fine. Thanks very much for your time. I appreciate it. You were the absolute natural at it, You didn't have to worry about anything. Right, let's do this. It's the final of the juniors with Tom Gibson and Russ Mabley.
First thing to say, there's an awful lot on the group chat about that incident there that we saw with Clinton Charlton. And there is a huge amount of debate, as there always is, about who's at fault and what should have happened. And we've got a lot of people who are batting one corner and a lot of people who are batting the other corner. And as ever, it just goes to show exactly how kind of divided opinions can be when it comes to motorsport. Imagine adjudicating this. Yeah, imagine adjudicating it. So yeah, indeed, there's a lot of people saying it's a racing incident, and nobody's really talking about many penalties, but it's the word incident is being.
From what we can see, nothing's popped up on our screen.
Oh yeah,
nothing going off in
absolutely, Tom.
in the race control feed. So I believe a call of no further action has been
has been decided. That's my guess, at least, as the grid for the final comes up on our screen. So that was sort of hint on the line that we have gone down the line of no further action. And let's just quickly run through the grid. Front row for this main event is going to be Kieran Leadbeater and Ryan Shepherd. Row 2, Mason Chahal and Vito Vokes. Row 3, Bobby McGurr and Caden Welch. Row 4 is Matas Minkas and Rory Hinkley. Row 5, Dylan Patel and Brea Angelis. Then row 6 is Anthony Wypich and Max Kilby. Row 7, Lewis Sumner and Clinton Charlton. And then the last row of the grid sees Archie Johnson and Ethan Waters make up the 16 runners and riders that are going to be contesting this British Indoor Karting Championship final. And a lot of predictions going on that we're going to see some incidents maybe tomorrow. So there is a lot of quality in terms of drivers that we're going to see tomorrow. However, we're going to focus on the here and now as the drivers are just sat waiting to go into the karting. It's quite apt that sat right at the front of the queue to get into the pit lane are your front row drivers. Kieran Leadbeater in the orange on the right-hand side of your screen and Ryan Shepherd in the all blue on the left-hand side there. It's just the last
I would
couple
say, Tom, right, that Kieran and Ryan have already shown to be ruthlessly fast here this afternoon. I think if Mason and Vito are going to have a chance to win, they're going to have to do it early. They're going to have to
this
get
is going to take a bit of, this is going to take an
positions.
early start. This is
That's the only way they're going to win it,
start.
I think. If it settles down with the pace that Ryan and Kieran, I mean, some of those lap times, you know, in the low 58s is stunning, and we haven't really. That's a little bit of a class ahead of what we have seen from the other drivers taking part. So if I was Mason or Vito, get it done early.
Yeah, so we've seen both of them make very good moves early on. Mason in that last semi-final definitely pulled up very, very early in ahead of Rory Hinkley. However, it's going to have to be a very early dart to be able to try and make any headway in the make any headway in this event. But just looking a little bit further down the order, we've had a few drivers, a few spectators in the chat picking who they're going to win. I remember seeing a call for Archie Johnson. He's got quite a lot of work to do from P15 if he's going to take over and take a victory here. His best finish off the top of my
Clinton
head.
Charlton starts 14th on the grid, the driver who caused all the not controversy, but we had a nice old little debate on the live stream about what was going on. He starts in 14th in the final, which is great. He still makes it through there to race in the final. Even get to this point after all the thousands of drivers that have entered this competition over the last 4 or 5 months. We are literally down to the best 16 that exist in the junior category in BIKC 2022.
Just over 1,100 drivers have competed in the junior category for 2022, and to say that we're down now to the fastest 16 drivers that we have here is quite an achievement for all of these young guys and girls as they now get ready to take their steeds for the final time this season in BIKC and for the last race of the day here on the live stream. We do have test sessions for the over 16s who are going to be racing with us tomorrow, the lightweights, the middleweights and the heavyweights. We do hope that you will be around to join us for all of the action. All three of them are promising to be extremely closely contested races. If you want a feel of what they're going to be like, this junior final is going to set the scene quite nicely. Just double checking now, the drivers are all comfortable in the carts and they're all happy. The pace kart now is going to move into position. And we're just making sure the drivers are all sat nice and ready to go. There's a few hands in the air asking for a little bit of help from the pit marshals just to make sure that they are all comfortable and that they are all ready to go. So a little bit of seat adjustments and then we'll be able to get down to the fun part.
Okay, interesting. So for one last time today, it's been such stunning racing, it has to be said. We will be going through the starting procedure, and this one is too tight to call. It really is, but I still stand by what I say. I think it's going to be a 2-horse race. It might come down to speed unless drivers behind get it done early, but you never know. You do never go, because some of these drivers a little bit further back have a little boxed in. This is where the qualifying really comes into play, because Kieran and Ryan have spent most of the event so far starting from pretty much the front. And that's because of the stunning lap times that they set in the qualifying. Other quick drivers have ended up doing a lot more battling in order to make it to their position that they are here. So we'll have to see. And we've got Brea as well in 10th on the grid. A massive shout out to Brea. Absolutely outstanding performance there in 10th place. And girls on grid, fantastic. Just brilliant to see.
Now, thinking just back to the circuits that are represented here, like we said, these drivers not only representing themselves, their families, but also, in the eyes of all TeamSport staff, they are representing their home circuits as well. So Kieran Leadbeater is racing out of Bradford, Ryan Shepherd is racing out of Reading, Mason Chahal racing out of Edmonton, Vito Vokes out of Stockton for this year, Bobby McGurr racing from Basildon, Caden Welch is coming from Dunstable, Matas Minkas is a second driver there for Bradford, so 2 Bradford drivers in the top 7. Rory Hinckley racing out of Warrington, then Dylan Patel racing out of Dunstable as well, so 2 Dunstable drivers in this main event. Brea Angelis racing out of Coventry, Max Kilby racing out of Mitcham, Lewis Sumner is racing out of Liverpool, Quinton Charlton from TeamSport Docklands, Archie Johnson racing from TeamSport Nottingham, and Ethan Waters out of TeamSport Trafford Park. So quite a few different circuits represented in this main event. And to give you an idea of how successful these circuits have been, Warrington, Basildon and Bristol so far the only tracks to have won 2 British Indoor Karting Championships. Coventry, Crawley, Preston, Sheffield, Stockton, Trafford and now Reading all have a single drivers champion to their
and I'd
credit.
also say, Tom, we only got 1 driver representing the home track, which is Warrington, and that's Rory Hinckley starting down in
the middle
8th
of
position.
the field.
All that local knowledge, and there are 7 drivers ahead that are currently about to start the race further up. I remember years ago we had this massive debate, didn't we, about locals having superior track knowledge and advantages and all that, and absolutely turned on its head. It has to be said.
Yeah, I think this season with the slight changes that we've had to the circuit and the fact that the bottom section of the track has been resurfaced as well, it has made it a little bit tougher for some of the local drivers. They haven't gotten the pace quite as quickly as some of them would have expected. However, from 8th on the grid, it's not impossible to try and win a title from there. However, it is highly unlikely, and it's going to take a lot of good overtaking and a lot of clean racing to be able to do so. But you can just see your front row, Kieran Leadbeater, Ryan Shepherd, 2 of the fastest drivers we've seen all weekend. Mason Chahal, Vito Vokes, 2 drivers that have both been in this position before. Vito's finished 3rd overall. Mason Chahal, his best finish is, off the top of my head, I believe he's been in this position before. Then Kieran Leadbeater, his best finish has been 5th, and now he's in a position where he could potentially take a title. Anthony Wypich makes his way onto the grid, as well as those behind him, Max Kilby, Lewis Sumner, these guys in this position for the first time. Archie Johnson, his best finish in the finals has been 12th, so from 15th to good potential to be able to beat that, as Ethan Waters slots into the final grid slot.
I'd say, Tom, I was in 2nd and 3rd, Ryan and Mason, not even locals. If you can classify Kieran from Bradford as locals, not a million miles away, but we're talking Reading and Edmonton.
Yeah, so a very big track for those guys to get up here. And Mason, both of them, whenever they have been down here, have been extremely fast. Vito racing out of Stockton this time. He's done a lot of stuff around here as we now start rolling for the final time here in Juniors. 15 minutes are going to separate us from crowning our brand new British Indoor Karting Champion, and only the 2nd different champion we've seen in the junior category. So Kieran Leadbeater is going to control the pace, looking at Ryan Shepherd on his outside. Chahal, Vokes, McGurr, Welch, Minkas, Hinckley, Patel, Angelis, Wypich, Kilby, Sumner, Charlton, Johnson and Waters. We get ready to go racing. Lights go green. Here we go for the final time in juniors. And it's Kieran Leadbeater straight down the outside. Looks like Shepherd's been forced out wide. Chahal has going for the lead immediately. Vito Vokes now goes for 2nd place. Vito from 4th is now up into 2nd place behind Kieran Leadbeater. But
That's what I
Leadbeater
said.
now is
You've got to
off
get it
and
done
away.
early.
Looks like Shepherd is there in 4th place. So Shepherd from 2nd place has now lost out to both Jahal and to Mason and to Vito Vokes as well, as they come now through the top section of the circuit. It's Leadbeater, Vokes is your top 2. We've seen these drivers running these positions, but now Vokes is going to have to get his head down. If he wants to try and do anything about that lead Kieran Leadbeater has, he's going to have to try and do it early and not let him run away. The top 5 have a decent gap there. Looks like that's Bobby McGurr there in 5th place. As they go into the top section of the circuit, Dylan Patel has also had a very good start, and he's into P7 from what we can see. However, as they come through the S's for the first time under the Dunlop Bridge, it is going to be Kieran Leadbeater that breaks the beam in 1 minute and 0.5 seconds. Vito Vokes in 2nd, Mason Jahal in 3rd, Ryan Shepherd 4th, Bobby McGurr, Dylan Patel is up into P6, Caden Welch in 7th, Rory Hinckley holds station in 8th, Brea Angelis is there in 9th, but Matas Minkas has fell right down the order. And Tom, Shepherd to the inside there on Jahal. That looks like a bit of contact. McGurr's gone through as well, so Shepherd now moves back into 3rd place at the expense of Jahal, but that may be looked at a little bit later on, as Jahal did lose out after a little bit of touching a wall. Did he do that himself?
But look at Vito Vokes, Tom. Look how racy he looks. He's suddenly come alive in the grand final. He's been probably just a touch off the pace all the way through. The driver who came 3rd overall last year is 2nd overall and is absolutely piling the pressure on the driver of car 28, Kieran Leadbeater, who has literally had it his own way all the way through this event, and suddenly Vito Vokes has totally come alive here, and he just got round in a 59.2. That is the fastest lap of the event so far, but we're in the 59s, we are not in the 58s. Is there a bit more speed at 28? Kieran can find, because he has no doubt he was a second quicker earlier on. A little bit of a slide there from Kieran as he went round onto the up ramp, and that will just give Vito Vokes a huge amount of confidence that he can get this done.
So it looks like Mason Jahal's hit trouble. He's down into 7th place, so maybe something happened as they went over the line. But it is still Kieran Leadbeater who's got Vito Vokes hot on his tail. Vito holds the fastest lap of the race. It's not many times today we've seen Kieran Leadbeater be challenged, but this is possibly the time that you're going to want to do it. Is he going to be able to be close enough to move through here? The top 3 or 4 have a massive gap. That's Rory Hinckley in P5 at the moment. So Hinckley's found 3 places. Not sure what manner of thing may have occurred down at 3rd hairpin on the lap before, but over the line once again to start lap number 4 here at TeamSport Warrington. It is Kieran Leadbeater, Vito Vokes, Ryan Shepherd. Bobby McGurr goes into the 58 and sets the fastest lap in the process. Rory Hinckley in P5, Dylan Patel P6. Mason Jahal, after that blinding start, is there in 7th place, just ahead of Brea Angelis. But it's still going to be Vokes versus Leadbeater. These two have been sparring partners earlier on in this, and it was Leadbeater that drove off into the distance. This time, Vokes is looking to try and return the favour as they drop down into that tight hairpin double left-hander. This is where we'll probably see a little bit of a look over the shoulder maybe from Kieran Leadbeater, but this time he is just focused on the circuit in front of him. Ryan Shepherd is still in 3rd place. You can see him in the blue just flashing through shot with Bobby McGurr in P4. Vokes is looking very, very racy here. He takes a little bit of a wider line through the 2nd hairpin before trying to make a run down the 3rd, but once again over the line. Let's see what the pace of these two drivers is looking like at the moment. Both of them flying to the 58, not quite able to go quick enough than what Bobby McGurr managed, but Vito Vokes is all over the back of Kieran Leadbeater here.
But the lap times are slower, there's no doubt about that. There's no doubt that the tyres are not quite up to their optimum, and that is meaning that Kieran is having to drive defensively. That is slowing him down. Vito Vokes is absolutely driving incredibly well at the moment, and he is the one that is piling on all the pressure, and then behind it's starting to spread out. Ryan is 2.3 seconds behind the leader, but then 3.8 seconds is Bobby McGurr. Then it's 6.2 seconds for Rory Hindley, and that, you've got to go back to there to see a battle that is really bumper to bumper. So this, as it stands at the moment, apart from the leading 2, this is a little bit spread out, and this is the battle we need to see. And it's all about, probably a slightly bigger gap there. And basically, driver number 28, Kieran Leadbeater, he needs to switch those tyres on in that kart, because he has done such faster lap times in this competition, before. He's only on a 58.9, and he's been doing times at a 58.3, I think, when he was in his semi-final. He needs to find that kind of pace. Archie Johnson just gone round in 59.6. Not sure why that's come up, but hey-ho, it's on our screen. But Kieran leads by 0.3 second over Vito.
So Vito definitely still applying the pressure. You can just see the places where Vito's a little bit quicker than Kieran, and the places where Kieran is still a little bit quicker than Vito. Looks like both of these drivers just trying to tune themselves into the car. It's about 10 minutes left to go here in the national finals of the junior category here. 10 minutes separates these drivers from a place in BIKC history books. Vito to the inside! Contact! Made the move! Vito's made the move. He's going to let him go. So Vito, smart moves there. Lets Kieran go. He knew he went down the inside. He knew he'd gone down the inside, but he knew he'd made that move with contact as we get a confirmation of a 5-second time penalty for homeboy Rory Hinckley. He's going to get a 5-second penalty for contact. Maybe that's for his part in what happened to Mason Jahal earlier on, but we're still holding station here. Vito made the move. He knows that Kieran is fallible here. He knows that he can get past.
Will that disrupt the concentration of Kieran? Because he now knows that, yes, there was a bit of contact, but Vito very much made that move and went through. I want to say, just fabulous, you know, race fair. And how fair is that? Just go, yeah, that wasn't good enough. So many drivers out there would just make it stick and leave the stewards to make the decision making. But he was like, no, that wasn't good enough. You go back into lead. And game is back on. And it really is back on because he is absolutely behind. He goes very wide here to give himself a bit more space going onto this section to try and get the overspeed, but it certainly hasn't worked on that lap. You're going to have to go a little bit back to the drawing board, Vito, in order to make something work on that part of the course.
Yeah, he had one or two options there. He either had the choice to try and get 5 seconds clear just in case he did get a penalty, or give the place back. So very smart driving from Vito Vokes as we now have just under 7 minutes to go. We're halfway through this final, and now he's going to have to try and find a way back past. What this did allow is it did allow Ryan Shepherd to close back in. That gap was about 3 seconds the previous lap. It was 1.6 over the line this time, as we now see Dylan Patel and Mason Jahal. Mason Jahal trying to come back. This is a massive pile of cards forming up behind Brea Angeles as the leaders now head down the ramp once again. This is where Vito seems to have the upper hand on Kieran Leadbeater. So can he make the move this time? And this time, crucially, can he make it clean? He's got a good run out of that first corner. He's not close enough to go for the second. It's a very different line through the second hairpin to try and give himself a little bit of speed to get on, but it looks like he's lost even more time there. So the gap was 0.3 of a second over the line the previous time. That gap is now up to 0.5 of a second. So Kieran Leadbeater's just starting to stretch away. 58.5 is the fastest lap. That belongs to Rory Hinckley. He's in 5th on the road, but he's going to lose time in. He's going to lose out. But Dylan Patel there picks up a 2-second time penalty. That's going to drop him back behind Mason Jahal, who's
a
now
lot of
running
debate,
in
Tom,
P6.
on the live stream. Will there be a penalty? And the answer to that, I know known James is up for a long time, and he is a racer through and through. And there won't be to give that position back so cleanly and eloquently. I'll even say that there will be no penalty on that one. I'll be amazed if there is, because this is the fairness that we want in indoor karting. It's as simple as that. We want race fair. And but the battle is not over. And Vito, he must be thinking, he came 3rd last year. We've only got about 5 laps to go. He's got to find something to win. He's edging closer. Last year 3rd, now he's running 2nd. He's edging closer to become champion. But he's still got 5 laps, but he's got to find something right here, right now.
Yeah, both of these drivers, I believe, in their last year of juniors, these guys will both move up into the weighted category should they stick around for BIKC 23. So they want to win a junior title. They're going to have to try and do it on the track here and now. Through the last couple of laps, these guys have been absolutely inseparable in terms of lap time. 58.8 last time over the line for Leadbeater, 58.7 over the line for Vokes. Shepherd is also in the 58.7 bracket, but the three of them have got a little bit of breathing room. So half a second between Leadbeater and Vokes, and it looks like that gap is starting to go out. Has Leadbeater found another gear here, and is he starting to show that pace that we've seen from him throughout the entirety of the competition? Has Vokes run out of answers to try and get through, or is he going to start settling for second place? Having seen Vito race regularly, that is not something that he normally does. So over the line, let's see what the gap is this time around. If they go into the bottom section, the circuit gap is up to 7.8 tenths of a second separating the top two here, and the gap to Ryan Shepherd is now 2.3 seconds. So that gap staying pretty consistent between Vokes and Shepherd, but Leadbeater now is just pushing away.
58.304 from Rory Hinckley, the local. Okay, absolutely fantastic. That is the fastest lap of, I think, the entire event so far, 58.304, but it's not enough because he's in 5th position. And we are now starting to head into the closing stage, and the gap is the biggest that it has been at any point. Is Vito Vokes broken? Is there anything that he can do in the final 3 laps or so to bring himself back into contention? I'd also say that Ryan Shepherd is closing in a bit on Vito. I wonder if he even might have made a bit of a mistake on the previous lap, because suddenly 3rd place looks a lot closer to 2nd with just a few more laps left to go.
Yeah, Vito's keeping his pace consistent around the 58.8, but Leadbeater now is starting to show the pace we saw earlier on. He's just now starting to cruise away from Vito Vokes. Is this going to be the sign that these drivers never wanted to see of Leadbeater running off into the distance? They've got possibly about 3 laps left to go if the clock is correct from what we can see. Past the Schumacher wall, Vokes is still starting to fall back a little bit. He's not losing time to Shepherd. It's 1.3 seconds is the gap there. Bobby McGurr is in P4, ready to capitalise if these guys do come to grief. But Leadbeater now just has
last lap Ryan was 2
down.
tenths quicker than Vito. It's not over for 2nd here.
Yeah,
it's
Shepherd
not over for 2nd at all.
Shepherd's reeling him in. He's just starting to reel him in. He's taking 10th after 10th after 10th. 3 minutes on the
1.3
clock.
seconds is the gap. And we might have something on the last lap here.
Yeah, 3 minutes on the clock. Shepherd may run out of time here as they now go into the back end of the circuit. Vokes is really, really falling back. Gap is 1.4 seconds. Is this circuit taking a toll on Vito? His lap times aren't dropping away massively. I just think it is Leadbeater finding another gear here as they go onto the main
he's in
straight.
58.5 now, and that's what I was talking about. He's been able to race that quickly previously, and he's found that form. He's found the lap time 58.5. The fastest lap time that Vito Vokes has done so far in this race is 58.7. So, 2 tenths there. And that, I think, explains a lot about why Kieran is now 1.4 seconds ahead of Vito. And we're looking like potentially they might be going, there might be 1, there might be 2 laps. It's a bit too close to call.
Hinckley goes down
look at 7 on the inside. Rory with he sent it. He absolutely sent that.
Yes, massive overtake there from Hinckley without carrying that penalty. It's not going to move him up position. He's going to have to try and find 5 seconds on Bobby McGurr to be able to get through and keep the position. So looks like we're focusing now on Kieran Leadbeater as that fight for 3rd between what will be Shepherd and Hinckley, I believe. As we now see Kieran Leadbeater go onto the top section of the circuit. I reckon they've probably got 1 more lap in this, looking at the time, and this may
the clock has speed. Here we go, 150. I think there's another lap. Yeah.
I think they may get 1 lap here. We're just looking towards the camera.
Now it's 1.3 seconds between Vito and Ryan Shepherd. So I think that's going to be enough for Vito surely to hold on. And it is these lap times that have been now pumped in. Last time Kieran was a 58.6, Vito 58.9. We do have a checker flag going out. I believe we do have a checker flag. Here we go. We are going to have
going out.
a new British Indoor Karting Champion. Kieran Leadbeater is the BIKC champion of 2022, and Vito Vokes goes 1 better than what he was able to achieve last year and comes home in 2nd. Ryan Shepherd is a brilliant 3rd. Boy, he's been in the battles today. Bobby McGurr is 4th. Rory Hinckley is 5th on the screen at the moment. 6th is Mason Chahal. 7th is Dylan Patel. 8th is Breyer. What a great race from Breyer. Made up 2 positions off her grid start. Comes home an amazing 8th position. Ethan Waters is in 9th. Lewis Sumner is in 10th. Max Kilby made the final and a brilliant 11th place. Anthony's in 12th, Caden Welsh is in 13th, Artie Johnson is 14th, Mattis Minkus 15th, and Clinton Charlton, after everything that happened in the semi-final, makes the final but comes home in 16th position. But ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are in the building, put your hands together for these amazing drivers. What a show they have put on for us this afternoon. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to see what these young drivers can do. It's quite easy to forget when you see how hard these guys and girls have been racing, that they are some of the youngest drivers we're going to see in the competition. I've always said juniors is one of my favourite categories, and they have just shown us why. domination at the start of the races from Kieran Leadbeater. It did look for the early stages like Vito may have had something to answer for. However, he just wasn't able to make it all come together. But Ryan Shepherd, after starting on the front row, I'm thinking he's going to want it a lot more than third place. However, shortly we'll be able to hear from our top three as they've pulled onto the pit straight just in front of the podium. We get ready for our podium presentation. But down,
we're just waiting for the sign. Do we go down?
But we're just down on the grid. Let's find out what our top three have to say about that race. Will, it's over to you, mate.
Can I just say that was an absolutely fantastic race to watch. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Thrilling stuff on the sidelines watching it there. Going to take the drivers in one by one and get a little interview going. So in third place is going to be Ryan Shepherd. Ryan, come on over. Come on over, Ryan. Ryan. Well done, mate, well done. Just got a few questions. First of all, how are you feeling about that third place?
A bit gutted, but I did all I could.
Bit gutted, but you do what you could. Third place is better than fourth, just to tell you that. A bit of a joke there for you. Just think about through the event as well. What do you think you done well throughout the event that got you to that third place?
Well, I defended well and got all I could out of the car I had, so yeah.
That's a very good defending, yeah. Obviously, from there, you did win Heat 1 and Heat 2. And obviously, you won your semi-final, going from second into third there. Still a massive, massive thing. Are we going to see you next year?
Yes.
See you next year, and hopefully we'll get you on that first place. Big round of applause to Ryan there, guys. Big round of applause. And in... Some nice chairs there. And in second place, coming over, one more spot than last year, is going to be Vito. See, we get a question for you, mate. How are you feeling about that second place and also one up from last year?
I'm happy to be on the podium, but yeah, I would have liked first.
Is this microphone on? Is it working, yeah? Perfect, yeah. You feeling good, yeah? So, same again, how do you feel your event went? What do you think you did better than the other drivers to get that second place?
I just made the most out of the start, and then from there, like, tried to make up.
Yeah, I just want to say, obviously, you were trying to go for the inside down there, and obviously you let Kiwi go past. Can I just say, that is great sportsmanship. That's what you want to see. You went for the gap there, it wasn't there, you let him pass, and you took second place. That's all I can say there. Will we see you next year?
Definitely.
Definitely see you next year and get you onto that first place as well. Go from third, second, and get you onto first next year. So big round of applause for Vito, guys. And we have the winner. Just to let you know, Kieran, I'm just going to blow that head up even more for yourself. You won your first heat, you won your second heat, you won your semi-final, and you now have won the grand final. Come on over, we'll get your interview underway. First of all, how are you feeling about that?
Absolutely buzzing.
Yeah, absolutely buzzing. Love to see it. Same again for you. What do you think you've done better than everyone else to get that first place?
Defending and staying focused.
Defending and staying focused, that's all about being in first place. And are we going to see you defend your title next year, or are you going to go and venture out to outdoor? Venture outdoor, but are you going to be here next year to defend your title?
Yeah.
Perfect, guys. Big round of applause for our winner here today, Kieran Leadbeater. Perfect. Well, thank you very much, guys. Just remember, if you want to get your kids in next year, get your memberships for next year. Make sure you get them. $34.99 for that. Anyone under 16, anyone going into the lightweights, middleweights, or heavyweights next year, get your elite memberships underway. Over to Russ now.
All right then, ladies and gentlemen, we have one last thing to do this afternoon. And I wonder if everybody can guess what it is. Right, before we start, I'm going to hand you over to the CEO of TeamSport. A few words from Dom Gaynor.
Well done, James. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to TeamSport Warrington. I want to start by doing a few thank yous. First thank you I want to make is to all of the drivers. They did an amazing, amazing job. There was over 1,100 entrants in this category this year in BIKC. So to make it into the top 30 and even get here, they're in the top 3% of drivers. They've all raced really hard, but they've raced really fair. So I'd like a big round of applause, please, for all of the drivers here this evening. Second up, and this is one where the drivers get to replay the big round of applause, I'd really like to thank all of the parents and family who have come here to support them this evening, but also have driven them around the country, going through the local finals, the regional finals, and coming up to the national final. I know it's a big commitment, and I'm sure that all of the drivers are really, really appreciative of all of your efforts. We really are appreciative of you bringing them racing with us. So thank you very much to all the friends and family and supporters of the drivers. So next, thank you. It's really for our partners and sponsors who have really helped us make this BIKC 2022 our third BIKC event. So first of all, Motorsport UK for sanctioning it and making it a British Championship. Having that really makes this what it is, and we're really appreciative of their efforts in working with us in it. Also to the sponsors of this category and the cadet category earlier, Total Karting Zero. Amazing, amazing race series, and we're really appreciative of the amazing prize that they've given for this category. Also Club 100, who sponsor the events for tomorrow, and again, an amazing set of prizes. Monster Energy Drinks, thank you very much to them, and also Biz Karts, who are our kart partner and supplier, who've been you guys have been racing on today. Okay, so without further ado, because you've all heard enough from me, I'm going to pass you back over to Russ Mabley for the main event, which is the awards.
Thank you very much, Don. Right, we just have 3 enormous trophies to give out. Can I just first of all say what an amazing final. What an absolute incredible shootout between these drivers. But we have winners and we have positions. And first of all, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to put your hands together for the driver who comes home in 3rd place. It's Ryan Shepherd! Fantastic, Ryan. A huge well done. The next driver, boy, he had to make it count on the first lap if he was going to mix it for the win. And boy, did he. Some stunning moves there on that first lap. He found his way to 2nd position, and then it was the ultimate battle that ended up running virtually the entire race. He was 3rd last year. He's 2nd this year. He's getting there. Progress. 2nd place, Vito Vokes. But there's one driver left, and that driver is our overall British Indoor Karting Champion of 2022. And what a battle it was. It was bumper to bumper, lap after lap after lap. But we knew he had the pace, ultimately. He'd gone round so quickly in his semi-final, and then he found the pace, and then he literally went into the distance. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise the roof for your BIKC champion of 2022 in the junior category, Kieran Ledbeatty! Whoop, whoop! Okay, now we're just going to have a little bit of paparazzi time. You're going to be all over the papers tomorrow. There's no doubt about that. You're definitely all over social media. So here we go. We just got a few pictures. Outstanding driving from all 3 of these drivers. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, that's it. Work it, guys. Work it. Yeah, yeah. Okay, fantastic. Now, gentlemen, at the bottom of the podium there, you've got this magical thing called champagne. The floor is yours, literally. I would remain on the podium, but surely we want a good champagne fight. There we go! Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners, your grand final winners of BIKC 2022.
Sorry, Joel, that got me sorted to be there.
It's a huge thank you to everybody. That was the end of BIKC 2022, but watch this space because BIKC 2023 will be round very, very soon. Thank you to everybody and good afternoon to you.
Thanks for that, Russ. Yeah, congratulations, Kieran. Well done to Vito as well, and also Ryan. Let's talk about that. Come on, where do we start?
Well, for one, Kian hit the fastest lap of the day. It's 58.4. We'll talk you through the move quickly that he made on him. It's in half speed, so you can see it properly.
It is.
Make sure it goes on.
Just going to get it on the screen for you now.
Just waiting for it. There we go.
There it is.
There you go. The door was open. Yeah,
look at that.
Vito realised just at the last second that the move was just not there. Locked the brakes and then ended up sliding into the side of him. Like, good on him to letting him back through.
That was quite. You can see though, like you said, there's a bit there, right, where you can see Vito knew exactly what he'd done. It's just like this bit now. Oh no.
It's the moment where you realise the move's not on.
Shouldn't have done that, but nonetheless, he still gave it back, which was quite nice of him. Good sportsman. It's nice to see. He's definitely grown up a lot.
Yep, saved himself time penalty as well, so kept second place nice and comfortably there. The gap between first and second was 2 seconds, and then you had first to last was 20 seconds in that race.
Yeah, Kieran pulling away quite a bit towards the end there. He just seems to have it in the bag. Congratulations to all, and what a day we've had today. We've had the cadets as well. Yeah. It's been absolutely crazy. Great racing. Tomorrow, though, talk about that.
Okay, so we have Harris Ame coming back. He came third last year in BIC. Obviously, you had Dante winning it, and you had Zach Fenn. Fortunately, he's not here this year. Got knocked out in the regional final, came fourth at Leicester. And then we have Dante Dillon, the lightweight winner in 2021, featherweight winner in 2020, and he came 27th in the World Kart Championships this year as well. So very, very good driver.
That should be some fun. Before we go, anything on the comment side of the things? What have people been saying?
We've had loads all day, Lex. Amy Dawkins was typing in all the lyrics by the looks of it to Sweet Caroline in the comments.
Oh, because of Russ last year.
Because of Russ last year. That was one of my favourite. That was my highlight. Really was Russ Mabley singing Sweet Caroline, singing that.
It was very good.
Salvador Newman was voting for that as well. Cat grease has been getting used in there, of course. That's been Russ's starting catchphrase. And I've also got to say hello to David Groves for tuning in. Hello to you. Shout out to Johnny Elliott coming in from Brad Philpott. There's just loads and loads and loads of comments.
Keep them coming in as well, especially tomorrow. Very quickly, want to say we were giving away a Total Karting Zero hoodie and go-karting for 2, thanks to TeamSport. We have a winner for that. Mm-hmm. The question was, what year did Massa miss out on the World Championship? It was, is that Glock going slowly? Yes, it was 2008. Well done to Josh G. You have won.
Congratulations.
The competition. We'll be in touch with you on how you can redeem everything and your vouchers and stuff like that, and we'll get them all sent out to you. Guys, absolute pleasure for today. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks for having
us. Have you enjoyed your first day?
Yes, very, very nervous, but we got there eventually.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us. You can be back again tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, we'll see. No, I'll be here. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's 9:35 start tomorrow. Make sure you've got it ready for the lightweights, middleweights, and heavyweights. But for now, have a good one.
See you later. Bye.